Chapter 1. Survival at Sea, Awakening of Talent. On a diminutive island, scarcely measuring 10 square meters, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean, Fang Yu stirred awake upon the golden sands. Before he could grasp the situation, a voice resonated within his mind. Welcome, everyone, to the survival game at sea. The entirety of the world's 8 billion inhabitants is prepared. Regardless of your age, whether young or old, strong or disabled, strive to survive. Beware, the gray mist will relentlessly pursue you. Trust me, you do not wish to encounter what lies within the gray mist. It is an experience you would never want to face. Only after the sun sets each day will the gray mist relent. Now, I wish all captains a pleasant voyage. Fang Yu lay on the beach, inhaling the briny scent of the sea, gazing vacantly at the azure sky above. What is happening? He had been lying comfortably at home. How had he suddenly found himself here? Moreover, was that voice truly echoing in his mind? He extended his palm to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight. Rays of light filtered through his fingers, warming his face. He pinched his thigh. I feel no sensation. This does not appear to be a dream. Indeed, Fang Yu was a disabled individual. Having survived a car accident, he had emerged alive but with a disability. It had been an eternity since he had last gazed at the clear blue sky. Before he could indulge in nostalgia, a dark spot in the sky swiftly enlarged in his vision. Whoa! He exerted every ounce of strength to roll to the side, but due to the paralysis of his lower body, he could rely solely on his arms. Fortunately, at the last moment, he evaded the impending danger. Thud! A wooden treasure chest crashed down where his head had been, producing a dull thud. Hiss! Staring at the treasure chest now so close, Fang Yu couldn't help but gasp in shock. He had no doubt about the lethal force it possessed had it struck him. He would have been gravely injured. Yet this incident jolted him awake to the realization that this was not merely a game, it could indeed lead to death. As for whether it would happen, he dared not test it. Suddenly, a panel materialized before him. Initial treasure chest has been distributed. The survival game at Sea 1.0 officially commences. The gray mist will descend in half an hour. Current speed of the gray mist, 10 knots. The current sea area is theoretically infinite, with islands spaced over 100 nautical miles apart. Resource islands and death islands will randomly distribute across the ocean. Resource islands will refresh resources and are generally safe. Death islands, however, are fraught with peril, but they also offer substantial rewards. Note: externally, resource islands and death islands appear indistinguishable. Both types of islands will inevitably refresh fuel. Upon a player's arrival, the gray mist will cease its pursuit. It is crucial to note that each island permits a maximum dock time of 24 hours. Players who exceed this limit will be eradicated. Regional channel activated. World channel activated. Personal panel activated. A flurry of information flashed before him, then vanished, replaced by a personal panel displaying various functions below. Name: Fang Yu. Level: 1 strength, 7 stamina, 8 agility, 9 condition. Lower limb nerve necrosis talent. Unawakened items: none. The average initial attributes of a normal human are 10. Gazing at the attribute panel, Fang Yu felt no surprise. As a disabled individual confined to his home for years, his attributes falling below the average was entirely expected. Moreover, as an orphan relying on the most basic social welfare, he could only supplement his meager existence by writing novels and engaging in game boosting from home. The long hours spent awake had further deteriorated his health. To be frank, he felt quite content with attributes above 6. At the same time, he noticed that the color of the agility section was somewhat different. It was gray. With a gentle tap, a prompt appeared. Due to the character's abnormal condition, the current agility attribute cannot be fully utilized. Please refresh the abnormal condition as soon as possible. Upon reading this, Fang Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. Refreshing the abnormal condition? Could this mean there was a chance to heal his legs? He had the opportunity to stand again and restore his body to that of a normal person. Fang Yu shook off his previous despondency. What could be more alluring than a paralyzed individual regaining the ability to stand? He began to actively explore the panel. In addition to the attribute panel, there were other functions below. Currently, only the world channel and regional channel were active, while friends, marketplace, mall, and team remained grayed out, indicating they were temporarily inaccessible. It seemed these features would unlock in a few days. Fang Yu also noticed a plus sign after these functions, but when he clicked it, nothing happened, suggesting there were additional features yet to be revealed. He opened the World channel, which was already buzzing with activity. However, due to the overwhelming number of participants, each message displayed for less than 0.001 seconds, rendering it a futile endeavor. Fang Yu also observed a 1010 display on the messaging interface, the meaning of which remained unclear. Was it 10 free uses, or perhaps 10 speaking opportunities per day? These were matters he would need to verify for himself. As he watched the rapidly refreshing World channel, he turned to the Regional channel, which was indeed abuzz with conversation, albeit much more manageable than the World channel, allowing him to discern the content of the exchanges. What on earth is happening? Hello, everyone. I can sing, dance, and rap to the one above. You've revealed your black feet. Fang Yu disregarded these trivial exchanges and noted that the message box below did not display the 1010 limit, suggesting that speaking in the Regional channel likely had no numerical restrictions. At the top of the chat box, it indicated the range for receiving chat messages, currently encompassing individuals within a 10,000-mile radius. He wondered if this range would expand in the future. As for now, Fang Yu pondered whether he could communicate with those farther away through an intermediary. Indeed, it seems that some individuals have contemplated this notion, as evidenced by a user with the ID who made a statement in the Regional channel. I am Liang Jichao's grandmother. Has anyone seen my dear grandson? Could you assist me in locating him? Thank you all. Upon reading this message, the Regional channel fell into a sudden hush, only to be followed by a flurry of replies. Grandma, I'm here. I'm starving, please. Could you provide me with something to eat? Grandma, I am truly your beloved grandson and parched. Could I have some water? Grandma, where are you? I shall come find you right away. Such foolishness. Fang Yu nearly burst into laughter at this collection of gluttonous tricksters. However, the next instant, oh dear, I have so many good grandchildren. Fang Yu erupted in laughter, realizing that there is always someone more cunning. Haha, just wait. They'll remember you. Dare to play with me, and you shall face the consequences. Such foolishness. What are you trying to do? A series of curses flooded the chat. Yet amidst this cacophony, Fang Yu discerned an important piece of information. It came from a user identified as Qingguo Qingcheng. Upon opening the initial treasure chest, one will receive a talent awakening stone, which can awaken talents I have already awakened mine. Shortly thereafter, a few scattered replies inquired about the nature of the talent, but the individual offered no further information. Fang Yu cast his gaze towards the wooden treasure chest. Beside him, it must be the initial treasure chest referred to. Time was of the essence. 10 minutes had already passed, and in approximately 20 minutes, the gray mist would appear. If he failed to board the ship by then, it would spell disaster. Without hesitation, he opened the initial treasure chest before him. The chest shimmered momentarily before vanishing, leaving behind a few items. Ordinary wheelchair, an item prepared considering the character's physical condition. Talent Awakening Stone, has a chance to awaken talents upon use. Ordinary ship summoning card, can summon a vessel capable of independent navigation. 500 milliliters purified water 1. 245 G compressed biscuits 1. Disregarding the other items for the moment, Fang Yu promptly picked up the Talent Awakening Stone on the ground. A prompt appeared before him. Would you like to use it? Yes, no. Fang Yu unhesitatingly selected yes. The Talent Awakening Stone vanished in an instant, and his right palm began to emit a faint warmth. The entire process lasted mere seconds before fading away. Eagerly, Fang Yu opened the panel, and indeed, the talent section was no longer marked as unawakened, but had transformed into Divine Hand. Chapter 2. Divine Hand, Tenfold Amplification. The Dream Treasure Ship. Divine Hand can perform a tenfold amplification on uncertain items, such as treasure chests and summoning cards, but cannot amplify items that have already been opened. Each item can only be amplified once. Upon reading the description of the talent, Fang Yu was momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by overwhelming joy. Truly, when the heavens close a door, they open a window, and beyond that window lies a grand avenue, complete with luxurious palanquins to carry one across. It was simply exhilarating. Alas, it is a pity that the initial treasure chest cannot be amplified. However, Fang Yu was not too disheartened. After all, without opening the initial treasure chest, one could not obtain the Talent Awakening Stone. Without this stone, how could he possibly awaken such a formidable talent. It can only be said that fate has its own designs. Time is of the essence. We must board the ship post-haste. Considering his mobility issues, Fang Yu decided to summon the ship first and simultaneously test out his newly acquired talent. With this thought, he grasped the ship's summoning card lying on the ground. Would you like to use the ordinary ship summoning card? Yes, no. Fang Yu decisively selected yes. Ding! The talent Divine Hand has been triggered. Please choose one amplification direction from the following options. 1. Quantity 10,000 times amplification. 2. Quality 10,000 times amplification. Another choice. Fang Yu's eyes brightened, and he began to ponder seriously. Quantity 10,000 times amplification. That surely cannot be applied to the ship. The mere thought of being surrounded by 10,000 small rafts sent a shiver down his spine. At that point, he wouldn't even be able to escape, let alone distance himself from the gray mist. He resolutely opted for the quality 10,000 times amplification. As he made his selection, he felt an immediate darkness envelop him, as if some colossal entity had obscured the sun. Is it dark already? Fang Yu looked up at the sky, bewildered. What the hell? This was not the first time he had uttered a curse today, but the events unfolding were simply too astonishing. Before him loomed a gargantuan cargo ship, so immense that its end could not be seen, appearing mere meters away from his nascent island. The ship was adorned with a multitude of neatly stacked containers, vibrant red and green, strikingly conspicuous. In the next moment, the information regarding this 100-meter behemoth flooded his mind. Ship name, Dream Treasure, Level 1, Durability, Range, Capacity 100,000 units, Speed 22 knots. Ship Skill, Dream Key, refreshes one disposable universal key for each person daily, capable of unlocking any container. The items within the containers are entirely random. With a stroke of luck, one might even unveil a tank. Evaluation, truly astonishing. This cargo ship was originally a treasure of the sea, and you have managed to acquire it. Surely, you must be cheating, right? Upon reading the final evaluation, Fang Yu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. This was even more terrifying than actually cheating. With such a colossal vessel, his immediate concern was how to board it, as his lower body was immobile. The thought alone sent him into a frenzy. The height from the sea level to the deck was over 20 meters. There was no way he could possibly climb aboard. Furthermore, a ship of this magnitude could not be operated by a single person. Yet, the rule of the ship's summoning card was to summon a vessel that could be piloted alone. Thus, a miraculous event transpired. Fang Yu's consciousness directly linked with the cargo ship. The ship felt like an extension of his own being, allowing him to control its various joints and modules, albeit in a rudimentary manner. Most importantly, to navigate this immense vessel, one must be present in the captain's cabin, otherwise it would be utterly immobile. As Fang Yu's thoughts stirred, a retractable gangway extended from the cargo ship, perfectly positioned before him. Without uttering a word, he climbed to the edge of his wheelchair, using his arms to hoist himself onto the seat. The endeavor consumed considerable strength, and he stumbled several times. However, he ultimately succeeded. Fang Yu retrieved the bottled water and compressed biscuits from the ground, inching his way onto the vessel. At this moment, only 10 minutes remained before the appearance of the gray mist. This wheelchair was merely an ordinary manual model, not an electric one. Thus, Fang Yu had to push himself forward gradually. The gangway was inclined at an angle that would pose no challenge to an average person. Yet, for Fang Yu, it represented an insurmountable barrier. Fortunately, he did not need to exert himself to push up the incline. He merely had to pause on the gangway. Then, with a flicker of thought, the gangway elevated automatically. Fang Yu felt himself ascending slowly until he was level with the deck, and then it rose just a fraction more. Releasing his grip on the locked wheels, the wheelchair glided down towards the deck. The descent was not rapid, yet it was at a pace he could manage. "This is much faster," Fang Yu remarked as he embraced the wind, experiencing an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. "I wonder when I will regain the use of my legs." He pondered, envisioning the colossal cargo ship that had appeared before him. In comparison, standing up seemed no longer an impossible feat within mere seconds. Fang Yu, seated in his wheelchair, had slid onto the deck, greeted by a veritable jungle of shipping containers. "My heavens!" he gasped. "How many containers are there?" He was astounded, realizing that this ship had the capacity to open a container each day. And this was merely a first-tier vessel. If it were upgraded, would it not be able to open even more containers daily? He sensed that upgrading would undoubtedly require vast quantities of resources that an ordinary person could hardly amass in a lifetime. Yet, under the tenfold amplification of his divine hand, this was merely a trivial concern. Contemplating this, Fang was eager to experiment with whether he could amplify the daily generated dream key by the same factor. If successful, he could potentially unlock 10,000 containers in a single day. With a mere thought, he activated the ship's ability, and a translucent glass key materialized in his hand. Regrettably, it did not trigger the effect of the divine hand. It seems that established entities cannot activate the divine hand. Then what if? Fang gazed upon the steel forest before him. Layer upon layer of containers towered in front of him nevertheless. Beyond the first layer, the uppermost containers were clearly beyond his current physical capabilities. No matter, even the bottommost containers would suffice to keep him occupied for several years. For there were at least tens of thousands of containers here, with the first layer alone housing thousands. Opening one each day would be more than enough to sustain him for years to come. Time is of the essence. The gray mist is approaching. First, I shall open a container, and then swiftly make my way to the captain's quarters. Fang meticulously devised his plan, propelling his wheelchair through the steel jungle, his destination firmly set on the captain's chambers. He resolved to select a container that caught his eye along the way. After gliding forward for half a minute, a striking blue and purple-hued container captured his attention, igniting within him an irresistible urge to unlock it. You shall be the one. Fang maneuvered his wheelchair to the entrance of the container, only to find a formidable iron lock securing the door. He located the keyhole and inserted the key of his dreams directly. With a decisive click, the lock yielded, though the key broke within the keyhole. Indeed, it is a one-time use. Fang was momentarily speechless, but in the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. Ding! The talent divine hand has been activated. Please select one enhancement direction from the following options. Chapter 3. The first container, unexpected cutting-edge technology. Faced with this selection, Fang could not help but become solemn. After all, the resources obtained next would significantly impact his future survival. In this vast ocean, apart from these tens of thousands of containers, he possessed no other resources. In the early stages of the game, an abundance of quantity might not necessarily be advantageous. Just like this colossal cargo ship, 1,000 small rafts could not compare to even a single component of this vessel. Realizing this, Fang decisively opted for the enhancement of quality. As Fang made his choice, the container door creaked open. With considerable effort, he managed to pry the door open just a crack. Indeed, his disability of a lower body still hindered his normal movements. Even opening a single container proved to be such a strenuous task. This once again intensified his desire to swiftly recover his lower body. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Fang gazed into the container. It was a standard 1 AAA container, approximately 12 meters in length, around 4 meters in width, and about 9 meters in height, making it the largest container available in the market. The ship was predominantly filled with containers of this size. The interior was simply arranged. Apart from a table beside the door, there were 5 large circular discs closely positioned together. Each disc had a diameter of around 2 meters, and their purpose was unclear. However, on the table, he noticed a list and a black iron box. Fang maneuvered his wheelchair into the container. Due to the height difference, he struggled considerably to enter. Hopefully, this will bring me some surprises. With anticipation, he picked up the list from the table and began to read. The first 5 words that caught his eye were superconducting drone. Turning the thin list over, the back offered no extensive introduction, merely prompting Fang to open the box and use the control device within to operate the drone. A minute later, Fang emerged from the container, wearing a pair of sunglasses. Those were indeed the drone's control device. He could now view the drone's perspective at any moment through the glasses, while also issuing commands via brainwaves. This was truly cutting-edge technology. In his former world, although drones existed, they were nowhere near this level of sophistication. Truly, the enhancement of quality was remarkable. At this moment, there were less than 7 minutes until the appearance of the gray mist. Fang Yu pushed his wheelchair away from the partially open container. A faint hum resonated, and then the container's large door was pushed open from the inside, revealing a mechanical arm. In an instant, 5 drones, each with a diameter of 2 meters, soared out. Not too few, not too many, precisely 5. As the machines ascended, the drones expanded, their diameters increasing from 2 meters to 4 meters. Simultaneously, 4 smaller drones emerged from each of the larger drones, dispersing in all directions. Fang Yu beheld the perspectives of each of the 25 drones through his glasses, filling his view entirely. From the vantage point of the drones, he comprehended the sheer magnitude of his cargo ship. The vessel was roughly estimated to be no less than 400 meters in length, nearly 80 meters in width, and over 20 meters in height. The containers alone reached more than 20 tiers. The blue whale, in comparison, seemed like a mere sibling. Suppressing the astonishment within, Fang Yu concentrated and commanded the drones to activate their guardian mode, mindful to leave behind 4 smaller drones. 16 drones of various sizes dispersed in all directions, each heading to predetermined positions to monitor the waters surrounding the cargo ship. Any sign of movement or anomaly would be relayed to Fang Yu's glasses. Could this be considered a low-spec aircraft carrier? Fang Yu mused, recognizing that his dream vessel, the treasure ship, was undoubtedly comparable to an aircraft carrier in scale. With the additional eyes of the drone fleet, he felt even closer to that dream. In a scenario where endurance and range were boundless, it could even surpass an aircraft carrier. The only distinction lay in the absence of a weapon system aboard his treasure ship. It resembled a mobile treasury, yet lacked the means to safeguard its wealth. He could only hope for the acquisition of weaponry in the future. Nevertheless, Fang Yu remained undeterred. The maritime survival game was just beginning. With such a colossal vessel, no one could board without his consent, nor would anyone dare to do so. If faced with an intruder, a mere bump would suffice, and with infinite durability backing him, he would not fear even an aircraft carrier. Having resolved these thoughts, Fang Yu prepared to head to the captain's cabin, eager to set things in motion before the encroaching gray mist could render everything lost. With a thought, he directed the 4 remaining small drones. 2 drones forged ahead to clear the path, while the other 2 extended their mechanical arms to grasp his wheelchair, propelling him forward at remarkable speed. This pace far exceeded his own mobility. At that moment, only 5 minutes remained until the gray mist would arrive. The drones whisked Fang Yu swiftly through the steel jungle, their reinforced carbon fiber bodies and superconducting engines emitting merely a faint sound. However, the wind rushing past his ears created a deafening roar, drowning out the noise of the drones, a relentless whisper in Fang Yu's vicinity. The cargo ship was so immense that even with Fang Yu reaching speeds exceeding 20 kilometers per hour, it still took over 3 minutes to arrive at the captain's cabin. This delay was primarily due to the winding pathways within the ship that he had to navigate to reach the cabin. Fang Yu felt fortunate that the first acquisition he had made was indeed the drones. Without them, given his current state, it would have taken him at least an hour to locate the captain's cabin, by which time he would surely have perished. Thankfully, he arrived at the captain's cabin just in time before the gray mist descended. With a hum, the engine of the treasure ship was ignited through his mental command. The colossal steel beast, weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, was thoroughly awakened. Tens of thousands of horsepower surged to life, and the roar of the engine resonated throughout the surrounding waters. Fang Yu felt an exhilarating sensation. He believed that with a mere thought, the entire vessel, the dream treasure, would surge forward at a brisk speed of 22 knots. However, the sole drawback was that he found himself confined to a wheelchair within the captain's quarters, unable to glimpse the scenery beyond the windows, let alone the course ahead. It was indeed a frustrating predicament. Fortunately, he could rely on the drone's aerial perspective to adjust the cargo ship's direction at will. Fang Yu was immensely grateful that his inaugural item was a drone. Otherwise, he would be navigating the dream treasure blindly. While the ship boasted unparalleled durability, he had no desire to flounder aimlessly across the ocean, especially not towards the ominous gray mist. As he familiarized himself with the dream treasure, the initial voice echoed once more. The gray mist approaches. The game officially begins. I trust everyone has received the small gifts I prepared for you. Strive to survive. Additionally, beyond the islands, various treasure chests will be scattered across the sea. What you can unlock within them relies entirely on your luck. With that proclamation, the gray mist descended, and the game truly commenced. Chapter 4. Huayuan International. Trading Intelligence Boom. The colossal dream treasure sailed across the sea, resembling a steel behemoth cleaving through the waves. Behind the dream treasure loomed a thick gray mist, relentlessly pursuing, refusing to be shaken off. What on earth? Fang pondered. Logically, at the helm of the dream treasure, racing at a full speed of 22 knots. He should have easily outpaced the mist by now. However, after navigating at full throttle for over 10 minutes, a distance check via the drone revealed that the gray mist remained approximately 5 nautical miles away, unchanged from before. This was perplexing. Was the mist supposed to travel at a speed of 10 knots? With a hint of confusion, Fang accessed the control panel and opened the chat channel. He first perused the world channel. After some time had passed, the frequency of messages had diminished, allowing him to discern the content more clearly. Huayuan International is acquiring various resources, offering barter options, and also trading intelligence for supplies. This treasure chest at sea is a total scam. All I got was half a compressed biscuit, and I nearly fell overboard. Is there a kind soul out there? I'm dying of thirst. Can someone spare me a bottle of water? I'll send you a photo in return. Don't trust the person above. It's a man in long underwear. And I nearly burst out laughing after seeing that. What nonsense. They just have a robust growth hormone level. They're actually a girl. The world channel was a mix of everything, yet it also harbored some valuable information. For instance, Fang noticed the post from Huayuan International. He recognized this company as one of the leading enterprises even before the game commenced. Now, even amidst this vast survival game on the ocean, they had managed to disseminate acquisition information in such a short span, indicating the prowess of those behind it. This sparked an idea in Fang. Could he sell the information about the gray mist to them? After all, the survival game had only just begun, and his ability to ascertain that the mist was 5 nautical miles away was thanks to the drone's distance measurement function. Others lacked such capabilities. They would likely be eager to distance themselves from the mist, pushing forward at full speed. Yet, not everyone possessed unlimited endurance like him. If they continued at full throttle, their fuel would deplete rapidly. While his piece of information might not be of utmost importance, it was undoubtedly significant. If others were to learn of it, it would take them at least a few hours. By then, they would question why they had not shaken off the mist despite their prolonged full-speed advance. Only then would the information become public. The likelihood of someone discovering this crucial detail as swiftly as he had was slim. Thus, he resolved to expedite the sale of this intelligence. With that thought, Fang clicked to add the contact as a friend. After a few minutes, likely due to the influx of friend requests, his application was accepted. Friend function activated. With the successful addition of friends, a flurry of information flooded the panel, and new features were unlocked. Simultaneously, Huayuan International also sent a message. What is the transaction? They inquired directly. I possess intelligence regarding the gray mist. May I inquire what price you are willing to offer? The individual known as Horizons of the Universe was, in fact, Fang. Huayuan International paused momentarily before responding. What is it concerning? I cannot divulge, Fang replied, knowing full well that such inquiries were evasive. Discussing the movement speed of the gray mist would likely reveal too much, jeopardizing the transaction and resulting in a loss of valuable information. Thus, his best option was to remain ambiguous, leaving them to speculate. How can I ascertain whether this information holds any value? Came the prompt reply. A subtle smile graced Fang's lips. The deal was nearly sealed. If the counterpart were indifferent, they would have simply ignored him. Their response indicated the intelligence was indeed of significance. As long as communication continued, Fang felt confident in selling the information. I trust you understand that preliminary intelligence is of utmost importance. There is no room for negotiation, Fang stated assertively. Silence ensued from the other end, with no immediate reply. Yet, Fang remained unperturbed. There was an abundance of potential buyers, and within an hour, the information would still hold market value. After 2 minutes, another message arrived. You have prevailed. I am willing to offer 5 standard compressed biscuits and 5 bottles of purified water. Fang was taken aback by this proposition. Just moments ago, he had witnessed someone on the global channel receive merely half a compressed biscuit from a treasure chest. Now, This party was prepared to exchange 5 biscuits and 5 bottles of water, sufficient provisions to sustain an adult for a week. Wait, if goods could be traded, could treasure chests be as well? A perfect opportunity to leverage his abilities. With this thought in mind, Fang typed out his request. I do not require these. I need 10 unopened treasure chests. The other party was evidently unprepared for such a demand, opting for uncertain treasure chests over immediate resources. It was well known that the contents of treasure chests were unpredictable. The outcome depended entirely on fortune, and the variety was equally uncertain, perhaps even yielding a box of small balloons. 10 is excessive. I can offer a maximum of 5. 8, Fang countered. After a moment's hesitation, the other party replied, agreed. But these 8 chests must be paid for separately. For each piece of information you provide, I shall grant you 1 chest. Currently, I can only offer you 5. The remaining 3 will require several hours. Furthermore, this intelligence must be kept confidential from others. If these terms are unacceptable, our transaction shall be nullified. Fang did not hesitate. He readily agreed. There was no superfluous chatter on that side. The transaction involved not 1, but 3 treasure chests. Clearly, the counterpart did not harbor any doubts regarding the integrity of this side, nor did they fear deception. After all, the influence of Huayun International in the original world was such that it could rival nations in wealth. Even upon arrival here, it could swiftly amass a formidable force. It is worth noting that despite Fang controlling 20 drones, he had yet to locate even a single treasure chest on the ocean surface. Naturally, this was partly due to his lack of initiative in searching, yet it also underscored the rarity of the treasure chests. Given the generosity displayed by the other party, Fang reciprocated without hesitation, promptly sending a message. The speed of the mist was not a constant 10 knots per hour. I was navigating at full throttle. Yet the distance between the mist and myself remained consistently at 5 nautical miles. After reviewing this, the counterpart proceeded to trade 2 additional treasure chests. By this point, Fang had received a total of 5 treasure chests. This intelligence proved invaluable. I would dispatch the remaining 3 treasure chests to you within 2 hours. However, I have a minor request. Could you ascertain whether the mist maintains a speed of 10 knots if your vessel's speed falls below that threshold? Should you be able to provide this information, I would be willing to offer an additional 5 treasure chests. It was evident that the counterpart had contemplated this matter as well. The query pertained to whether the mist always maintained a distance of 5 nautical miles from the ship, and if within that range, whether its speed remained at 10 knots. Such inquiries were straightforward. Fang merely needed to deploy a drone to a closer position for observation. Thus, Fang agreed to the arrangement, setting a time for the transaction details in 1 hour. For now, he was eager to test whether his divine hand could activate these treasure chests. Chapter 5. Unlocking the treasure chests. The woman on the raft, 5 ordinary wooden treasure chests were extracted as per the information circulating in the global channel. These chests would randomly respawn on the ocean, and with a stroke of luck, everyone could potentially find one. However, Fang was puzzled as to why he had yet to see a single one. In contemplation, he focused his thoughts and controlled a drone through his glasses. He left 5 large drones to patrol around the cargo ship, alongside 4 smaller drones in close proximity. The remaining 16 smaller drones dispersed across the sea to search for the treasure chests. Although these drones were small, each possessed a remarkable weight capacity of 15 kilograms. The ordinary wooden treasure chests before Fang weighed no more than 5 kilograms, making them quite lightweight and easily manageable by each drone. Fang had no concerns regarding flight range or endurance. After all, these were marvels of advanced technology. The drones utilized solar power for endurance. And while the exact flight range was not explicitly stated, it was conservatively estimated to be at least 300 nautical miles from Fang's position. In terms of distance, 300 nautical miles equated to approximately 560 kilometers. Ample range indeed. With the drone assignments established, Fang's gaze fell upon the 5 treasure chests, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together in anticipation. Let me give this a try. With a click, he opened the first chest. As expected, his talent, the divine hand, was activated. Ding! The talent divine hand has been triggered. Please select one amplification direction from the following options. 1. Quantity 10,000 times amplification. 2. quality 10,000 times amplification. This time, Fang Yu decided to experiment with the quantity 10,000 times amplification. After all, he had previously opted for quality 10,000 times amplification, resulting in the acquisition of the Dream Treasure ship and drones. Now that his basic needs for shelter and transportation were secured, he prioritized ensuring a large quantity of food before considering quality. With the divine hand at his disposal, he was untroubled by future shortages of supplies and could swiftly amass a significant amount of food, facilitating the accumulation of other resources. Even if he didn't consume it himself, he could trade it. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu promptly selected quantity 10,000 times amplification. In the next moment, the wooden treasure chest transformed into a radiant light and vanished. Acquired. Miniature balloons X10 000, 10D stockings X10 000, due to the excessive quantity. Items have been stored in the ship's warehouse. Fang Yu was taken aback. What on earth? The first chest he opened yielded such items. Were they even useful to him? However, it appeared they indeed had their merits. The miniature balloons could store liquids and waterproof wounds, proving to be quite versatile. As for the stockings, their applications were even more diverse. They could serve as ropes, showcasing remarkable resilience, though they might easily be misconstrued as peculiar. Gazing at the remaining 4 treasure chests, Fang Yu set aside his previous thoughts and decisively opened another one. This time, he opted for quality 10,000 times amplification. After all, one must always test the waters. Acquired. Super functional beverages X100. Fang Yu stood in disbelief at the sight of 100 newly acquired small bottles of beverages. Choosing to enhance quality raises the question of how one can acquire such an abundance of functional beverages. Even if one were to amplify ordinary purified water 100-fold, it would not transform into an elixir of eternal youth, yet it surely should not result in mere functional drinks. Is it possible that the enhancement of quality has a limit? Fang Yu's hypothesis is not without merit. After all, no matter how much one amplifies an ant, it will never become a dragon. The foundation is inherent, and amplification does not conjure something from nothing. However, how could the quantity be 100? Surely this treasure chest does not contain 100 bottles of purified water. It appears that once the quality amplification reaches its threshold, any overflow manifests as an increase in quantity. Nevertheless, Fang Yu must conduct further tests to ascertain the specifics. He then decisively opened the remaining 3 treasure chests, all of which yielded a quality enhancement of 10,000 times. Acquired. Supreme Instant Hot Pot 100. Acquired. Ultra Strength Functional Beverage 100. Acquired. Edelman Alloy Lure Rod Set 10. Food has been stored in the ship's cold storage. Gazing at the additional 100 cans of beverage and 10 fishing rods before him, Fang Yu realized his conjecture was correct. The logic was likely as he surmised. After all, he was not oblivious to the World Channel, where the luckiest individuals had only managed to procure 2 compressed biscuits. Ordinary folks would typically yield merely half a bottle of purified water and half a compressed biscuit, just enough to sustain life, hardly sufficient for true comfort. Fang Yu retrieved a compressed biscuit and a bottle of purified water from behind him, items he had procured from the initial treasure chest before awakening his talents. Initially, he had worried about sourcing food and fresh water, intending to wait until he could no longer endure before consuming them. However, now, the compressed biscuit was cast aside, while he savored half a bottle of purified water, pouring the other half away. After all, that wretched biscuit could not compare to the allure of hot pot. Just as he indulged in these thoughts, a signal from his glasses interrupted him. A drone had detected a treasure chest. Yet, this was not the most significant revelation. The drone had made other discoveries. Switching the display, Fang Yu observed 2 small black dots upon the deep blue sea. With a mere thought, the dots magnified, revealing one to be a wooden treasure chest, while the other astonishingly turned out to be a wooden raft. Indeed, a raft. How unfortunate could one be to draw a raft? Fang Yu nearly laughed himself to tears at the speed of the raft. It would surely meet a grim fate under the pursuit of the gray mist within the hour. Yet, over 20 minutes had already elapsed since the mist began its descent. What perplexed Fang Yu was the absence of gray mist surrounding the raft. This led him into contemplation. Could it be that the gray mist is merely a concept? Perhaps each individual is chased by a unique gray mist, visible only to themselves? Otherwise, it would be improbable for the drone's perspective to overlook the mist encircling the raft. As the drone's camera zoomed in, Fang Yu discerned a woman clad in a dress upon the raft, vigorously paddling toward the location of the treasure chest. It is evident that her rowing speed is not swift. Capturing the treasure chest will require some time. Fang Yu directly maneuvered the drone to descend. He certainly would not allow the chest to fall into another's grasp, not even for a beautiful woman, nor for the fact that she appeared so pitiable. As she beheld the drone descending from the heavens, Min Lungshuang was taken aback. How could there be a drone in this place? It defied all logic. One must remember that the maritime survival game had only just commenced, and everyone was still struggling for basic sustenance. Yet, it was clear that this drone was under someone's control, with its target being the treasure chest right before her. Is this reasonable? All she desired was to survive. Was that truly so difficult? A fragile girl, alone in a raft, pursued relentlessly by the encroaching mist. Must she be stripped of this last glimmer of hope? Tears streamed down Min Lungshuang's cheeks, and she found herself weeping. Chapter 6. Min Lungshuang with a sharp crack. The drone extended its mechanical arm and seized the wooden treasure chest. However, as the drone turned its gaze towards the makeshift raft, it was met with the sight of Min Lungshuang, her eyes brimming with tears. What? Why is she crying? Fang Yu felt a pang of discomfort. In reality, he was merely an ordinary man, confined to his home due to paralysis from the waist down, living the life of a quintessential recluse. Witnessing such a beautiful woman in such profound sorrow stirred an unexpected compassion within him. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. The Dream Treasure Ship's ability allowed each person to refresh a key daily. If he were to bring this woman aboard, would they not be able to refresh 2 keys each day? To be honest, the idea was quite enticing. Yet, considering his current condition and lack of means for self-defense, he hesitated. Had he faced a muscular man, he would have fled without a second thought. But before him stood an innocuous young girl, igniting a conflict within him. If he refrained from intervening, the woman, stranded on her raft, faced certain doom. Eureka! An idea sparked in Fang Yu's mind. He activated the drone's voice system and emitted a synthesized electronic tone. Do you wish to survive? It was not that he could not produce his own voice. Rather, he chose to disguise it. Fang Yu aimed to present himself as another individual in need of refuge, rather than the master of the Dream Treasure Ship. He was no fool. Should this woman discover that a disabled person was in control, she would undoubtedly seek to usurp his position. It is wise to maintain a guard against potential threats. However, if he and she shared the same status as those seeking sanctuary, their similarities might foster a sense of security, allowing for a lapse in vigilance. Only once his body returned to normal would he contemplate revealing his true identity. For now, he resolved to live under the guise of a fellow refugee. With that thought, Fang Yu understood that acquiring means of self-defense was imperative for his safety. On the raft, upon hearing Fang Yu's inquiry, Min Lungshuang appeared momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated anyone would deign to acknowledge her. After all, everyone was preoccupied with the struggle for scarce survival resources. Who would possess the kindness to rescue another? Yet she quickly regained her composure. Yes, Min Lungshuang declared resolutely. She had endured enough. Initially, she had been diligently studying at the library, preparing for her impending exams, only to be thrust into this dire situation, participating in some sort of survival game at sea and randomly assigned to a flimsy raft. The most terrifying experience in the world is to witness death inching closer with each moment. Min Lungshuang had been living this reality for the past 20 minutes. Now, if she turned back, she would see the ominous gray mist looming perilously close. Fang Yu's conjecture was indeed correct. The mist manifested differently for each individual, with each person perceiving it in their own unique way. Perhaps he saw it moving from west to east, while she perceived it advancing from north to south, rendering their experiences utterly unrelated. Hearing the woman's affirmative response, Fang Yu paused for a moment before continuing his inquiry. In which direction lies your gray mist? Upon hearing the question, Min Lungshuang appeared momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure and gestured behind her. Far aboard the Dream Treasure, Fang Yu furrowed his brow. The woman's swift reaction indicated her intelligence, as she instantly grasped Fang Yu's intent. Whether it was wise or unwise to take in such a woman remained uncertain. Nonetheless, having made his decision, Fang Yu would not abandon her due to her cleverness. Moreover, it presented an opportunity to test whether the gray mist direction would change upon her boarding. Having come to this conclusion, Fang Yu directed the drone to deposit the treasure chest onto the raft, instructing her not to open it. The drone seized one corner of the raft with its mechanical arm and soared towards the dream treasure. Although the pull of several dozen pounds did not significantly accelerate the raft, it was certainly swifter than if the woman paddled by hand. Concurrently, two large drones surrounding the dream treasure also set their course towards the woman's location. In merely a minute, the drones arrived at their destination. Two sturdy mechanical arms grasped either side of the raft, lifting both the woman and the raft into the air amidst Min Lungshuang's horrified gaze. The sudden ascent of the raft left her both terrified and curious about the individual behind the drones. Who could possibly achieve such advancements in such a brief span of time? Due to personal considerations, the drones did not dare to fly too swiftly, maintaining a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Although not fast, it was more than sufficient to outpace the gray mist. The small drone swiftly lifted the treasure chest from the raft and flew at full speed towards the dream treasure. Fang Yu had no time to wait for her to arrive before opening the chest, for Min Lungshuang was still over 60 nautical miles away from the dream treasure. Even with a direct flight, it would take considerable time. Fortunately, the two vessels were not in a chase. As long as they proceeded forward, they would inevitably converge. Otherwise, Fang Yu would have had to slow down to wait for her. After more than an hour, Fang Yu discovered 3 additional treasure chests. Together with the one seized from Min Lungshuang, he now had a total of 4. Upon opening them, he acquired a modest amount of survival supplies, including 100 boxes of cookies capable of quickly replenishing energy. Regrettably, none of the items enhanced his attributes. It seemed that ordinary treasure chests were destined to yield nothing remarkable. True value lay within the containers. Reflecting on this, he noted Min Lungshuang's position. She was already quite close, even able to discern the outline of the dream treasure from the raft. Min Lungshuang was utterly astonished. What had she just witnessed? Is this truly not an aircraft carrier? How could it be so immense? Meanwhile, Fang Yu in the captain's cabin remained oblivious to her thoughts. He was now steering the drone towards the vicinity of the gray mist. In a matter of minutes, the small drone reached the gray mist, situated 5 nautical miles away. From his perspective, the mist was advancing at a speed of 22 knots, maintaining a steady distance of 5 nautical miles from the dream treasure. The small drone consistently maintained a distance from the gray mist, the separation being 500 meters, allowing for convenient observation and documentation. Subsequently, Fang Yu focused his thoughts, and the speed of the dream treasure gradually decelerated. 22 knots, 20 knots, 15 knots, until it fell below 10 knots. For the first time, the distance between the gray mist and the dream treasure began to diminish. What astonished Fang Yu was that as the gray mist entered his 5 nautical mile range, its speed also transformed to 10 knots. Indeed, Fang Yu comprehended. It appeared to be a strategy to ensure that everyone continued moving forward before nightfall, rather than advancing at full speed for a period, followed by a halt. It is worth noting that, apart from Fang Yu, all other vessels required fuel to maintain their operation. When covering the same distance, the fuel consumption at full speed was only marginally less than that of a steady 10-knot pace. This compelled everyone, in addition to searching for food and fresh water, to also seek fuel. Just as Fang Yu unraveled this matter, Min Lungshuang arrived. Chapter 7: The Second Key. A personal favor Min Lungshuang felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Just moments ago, she had been pursued by a menacing gray mist over a perilous ocean, teetering on the brink of being engulfed. Yet, serendipitously, a drone appeared, guiding her to safety. This vessel, an aircraft carrier? No, it must be a colossal cargo ship. However, its size, coupled with the surrounding swarm of drones, rendered it indistinguishable from an aircraft carrier. At that moment, the dream treasure had come to a halt. To maintain discretion, Fang Yu refrained from allowing the drone to propel him, opting instead to maneuver his wheelchair himself. From a distance, he spotted Min Lungshuang standing on the deck, adorned in a dainty yellow dress that accentuated her statuesque figure. Even the loose-fitting garment could not conceal the grandeur of her upper body. He had often heard that dresses suited the petite, while stepmother dresses were for the more ample. Fang Yu could only scoff at such notions. Anyone of larger stature could look magnificent in anything. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, Minling Shuang turned to behold Fang Yu approaching in his wheelchair, a sight that momentarily startled her. As he drew nearer, she timidly inquired, "Are you the master of this place?" "Not quite." Fang Yu shook his head, adding, "My name is Fang Yu. We are all guests here. The captain took pity on me and offered refuge." He gestured towards his lower body, indicating his inability to walk. "Come, you just arrived. Let me show you around this ship." Fang Yu deftly maneuvered his wheelchair, while Minling Shuang graciously grasped the handles. Unbeknownst to her, as her hands gripped the wheelchair, for small drones hovered from different angles, vigilantly monitoring her every movement. Should any hint of malevolence arise, they would not hesitate to intervene. Simultaneously, all surrounding drones would rush in, ready to eject her from the vessel. Fortunately, Minling Shuang remained composed, dutifully assisting Fang Yu. Fang Yu, do you know what kind of person the captain is?" The young woman initiated the conversation, her voice laced with anxiety, apprehensive of stepping from one perilous situation into another. After all, in this world, the concepts of morality and law had all but dissolved. "I arrived just over half an hour before you. And as for the captain..." A subtle smile crept across Fang Yu's lips. In an effort to instill a sense of safety and belonging in her, he decided to present the captain as female. "The captain is a beautiful woman." Upon hearing his response, Minling Shuang visibly relaxed. A woman was certainly preferable to a man. She possessed a modicum of confidence in her own appearance and figure. While it wasn't accurate to say men were rendered speechless in her presence, she considered herself at least above average. Yet, she underestimated her own allure. Despite the trials endured at sea, Fang Yu could still discern the remarkable beauty concealed beneath her weary facade. The briny sea breeze, mingled with the fragrance of the young woman, enveloped Fang Yu, stirring within him a sense of longing. At present, the sunlight is not overly intense, and one can deduce from the position of the sun that it is likely just past 9 in the morning. However, as noon approaches, it is anticipated that the deck will become so hot that one might find it unbearable to stand. This presents yet another challenge that other players must confront: the sweltering heat. The sun over the ocean is no trifling matter. Without any shade, prolonged exposure to its rays can quickly lead to heat stroke and dehydration. In the vast expanse of the sea, succumbing to heat stroke or dehydration can be tantamount to a death sentence. Minling Shuang is evidently aware of this. Thus, she cherishes her time aboard the vessel. Even in the presence of Fang Yu, who outwardly appears to be disabled, she dares not harbor a trace of disdain. Whether her regard is genuine or feigned remains uncertain. Of course, Fang Yu is unconcerned. As long as Minling Shuang remains unperturbed in the short term, he feels secure. He is confident that within a few days, she will devise means of self-preservation. The two enter the cabin, with Fang Yu guiding Minling Shuang on a brief tour of the ship's basic facilities. "By the way, I haven't asked your name," he inquired. "Minling Shuang," she replied. Fang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "The captain has yet to determine what tasks to assign you. You may spend your time in your room or on the deck enjoying the breeze. However, I must request that you refrain from wandering about. If the captain becomes displeased, I may not be able to protect you." Fang Yu found a modest single bedroom for Minling Shuang, imparting some essential advice. "I will come to call you for meals, and should there be any work assignments, I will notify you. If you require anything, you may use the communicator by your bedside to reach me or the captain." With that, Fang Yu exited the room, ensuring to close the door behind him. In the expansive single bedroom, Minling Shuang found herself alone, feeling somewhat fatigued as she reclined on the nearby sofa. Although the game had only commenced a few hours prior, and she had spent merely 20 minutes at sea, she had been rowing the small raft single-handedly, propelling it solely by her own strength. For someone unaccustomed to physical exertion, this was akin to torture, and her arms still ached. Relishing the softness of the sofa beneath her, she felt fortunate to have encountered a kind-hearted individual. Indeed, Minling Shuang had already concluded that the captain was a woman. She pondered what kind of person the captain might be, her mind brimming with curiosity. After Fang Yu departed, he received a message from Huayun International. They sent 3 treasure chests directly. These are the remaining chests. Fang Yu wasted no time and promptly conveyed what he knew. As you surmised, the distance of the gray mist can only be extended to a maximum of 5 nautical miles. Once surpassed, the speed of the gray mist will match that of the vessel. However, when the distance is less than 5 nautical miles, the speed decreases to 10 knots. Furthermore, I have another piece of information. Each individual's gray mist varies. Given the straightforwardness of Huayun International, Fang Yu felt inclined to share an additional piece of intelligence. In any case, she had nothing to lose. 5,000 nautical miles away, on a modest yacht, Hua Shiyun gazed contemplatively at the words displayed on her screen. As the helm of Huayun International and a mere 28 years of age, she had ascended to the position of chairperson of a multinational conglomerate worth trillions. Even in this new world, she was confident in her ability to rise again and establish a formidable empire. She pondered the message repeatedly. If the sender was not deceiving her, it implied that encounters upon these waters depended solely on chance. The differing paths obscured by fog would inevitably lead to divergent navigational routes. A traveler heading east could never cross paths with one journeying west. After all, who could definitively assert that this world is spherical? Perhaps it is merely a flat expanse. Thus, in such a scenario, does direction even hold significance? She remained uncertain. With a delicate furrow of her brows, Hua Shiyun sent a message to Fang Yu. Thank you for the information. Consider it a personal favor owed. She refrained from inquiring how the other party had acquired such knowledge, as it was unnecessary. It was evident that the individual was already aligned with others. As for the authenticity of the information, there was no room for doubt. In a few days, she would encounter others, and she could easily ascertain the truth. There was no need for fabrication. Fang Yu, upon receiving the message from Huayun International, chose not to respond. His sole desire at that moment was to open a shipping container. He had lost interest in the wooden treasure chest sent by Huayun International. Chapter 8. The Second Container. The seawater purifier on the deck of the Dream Treasure. Fang Yu casually selected a container, having come to a realization. These boxes were akin to SC Char Dinger's blind boxes, each one holding the potential for anything. Why expend so much effort in selection when it would be more prudent to conserve energy? He inserted the translucent key into the lock and turned it gently. With a click, the container door swung open, triggering Fang Yu's divine hand. Ding! The Talon Divine Hand has been activated. Please select one amplification direction from the options below. 1. 10,000-fold increase in quantity. 2. 10,000-fold increase in quality. Without hesitation, Fang Yu chose quality, believing it to be far more advantageous than quantity. Quality, even when in excess, could manifest as quantity, whereas quantity would merely amplify itself. The choice was evidently clear. It would likely take extraordinary circumstances for him to opt for a quantity increase. As the container door fully opened, he was met with an empty interior. Fang Yu. Yet, in the next moment, a notification appeared before him. Acquired seawater purifier installed. The Dream Treasure has unlocked freshwater capabilities. Exclamation. Fang Yu couldn't help but utter an expletive. At this moment, he realized that he was truly on the brink of a breakthrough. If one were to inquire about the most abundant element in the ocean, it would undoubtedly be water. However, if one were to ask what is most precious in the ocean, the answer would still be water. The distinction lies solely in its form, salt water versus freshwater. Humans cannot directly consume salt water. Doing so can lead to mild ailments or severe dehydration and shock. To obtain fresh water, one must either wait for rain or hope to find pure water in a treasure chest. Currently, there were no other alternatives. Yet, Fang Yu had miraculously unearthed a seawater purifier from the container. This discovery not only addressed his need for fresh water, but also opened avenues for trade, allowing him to sell fresh water and amass vast resources. Furthermore, fresh water would significantly aid his future plans. With this, whenever he encountered an island, he could transport soil aboard the ship and potentially cultivate crops, achieving self-sufficiency. Thus far, he had yet to see anyone extract vegetables or fruits from treasure chests. Prolonged absence of vitamins and trace elements could lead to various diseases, such as scurvy, which result from a deficiency of vitamin C. Presently, the most basic sustenance available was compressed biscuits. While they may suffice in the short term, reliance on them over an extended period would inevitably lead to complications. Pushing his wheelchair toward the captain's cabin, Fang Yu continued to contemplate the urgent need for cultivation. The sooner he planted, the sooner he would reap the benefits. At present, his warehouse contained only hot pot ingredients, which was far from satisfactory. It was impractical to subsist solely on hot pot. Monotony would surely set in. Moreover, the dish was excessively oily. He needed to incorporate lighter vegetables and fruits. Minutes later, the dream treasure roared to life once more. The engine's thunderous roar awakening the resting Min Lingshuang. Rising to the window, Min Lingshuang gazed through the modest opening, witnessing the tumultuous sea receding in the distance. The gray mist loomed ominously close, yet remained tantalizingly out of reach, instilling a profound sense of security. As the dream treasure accelerated, the mist was left behind, gradually fading into the horizon. Earlier, Fang Yu had exited the captain's cabin, prompting the dream treasure to come to a halt. However, the mist would not pause, naturally drawing nearer. Now, as the vessel resumed its journey, the mist was once again cast aside. What followed was the monotonous task of navigation. Though Fang Yu did not forget to deploy the drone to search for treasure chests, he opened the world channel and began to peruse its contents. Upon entering, he stumbled upon a post showcasing a person's fishing exploits. Look at the size of this fish. Image, wow, what a massive catch. What bait did you use? Same question. Fang Yu glanced at the 10 Edmund alloy fishing rods at his feet, lost in contemplation. It was indeed possible to fish. However, it made sense, given that everyone was at sea, where fish were bound to abound. Yet, having remained aboard this colossal freighter, he had overlooked the ocean's bounties. Perhaps he too could indulge in some fishing. It would certainly serve as a delightful pastime. However, he needed to steer the ship, confining him to the captain's cabin during daylight hours. If he wished to fish, alternative arrangements were necessary. Moreover, the dream treasure was rather unwieldy. The distance from the deck to the sea was nearly 20 meters. Attempting to fish directly with a rod would be quite inconvenient. Unlike those on smaller boats who could easily scoop up fish by hand, he would need a different approach. As Fang Yu pondered methods to fish, a full-screen announcement suddenly flashed across the world channel. Congratulations to Qing Cheng for being the first to reach level 2. Reward, silver treasure chest 1. Instantly, the world channel erupted with excitement. Wow, that was quick. How did you level up so fast? Qing Cheng, you should share your leveling methods with everyone. It would foster collective growth. Yes, it can't just be you leveling up. We want to level up too. We ordinary folks have our lives too. Reading these messages made Fang Yu feel a twinge of embarrassment. How could there be so many naive individuals incessantly demanding information without taking responsibility? Why should anyone divulge their secrets just because they lacked shame? Nonetheless, Fang Yu chose to ignore the chatter. His curiosity piqued about how Qing Cheng had leveled up, but he refrained from contributing to the world channel with such unproductive inquiries. If memory served him correctly, she had previously alerted everyone in the regional channel about the initial treasure chest containing a talent awakening stone. He wondered if he might have an opportunity to get to know her. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Fang Yu clicked on Qing Cheng's ID and opted to add her as friend. After waiting a few minutes without a response, he reconsidered and clicked to add her again, this time appending a note for compensation. In mere seconds, agreement was reached, showcasing sincerity. The other party took the initiative to send a message. Fang Yu, not one to hesitate, promptly dispatched a bottle of pure water and a compressed biscuit, 2 items he had procured from his initial treasure chest, with no concerns over sustenance. These items were of little use to him. If only he had a container for the water, he could easily begin trading fresh water. However, the thought of a water container brought to mind Huayan International, and he resolved to inquire if they had any bottles available, as he could exchange fresh water with them. Soon, Qing Cheng accepted Fang Yu's supplies and, without much delay, sent back a piece of intelligence. Killing any creature would yield experience. Upon reading this message, Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. The implications of this statement were quite substantial. Chapter 9. Trading the bronze treasure chest and functional beverages. The other party refer to beings, not merely animals or monsters. This implication suggests that humans are included as well. Could it be that they have taken lives? On the very first day, has the act of killing already commenced? Fang Yu fell into a contemplative silence. Although he was no saint, the notion of taking a life unsettled him. Nevertheless, should anyone pose a threat to him, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. His principle was to neither provoke trouble nor shy away from it. After a moment's reflection, Fang Yu sent another message. "May I inquire if the silver treasure chest is for sale?" There was no immediate response. It was half a minute before he received a reply. "Apologies, I just acquired the silver treasure chest and have already opened it. However, I do have a bronze treasure chest available for sale. I wonder what price you might offer." Upon reading this message, Fang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he quickly found solace. If he were in the same position, upon obtaining the silver treasure chest, he too would eagerly open it without hesitation. Moreover, the fact that the other party still possessed a bronze treasure chest was quite favorable, as it would undoubtedly surpass the ordinary wooden chests in quality. "Would you accept fresh water in exchange?" he proposed. "Certainly, I can offer 20 standard bottles of purified water." On the other end of the dialogue, Yi Qingsheng anxiously bit her finger, fixated on the conversation box before her. It was essential to note that, in this current context, 20 bottles of purified water represented a significant quantity. Everyone was struggling for basic sustenance, and most had spent the morning drifting at sea, parched and desperate for hydration. Even half a bottle of mineral water could incite discord among comrades, let alone 20. 10 bottles could work as well, Yi Qingqing murmured softly. She crouched cautiously behind a large tree, meticulously surveying her surroundings while remaining attentive to the dialogue box. She was the first to reach level 2, a beauty whose prowess in survival was renowned. In reality, she was not only a well-known wilderness survival vlogger, but also a master of traditional martial arts. Proficient in various survival techniques, and having honed her skills to the pinnacle of Ming Jin, she was merely a step away from achieving in Jin. Entering this game felt like a natural fit for her. Half an hour prior, fortune had smiled upon her as she stumbled upon an island within the first half of the game's commencement. Although the possibility of encountering a deadly owl loomed, she chose to land, driven by a lack of fuel. Her luck was already commendable, although her initial treasure chest yielded no food or fresh water. It did produce a weapon, a tactical combat knife. Her talent awakened a sense of danger perception, granting her a premonition of impending threats akin to a spider's instinct. This talent, combined with the weapon, provided Yi Qingqing with exceptional support once she reached the island, explaining her rapid progression. Just as she began to lose hope in her bargaining, a message arrived from the user identified as Zongheng Huanyu. Agreed. The simplicity of that response nearly caused her to lose her balance and tumble from the tree. He truly could offer 20 bottles of water, and he accepted her proposal with such alacrity, uncertain if he had undervalued his offerings. Fang Yu was oblivious to Yi Qingqing's thoughts. He exited the chat and switched to Hua Yun International. After a series of negotiations, he managed to acquire 20 water bottles at the price of 10 in exchange for a single bottle of water. The captain's quarters were stocked with water, and Fang Yu took the opportunity to fill his bottles directly from the restroom faucet, ensuring to cleanse them as he filled. After reserving 2 bottles for Hua Yun International, he had 18 left. Previously, without a seawater purifier, the water produced was brine, but now, with the installation of the purifier, it flowed as pure drinking water. However, Hua Yun International could only provide these 20 bottles for the time being, as obtaining more would require additional preparation time. This posed a dilemma for Fang Yu, who had made an agreement with Qing Cheng to exchange 20 bottles of water for a bronze treasure chest. With only 18 bottles at his disposal, he hesitated to go back on his word. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a small mountain of functional beverages piled on the floor. Perhaps these could serve as a substitute? He had yet to use them since acquiring them, but they were likely invigorating, similar to a certain energetic drink brand. However, given that each can contain only 225 milliliters, and considering that beverages would not quench thirst as effectively as water, he contemplated the fairness of the exchange. After a moment's reflection, he decided to prepare 10 cans of the energy drink to compensate for the remaining 2 bottles of water. confident that he had an abundance of these drinks, and he would still have opportunities to unlock wooden treasure chests in the future. Once resolved, he promptly placed the 18 bottles of water and 10 cans of functional beverages on the trading page, simultaneously messaging Qing Guiqing Cheng. I apologize, but I only have 18 bottles of water. I have substituted the remaining 2 with other items. If this is unacceptable, I can provide the 2 bottles next time. The response was instantaneous. No problem, I will send the bronze treasure chest your way. Within 2 seconds, the chest was ready, and Fang Yu clicked to finalize the trade. With a resounding click, a chest gleaming with metallic luster materialized before him, and his 18 bottles of water, along with the 10 cans of functional beverages, vanished simultaneously. Pleasant transaction, said Qing Guiqing Cheng. Pleasant transaction. I hope to be contacted for future treasure chest exchanges at high price, replied Fang Yu. Certainly. Yi Qingcheng felt a surge of excitement. Currently, she lacked water, though food was plentiful. Having gone nearly 5 hours without hydration, she was still managing, but noon was approaching. Without timely replenishment of fluids under the blazing sun, the risk of dehydration and fainting loomed large. Observing the 18 bottles of water and 10 cans of functional beverages before her, she felt a surge of determination and promptly transferred them into her personal backpack. Indeed, it was her personal backpack, a feature unlocked upon reaching level 2. Each individual gains access to a backpack with 10 slots upon advancement, allowing for the storage of simple items. Each slot can accommodate up to 10 identical items, although larger objects cannot be stored, nor can living creatures be kept within. Alongside the personal backpack, the construction feature was also unlocked. One can utilize materials to craft rudimentary tools. However, to create more intricate items, one must employ a simple workbench. The construction of this workbench requires 3 units of wood and 1 unit of stone, and once placed, it cannot be relocated. Yi Qingcheng has gathered all the necessary materials to construct the workbench, yet she intends to return to the ship for its assembly, as doing so in the current location would be somewhat wasteful. As she feels the breeze caress her cheeks, Yi Qingcheng experiences a slight thirst. The mere thought of the water and beverages she has recently acquired compels her to retrieve a can of functional drink. She decides against consuming the water for the time being, having discerned that the bottles are not sealed and may have been filled later. To avoid any potential stomach issues, it is wiser to boil the water before drinking. However, the beverage she holds is indeed sealed. She ponders the origin of these drinks, which seem to have a rather exquisite packaging. With a crisp sound, Yi Qingqing's slender fingers pull back the tab. She tilts her head back and takes a sip, her fair neck glistening in the sunlight. As the liquid glides down her throat, her eyes widen in astonishment. Chapter 10. Gene Enhancement Agent. The hope that stands tall over 300 nautical miles away from Yi Qingcheng, the dream treasure ship surged forward at full speed, leaving behind a gray mist that could not catch up. It was time to open the chests. Fang Yu rubbed his hands together, gazing at the 4 treasure chests before him. Among them were 3 wooden chests from Huayun International and 1 bronze chest acquired through trade with the enchanting beauty of the nation. Let us start with the 3 wooden chests. With a series of clicks, Fang Yu opened the 3 wooden chests, each yielding quality enhancements. Acquired, Super Functional Beverage 100 acquired, Supreme Instant Hot Pot 100 acquired, Super Functional Beverage 100, food stored in the ship's cold storage. As expected, there was nothing of great value, only these food and drink items, with not a single weapon in sight. Fang Yu turned his attention to the lone bronze chest, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. I hope you bring me a delightful surprise. With a click, the chest opened, revealing yet again quality 10-fold enhancement. This time, however, he heard a distinctly different sound. Acquired, Gene Enhancement Agent 1, a palm-sized black metal box appeared on Fang Yu's leg. What on earth did I just obtain? He gazed at the metal box with excitement. If he heard correctly, it was the Gene Enhancement Agent. Could it be that this is akin to Captain America's serum, transforming me from a frail figure into a muscular powerhouse with just 1 injection? Perhaps it might even heal my legs, allowing me to stand once more. With this thought, his excitement surged, and he could hardly contain himself as he eagerly opened the box. Inside was a standard class box, which Fang Yu easily unfastened. Upon opening, He was met with a syringe filled with a luminescent green liquid, clearly meant for injection. Without hesitation, Fang Yu extracted the syringe and plunged it into his thigh. His leg remained devoid of sensation as he slowly pressed the plunger, administering the green liquid into his body, the entire process taking merely 2 seconds. Is that all? It seems nothing has changed, Fang Yu muttered to himself, but in the next instant, a searing pain erupted from his leg. The syringe slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. Yet he paid no mind to it. The agony surged through him, overwhelming his senses, causing him to convulse and tumble from his wheelchair. However, all that occupied Fang Yu's mind was exhilaration, because his legs had regained sensation. The pain he felt originated from his legs, indicating that the gene enhancement agent was indeed effective. The torment persisted for 10 relentless minutes, as though a giant hammer was pounding on his bones, crushing and kneading them mercilessly. The pain was so intense that he couldn't focus on steering the dream treasure ship, allowing it to drift forward, guided solely by inertia. With a heavy exhale, Fang Yu released a cloud of pent-up breath, such pain he never wished to endure again in his lifetime. Yet, if given the choice, he would unhesitatingly choose to inject it once more. For no particular reason, but simply because it represented his hope of standing once more. Fang Yu, disregarding his image, sat on the ground, gently pinching his leg and astonishingly feeling a long-lost sensation. Although it was still not as sensitive as other parts of his body, the presence of feeling was an undeniable fact. Perhaps with another dose, he might indeed rise to his feet. With this thought, Fang Yu opened his personal panel. Name, Fang Yu, level, strength, 9, stamina, agility, 11, condition, partial nerve damage in lower body, talent, divine hand, items, none. His condition had progressed from complete nerve damage to partial nerve damage, indicating some recovery. Strength, stamina, and agility had each increased by 2 points. Both stamina and agility had reached the average level of an ordinary person, with agility even surpassing it. Unfortunately, Fang Yu's agility attribute could not yet be manifested. However, he remained optimistic, believing that the moment he could stand was drawing near. Silently, Fang Yu rose, first using his hands to lift the wheelchair before sitting down. This time, it felt considerably easier than in the morning. With a thought, the dream treasure ship resumed its journey, and the encroaching mist was once again drawn back. A sudden noise echoed in the spacious captain's cabin. Fang Yu's stomach growled. Earlier, he had been so focused on his legs that he hadn't noticed. But now, with idle time, a fierce hunger surged within him, akin to not having eaten for 3 days. His stomach churned, and acid was frantically secreted, urgently demanding sustenance for digestion. It appeared that after genetic enhancement, an enormous amount of energy was required, leading to an overwhelming hunger. Yet, he managed to maintain his composure, having often experienced hunger in reality. Fang Yu maneuvered a small drone towards the cold storage. He had originally possessed a compressed biscuit, but he had just given it to the enchanting beauty, leaving him with only energy drinks. Hence, he could only direct the drone to retrieve a hot pot from the cold storage. As for the energy drink, it was hardly sufficient to satiate his hunger. It was better to wait. Before long, within just a few minutes, the small drone returned, carrying a large packaging box. It appeared heavy, undoubtedly the instant hot pot retrieved from the cold storage. Upon grasping it, Fang Yu felt its substantial weight, estimating it to be around 5 or 6 pounds. Upon opening, he found 2 layers of metal boxes. The lower box contained the hot pot's self-heating pack, while the upper box held various ingredients and the hot pot base. At a cursory glance, there was an array of items: fatty beef, lamb rolls, fish slices, shrimp paste, and an assortment of meatballs, everything one could desire. However, the imbalance of meat and vegetables was concerning, but Fang Yu scarcely had time to contemplate such matters. He was almost eager to devour it raw, impatiently tearing open the packaging. He tossed all the ingredients into the pot and wheeled himself to the nearby sink to add the source of life. In less than 5 minutes, the hot pot began to bubble and simmer. The tantalizing aroma of spicy broth, mingled with the rich scent of beef tallow, instantly filled the captain's quarters. Suppressing his hunger, Fang Yu waited another minute, observing as some easily cooked ingredients transformed in color. Unable to bear it any longer, he seized the disposable chopsticks provided with the hot pot, picked up a slice of fatty beef, and without a thought for its temperature, promptly placed it into his mouth. The first sensation was one of heat. Before the temperature of the beef could diminish, his olfactory senses were already engaged as the savory fragrance wafted from his mouth to his nose. The intense aroma clung to him, refusing to dissipate. Although he typically did not favor such bold flavors, this particular hot pot surprisingly suited his palate exquisitely. Like a tempest sweeping away remnants, a substantial portion of meat vanished into Fang Yu's stomach, leaving him feeling adequately sated. After letting out a contented belch, he used a toothpick from his utensils to clean his teeth, while a drone efficiently whisked away the leftover scraps, casting them into the sea to feed the fish. In this altered world, Fang Yu found himself unconcerned with notions of morality. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. Meanwhile, in a room aboard the Dream Treasure, Minling Shuang suddenly awoke. "I am so hungry. Why hasn't it been time to eat yet?" She pondered. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she dismissed the thought that she had been overlooked. Even if the captain had forgotten, surely Fang Yu would not. After all, it had been half a day since she had last eaten, and she hoped for a swift return to mealtime. Lost in her thoughts, she drifted back into slumber. Chapter 11. The Path of Life and Death. Yi Qingsheng enters the Dark Force on a nameless island in the realm of reality. Yi Qingsheng is a bona fide inheritor of national martial arts, specializing in Bejiquan and supplementing her training with Pigua. At a tender age, she has already reached the pinnacle of Mingjin, demonstrating a mastery of her body that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Yet just moments ago, upon consuming a bottle of an energizing beverage, she was astounded to discover that her three-dimensional attributes had surged by an astonishing 20. Her stamina was restored to its zenith. This was no mere functional drink. It was akin to a panacea, a veritable elixir of vitality. She was utterly flabbergasted, realizing that the other party had bartered such a treasure for merely 2 bottles of purified water. Yi Qingsheng was acutely aware that she had just struck an incredible bargain. She was not one to forget kindness, and this beverage held immense significance for her current predicament, even determining her chances of escaping the island alive. Originally, she had only a 70 assurance of survival, but now she felt emboldened with at least a 120 certainty. Contemplating this, she sent a message to the individual known as Zongheng Huanyu, acknowledging her debt of gratitude. However, the recipient did not respond. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Yu was currently enduring excruciating pain. Yi Qingsheng remained focused on her surroundings. This was the island she had discovered half an hour prior, which she soon realized was a veritable death trap. The island was inhabited by numerous indigenous people who lived in a savage manner, their bodies bare, resembling primitive cannibals. Upon spotting Yi Qingsheng, the cannibals hurled their sharp spears at her. Had it not been for her innate sense of danger, she would have succumbed to their ambush long ago. However, once she detected their presence, she was not one to be trifled with. After retaliating and slaying 3 of the cannibals, Yi Qingsheng managed to break free from their encirclement. This was also the catalyst for her leveling up, having dispatched 3 foes. She ascended from level 1 to level 2, with level 3 now within her grasp. With a graceful leap, Yi Qingsheng descended from the tree, landing soundlessly. The expanse of this island was considerable, as she needed to swiftly locate fuel to transport back to her vessel. She had no intention of spending the night on this perilous island, even with the formidable talent of danger perception at her disposal. Once on the ground, she dashed forward, leaping with each stride. Her pace was unlike that of an ordinary person. Though her movements appeared deliberate, her speed was remarkable, surpassing that of a regular sprint. Enhanced by the energizing drink, her velocity became even more extraordinary, embodying the ancient martial technique known as 8 steps to chase the cicada. The direction she pursued was toward the path the cannibals had vacated. If there was any place on the island likely to harbor resources, it would undoubtedly be where human presence was felt. Now endowed with a 20 enhancement, she decided to seize the moment while the effects lingered and venture forth boldly. Thus, she sprinted for 10 uninterrupted minutes, covering nearly 10 kilometers, a feat unattainable by the average individual, yet entirely within Yi Qingsheng's capabilities. To understand her original capabilities, both her strength and agility were above 12, and upon reaching level 2, they soared over 14. Coupled with a 20 enhancement, her attributes now approached an astonishing 17. This figure is not simply a matter of addition. It exemplifies exponential growth. She now rivals a diminutive superhero. No matter how many cannibals stand before her, they are destined only for annihilation. Yi Qingcheng paused, spotting fireworks in the distance. Closer, to prevent her enhancements from waning during the impending battle, she retrieved a can of energy drink and consumed it in a single gulp. Her gaze sharpened, and with her tactical knife, she severed a strip of fabric to tightly bind the hilt to her hand. With a single step, Yi Qingcheng vanished into the forest like a wraith. After only a few more strides, she indeed encountered a primitive tribe ahead. The tribe consisted solely of men and women, devoid of elders. Those who reached a certain age were regarded as spare rations by these savage beings, destined to be devoured. As for the children, any who appeared frail were equally doomed. With her keen eyes, Yi Qingcheng spotted a large cauldron in the center of the tribe, filled with simmering, shredded flesh and bones. The brutality was appalling, and she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Although these beasts consumed their own kin, they were still human in appearance. The fury within Yi Qingcheng could no longer be contained, and she charged forth. Her form was ghostly, her blade danced like a butterfly. Though this military knife was not an official weapon of her school, it felt remarkably adept in her hands. By the time the other cannibals noticed her, 6 had already fallen to her blade. The cries of alarm erupted as they rallied against the intruder, and numerous cannibals emerged from the wooden huts of the tribe. Witnessing Yi Qingcheng's slaughter amidst them, they brandished their weapons and surged toward her, not out of rage, but driven solely by their hunger for flesh. The fallen tribe members were merely seen as additional provisions. The cacophony of shouts and screams rendered the scene chaotic. Yi Qingcheng's eyes glinted with cold determination as she continued her relentless assault, deftly maneuvering as her blade danced upon the tips. Each evasion was executed with exquisite precision. A single misstep could result in a fatal thrust from Stone's spear. Suddenly, in the midst of her next strike, a flash of inspiration ignited within her, unleashing a surge of power that resonated with the thunderous roar of tigers and leopards. This was dark energy, in the throes of life and death. She had grasped the elusive dark energy she had long sought. She retracted her blade into a fist, stepped forward, and thrust her elbow out. Oomph! One cannibal was sent flying by the force of her elbow, suspended in the air as blood gushed forth, accompanied by fragments spilling from his mouth. He was clearly doomed. The world fell silent. The individual Yi Qingcheng had just struck was the last of this tribe. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. A profound sense of mental fatigue enveloped her. It is essential to understand that manifesting dark energy is not akin to bright energy, which merely requires physical strength and brute force. Dark energy demands mental fortitude. It is a matter of vitality and spirit, and she has only just stepped into this realm. With a single strike, it nearly drained her essence. Enduring the overwhelming fatigue, Yi Qingcheng retrieved the compressed biscuits that Fang had given her from her personal backpack, consuming them in a few bites, followed by a generous swig from her water bottle. Any prior concerns had vanished, for after all, he had graciously provided her with 10 cans of that precious functional beverage. How could he possibly tamper with the water? Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, and after a brief respite, Yi Qingcheng rose to search the tribe. The sight of the scattered corpses did not disturb her, although today marked her first act of killing. She was not the type to be squeamish. To practice martial arts, one must first cultivate a sense of righteous indignation. She would not kill indiscriminately, yet she harbored no fear of taking a life. Besides, these brutes posed no moral dilemma for her. After a thorough search, she stumbled upon 10 barrels of 60 liters of gasoline in a corner of the tribe, along with an assortment of unknown jerky. The gasoline was stowed away in her backpack, occupying one compartment, but she refrained from taking the jerky. Who could say what kind of meat it was? Yi Qingcheng then entered the last wooden hut, the largest in the tribe, where she unexpectedly discovered a delightful surprise. Chapter 12. The second bronze chest, and the idea of selling ice a bronze chest. Indeed, it was a bronze chest. To think such an artifact could be found here. Her previous bronze chest had been acquired solely as a reward for being the first to reach the island and achieve a milestone, a feat quite rare. akin to being the first to reach level 2 and receiving a silver chest in return. Yet now, a bronze chest had surfaced on the island. It seemed that apart from fulfilling achievements, the only way to procure superior chests was to explore the islands. Moreover, it was highly probable that only the cursed islands would harbor such treasures, for while resource islands contain supplies, they did not necessarily guarantee chests. With risk comes opportunity. And Yi Qingchang surmised that this island likely concealed more than just this solitary chest. There might even be a silver chest hidden away. It is noteworthy that the silver chest Yi Qingchang had previously acquired yielded a ship air conditioning module. As the name suggests, this module would enable her vessel to be equipped with air conditioning, sparing her from the oppressive heat of the day. After stowing away the bronze chest, Yi Qingchang prepared to depart. Given that she had secured the fuel, with 10 barrels of diesel totaling 600 liters, she should have enough to last a considerable time. Yi Qingchang raced back along the path she had come, employing the technique of 8 steps to catch the cicada. However, due to her previous exertion, her speed had diminished, compounded by the waning effects of the energy drink. After nearly an hour of running, she finally reached the shoreline. Continuing along the coast for a short distance, she located her small fishing boat. It was not large, yet neither was it particularly small, with a maximum speed of only 12 knots. She estimated that at a cruising speed of 10 knots, it would consume approximately 5 to 8 liters of diesel per hour. However, if she pushed the vessel to full speed at 12 knots, the fuel consumption would escalate to 10 liters per hour. Without hesitation, Yi Qingchang boarded the boat, eager to leave this desolate place. Since her arrival on the island, apart from the cannibals, she had encountered no other living creatures, not even a single fruit, only dense forests and rocky outcrops. She had collected a portion of wood and stones, filling 2 slots in her backpack. Please depart the island within 5 minutes, or face obliteration. The system notification appeared just as Yi Qingchang stepped onto her fishing boat. Ignoring it, she first retrieved the air conditioning module from her backpack and activated it. In an instant, the control panel of the fishing boat displayed the air conditioning symbol, indicating its functionality. Next, she poured a barrel of diesel into the fuel tank. Having completed these tasks, Yi Qingchang dared not linger and promptly navigated the boat away from the shore. At that moment, her friend chat panel popped up. Zongheng Huanyu, it's merely a fair trade. What is all this talk about personal favors? Upon reading this, Yi Qingchang found herself momentarily speechless. Since her friend had already made such a statement, she chose not to confront it. Perhaps there truly were kind souls in this world? Suddenly, she recalled the bronze chest she had just obtained. I just acquired a bronze chest. Would you like it? On the dream treasure ship, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Fang Yu noticed a message from Qingwu Qingqing and casually replied. To his surprise, the response was, "Do you want a bronze treasure chest?" Setting aside the matter of treasure chests, which could yield a 1,000-fold return, he knew that the gene enhancement serum needed to stand upright could only be obtained from a bronze chest. Thus, he could not afford to overlook such treasure, especially the higher-grade ones. He thought, what do you need? After all, he was now quite affluent and lacked for nothing, so he was unperturbed by any exorbitant demands from the other party. Qingwu Qingqing replied, I need food. And do you still have that functional beverage from earlier? Just a little will suffice. She hesitated to ask for more, for in her eyes, a single bottle of that beverage could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Wait a moment. With a thought, Fang Yu summoned a small drone, which propelled him towards the cold storage. He only possessed instant hot pot, and since he was making a trade, it was impossible to offer just one portion. However, the drone could only carry 2 boxes at a time, so he decided to head directly to the cold storage, which he had yet to explore. A minute later, propelled by the drone's full speed, Fang Yu arrived at the cold storage. With another thought, the entrance opened. Wow! Previously, he had only commanded the drone, but he had never seen the size of the cold storage. Now that he looked, it was several times larger than his home in his previous life, estimating around 500 square meters. The instant hot pot he obtained only occupied a tiny space. The drone pushed Fang Yu inside. Wow, it's freezing. He glanced up at the temperature display. -18°C. With such conditions, could he sell ice? A spark of inspiration flashed before him. His freshwater supply was practically limitless. but due to container constraints, he could not sell in bulk. However, ice was unrestricted. Once solidified, it could be sold directly. In this vast ocean, it could cool down, and once melted, it could be consumed. It was simply multifunctional. Nevertheless, the specifics required careful consideration. The immediate priority was to procure the bronze treasure chest from Qingwu. From this trivial exchange, Fang Yu realized that his dream treasure ship was indeed a colossal treasure in itself. It was not only spacious, but also equipped with comprehensive facilities. For instance, the air conditioning module belonging to Yi Qingsheng was unnecessary for him. Even if acquired, he would sell it to others. His dream treasure ship's cabin was perfectly temperature and humidity controlled, a sheer delight. However, some unique facilities remained locked and were temporarily inaccessible. They could only be unlocked upon meeting certain conditions later on. He hastily transferred 5 portions of instant hot pot into the trade bar, along with the 10 cans of functional beverage he had just placed there, and click confirm. The other party wasted no time in agreeing. As Yi Qingsheng feared Fang Yu might change his mind, she believed that just the 10 cans of functional beverage were worth a bronze treasure chest. As the light shifted, a bronze treasure chest materialized before Fang Yu. Its design bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, yet it was evidently much more tarnished. "May I inquire about the origins of these treasure chests?" Fang Yu asked. Yi Qingsheng, unfazed by the question, readily responded. "The first was awarded by the system upon achieving a milestone, while the second one I discovered on the Island of Death." After her explanation, she added with a hint of emphasis. Fang Yu was taken aback. The Island of Death could yield treasure chests, and of a higher caliber no less. It became clear why the chests retrieved from the sea were merely the rudimentary wooden ones. The issue lay therein. "Thank you. Should you encounter more treasure chests in the future, do remember to seek me out. I shall offer a handsome price." "Certainly." Chapter 13. The laser sword and the high-priced acquisition of treasure chests. Before Fang Yu could emerge from the cold storage, impatience surged within him, prompting him to directly open the bronze treasure chest before him. Ding! The Talent Divine hand has been triggered. Please select 1 amplification direction from the following options. 1. 10,000 times quantity amplification. 2. 10,000 times quality amplification. 10,000 times quality amplification. Fang Yu decisively chose, repeating fervently, Gene Enhancement Potion. Gene Enhancement Potion. It was as if he had forgotten that just moments ago he had been writhing on the ground like a maggot. In a flash of light, the bronze treasure chest vanished. However, the Gene Enhancement Potion he had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, what appeared was something rather short. A flashlight? "You have obtained laser sword." Fang Yu could only manage a wry smile. The item was indeed remarkable, but it was utterly useless to him. At present, he was not yet able to move freely. Possessing such a weapon was of no practical benefit. He would much prefer a Gene Enhancement Potion, which would hasten his recovery to walking. Just 3 more would suffice for him to regain that ability. Alas, the bronze treasure chest was a rare find. According to popular lore, to acquire a bronze treasure chest, one must achieve notable feats or venture to distant islands. Both options, however, were far from simple. The islands were categorized into 2 types: resource islands, which were uncertain in their yield of bronze treasure chests, and death islands, where survival and the discovery of treasure chests were even more precarious. To obtain a bronze treasure chest, Fang Yu had no choice but to either purchase one from others or seek it out himself on an island. Both paths were fraught with difficulty. He resolved to first inquire in the World Channel, while also instructing his drone to search the vicinity for any islands. Opening the World Channel, Fang Yu promptly posted a message. "Acquiring treasure chests, wooden, bronze, or silver are all welcome. The price will surely not disappoint. Interested parties, please message me privately." This message, cast into the bustling World Channel, was akin to a stone thrown into a deep pond, stirring up a torrent of reactions. "What price can you offer? Everyone knows wooden treasure chests yield only trivial items of little value, yet you seek high prices. Are you foolish or malicious? Who would sell bronze or silver treasure chests? Can you even afford to pay?" Another braggart. Amidst the derision flowing through the World Channel, Fang Yu merely smiled. Those who thrived on mockery and sought validation were unlikely to possess any surplus treasure chests and were certainly not the intended audience for his message. Thus, He paid them no mind. While he awaited someone to approach him with treasure chests for sale, a message arrived from Huayun International. Boss, I have collected 50 bottles over here. Do you need them? Yes, Fang Yu replied without hesitation. Is it still the previous price? Hua Shiyun hesitated, biting her finger. However, hunger drove her to resolve, and she responded, could we exchange 2 bottles of water for 2 portions of food? In truth, the value of water and food is a delicate matter, with it being quite challenging to determine which holds greater worth. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, 2 commodities remain scarce. Their significance hinges solely on which is more urgently needed, akin to a person caught in a downpour. While he may not lack for water, he may indeed find sustenance in short supply. In such moments, sustenance assumes greater importance. This represents a test from Hua Shiyun, as she seeks to unveil the depths of one's resources. Without hesitation, Fang Yu acquiesced to her inquiry. He remained oblivious to Hua Shiyun's probing, for he was merely a reclusive individual accustomed to the confines of home. Although he possessed a modicum of cleverness, it paled in comparison to the cunning of a little fox like Hua Shiyun, who navigated the intricate dealings with seasoned players daily. However, even if Fang Yu had discerned Hua Shiyun's ulterior motives, it would not have perturbed him. Ultimately, he lacked not resources, but rather the avenues through which to exchange them. While he might have been able to gather these resources independently, such an endeavor would undoubtedly deplete considerable time and energy, with no guarantee of success. Just as he had communicated in the World Channel, no one had reached out to him privately thus far. It would be far more efficient to allow Huayun International to gather on his behalf, in exchange for a trifling reward. Remaining in the cold storage, Fang Yu promptly dispatched 2 servings of instant hot pot. The recipient, without hesitation, reciprocated with 50 plastic bottles. After several transactions, there was no reason for her to harbor distrust. Moreover, these were merely inconsequential plastic bottles, whereas Fang Yu had sent tangible provisions. With a flash of light, Hua Shiyun beheld the supreme instant hot pot before her, rendering her momentarily stupefied. Where on earth had he procured such a delicacy? She had never observed anyone in the World Channel acquiring such a treasure. At best, one might unearth inexpensive compressed biscuits. The most remarkable instance she had witnessed involved an individual who, upon opening an initial treasure chest, obtained fish bait, and from a wooden chest, a common fishing rod, ultimately catching a 3-kilogram tiger-striped fish. Such occurrences were already extraordinary, yet Fang Yu surpassed them. This was indeed astonishment. Were they truly engaged in the same game? Why was she still gnawing on compressed biscuits while he had already embarked on a hot pot feast? Hua Shiyun felt her worldview teetering on the brink of collapse, yet she endeavored to reassure herself that perhaps he was simply fortunate, or had stumbled upon a resource island with a supermarket that he had cleared out. But could that really be true? She struggled to accept the notion. Minutes later, another message arrived from him, this time offering 5 bottles of water. Instant hot pot requires water for cooking. I shall provide you with 2 additional bottles. But do remember to return the bottles. At that moment, Hua Shiyun found herself at a loss for words. Was this individual excessively benevolent? As a businesswoman, she could scarcely fathom someone possessing such kindness. In her eyes, he must surely have ulterior motives. A sense of unease washed over her, for based on her understanding of human nature, she anticipated that he would soon propose some demand. Indeed, Zongheng Huan Yu sent yet another message. Indeed, I have a transaction I wish to propose to you. What might it be? Hua Shiyun felt a mixture of curiosity and hesitation. What if this individual made an outrageous request? Yet, in the next moment, she realized that they were at sea, and it was unlikely they would ever meet again in this lifetime, rendering such concerns moot. I will ensure you are provided with 3 meals a day, while you dedicate yourself to the exhaustive search for treasure chests, preferably of the highest caliber. All resources necessary for acquiring these chests will be supplied by me. Your sole responsibility will be to find individuals willing to sell at a premium price. Alternatively, you may perceive this as me investing in your venture. Upon receiving Fang Yu's message, Hua Shiyun was momentarily taken aback. Is that all? This arrangement seemed to hold no detriment for her. Chapter 14. Subduing Hua Shiyun. Hua Shiyun had given the matter considerable thought. Judging by the opulence displayed by the other party, it was clear they were not lacking in resources. In a vast ocean, having such a stakeholder in the early stages would undoubtedly accelerate her development 100-fold, if not 1,000. However, Hua Shiyun refrained from giving an immediate affirmation. How will you substantiate your capabilities? Although the other party was able to procure such an abundance of fresh water and food despite their current resource scarcity, she still required compelling evidence. Little did she know that in the past, she had encountered countless silver-tipped candles that appeared formidable but were ultimately hollow. Fang Yu, aboard the Dream Treasure, smiled faintly. He had returned to the captain's quarters, advancing at full speed. Nonchalantly, he sent a photograph taken by a drone from above, capturing the entirety of the Dream Treasure along with countless containers. Hua Shiyun gazed at the image, then at the diminutive yacht she occupied. Did the disparity have to be so pronounced? In comparison to his vessel, she felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. No, she wasn't even worthy of that. She was merely a mayfly. Fang Yu was unconcerned about revealing the existence of the Dream Treasure. His greatest trump card was never the ship itself, but rather his innate talent, the hand of God. With this gift, even in the absence of the Dream Treasure, he could thrive. Moreover, to take it a step further, without the hand of God, the Dream Treasure would not even exist. Big shot. I accept. A moment's hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards this grand vessel. Well then, once you have finished your water, feel free to reach out. Just send an empty bottle my way when the time comes. I shall also provide you with a token of our acquaintance. Fang Yu sent her another item, a set of Edmund alloy fishing rods that he had previously acquired, as he had no use for them. Perhaps she possessed the skill to catch fish. Hua Shiyun was at a loss for words. Perhaps the other party was unaware of the current inflated prices of fishing rods. After all, in the ocean, what resource is most abundant? Certainly, the fish. Yet, everyone had just arrived without the necessary equipment to exploit these resources. Thus, in the global market, the highest prices were not for water or food, but for fishing rods and nets. With these two items, one could essentially ensure a steady food supply. Of course, excluding the airmen, as no one could save them. If one was incompetent, starvation was their due. Thank you, big shot. Hua Shiyun was not shy to express her gratitude. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Subsequently, the two engaged in discussions regarding their plans for expanding their influence. This was Hua Shiyun's forte. She elaborated on her strategy for growth, which began with resource collection, followed by strengthening their capabilities and ultimately gathering others. Naturally, the third step hinged upon the success of the second. Without formidable strength, rallying others would be akin to digging one's own grave. Time quietly slipped by, and the sun soon began to set. The gray mist dissipated into thin air, or rather, merged with the encroaching darkness. A rare tranquility enveloped the entire ocean. Fang Yu ceased his navigation, as a small drone propelled him out of the captain's quarters. The briny sea breeze, mingled with lingering heat and humidity, caressed his face. Yet, there was no trace of despondency upon Fang Yu's visage. Had he been lying in bed day after day, he might have lacked the will to continue living. But now, he had the opportunity to rise, to aspire to walk like an ordinary person once more. No longer would he cling to unrealistic fantasies, living in a state of humility. With the divine gift of a godly hand, he not only intended to survive upon these waters, but to thrive splendidly as well. Fang Yu. A melodious female voice startled him from his reverie. It then dawned on him that he had rescued a young girl earlier in the day. Moreover, during his midday hot pot meal, he had forgotten to call her. How awkward. At that moment, having just used a gene enhancement serum, he was ravenous and had not given it a thought. Can we eat now? Min Lungshuang's voice was faint. She had not consumed food for an entire day, nor had she sipped even a drop of water. Yet, Fang Yu had promised to call her when it was time to eat, so she remained in her room, waiting until now, as the sun set and the gray mist vanished, before stepping outside. Let's go. I shall take you to dine. Fang Yu pushed his wheelchair ahead, guiding the way. Min Lungshuang, lacking her earlier enthusiasm, followed silently. She simply did not possess the strength to push the wheelchair for him. During the day, she had relied solely on her physical stamina to row the boat and had not consumed a single morsel since boarding. Truth be told, she harbored grievances. However, had the captain not taken her in, she would likely have perished in the gray mist, which quelled her rebellious spirit. Hence, she followed behind Fang Yu with a forlorn expression. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness descended rapidly. The sea was particularly swift in this transformation, within mere minutes. The sky was devoid of any light. With a flicker of thought, the entire dream treasure vessel illuminated gradually. In mere seconds, it radiated as brightly as day. Viewed from the drone's aerial perspective, the dream treasure stood like a lighthouse amidst the nocturnal backdrop, illuminating the surrounding waters. Fang Yu felt no trepidation about the approach of others, considering the height of the dream treasure, which stood over 20 meters from sea level to deck. No one could board without his consent. In fact, he welcomed the idea of more visitors, as it would allow him to open more containers. What? You say someone harbors ill intentions? They would simply become fish food. Presently, Fang Yu's three-dimensional attributes had reached the standard of an average person, and with his arsenal of drones and laser swords, he possessed a commendable capacity for self-defense. Yet, his past mindset as a reclusive individual had constrained him. Now, however, he recognized that in this survival game, he ought not to be shackled by hesitation, although he did not intend to take the life of another. For he was not one to relish bloodshed. However, should anyone pose a threat to him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Fang Yu and Min Lingshuang spent 5 minutes traversing to the grand dining hall aboard the vessel. This marked Fang Yu's inaugural visit. He had merely made do with a light meal in the captain's quarters during lunch and had not specifically ventured here for dining. Unfortunately, in order for the dream treasure to set sail, he must remain in the captain's quarters, as navigation of the ship is simply unfeasible otherwise. One cannot help but ponder whether improvements could be made in the future. Otherwise, he would be confined to the captain's quarters throughout the day, suffocating with monotony. The expansive dining hall boasted an array of tables and chairs, clearly designed to accommodate the entire crew. Yet, at present, only Fang Yu and Min Lingshuang occupied the space, rendering such ample room rather extravagant. Min Lingshuang found herself at a loss, questioning the necessity of coming to the dining hall for a mere snack of compressed biscuits. Was Fang Yu not a sound mind? Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing such thoughts. As they entered the dining hall, a drone swooped in, delivering a serving of instant hot pot. With little else to offer, they were left with no choice but to settle for the instant meal. Chapter 15. The end of the first day. Min Lingshuang. What is this? Aren't those compressed biscuits? Did I just hear something about hot pot? Surely, it must be an illusion. Then she beheld a drone delivering a hot pot to Fang Yu, who then handed it over to her. You take care of it. The water from the faucet is perfectly fine to use. Min Lingshuang gazed at the exquisitely packaged box in her hands, feeling somewhat dazed. Is this for real? She gasped. It's still cold. Hastily, she opened the box to reveal a 2-layer structure, the upper layer brimming with an array of meats. It truly is hot pot. As she stared at the meat within the box, Min Lingshuang swallowed hard. This was infinitely superior to compressed biscuits. No, there is no comparison between compressed biscuits and this hot pot. Suddenly, she recalled Fang Yu's words about the water from the faucet being suitable for use. Could it be? She carried the hot pot to the faucet in the dining area, eyeing the hot pot in her hands. Min Lingshuang hesitated for a moment before setting it aside. She cupped her hands to catch some water and took a sip. It is indeed fresh water. She was astounded. Earlier in the day, although she had noticed a faucet in the bedroom, she had doubted it contained fresh water. Otherwise, just this fresh water alone would suffice for her to thrive in this world. Yet now it revealed that all of it was indeed fresh. Min Lingshuang found herself increasingly curious about the enigmatic captain. What could possibly account for the rapid acquisition of such amenities in such a brief span of time? Gurgle. The sound was not loud, yet in the spacious dining area, it resonated distinctly. Min Lingshuang's face flushed crimson, having not eaten all day. Her stomach protested at the sight of food. Fang Yu pretended not to hear, turning his head away as he maneuvered the wheelchair to the table. Seeing this, Min Lingshuang hurriedly unwrapped the packaging, carefully arranging everything before pouring in the fresh water. 2.5 minutes later, she approached with the instant hot pot, gripping it tightly with both hands, fearful of dropping it and wasting a pot of food. This instant hot pot was rather intriguing, complete with disposable utensils. However, Fang Yu had no need for them. The ship was equipped with everything, especially tableware. The drone instantly transformed into a waiter, retrieving utensils from a corner dishwasher and bringing a set from Min Ling Shuang as well. Thus, the two began to eat. Min Ling Shuang was oblivious to her manners. She was nearly starving. Even before the beef rolls were fully cooked, she seized them and stuffed them into her mouth, anxious that Fang Yu might take some from her. Fang Yu rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Had he called her at lunchtime, it likely wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Their meal lasted merely a few minutes, with most of the food disappearing into Min Ling Shuang's belly, consumed almost as soon as it was cooked. Meanwhile, Fang Yu only ate a few slices of fatty beef and a couple of meatballs. He wasn't particularly hungry, and if he truly felt the need, he could always have a midnight snack. Min Ling Shuang slumped in her chair, her round belly protruding. She had eaten to her heart's content. Observing her languid state, Fang Yu decided to tease her and remarked, "Finished eating? Then go wash the dishes." "What?" Min Ling Shuang's face instantly contorted in frustration. Must she still wash the dishes? What? Am I really expected to do it? Fang Yu stifled a chuckle and pointed to his own legs. Upon witnessing her pitiful expression, he could not help but burst into laughter. "I was just teasing you. We had a dishwasher. The machine will take care of it." In truth, it was no great matter. It was merely 2 bowls, and they could easily be discarded for new ones. There were certainly hundreds of bowls aboard this vessel, sufficient to last them quite a while. Moreover, to be candid, one pair of chopsticks was not entirely inadequate for enjoying hot pot. Suddenly, Fang Yu seemed to have an epiphany. Given the abundance of bowls here, surely there must be other containers as well. Why not retrieve them to create ice cubes? With this thought in mind, he maneuvered his wheelchair towards the kitchen, and Min Ling Shuang followed suit, her curiosity piqued by the sight of the man rummaging through the cupboards. "Brother Fang Yu, what are you searching for?" "I'm looking for containers to hold water." Fang Yu was candid. Having accepted her companionship, there was no need for secrecy. Furthermore, the innocence and charm she exhibited earlier when she failed to find food were endearing, far surpassing the women he had encountered at Huayuan International. "Let me help you," the girl exclaimed, eagerly assisting him in the search. Before long, they had indeed uncovered a plethora of suitable containers, pots, metal bowls, and a large vat presumably intended for brewing soup for the entire crew. "Excellent, this will suffice," he mused. He intended to conduct an initial trial and evaluate supply and demand before considering an expansion of production. Although modest in quantity, these would serve them well for the time being. Fang Yu had a strategy. He did not wish to saturate the market too quickly, but rather to regulate the export volume, ensuring that the ice maintained a certain value. Otherwise, should the quantity increase drastically, the price would inevitably plummet, even with Fang Yu's nearly monopolistic position. "Brother Fang Yu, what are these for?" Min Ling Shuang inquired, her curiosity sparked. For to her, these items seemed of little utility. "To sell ice." "Sell ice?" The girl hesitated, unable to comprehend the logistics of selling ice. Was there a giant freezer hidden somewhere? Fang Yu smiled slightly, feigning mystery. "You will find out soon enough." Subsequently, Fang Yu and Min Ling Shuang parted ways. The girl returned to her room, idly scrolling through the World Channel, while Fang Yu gathered the pots and pans and made his way to the cold storage. He controlled the drone to fill each container meticulously before returning to his own room. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. After all, this was his dream treasure ship, and Fang Yu had chosen the most luxurious cabin aboard. This vessel was originally a treasure point adrift at sea, a location unlikely to be claimed by players. Had it not been summoned by Fang Yu, it would continue to drift, and if other players encountered it, they could board and independently access a shipping container, even resting aboard for the night. The room here is relatively luxurious, designed to provide players with an opportunity to unwind. However, due to Fang Yu's innate talent, a bug was inadvertently triggered, leading to his summoning. This most opulent chamber rivals the presidential suite of a 7-star hotel from his past life, exuding unparalleled extravagance. Lying on the soft bed, he reflects on the events of the day, finding himself somewhat restless. The experiences of the day felt surreal. Yet, he is undeniably lying on the bed of the dream treasure ship. Surrounded by lavish decorations, and within a vast space he had never dared to imagine in his earlier life, Fang Yu feels like a newly affluent individual, akin to a parvenu unsure of how to manage his newfound wealth, almost believing that none of this truly belongs to him. Adaptation is indeed a gradual process. Chapter 16. The release of the new version, 2 containers, solar satellites, exoskeletal armor. After an unknown period, Fang Yu found himself asleep. Upon awakening, the enigmatic voice once again echoed in his ears. Congratulations to all. You have survived the first day. I was thrilled to witness your splendid performances yesterday. However, I noticed that some individuals have been living rather comfortably. Hence, I have decided. The Maritime Survival Game version 1 is being released ahead of schedule. Each day, everyone will encounter at least one island. Whether it is a resource island or a death island depends solely on your luck. You may choose to bypass the islands and continue onward, but ordinary wooden treasure chests will no longer appear at sea. Furthermore, if you refuse to land on islands 3 times in succession, you will be eliminated. This means that should you choose not to land, you risk the peril of dying from thirst or starvation. Once you set foot on an island, you may very well be greeted with a sumptuous feast. I trust you know how to make the right choice. Well then, good luck to you all with that. The voice vanished, and Fang Yu abruptly awakened. Maritime Survival Game 1 has been released. Please refer to the game announcement for specific rules. The gray fog will descend in half an hour. Current speed of the fog, 10 knots an hour. Fang Yu gazed at the panel that had appeared before him, realizing that the words he had just heard were indeed true. He furrowed his brow and opened the game announcement for a closer look. Indeed, the content mirrored precisely what the mysterious voice had conveyed. The wooden treasure chests that had been appearing on the sea were now abolished. Moreover, it was guaranteed that each day they would encounter an island. Only by venturing onto the island could they obtain various resources and an array of treasure chests. The most critical point was that once they set foot on an island, they might very likely encounter other individuals. This was because these islands traverse time and space to a certain extent. For instance, if 4 people landed on an island simultaneously, they would all be matched to the same location, leading to an encounter on the island. This presented another dilemma. If everyone arrived at a resource island, could such a non-threatening resource island truly be deemed safe? Fang Yu was skeptical. He refused to place faith in human nature, especially in this morally and legally disintegrated maritime world. Others might resort to murder over a mere piece of compressed biscuit, and he had to prepare for the worst. Nevertheless, overall, he was not currently lacking in supplies. Yet he could not continuously refuse to land on islands. Firstly, rejection 3 times would lead to his elimination. Secondly, those who landed might procure resources and may not trade treasure chests with him. Thus, he had to devise a means to acquire treasure chests himself, maximizing the potential of his advantageous skills. With this thought, Fang Yu rose from his bed. Currently, there remained 20 minutes until the fog descended, and he needed to open today's 2 containers. He must enhance his strength as much as possible before setting foot on an island. The most effective method to bolster his capabilities was through the blind box treasure chests. As his thoughts stirred, 2 keys to his dreams materialized in Fang Yu's hands. A small drone had long been awaiting him outside the door. As he stepped out, it propelled him toward the deck. This time, he opted for a single-layered shipping container. Such containers were few in number, merely a few hundred stacked solitary upon the ground, devoid of any superfluous containers above. He was curious about what made these unique. The previous day, while aboard on the ship, Fang Yu had surveyed this area of containers through the drone's perspective. It was here that he found the most peculiar ones, prompting his decision to open one first. Should it prove satisfactory, he would continue, but if it were subpar, he would seek another location. However, truth be told, under the divine touch of Fang Yu's hand, even refuse could be transmuted into gold. Thus, it was unlikely that these containers, heralded as treasures, would disappoint. With a click, the lock was disengaged, and the divine hand activated once more, enhancing the quality. Acquired. Solar Satellites X10. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. As the container door swung open, 10 small leather cases, even smaller than the drone itself, greeted his gaze. Deeper within lay a larger metal box. New signal detected. Would you like to connect? Suddenly, a prompt appeared on his glasses. HM, connect. As he confirmed, a plethora of information unfurled before him. Fang Yu swiftly perused the details, grasping the purpose of the satellites. The 10 small cases contained the satellite units, while the larger metal box served as the satellite launcher, sufficient to propel all 10 satellites into the sky. The utility of these satellites was straightforward. They would not only extend the operational range of his drone, but also enable real-time monitoring of the surrounding seas. It was nothing short of invincible. Originally, although Fang Yu's drone had a considerable range, it was not without its limits. Now, if he were to launch these 10 satellites, the operational scope of his drone would know no bounds. This meant he could command the drone to traverse the entire oceanic expanse, manipulating it without delay within the satellite's range. Furthermore, should he acquire weaponry in the future, he could orchestrate long-range strikes using the drone. At this stage, he was wielding a dimensional advantage. While others still toiled in uncertainty, he had begun to strategize on a global scale. Fang Yu stepped back and maneuvered the drone to transport all the items onto the deck. Seizing the opportunity, he opened another adjacent container. Acquired. Exoskeleton armor X5. Goodness. Exoskeleton armor? Wasn't this the stuff of science fiction? Fang Yu was taken aback, yet tinged with anticipation. Would it be suitable for someone like me, who had suffered a leg injury? It seemed this technology was designed with the disabled in mind. With this thought illuminating his mind, he eagerly reached out to open the container door. Inside, 5 exoskeleton suits were neatly arranged, each resting on a specialized stand, gleaming with a metallic sheen. New signal detected. Would you like to connect? Once again, a prompt appeared on Fang Yu's glasses. Link. Connect immediately. He felt a surge of excitement, as this was one of the means by which he could rise to his feet. Although it was merely a temporary solution, it held the promise of enabling him to stand without relying on the whims of luck in opening boxes. Soon, familiar instructions flooded Fang Yu's view, and he swiftly skimmed through them. Indeed, this was something he could utilize. Once donned, it could be controlled through brainwaves, allowing for movements as precise as one's own limbs, as if it were an extension of his own body. Moreover, the internal energy reserves were sufficient for full power operation for a century and could withstand most extreme environments. Truly formidable. This meant that once he put it on, he could stand immediately. He could finally break free from his wheelchair. He could walk independently, just like a normal person. Fang Yu, brimming with anticipation, pushed his wheelchair, but his fervent actions caused him to tumble to the ground. Yet, this did not deter his relentless pursuit. At last, he managed to crawl into the exoskeleton suit, and as the brainwave receiver adhered to his forehead, the entire armor gently constricted, conforming to his skin. In his mind, he felt an astonishing sensation. His lower body could actually move. Though it felt somewhat peculiar, with a weightless quality, he could indeed stand up. Chapter 17. Discovery of the island step by step. Fang Yu emerged from the container, gazing at the azure sky above. "Ah!" he shouted towards the heavens, startling the seabirds into flight. Instantly, the pent-up frustration within him dissipated. Fang Yu began to move, gradually quickening his pace until he was running. Never before had he realized that running could bring such joy. Moreover, he sensed that he could run even faster. This was due to the exoskeleton armor's augmentation capabilities, which enabled him to surpass his natural speed. The exoskeleton armor enveloped not only his legs, but also enhanced his overall strength. However, the exact extent of this increase awaited his personal experimentation. He soon returned to the location of the container, where the drone had already relocated the satellite. The container now sat empty before him, a colossal structure weighing approximately 2 to 3 tons when unloaded. Fang Yu, possessing a strength attribute of 9 points, roughly equivalent to the average adult's 10 points, was at a normal adult's level, translating to approximately 100 kilograms of lifting capacity. He resolved to test whether he could lift the container. With the exoskeleton-encased hands, he grasped the base of the container and exerted a sudden force. Astonishingly, the container shifted slightly. However, it was merely a minor adjustment, not sufficient to move it significantly. It appeared that his strength had not increased as much as he had hoped, yet it was still approximately 6 or 7 times that of an average person, equating to around 5 to 600 kilograms of force. Fang Yu felt quite satisfied with this outcome, as such strength could accomplish many tasks. Moreover, the angle from which he had exerted force was not optimal, suggesting that his strength might be even greater than anticipated, albeit without convenient tools for testing. Reflecting on this, Fang Yu turned his attention to the satellite launcher that had been moved out. According to the instructions, all he needed to do was open the boxes containing the satellites and place them into the launcher to send them skyward. Soon, within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, Fang Yu's private network would flourish, allowing drones to soar freely beneath the vast expanse of sky. Upon opening the box, he discovered a metallic sphere, presumably the satellite itself. Once launched into the atmosphere, it would unfurl into a complete satellite, transmitting signals downward while harnessing solar energy for its operation. Notably, once all the satellites were deployed, they would continuously spread outward in all directions, gradually connecting Fang Yu to the entire world. At that point, he might find himself short of drones. However, the primary purpose of these satellites lay in their ability to locate islands and other survivors. Originally, if treasure chests could spawn upon the ocean's surface, they would serve as a remarkable tool for treasure hunting. Alas, from this day forth, treasure chests would no longer exist upon the sea. However, it mattered not. Fang Yu was indifferent to the trifling possessions adrift at sea. His present ambition was to target treasure chests of bronze grade or higher. He placed the metallic sphere into the satellite launcher and stepped back a little. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the sphere soared into the sky at a terrifying speed. Fang Yu caught only a fleeting glimpse of a silver flash before. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the sphere expelled a pale blue flame from beneath, propelling it even higher. Moments later, a new image appeared in Fang Yu's glasses, revealing the satellite's perspective, a minuscule black dot resembling a sesame seed, which upon magnification turned out to be the dream treasure ship. Without a second thought, Fang Yu continued launching the satellites, sending the remaining 9 into the sky. At that moment, Min Lingshuang emerged and spotted Fang Yu standing there. She had also been awakened by that mysterious voice in the morning and had been drawn to the sound of the launching satellites. Fang Yu. Min Lingshuang gazed at him in astonishment, recalling how she had seen him confined to a wheelchair just the day before, now miraculously upright. Fang Yu, noticing her presence, explained, "The exoskeleton armor enables me to stand." He spoke without fear of her discovering the truth, nor did he worry about her potentially utilizing it. All the exoskeleton armor was under his control. With a mere thought, he could sever the power output to all the suits. At that point, the armor would cease to be a mechanical aid and instead become a humanoid prison. After all, not everyone could walk while encumbered by hundreds of kilograms of iron without power. Soon, even moving a finger could become an arduous task. Wow, this is a concept product even in the real world before the game began. Min Lingshuang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at the exoskeleton armor adorning Fang Yu, unable to resist the temptation to touch it. Fang Yu, a reclusive individual, was ill-prepared for such playful teasing, his face flushing a deep crimson. "You, don't touch that. It's not permitted." Their playful banter continued, and amidst their frolic, the gray mist began to descend once more, pursuing the dream treasure ship. Fang Yu chose not to elaborate on the satellites, as Min Lingshuang had not inquired further. He sprinted towards the captain's cabin. The satellites in the sky were dispersing their coverage. Through the satellite's imagery, Fang Yu could clearly observe the surrounding environment and objects, and the range of view was continuously expanding. It would not be long before it encompassed the entire world. With the aid of the exoskeleton armor, Fang Yu reached the captain's cabin in mere minutes. Previously, due to his leg condition, he had to access the cabin through the disabled access route. Now, he effortlessly leaped from the deck to the topmost level, achieving remarkable speed. Min Lingshuang watched Fang Yu depart, her expression filled with envy. Such a magnificent toy. Who wouldn't be captivated? If only she could possess a set of that armor as well. The thoughts of the young girl remained innocent, as she failed to consider how Fang Yu had acquired such advanced technology. However, her curiosity regarding the enigmatic captain deepened. It is worth noting that since yesterday, she had yet to lay eyes upon him. Should he not, at the very least, make an appearance to meet her? Min Lingshuang pouted, attempting to console herself with the thought that perhaps, when the time was right, he would indeed come forth to greet her. The dream treasure sailed upon the boundless sea. Although the vessel was impressively large, in comparison to the vast ocean, it resembled a mere leaf adrift, a solitary and frigid entity. Time passed, yet the gray mist remained a distant memory. To the right front of the dream treasure, a colossal island emerged, which Fang Yu had already detected via satellite observation. Yet he chose to approach nonetheless, not for any other reason, but to set foot upon the island. Armed with an exoskeleton suit and the laser sword acquired just the previous day, his combat capabilities were at their zenith. Coupled with the aerial drones and satellite surveillance providing a comprehensive view, he was essentially devoid of weaknesses. Under such circumstances, to hesitate in landing on the island would be a lamentable waste of superior equipment. Chapter 18, Arrival at the Island, A Paradise Lost? As the dream treasure approached the newly discovered island, a sudden message appeared before them. Upon landing, the gray mist will cease its pursuit. Please disembark within 10 minutes. The stay on the island must not be less than 1 hour, and the distance ventured should not be less than 3 kilometers, or annihilation will ensue. In response, Fang Yu deliberately reduced the vessel's speed, ultimately anchoring less than 10 meters from the shore. He pressed the broadcast button on the captain's console, a device typically used to communicate with the crew, now repurposed to inform Min Ling Xuan. You must have observed the island as well. Let us gather on the deck. With that, Fang Yu exited the captain's quarters, leaping gracefully down to the deck, his exoskeleton armor absorbing the impact seamlessly, a slight bend in his knees mitigating the descent. Though he could have landed without bending, such a maneuver would have risked his physical safety, prompting the instinctive action for self-preservation. Moments later, Min Ling Xuan emerged from the cabin, her demeanor slightly fraught with anxiety. She had seen numerous reports of those who ventured ashore and never returned. Aware of the menacing creatures and aggressive natives that roamed the so-called Death Island. "Come, I shall equip you with an exoskeleton suit," Fang Yu announced, perceiving her as merely a defenseless university student. Clad in the same dress from the previous day, Min Ling Xuan had not changed her attire, despite the ship's ample amenities. "Really?" Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, the girl brightened, her spirits lifting as she bounced eagerly after him. Fang Yu offered no further explanation, but led her to the container housing the exoskeleton suits, opening the door with a flourish. Inside lay 4 exoskeleton suits, alongside an empty rack. "Wow, there's so many." Min Ling Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the gleaming armor. "Choose anyone to wear. We must disembark within 10 minutes, Fang Yu remarked, glancing at the clock, noting that 5 minutes had already passed. He held no fear of her betrayal should she don the armor. It was entirely under his command, and he could deactivate any suit at will. Nor did he worry about her trading the armor away. Even if it reached the farthest corners of the world, he could still halt its operation. Thus, it was far more beneficial to utilize the suits, enhancing their exploration of the island while fostering a sense of belonging for the young woman. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Without hesitation, Min Ling Xuan slipped into the armor. With a resounding hiss, the pressure valve secured, completing the suit's assembly. "Wow, I feel so light on my feet," she exclaimed, her excitement evident as she turned to Fang Yu, reveling in this novel experience, one she had never encountered in reality. "All right, let us hasten to the island. We must not exceed the 10-minute mark." "Okay." Min Ling Xuan nodded enthusiastically, though a hint of confusion lingered in her expression. "Where's the captain? Is she not coming ashore? I should have known that if we do not set foot on the island within 10 minutes, we would face dire consequences. I will inform you more along the way." Fang Yu spoke, striding purposefully towards the exterior. With a mere thought, a retractable gangway extended from the deck, reaching out toward the island. Fang Yu calmly stepped onto the gangway, which carried him steadily forward. Min Ling Xuan, attempting to mimic him, also stepped onto the gangway, but in the next moment, she nearly lost her balance and fell into the sea. In a hurry, she crouched down, her entire body sprawled on the gangway, presenting a rather comical sight. Fortunately, Fang Yu did not glance back, which allowed Min Ling Xuan to breathe a sigh of relief. How utterly mortifying! Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her current posture could hardly be deemed graceful. With her body sprawled low, her rear and raised high. Her dress barely concealed her fair skin. If Fang Yu were to catch a glimpse of her, she would surely perish from embarrassment. Unbeknownst to her, although Fang Yu did not turn around, the perspective of the drones captured her every awkward moment with crystal clarity. Alas, it was necessary to observe the surrounding environment. Thus, at least 10 small drones hovered nearby, surveying the terrain. Min Lingshuang's predicament was meticulously documented by the drones. What an improper sight, avert your gaze. Fang Yu silently chanted within his mind, hastily switching perspectives to avoid looking in her direction. However, he still caught sight of what appeared to be a cartoon cat motif. These minor incidents quickly passed, and the gangway successfully reached the island. The entire isle was enveloped in dense foliage, rendering it impossible for Fang Yu to discern secrets. Exercising caution, he refrained from immediately deploying the drones, opting instead to keep them close. The satellites above could only glimpse an unending expanse of trees, providing merely a superficial understanding of the terrain. Fang Yu cautiously set foot on the island, with Min Lingshuang hastening her pace to keep up. The coastline constituted only a small portion of the island. The two ventured along the sandy beach, heading towards the forest. It is crucial to note that once they set foot on the island, they must venture at least 3 kilometers inward or risk obliteration. Thus, neither Fang Yu nor his companion would remain foolishly stagnant. Instead, they explored deeper. Concurrently, the drones dispersed into the surroundings, leaving 3 to monitor their immediate vicinity, ready to thwart any potential ambush. Min Lingshuang followed Fang Yu closely, exercising utmost caution. Meanwhile, on 2 other sides of the island, 2 additional vessels approached the shore. From one yacht, a muscular man with his torso bared disembarked. However, his demeanor suggested weakness, likely due to a prolonged lack of food and water. He leaped from the yacht, stepping carefully onto the rocks as he made his way ashore. The calmness of the waters here allowed him to anchor the yacht without fear of being swept away by the waves. After all, not every vessel could remain stationary like Fang Yu's without being carried off by the tide. On another small fishing boat, a capable woman with short hair also made her descent. In her hand, she wielded a tactical combat knife, her attire somewhat tattered, barely concealing her graceful figure. Despite her disheveled appearance, she was evidently in a far better condition than the robust men around her. Clearly, she had no concerns regarding sustenance. She was none other than Yi Qingsheng, who had ventured onto the island just the day before, fortuitously encountering it once more. Possessing both skill and audacity. Having already embarked on one island expedition, she felt no psychological burden in undertaking another. On the contrary, she looked forward to the potential resources that might await her. Prior to disembarking, she had left all her belongings on the ship, retaining only functional beverages in her backpack, ensuring she could carry back more treasures upon her return to the island. Meanwhile, Fang Yu and Min Lingshuang walked deeper into the island, finding themselves in what seemed like a paradise untouched by time. The once towering trees gradually gave way to an array of vibrant blossoms. Flowers from various seasons bloomed together in a singular location, defying logic and creating a breathtaking spectacle that left one breathless. Chapter 19. The Terrifying Jungle. Extracting toxic blood, the satellite in the sky had already detected the presence of 2 individuals on the island. However, Fang Yu was not overly concerned, for they were situated quite far from his position, making an encounter unlikely. Moreover, even if they did cross paths, he felt no trepidation. With his advanced exoskeleton armor and laser sword, it was they who should be apprehensive. What truly troubled him was the environment surrounding him. There was an inexplicable unease that he could not quite articulate, compelling him to exercise caution. How beautiful this place is! The heart of a young girl often lingers on enchanting sights, oblivious to the lurking dangers as she approached a vivid red rose. Be careful! Fang Yu instinctively sensed something amiss and hurriedly intervened, but it was too late. From beneath the rose, a robust vine shot out like lightning, ensnaring Min Lingshuang. The girl exclaimed in astonishment, thoroughly startled by the sudden turn of events. Sharp thorns swiftly emerged from the vine, piercing her delicate skin. Without hesitation, Fang Yu activated his laser sword. A brilliant red blade, measuring 1.5 meters, materialized before him. With a swift motion, He effortlessly severed the vine. This action unleashed a storm, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, as countless vines surged forth, entangling the two with an overwhelming abundance, blotting out the sky. Realizing the peril, Fang Yu quickly grasped the ensnared Min Ling Shuang and prepared to flee. Yet, the girl appeared entranced, as if turned into a lifeless corpse, completely motionless. Are these vines poisonous? Fang Yu was astonished, but there was no time to ponder. Survival took precedence. He wielded his sword liberally against the encroaching vines while his exoskeleton armor operated at full power. Fortunately, his laser sword rendered the concept of dullness obsolete. Otherwise, after cutting through so many vines, it would undoubtedly be rendered useless. Fang Yu dragged Min Ling Shuang through the thicket for over 10 minutes before finally escaping the terrifying vines. He was not aimlessly running. The drone above continuously guided him, navigating through the gaps between trees to find a relatively safe path. At last, they had achieved a temporary sanctuary. Only then did Fang Yu realize why he had felt so uneasy earlier. It was eerily quiet. The vast forest was devoid of even the slightest chirping of insects or the songs of birds, resembling a desolate wasteland. Fang Yu took a few deep breaths, exhausted from the relentless swinging of his sword. He controlled the drone to survey the surroundings and glanced at Min Ling Shuang, who remained frozen in place. Were it not for the movement of her eyes, he might have believed her to be lifeless. He pinched the girl's arm. She could still move, albeit stiffly. "Can you speak?" he inquired as he crouched beside her. If she could not, she should simply move her eyes. To his relief, she rotated her gaze in response. "Are you immobile all over? If so, nod your eyes up and down. If not, move them side to side." Min Ling Shuang nodded her eyes up and down. It appears that the vine indeed possesses toxic properties. Fang Yu has also noticed that the girl's dress is somewhat torn, evidently pierced by some sharp object. When they disembarked earlier, the situation was not like this. It seems prudent to first examine the wound before reaching any conclusions. Given your current condition, it is highly probable that you have been injured by the thorns on the vine, which may contain neurotoxins, thus resulting in your present state. Fang Yu spoke. A mix of conjecture and explanation. We have two options. The first is for me to examine your wound and attempt to extract the toxin. The second is to wait and see if you can recover on your own. However, this neurotoxin may be akin to snake venom. If not addressed promptly, the consequences could be dire. Fang Yu left the statement unfinished, confident that Min Ling Shuang would comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Now, please choose one or two. If you select one, move your eyes up and down," he instructed. Min Ling Shuang felt a wave of regret. Had she known, she would never have touched that rose. Now she found herself on the brink of death. Her condition was hardly better. She felt utterly stiff, unable even to part her lips. Fearing for her life, she hastily moved her eyes in agreement. Upon receiving the girl's consent, Fang Yu began to inspect her wounds. He cautiously searched for an opening in her torn garment. It became evident that there were injuries on her thigh, chest, and collarbone. Fang Yu thought to himself, "Are these wounds serious? Why are they in such awkward places?" Clearing his throat, he remarked, "The locations of your injuries are rather peculiar." He felt a bit embarrassed to continue, as these spots were indeed quite sensitive, potentially suggesting impropriety. Fang Yu surmised that without the exoskeleton armor, the areas where the vines had entangled would most likely have been covered in wounds, leading to a far more critical situation. Fortunately, the armor had mitigated some of the contact with the vines, leaving only these 3 wounds, from which he would need to extract the toxins, a task he believed manageable. Now was not the time for hesitation. Fang Yu steeled himself and declared, "Remember, I am not taking advantage of you. I am here to save you." He then proceeded to unfasten the girl's dress, revealing large expanses of her fair skin. Maintaining his composure, he focused directly on the wound at her collarbone and began to draw the toxin out. Min Ling Shuang was utterly stunned. Had she been able to speak, she would have cried out. Alas, she was rendered immobile, akin to a character paralyzed by a master's touch. Unable to do anything but watch as Fang Yu drew closer, her face flushing crimson. As he felt the tingling sensation radiating from her collarbone, she emitted a soft sound. It worked. Fang Yu's eyes lit up, realizing his initial hypothesis was correct. Extracting the toxin could indeed restore Min Ling Shuang's ability to move. Even with just the first wound, she could produce sound. Encouraged, Fang Yu intensified his efforts. Suddenly, he tasted a metallic sweetness in his mouth. With a sudden retch, he expelled a pool of dark green, viscous blood onto the ground. He relentlessly tugged at Min Lungshuang's dress, drawing it slightly apart as he pressed against her chest. A soft moan escaped her lips, and her entire face flushed with an alarming crimson hue. Strangely, she could emit sounds, yet the ability to articulate words eluded her. Perhaps the lingering toxins still coursing through her veins hindered her control over her tongue, rendering her capable only of instinctual sounds. She felt utterly humiliated, wishing for nothing more than to disappear. The shame of such a public display, coupled with the peculiar noises she had made, filled her with despair. She couldn't help but wonder how Fang Yu would perceive her afterward, and what kind of gaze he would cast upon her. In a moment of hopelessness, she shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight before her. Just as Fang Yu extracted the second vial of venom, an alarm suddenly blared from the drone. Undeterred by his awkward predicament, Fang Yu rolled swiftly to the side. Thud! A size 38 foot came crashing down where he had just been, and though it was merely a simple stomp, Fang Yu felt the weight of 1,000 pounds bearing down upon him. The reckless scoundrel was doomed. Chapter 20. The first encounter with Yi Qingsheng. A misunderstanding the opponent offered Fang Yu no opportunity for explanation and launched another attack. The speed was more than twice that of Fang Yu, and in an instant, it reached him. Bang! Oomph! It was merely a standard elbow strike, executed with the force of Bajiquan. The sound of impact and the grunt melded into one, indistinguishable from each other. Moreover, this blow aimed directly at the vital points, landing heavily on Fang Yu's chest. Damn! Fang Yu barely had time to react before he was sent flying, soaring 2 meters away, blood spurting from his mouth. Yi Qingsheng was somewhat astonished. The strength of her elbow strike was sufficient to send an adult male flying 10 meters. Yet, Fang Yu only flew 2 meters before losing momentum. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Yu was even more shocked. He was clad in an exoskeleton suit, and this punch had not only propelled him, but had also launched the several hundred kilograms of armor along with him, nearly causing his glasses to fall off. To strike and send half a ton of metal flying. Was this even human? Had she somehow acquired superhuman abilities? Fortunately, her elbow struck the exoskeleton rather than directly hitting Fang Yu. Had it made contact with him, it could have been fatal. Nevertheless, Fang Yu was still significantly injured. His chest burned with pain, and it was conservatively estimated that his ribs were certainly fractured. He was uncertain if any internal organs had been harmed. At that moment, drones surrounded them from all directions, encircling the 3 individuals. Fang Yu forced himself to stand, each movement sending sharp pains through his chest. He warily regarded the unfamiliar woman before him, the very same woman who had just emerged from the opposite side of the island. Her sudden appearance had inexplicably gone unnoticed by the drones. Yi Qingsheng, too, sensed something was amiss. Why did the iron lump worn by that man resemble the contraption on the woman lying on the ground? Upon her arrival, she had seen Fang Yu sprawled atop the girl, as if engaged in some nefarious act. As a woman herself, witnessing such a scene ignited a surge of indignation within her, prompting her to charge forward. Now, however, upon reflection, the situation did not seem to align with her initial assumptions. Fang Yu remained oblivious to her thoughts, anxiously observing her, his laser sword poised for action. After all, such conceptual weapons were rarely seen. If this woman dared to continue her assault, he would undoubtedly catch her off guard. Yi Qingkaltet had advanced, opting instead to retreat to the side of the girl. Fang Yu watched in alarm as this woman approached Min Lungshuang. What are you trying to do? He bellowed at Yi Qingsheng while the drones closed in. Should the situation escalate, they would launch a suicide attack against her. Fang Yu was reluctant to expend these drones unnecessarily. Once damaged, they would be irreparable. Yet there was no alternative. If left unchecked, his first crew member aboard the ship would be lost. However, what he did not anticipate was that the spirited woman merely inspected the fallen Min Lungshuang before rising to her feet. Yi Qingsheng had also noticed the wounds on Min Lungshuang's body, as well as the poisonous blood that Fang Yu had spat onto the ground. It appeared she had misunderstood the situation. Yi Qingsheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, "What were you just doing?" Fang Yu remained on high alert, retorting somewhat irritably, What business is it of yours? Yi Qingcheng, a prominent influencer with millions of followers in reality, had always been pampered by her fans and had never encountered such disrespect. Yet, Fang Yu was indifferent. After all, this woman had struck him unprovoked, nearly knocking him out with that blow. It was outrageous to be met with such hostility upon their first encounter. If he were to die from it, who would he turn to for justice? This thought troubled Fang Yu. Despite having procured numerous extraordinary items, all cutting-edge technology, he found himself lamenting the absence of a firearm. If only he had a gun, he wouldn't be intimidated by this girl, and he could swiftly put her in her place with a swift American-style draw. As the tension between them escalated, a rustling sound emerged from the forest behind them. Fang Yu's instincts kicked in, and he quickly deployed a drone to survey the surrounding woods. To his astonishment, he spotted several brown figures darting through the foliage, rushing toward their direction. Upon zooming in, he realized they were monkeys, each roughly half a person in size, at least 4 of them. In the stillness of the jungle, the presence of any creature was far from reassuring. It could potentially be another sinister entity, akin to the malevolent vines. Several monkeys are approaching, Fang Yu announced, moving toward Min Lingshuang. His gaze remained fixed on Yi Qingcheng, ready to activate his laser sword at a moment's notice should she make any sudden moves. Fortunately, Yi Qingcheng showed no intention of attacking. Instead, she focused intently on the source of the noise. Shall we join forces? Yi Qingcheng suggested unexpectedly, having come to a realization. This man was likely trying to save the girl, who had probably been poisoned. His refusal to abandon her indicated a sense of responsibility, a rare quality in a world where moral decay was rampant. Many would abandon their loved ones, but the risks of exploring this island alone were substantial. If she, too, fell victim to poison like the girl, she would be doomed, having no one to rescue her. Furthermore, she had already noticed the drone hovering above. Fang Yu was taken aback by her sudden proposition. He was incredulous. You struck me, and now ask if I want to team up? Am I insane? He felt a mixture of anger and amusement. This woman hadn't even offered an apology after assaulting him, and now sought to ally with him. Keeping her alive and getting out of here is no simple task. With my help, it will be a different story. Yi Qingcheng turned her gaze, her enchanting phoenix eyes fixed upon Fang Yu, radiating an air of confidence. Having just broken through to the realm of dark energy yesterday, she found herself amidst perilous circumstances upon arriving on the island. A colossal flower suddenly closed as she approached, and had it not been for her innate ability to sense danger, she likely would have met her demise. Towering pitcher plants and the viscous, nearly solid substance of the marshmallow plant surrounded her, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. Unquestionably, this was yet another island of death. Although her strength was formidable and her danger perception keen, she harbored doubts about her ability to escape the clutches of these bizarre botanical traps. It was crucial to note that the surroundings were teeming with vegetation. However, before the two could engage in conversation, the monkeys arrived. Chapter 21. The monkeys, the team, and surprisingly, her. 6 monkeys perched silently on the branches, casting their watchful gazes upon the trio below. Fang Yu felt a chill run down his spine as he met their piercing stares, each pair of eyes glinting with a menacing red hue. Yi Qingcheng, too, sensed an unsettling tension in the air. These monkeys were not to be underestimated. Fang, brother Fang. A weak voice emerged from the ground. Min Lingshuang, who lay there, had managed to regain some semblance of control over her body after Fang Yu had extracted the poison from her blood twice. At least she could now speak. Are you feeling any better? Fang Yu asked, his eyes never wavering from the monkeys above. He could easily discern their movements through the drone's perspective, yet he knew that breaking eye contact with these wild creatures would signal the perfect moment for their attack. He was reluctant to engage in combat, especially with an injured companion lying on the ground. I can talk a bit, but I still can't stand, Min Lingshuang replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, recalling the humiliating moment when Fang Yu had extracted the poison in the presence of the unfamiliar woman beside her. Suddenly, a monkey hurled a stone from the tree, striking the ground near Fang Yu's feet. This act sounded the clarion call for war, prompting all the monkeys to rain down stones upon them. What the hell? Fang Yu exclaimed, bewildered by the sheer volume of stones the beasts had at their disposal, wondering where they had hidden them without pockets. Yi Qingcheng, refusing to be a passive target, swatted away the stones aimed at her. Seizing a rock, she hurled it with precision, striking one of the monkeys squarely on the head. The creature, caught off guard by the pain, lost its grip and fell from the tree. With a swift movement, Yi Qingqing advanced, delivering a powerful kick that sent the monkey sprawling several meters away, ultimately crashing into a tree. The creature lay motionless, its body limp, evidently broken and lifeless. Impressive, Fang Yu marveled, astonished by her strength. She had dispatched the monkey with nothing but her bare feet. Had she wielded a weapon, he would have been less surprised. However, recalling the force with which he had been knocked back just moments ago, he began to suspect she had undergone rigorous training. Shielding his head from falling stones while subtly protecting Min Lingshuang, Fang Yu felt a surge of frustration. Ever since arriving on the island, he had faced one obstacle after another. First, the enigmatic vines, and now these creatures lurking above. If only they were straightforward adversaries. He could easily confront them with his laser sword. Yet, both of these threats exploited his vulnerabilities. In this moment, his previously unwavering confidence shattered. He had believed that with an arsenal of advanced technology, he could easily dominate any challenge. The reality, however, was far more daunting. As he observed the unfamiliar woman dispatch 3 more monkeys in a similar fashion, the remaining monkeys scattered in fright. Yi Qingchang chose not to pursue them, granting the group a temporary reprieve from danger. Fang Yu remained vigilant, a drone trailing behind him. "So, shall we join forces?" the woman inquired once more, turning her gaze towards Fang Yu. She had witnessed the moment when this man had shielded her. Fang Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he locked eyes with her and posed his question. "Can you enlighten me as to why we must ally ourselves?" Yi Qingsheng offered a subtle smile. "You appear more agreeable." "That's nonsense. The elbow you gave me still aches." Fang Yu was no fool. He could not be swayed by her whimsical words. Thus, he earnestly asked, in all seriousness, "Why should we choose you?" Yi Qingsheng refrained from giving a straightforward answer, opting instead to probe him with a counter-question. "Those drones earlier, were they yours?" The moment the words left her lips, Fang Yu comprehended. This woman coveted the aerial perspective his drones could provide. Yet, he remained perplexed. "You must have noticed that the jungle here is exceedingly dense. The effectiveness of the drones is significantly diminished. I only discerned your presence when you approached from behind." At his remark, Yi Qingsheng shook her head. "Within a 20-meter radius, I am in control. Beyond that, you take charge. Furthermore, on my way here, I encountered a colossal ravine. The creature responsible for that chasm is certainly beyond human capability to confront." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu fell silent. If what this woman claimed was true, then the perils of this jungle extended far beyond the bizarre plants and monkeys. There must be other threats lurking. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to agree. He could see that the woman bore no ill intent. Her earlier strike had been a mere misunderstanding. It was evident that she had a vehement disdain for evil. The way she had called him a scoundrel had genuinely startled him. "Very well, we shall form a team. But how shall we divide the spoils?" 60-40. Fang Yu nodded in response. "That seems quite reasonable. 6 for us, 4 for you." "You've misinterpreted my words. I meant 60 for me, 40 for you." Fang Yu was taken aback. "That's unacceptable. We are 2 individuals and should rightfully receive a larger share. Yet your little girlfriend lies incapacitated on the ground." Yi Qingsheng replied, stifling a laugh at the rather comical sight of Min Lingshuang, whose body was rigid from poisoning. Resembling a lifeless figure, her dress tattered. Fang Yu sighed. "Fine, 50-50. If you refuse, then so be it," he declared, this being his final concession. He was not wholly committed to the idea of teaming up. He could always return to the ship. "Agreed." Yi Qingchang readily acquiesced. "Then let us form a team." With that, she promptly sent a team invitation to Fang Yu, a feature she had unlocked after ascending to level 3. Indeed, just moments prior, after vanquishing a few monkeys, Yi Qingsheng had successfully leveled up. Simultaneously, her attributes were elevated due to the increase in her level, her strength augmented by 2 points, while her stamina and agility each surged by 1 point. Forming a team? Fang Yu felt a twinge of confusion, yet in the next moment, a panel materialized before him. "Qingwu Qingsheng has extended an invitation for team formation. Do you accept? Team function has been temporarily activated. After forming a team, you may temporarily view your teammates' basic panels. Should a teammate inflict deliberate harm, they will incur double damage. Experience will be shared among team members. The primary assailant will receive 80 of the experience, while teammates will each receive 50. As Fang Yu gazed at the cascade of information before him, he found himself momentarily stunned. His attention was not drawn to the plethora of details that followed, but rather to the very first line. Qing Wu Qing Sheng. It was indeed her, the one who had reached level 2 first, acquired a silver treasure chest, and traded 2 bronze treasure chests with him. Chapter 22. Clinging to the Strong. Let's deduct from your spoils Fang Yu decisively chose to agree. This was indeed a powerful ally, and he felt no embarrassment in relying on a woman. In fact, if given a chance to start anew, he would even be willing to accept a split of 40-60. After all, having gained experience from previous teamwork, there was now the opportunity to acquire treasure chests. In the end, everything would belong to him, requiring only a trivial expenditure on water and food. Upon his agreement, a panel reappeared before him, simultaneously displaying the attributes of the other 2 individuals. Notably, the basic panel revealed their true names rather than their respective IDs. Name: Minling Xuan. Level: Strength 7, Stamina 7, Agility 8. Status: Poison. Minling Xuan's attributes seemed relatively normal, and her status indeed indicated poisoning, confirming Fang Yu's analysis was correct. However, when Fang Yu beheld the basic panel of the enchanting Yi Qingsheng, he could hardly contain his astonishment. Name: Yi Qingsheng. Level: 3, Strength 17, Stamina 16, Agility 15. Status: Energetic. This woman's attributes were extraordinarily formidable. Her strength was nearly double his own, and the other 2 attributes surpassed his by half. She was practically a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Since no IDs were displayed after forming the team, an inviter's ID did not pop up for the invited party, Yi Qingsheng remained oblivious to Fang Yu being the one who had traded the bronze treasure chest with her the previous day. Fang Yu also had no intention of revealing himself. He could not be certain whether this woman might resort to ruthless measures for his supplies. After all, human nature could falter under duress, and despite her seemingly benevolent demeanor, Fang Yu dared not take the risk. Miss Yi, could you do me a favor? Fang Yu looked at Minling Xuan, who lay on the ground, still unable to move, feeling somewhat helpless. She has 3 wounds, and I have already extracted venom from 2. Could you assist with the last one? The location of the final wound was quite awkward, and having someone to help would be ideal. Of course, Yi Qingsheng replied. Now that the 3 of them were teammates, this was merely a trivial matter. An additional pair of hands meant enhanced strength. The wound is located on the inner side of her thigh. As he spoke, Fang Yu indicated the tear in Minling Xuan's dress, then turned away. I'll turn around. Call me when you are finished. At that moment, Minling Xuan's face had turned as red as a ripe peach, while Yi Qingsheng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Without hesitation, she approached Minling Xuan and squatted beside her. Gently lifting the hem of the girl's dress, she indeed discovered a wound on the inner thigh, the edges still glistening with a dark green liquid. Yi Qingsheng reached out, applying pressure, appreciating the sensation. Minling Xuan's face reddened further. Though she was immobilized, she was certainly not devoid of feeling. Yi Qingsheng's warm hand rested upon her thigh, the calluses from martial training softly grazing her delicate skin. A soft whimper escaped the young girl, which she promptly stifled, as if afraid of being overheard. The young girl cast a resentful glance at Yi Qingsheng, her eyes brimming with unspoken grievances. Yi Qingsheng, unfazed, chuckled and remarked, "What is the matter? Is it because your little boyfriend isn't helping you? And you're not pleased?" I. Minling Xuan stammered, her embarrassment rendering her speechless. Fang Yu interjected, "I merely turn around. I'm not dead. Miss Yi, please refrain from teasing her. We are merely casual acquaintances. We encountered her at sea yesterday. That is all, so please do not misunderstand." Fang Yu was not the type to harbor narcissistic delusions. They had only met once, and he did not presume that such a brief encounter could inspire affection from Minling Xuan. It was implausible and unrealistic. "That is quite uncertain, Yi Qingsheng teased, regarding the girl sprawled on the ground. "After all, you did save her life, a hero rescuing a damsel. Who wouldn't be enamored?" Fang Yu rolled his eyes, exasperation evident in his tone. "Miss Yi, let us not squander time. We must hasten our exploration of the island. The longer we delay, the more variables we introduce. Patience, Yi Qingcheng replied, her hand still gently kneading Min Lengshuang's leg. This was not an act of impropriety. Rather, she employed a technique to expel the toxins from Min Lengshuang's body. With a final, forceful push, the girl emitted a startled cry. Following this, a dark green liquid began to ooze from her wound. What's wrong? Fang Yu, hearing the commotion, swiftly turned to look. However, he regretted the action immediately, though it was too late. The lifted hem of her skirt revealed a significant expanse of creamy white, eliciting an even louder scream. Fang Yu forcibly averted his gaze, turning his head away. I didn't mean to. I was merely concerned about any complications. He felt a flush of embarrassment, unable to meet Min Lengshuang's eyes, and turned his back to the two women. Yi Qingcheng maintained her composure as if nothing had transpired and calmly stated, I have done all that I can. From here on, it is up to her body to gradually eliminate the remaining toxins. Here, drink this. It should enhance your metabolism and expedite the toxin decomposition. With a flick of her wrist, a bottle of functional drink appeared in her hand, one she had exchanged with Fang Yu. Although Min Lengshuang was somewhat curious, having never seen this beverage as it was kept in the captain's quarters, she felt no trepidation upon hearing Yi Qingcheng's assurance about its efficacy. She gently parted her lips, ready to sip. Yet, Yi Qingcheng did not feed her directly. Instead, she lowered her skirt to cover the exposed skin. You wish me to feed you? Let your little boyfriend do it. Fang Yu, go ahead. Upon hearing his name, Fang Yu hastily turned around, only to catch the functional drink tossed in his direction. After catching it, his gaze fell upon Min Lengshuang, who was caught in a state of indecision, her lips slightly parted, neither fully open nor closed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she dared not meet his eyes. Miss Yi, you've truly misunderstood. We have only just met. Fang Yu pleaded, hoping this fierce woman would relent and cease her playful jests at their expense. Very well, quickly let her drink, and then we shall set off. Yi Qingcheng waved her hand and stepped aside. Holding a functional beverage, Fang Yu curled his lip. She certainly did not wear this expression when exchanging supplies with him yesterday. How curious it was that she now feigned such indifference. Yet, to be honest, Fang Yu did not harbor any animosity towards Yi Qingcheng, despite her somewhat pretentious demeanor. After all, she did provide something of value. This functional drink was indeed acquired through her trade of a bronze treasure chest. While Fang Yu could procure as much as he desired, he had only exchanged 20 cans with her yesterday, and now she presented it without a hint of concern. This aspect garnered Fang Yu's admiration. She was indeed a heroine. With this thought, he ceased to hesitate and opened the beverage, offering it to Min Lengshuang. It is worth mentioning that this item is not inexpensive. It will be deducted from your spoils later. Leaning against a tree, Yi Qingcheng watched the two with a beaming smile. Fang Yu thought to himself, damn it, she is just like Huang Rong. I unwittingly fell into her trap. Chapter 23. The python Fang Yu traversed the jungle, carrying Min Lengshuang on his back. According to the drone's guidance, that troop of monkeys had fled in this direction. As for the few monkeys that had met their demise earlier, the group tacitly chose to ignore them. Had it been a different set of individuals, they might have collected the carcasses for sustenance. However, Fang Yu was not in need of food, and the mere sight of the monkey's bloodshot eyes deterred him. Yi Qingcheng felt similarly. As a wilderness survival blogger, she was acutely aware that many diseases are transmitted from monkeys to humans. In such circumstances, how could she dare to gather the remains of those monkeys? Fang Yu proceeded steadily, neither hurried nor sluggish. Despite donning an exoskeleton armor that could easily bear several hundred kilograms, it was essential to note that Min Lengshuang was also equipped with similar armor. This meant Fang Yu was currently burdened with several hundred kilograms. As he felt the warm breath of Min Lengshuang against his back, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Min Lengshuang, feeling a touch embarrassed, nestled her head deeper into Fang Yu's neck, too shy to look up. Fang Yu pretended to be oblivious to her actions, though his posture clearly bent further under the weight. Have you found anything? Yi Qingcheng inquired, tilting her head as if she had noticed nothing unusual. The strangeness of this island unsettled her. She wished to gather supplies swiftly and leave. The drone indicated that the monkeys had vanished in the valley ahead. Through his glasses, Fang Yu could discern the surrounding terrain with clarity. He made a conscious effort to avoid any plants that appeared hazardous, opting instead for the safer, flatter path. Although it meant taking a longer route, safety was paramount. I think I can move now. Min Lingshuang's faint voice emerged behind him, her body trembling slightly. The softness of her form pressed against Fang Yu's back sent a shiver down his spine. Then let me set you down quickly. Fang Yu had noticed that after Min Lingshuang consumed the functional beverage, her attributes had temporarily increased by approximately 20. This was something he had been unaware of. Upon acquiring the drinks, he had assumed they were akin to common energy drinks, merely serving to invigorate. Consequently, apart from trading them, he had never sampled them himself, nor had he been privy to their effects. Had he known, he would have surely pocketed a few bottles upon disembarking for future exigencies. It seemed prudent to adjust the prices when exchanging for treasure chests. Such a product was worth its weight in gold. A 20 enhancement to all attributes was invaluable. He could only wonder if such effects would persist after his attributes were elevated. If the enhancement remained consistent, the value would soar beyond mere trinkets. Indeed, anything subjected to his tenfold amplification was anything but ordinary. They were all exceptional treasures. Fang Yu now possessed a deeper understanding of his own talents. He pondered whether the instant noodles would also yield any special effects. Regrettably, he lacked items or talents to inspect the functionalities of his possessions, which would have made things considerably easier. Gently, Fang Yu squatted down and set Min Lingshuang on the ground. She unsteadily rose to her feet, her stiffness significantly alleviated. Yet she had not fully recovered. Yi Qingchang stood nearby, offering no urgency, for time was abundant. More hands meant more strength. However, as Min Lingshuang acclimated to her condition, the drone transmitted an unexpected image. What in the world is this? Fang Yu stared in astonishment at the display in his glasses. A colossal python was wreaking havoc through the jungle, heading directly towards the valley from which the troop of monkeys had fled. The path of the serpent was marked by deep furrows in the earth, confirming that the ravines Yi Qingcheng had mentioned were indeed caused by this creature. What is wrong? Yi Qingcheng inquired, noticing Fang Yu's expression. There's a massive python advancing in this direction. It won't be long before it reaches our position. Fang Yu exclaimed, a sense of urgency creeping in. If the drone hadn't been flying high, they might have been caught unawares. Despite its enormity, the python moved with a surprising stealth, gliding almost silently along the ground, its speed remarkable. There was no time to run, they needed to hide. Fang Yu swiftly pulled the unsteady Min Lingshuang into a small earthen pit nearby. The pit was cramped, accommodating only Fang Yu and Min Lingshuang, with barely enough room for another person. Yi Qingchang had no doubts. Her innate danger sense provided clarity, a strong palpitating sensation compelling her to flee. Yet she refrained. For Fang Yu could not afford to make a miscalculation. His survival depended on it. Thus, the wisest choice was to follow his lead. Yi Qingcheng squeezed into the pit, and the three of them huddled closely together, each breath releasing warmth that brushed against the others. Rustle, rustle. The sound of smooth skin gliding over gravel filled the air. It's here. Fang Yu held his breath as the drone captured this tense moment in vivid clarity. The serpent, measuring over 30 meters in length and at least 2 meters in diameter, slithered swiftly along the ground, its target the valley ahead. It did not pause, remaining oblivious to the trio concealed in the pit. Min Lingshuang was terrified as the enormous creature slithered past, yet she stifled her fear. Clamping her hand tightly over her mouth, Fang Yu felt a knot of anxiety. Should he encounter the serpent face-to-face, survival was uncertain. Although he possessed a laser sword capable of inflicting damage, the sheer size of the beast rendered any confrontation perilous. It was said that such pythons prefer to suffocate their prey before swallowing them whole, leaving no chance for escape through disembowelment with his laser sword. Yi Qingcheng, too, was aware of her limitations. Though strong, she had not yet reached a level where she could contend with such a behemoth. Perhaps only with a strength exceeding 50 points and having attained a breakthrough in her 8th level martial arts could she hope to vanquish the creature. As Fang Yu observed the python's departure through the drone's lens, he finally exhaled in relief. However, upon reflection, he realized the three of them were huddled in an unseemly position within the pit. In his embrace lay Min Lingshuang, while behind him stood Yi Qingcheng. He could even perceive the sweet scent of milk emanating from Yi Qingsheng, along with the delicate softness of her presence. However, he dared not make any sudden movements and hastily scrambled out of the earth pit. The first thing he did upon emerging was to crouch down. What's wrong? Upon witnessing Fang Yu's actions, Yi Qingsheng grew anxious, fearing there might be some commotion once more. Ahem, my shoelace came undone, Fang Yu responded awkwardly, then swiftly diverted the conversation. The giant python has entered the valley. Shall we proceed? Yes, she replied. The giant python is likely hunting for food. Let us see if we might seize an opportunity. Yi Qingsheng's striking phoenix eyes were fixated intently on the spot where the giant python had vanished, brimming with an insatiable desire for resources. Chapter 24. The Awakening of Minling Shuang. Is it possible to utilize drones for experience farming now? Ye King inwitted softly, rising to her feet and gazing at Minling Shuang, who was nestled within the pit surrounded by ostriches. It should be possible, the girl replied. Her head bowed in trepidation. Noticing the flush on her cheeks, Yi Qingsheng furrowed her brow. Are you unwell? How peculiar. At that moment, Minling Shuang's mind was a blank slate. Just moments before, she had curled up in Fang Yu's embrace within the pit, her back pressed against him. However, she had felt something nudge against her, and though Fang Yu swiftly climbed out, she was no fool and understood precisely what it was. Thus, she remained in a state of embarrassment, hesitant to face anyone. I'll send the drone to scout ahead, Fang Yu declared, his thoughts guiding the drone into the air. Previously, due to the narrowness of the valley, he had refrained from sending the drone in. Now that the giant python had entered and they were not far behind, he deemed it prudent to let the drone explore. Soon, 2 drones flew into the narrow valley. As they passed through a small opening, they discovered a hidden paradise within. The deeper they ventured, the more expansive the space became. Dense canopies of trees obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only a sliver of light to filter through the leaves, casting a faint luminescence on the ground. At the heart of the valley lay a deep pool of emerald green, surrounded by a plethora of stones of varying sizes. The valley was alive with commotion. After the giant python entered, it glided directly toward the pool, while countless monkeys perched on the stone walls, chattering incessantly. Yet none dared to descend. Instead, they hurled stones from above. However, this action failed to provoke the giant python. Its thick scales were not merely for show. The small stones that struck it were insufficient to even tickle. As the giant python approached the pool, some monkeys could no longer contain themselves and rushed down, attempting to thwart the serpent. Yet, these creatures were no match for the python. With a mere flick of its tail, it sent the monkeys flying against the stone walls, their survival in grave jeopardy. Fang Yu relayed the unfolding scene to the 2 ladies. Minling Shuang finally emerged from a pit, having regained some mobility. Although not fully restored, she was at least able to walk. Ling Shuang, it would be best for you to remain here for now, Fang Yu advised. Miss Yi and I will scout ahead to see if we can gather some resources. This way, if the situation turns dire, we can make a swift retreat. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to venture forth with Yi Qingsheng, having spotted various fruits and supplies in the corners of the valley through the drone, most notably a treasure chest glimmering with a verdigris hue. All right, but do ensure your safe return, Minling Shuang acquiesced. With her consent, Fang Yu and Yi Qingsheng wasted no time and hurried toward the valley. As she watched the 2 departing figures, Minling Shuang felt a pang of disappointment. She truly considered herself a burden. Having arrived on the island not long ago, she had already become a liability. Were it not for Fang Yu, she might have perished amidst the encroaching vines. No, she resolved to grow stronger. Otherwise, she would inevitably be cast aside one day. Only by becoming as formidable as Sister Yi could she remain by Brother Fang Yu's side forever. The young girl silently vowed to strengthen herself. Deep down, she understood that this was not an impossible feat, solely because she possessed that innate talent. Meanwhile, Fang Yu and Yi Qingsheng swiftly maneuvered closer, already hearing the cacophony of monkeys ahead. Shall I use the drone to capture some monkeys for experience points? Fang Yu suggested, recalling that the survival game operated on a leveling system. Yesterday, Yi Qingsheng had informed him that defeating any creature would yield experience, and these monkeys were no exception. In truth, Fang Yu coveted the bronze treasure chest, but its location lay deep within the fray, If the drone were to directly seize it, it would certainly attract attention. Moreover, the cliffs in the valley housed numerous caves, making it inconvenient for the drone to navigate. If the treasure chest were to be concealed by the monkeys, it would be a regrettable loss. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Qingsheng acquiesced. She had indeed savored the sweet taste of leveling up. For others, it merely enhanced their attributes. For her, however, the augmentation was not merely 1-1-2. When combined with her 8 extremities fist, she could unleash a power of 3 or even 4. Furthermore, she was curious whether being the first to reach level 10 would yield greater rewards. Upon seeing Yi Qingsheng nod, Fang Yu concentrated, guiding the drone towards the monkeys perched on the cliff. Due to the drone's limited carrying capacity, Fang Yu selectively targeted the frail monkeys. This not only kept him within the weight limit, but also made them easier to eliminate. Suddenly, an idea struck Fang Yu. Would the kills made by the drone count as his own? For instance, if the drone captured a weak monkey and ascended into the air, the creature would struggle in vain, unable to free itself from the grasp of the mechanical arm. Once the drone reached a certain altitude, the arm would release its grip, sending the monkey plummeting to the ground without any means of support. In less than a second, it would crash heavily to the earth. Monkey killed, experience gained. For current experience, for 50 indeed, it worked. Fang Yu's eyes lit up, and Yi Qingsheng glanced over, her gaze sparkling with intrigue. She too received an experience notification. Although it was merely 1 point, it was evident that Fang Yu was the one responsible. Thus, 10 drones swiftly sprang into action. Defeated. Monkey gained experience 4. Defeated. Monkey gained experience 4. Defeated. Monkey gained experience 4. Notifications continuously emerged before him, revealing that the number of monkeys exceeded several hundred. However, his focus primarily remained on the massive python, which allowed Fang Yu to mercilessly slaughter the weaker monkeys. If they were to realize what was happening, it would likely become much more challenging. Soon enough, some frail monkeys noticed the drone hovering above, prompting them to seek refuge among their companions to evade capture. At that moment, Fang Yu's experience points reached 4850. With just one more kill, he could ascend to level 2. He resolved to take the risk of capturing some of the ordinary monkeys and, with his keen eyesight, spotted several mother monkeys clutching their young. They remained vigilant, watching the drone intently, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. However, Fang Yu was not so heartless as to desire the slaughter of the younglings. Knowing that he could return for another harvest in the future, he casually seized a robust monkey, which thrashed violently, making it difficult for the small drone to maintain its grip. Promptly, Fang Yu commanded another drone to assist. It appeared that the small drones were somewhat inadequate for the task. He silently cursed in his mind, and with a flicker of intent, for larger drones stationed by the ship soared forth, heading in his direction, expected to arrive in a minute or 2. Meanwhile, Fang Yu directed the drone to release its mechanical arm, yet the monkey captured in the sky clung tenaciously to the drone, refusing to let go. Fang Yu quickly maneuvered the other drones to surround it, with 4 drones grasping its limbs and lifting it toward the valley's edge. If it could not be dropped to its demise, then he would take it upon himself to eliminate it. Chapter 25. Upgrade Construction Chamber. Liquid in the stone, frenzied monkeys. For drones soared out of the valley, clutching a struggling monkey. Upon witnessing this, Fang Yu advanced decisively. With his exoskeleton armor fully engaged, he unleashed nearly half a ton of force in a single punch. Bang! The monkey's head shattered like a watermelon. Yi Qingsheng couldn't help but furrow her brow. Fang Yu, with his back turned, remained oblivious to her expression, lost in the euphoria of his upgrade. Level up, Strength 2, Stamina 1. Agility 2, Personal Backpack unlocked, Construction Chamber unlocked, in addition to the enhancement of his attributes. Fang Yu noted the latter 2 notifications, the Personal Backpack and the Construction Chamber. What could these be? Normally, one would unlock construction capabilities, but Fang Yu had directly accessed the Construction Chamber. This was due to the existence of a specific cabin on the Dream Treasure ship dedicated to building tools, which had previously been inaccessible. Suddenly, he recalled how Yi Qingsheng had effortlessly produced a bottle of functional beverage from her wrist. Could that be the ability of the personal backpack? However, before Fang Yu could ponder further, a series of usage instructions flooded his mind, instantly clarifying how to utilize the personal backpack and locate the construction chamber. Although the construction chamber was currently unusable, he could still inspect his personal backpack. Understanding this, Fang Yu promptly summoned his personal panel for review. The personal backpack functioned as a compact space, capable of storing 10 different items, with each item accommodating up to 10 units. It was undeniably practical, allowing him to carry essential items closely. Furthermore, it could store weapons, enabling him to surprise enemies by producing them unexpectedly. For instance, his laser sword. Imagine the scenario. Initially, his opponent perceives Fang Yu as unarmed, only for him to suddenly reveal a laser sword. The adversary, mistaking it for a mere flashlight, would undoubtedly underestimate the threat. When they approached, intent on confrontation, the laser sword would activate, and they would realize the magnitude of their misjudgment. However, possessing firearms would be preferable. No need for cunning. Just draw the weapon and confront. After all, truth lies within range. With a thought, Fang Yu stored the laser sword within his personal backpack. Since it was of no immediate use, it was better reserved as a trump card. Simultaneously, he continued to maneuver the drones to capture monkeys, this time opting to deploy 2 drones as a pair, directly extracting their captures. Soon, 5 monkeys were ensnared. "Let us eliminate them together," Fang Yu declared, channeling energy into his exoskeleton armor. This time, he chose not to obliterate them with a single blow, but instead to snap their necks. The previous action had been somewhat gruesome, with blood splattering onto his fist. "All right," Yi Qingqing responded without hesitation, charging forward to deliver a punch squarely to a monkey's forehead. The force resonated, rendering the creature limp and lifeless. Just as Fang Yu and Yi Qingqing dispatched 2 waves of monkeys, a new development emerged in the valley. The colossal python surged towards the deep pool, gently flicking its tongue, and swiftly engulfed the stones by the water's edge, crunching them into fragments. Fang Yu exclaimed, "How can it consume stones?" The sight ignited a frenzy among the monkeys. A group of them rushed down, some scavenging for stones while others smashed them to pieces. Fang Yu concentrated, magnifying the scene before him. To his astonishment, various vibrant liquids flowed from the shattered stones. The monkeys eagerly lapped up the remnants and the liquid on the ground. Remarkably, after consuming the liquid, the monkeys' bodies grotesquely swelled, soon growing significantly larger. With a fierce roar, the enlarged monkeys pounded their chests, their eyes glowing menacingly as they charged at the gigantic python. What the heck? They'd gone berserk. Fang Yu was taken aback. Yet, this was still insufficient. Even in their frenzied state, the monkeys were unlikely to match the python's formidable size. Indeed, as they charged, the python's tail swept them away, though they were not instantly crushed as before. The crazed monkeys fell against the rocky wall, but, undeterred, scrambled back up to attack again. Thus, more and more monkeys surged forward, consuming the liquid on the ground and becoming increasingly frenzied. Initially, the python paid little heed to their antics, but as the number of berserk monkeys grew, it began to struggle. Just as numerous ants can take down an elephant, an overwhelming horde of monkeys might well overwhelm the python. Thousands of monkeys clambered onto the python's back. Perhaps a single monkey, or even 100, could inflict little damage. Yet, when nearly 1,000 monkeys swarmed, they presented a considerable challenge. Lacking sharp fangs and claws, each monkey attacked with wild ferocity, tearing and clawing. One ripped off a scale, another wedged its hand into a gap to wreak havoc. The python writhed in agony, rolling about in distress. This was astonishing. Fang Yu stood in awe, refraining from using the drone to capture any monkeys. If discovered, he would be doomed, far weaker than the python. What is happening? Yi Qingqing noticed something was amiss. It had been several minutes since any monkeys had been caught, and Fang Yu stood frozen, motionless. In response, Fang Yu explained the unfolding scene to her. "Are you saying that horde of monkeys intends to slay the python?" Yi Qingqing scoffed, incredulous, despite their numbers. The monkeys were still outmatched by the python. The disparity in strength was evident. They could hardly even breach the python's scales, a fact that numbers alone could not alter. Whatever they consumed has significantly enhanced their strength, enabling them to even pull off the python's scales. Fang Yu's expression turned grave. This was indeed troublesome. They were already at a disadvantage against the monkeys, and now, with their newfound strength, their advantage had diminished even further. Resolving himself, Fang Yu thought, never mind. Let's secure the treasure chest first. With a flicker of thought, he stealthily directed 2 drones towards the innermost recesses, their objective being the bronze treasure chest. Fortunately, this frenzied troop of monkeys exhibited a diminished intellect. Even upon sighting Fang Yu's drones, they displayed no reaction, remaining fixated on the colossal python before them. In their perception, it was merely a large bird, posing no threat whatsoever. Thus, Fang Yu successfully commandeered the drones to seize the treasure chest and swiftly returned towards the valley's exit. What a stroke of luck! Fang Yu rejoiced, hoping that this bronze chest would yield something remarkable. However, he glanced at Yi Qingqing beside him, pondering how they might divide the spoils, given that there was but a single chest. Would he risk exposing his identity? Absolutely not. Revealing oneself was perilous, especially in the presence of such a formidable woman. Who could ascertain her intentions? It would be prudent to offer it to her first. After all, there was a high probability that she would eventually trade it back to him, merely delaying the opening of the chest. He could afford to wait a little longer. In less than half a minute, the drone emerged, depositing the bronze chest onto the ground. How should they divide this? Fang Yu picked up the chest and looked towards Yi Qingqing. She pondered briefly before proposing a solution. The chest belongs to me, but I shall grant you a greater share of the other resources. Do you wish to open it now? Fang Yu feigned ignorance. Is that something I should inquire about? Mind your own business, Yi Qingqing retorted, snatching the bronze chest from Fang Yu's grasp and promptly stowing it in her personal backpack, all the while casting him a fierce glare. Indeed, her striking phoenix eyes, when narrowed in reproach, conveyed an unparalleled intensity. Chapter 26. Monkey Wine, Triggering the Divine Hand. Attributes permanently enhanced. What exactly are those stones? Fang Yu pondered, observing the ongoing battle. The monkeys were fiercely contending with a monstrous python over those very stones. When shattered, the stones at the edge of the deep pool exuded a peculiar liquid, which, upon consumption by the monkeys, induced a state of frenzy. Fang Yu's curiosity was instantly piqued. Shall we procure one to examine? He suggested, turning to Yi Qingqing, who had retreated to a corner to access the chat interface since acquiring the bronze treasure chest, seemingly engrossed in her own affairs. Fang Yu, you should try using the chat function. I seem unable to reach anyone outside, she remarked. Taken aback, Fang Yu promptly opened the chat interface. He sent a message to Huayuan International, but after several seconds, there was no response, a stark contrast to their usual prompt replies. To be cautious, he also messaged Yi Qingqing nearby, yet still received no reaction. She appeared completely unperturbed. What is going on? Could it be that the chat function is disabled while on the island? Fang Yu speculated, recalling that Yi Qingqing had been able to send messages while on the island yesterday. No, could it be an issue with the version update? He pondered, sharing his conjecture with Yi Qingqing. The chat function has indeed been disabled, likely due to our presence on the island, she affirmed, shaking her head. But I was able to use it yesterday. Then it must be due to the version update, Fang Yu asserted, convinced that it was the only explanation for the discrepancy. Yi Qingqing concurred, realizing that her bronze treasure chest would have to wait for trading until they left the island. The thought of exchanging that modest bronze chest for a functional beverage excited her. After all, while superior to a wooden chest, it could only yield ordinary items, far less valuable than the drinks. Should we not retrieve a stone to investigate? Fang Yu inquired once more, noticing Yi Qingqing's silence. Yes, do try, she replied, intrigued about the nature of the stones, relying solely on Fang Yu's descriptions as she could not see the scene herself. With her encouragement, Fang Yu concentrated, commanding all drones to fly towards the deep pool, while remaining vigilant of the python and the frenzied monkeys. The python thrashed violently on the ground, attempting to dislodge the crazed monkeys. However, the monkeys, empowered by their frenzy and outnumbering the python, managed to pin it down firmly. The drones stealthily approached, hovering at the edge of the deep pool while making an effort to avoid attracting the monkeys' attention. The stones at the pool's edge were rather diminutive, each roughly the size of a palm, as Fang Yu estimated. Simultaneously, he observed the fractured stones, which were unexpectedly hollow, each bearing a diminutive perforation. With no time for meticulous examination, the drones extended their mechanical claws to seize the stones, soaring straight out of the valley. A cacophony erupted as several keen-eyed monkeys, witnessing this spectacle, vociferously protested against the drones. However, the other monkeys paid them no heed. Seeing their compatriots remain motionless, they could only watch begrudgingly as the drones departed. The thought of pursuing them was too daunting. In less than a minute, all the drones emerged, discarding the stones from their mechanical arms onto the ground. Fang Yu and Yi Qingxing approached, each picking up a stone from the earth. "What is this?" Fang Yu pondered, examining the seemingly unremarkable stone in his hand, which appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary rock save for its lighter weight. Yi Qingxing gently shook her stone, astonished to hear the sound of liquid colliding within. There is indeed something inside. How could this be? She marveled, contemplating the impossibility of merely filling it with water. "Let us open it and find out." Fang Yu seized another stone, activating his exoskeletal armor to its fullest, and forcefully struck the two stones together. With a resounding crack, one of the thinner stones shattered, releasing an aromatic wave of liquor. Simultaneously, Fang Yu's pupils dilated. "Ding! The talent divine hand has been triggered. Please select one amplification direction from the following options. 1. 10,000-fold increase in quantity. 2. 10,000-fold increase in quality." Fang Yu. How could this also trigger the divine hand? Just as he prepared to make his selection, Yi Qingxing, imitating him, opened her stone, leaving Fang Yu no time to intervene. However, upon witnessing her action, he relinquished the notion of obstructing her. It was already done. He directly opted for the 10,000-fold increase in quality. Acquired. Monkey wine strength description. Consuming it permanently boosts strength attributes. The enhancement effect diminishes with repeated use, becoming ineffective after 5 uses. Fang Yu's eyes gleamed. Was this not a diluted version of a genetic enhancement serum? Yet, it only augmented one attribute and was limited to 5 uses. Uncertain of the enhancement's efficacy, he hesitated not, raising his head to consume the solitary drop of liquid within the stone. Heat surged as the monkey wine coursed down his throat, settling in his stomach. Instantly, it felt as if fire ignited within him, but the warmth soon radiated throughout his limbs. With a thought, he accessed his personal panel. Name: Fang Yu. Level: Strength, 13 Stamina, 11 Agility, 13 Status, slightly tipsy. Partial nerve damage in the lower body. Talent: Divine Hand. Items: none. His strength had increased by 2 points. However, a new status of slight intoxication appeared. Yi Qingxing, having seen Fang Yu's strength rise by 2 points on the basic panel, promptly consumed her monkey wine in one gulp. In the next moment, she too sensed a transformation within her body. Fang Yu observed the alteration in her attributes on the fundamental panel. Name: Yi Qingxing. Level: 3 Strength, 17 Stamina, 16 Agility, 17 Status, slightly tipsy, energetic. It was not strength that had increased, but rather agility, by an astonishing 2 points. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the significance of his own 10,000-fold enhancement. Could it be that her augmentation was not everlasting? With this thought, Fang Yu inquired, "Miss Yi, why is it that your enhancement is in agility?" In response, Yi Qingxing replied, "I am uncertain as well. After consuming it, I was informed that my agility attribute would temporarily increase by 2 points, but once the effects of the alcohol diminish, my attributes will revert to their original state." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu understood. The ordinary monkey wine indeed did not provide a permanent enhancement, but rather a temporary one. This realization sparked a glimmer in Fang Yu's eyes as he recalled the countless stones by the edge of the deep pond. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Fortune was within reach. Chapter 27. The frantic harvest of monkey wine and the escaping python in just a few moments. For large drones summoned by Fang Yu from the ship had positioned themselves, hovering 100 meters above, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Due to the size of the drones, the narrow entrance of the valley was insufficient for their passage. Thus, remaining airborne was the optimal choice. Fang Yu adeptly maneuvered a smaller drone, stealthily venturing deeper into the valley to procure stones. As soon as he discerned their utility, he commanded all the smaller drones to converge. Collecting 10 at a time was rather slow. He needed to act swiftly, as he was uncertain how much longer the giant python could endure. Once the battle within concluded, he might not have the opportunity to continue pilfering stones. The remaining 10 small drones sped towards his current position, but this required a brief interval. Soon, Another 10 unopened jars of monkey wine were retrieved, which Fang Yu promptly stowed in his personal backpack. Miss Yi, these jars of monkey wine are exceedingly valuable to me. I hope you can relinquish them. Fang Yu addressed Yi Qingsheng earnestly. You shall be duly compensated. Very well, but I must select some other resources first. You may have everything, he replied. Upon inspection, he noticed a plethora of fruits within, which held little significance for him. He was not lacking in provisions. However, it seemed prudent to retain some seeds for future planting endeavors. Water was abundant, and soil could easily be excavated from the island for transport. Moreover, with the ample space aboard his vessel, the prospect of achieving a bountiful fruit harvest was tantalizingly within reach. Yet, the immediate priority was to procure more jars of monkey wine. The fruits could wait. Nevertheless, he recalled that his backpack could only accommodate a maximum of 100 jars, and each drone was equipped with a single mechanical arm, permitting only one jar to be retrieved at a time. Transporting them directly to the ship would be rather time-consuming. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he fashioned a basket? With this thought, he surveyed his surroundings for suitable materials. However, the area was dominated by trees, yielding no appropriate resources. Then he spotted several ash trees. He vaguely remembered from a documentary that the bark of these trees was remarkably resilient and could typically be woven into ropes and tools. With this revelation, he turned to Yi Qingsheng. Miss Yi, may I borrow your knife? Although uncertain of Fang Yu's intentions, Yi Qingsheng did not hesitate to comply, handing over the tactical knife strapped to her leg. Fang Yu approached the ash tree cautiously, ready to leap away at the slightest indication of danger, recalling vividly the peculiar plants he had encountered previously. Fortunately, this ash tree appeared to be ordinary, devoid of any strange characteristics. With a decisive stroke, he made an incision in the tree, gently inserting the knife's tip and carefully peeling back the bark with his fingers. A relatively intact piece of bark was stripped away, but it was merely the outer cork layer, which held no utility. What he truly required was the inner phloem, for it was the prime material for weaving. Before long, he had peeled off a substantial strip of material, gently tearing it into smaller pieces, and then Fang Yu began to twist it. What are you doing? Yi Qingsheng inquired, observing Fang Yu's actions, fully aware of his intentions. As a wilderness survival blogger, she possessed a far greater understanding of such survival skills than Fang Yu. Are you crafting rope? Close enough. I intend to weave a simple net bag to transport this monkey wine. Ahem, actually, I have some ready-made fabric strips. Fang Yu, why didn't you mention it earlier? I've been toiling for nothing. He chose not to press further. With that, Yi Qingsheng retrieved a hefty bundle of fabric strips from her personal backpack. These were remnants from her previous island adventure, where she had decimated an entire tribe and collected most of the fabric for future needs. Ironically, she found herself not in need of them, but rather providing them for Fang Yu's use at this moment. Thank you. A trivial matter. After all, we are teammates now. Yi Qingsheng smiled. Her cheeks flushed from the effects of the monkey wine. For a brief moment, Fang Yu was spellbound. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Previously, due to the skirmish, he had not taken a closer look, and thereafter, the appearance of the giant python had left him no time for such distractions. Now in close proximity, her beauty was undeniable. Even without makeup, she radiated allure. Among all the women he had encountered, Yi Qingsheng would undoubtedly rank among the top 5, even when compared to glamorous celebrities. This was a testament to her striking appearance. It was only logical, otherwise. How could Yi Qingsheng stand out amidst the fierce competition of online influencers? Fang Yu quickly regained his composure, lowering his head to continue weaving the net bag. The priority now was not to admire beauty, but to hastily create the net bag to transport the monkey wine back. Yi Qingsheng, seemingly oblivious to Fang Yu's gaze, stepped forward to assist. With the help of Yi Qingsheng, the wilderness survival expert, a modest net bag was woven in less than 5 minutes. While it could not be deemed exquisite, it was sturdy enough for practical use. Fang Yu estimated it could hold at least 20 stones without issue. Meanwhile, nearly 100 stones had already accumulated on the ground beside them. Without hesitation, Fang Yu began to fill the net bag with stones, soon packing it to the brim. His estimation proved accurate, as he managed to fit a total of 23 stones. With a thought, a large drone descended from the sky, and Fang Yu promptly attached the net bag to its mechanical arm. In the next instant, the drone soared into the air, heading towards the direction of the boat. Meanwhile, the battle within was drawing to a close. The giant python, battered and retreating, was on the verge of fleeing. It curled its entire body into a compact form and, with a swift roll, cast off all the monkeys clinging to it, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, as they tumbled and crashed against the stone walls on either side. Subsequently, the massive python slithered towards the entrance of the valley. It needed to escape. The monkeys were utterly frenzied, heedless of their own lives as they lunged to bite it. Moreover, after consuming the monkey wine, the group had become remarkably resilient. Their strength amplified and their pain threshold heightened, rendering them formidable adversaries. It was a situation to avoid. Through the drone, Fang Yu observed the python rushing towards the valley's entrance and promptly alerted Yi Qingsheng beside him, before dashing toward the nearby woods to conceal himself from a distance. Without hesitation, Yi Qingsheng followed suit, hiding behind a tree. Indeed, within moments, the enormous python emerged from the valley, its massive body drenched in blood, clearly having suffered considerable injuries. A few frenzied monkeys trailed behind it from the valley, yet their speed was distinctly inferior to that of the python. They could only hurl a few stones in frustration before retreating with curses. Chapter 28. Gathering supplies. Once the colossal serpent departed, Fang Yu and Yi Qingsheng cautiously emerged from their hiding place behind the trees. "What shall we do now?" Yi Qingsheng inquired, her gaze fixed upon Fang Yu, eager to discern his thoughts. "We could either seek out further opportunities to procure some supplies, or we could follow the serpent to ascertain its destination." After a moment of reflection, Fang Yu continued, "Or perhaps we could do both." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingsheng's eyes sparkled with interest, clearly intrigued by this final option. "What do you propose?" "I will dispatch a small drone to trail it, while we take the chance to gather some supplies from this valley." "Excellent." Yi Qing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After all, they had only secured a single bronze chest and a quantity of monkey wine. The effects of the monkey wine were, for Yi Qingsheng, inferior to food, especially since she possessed the treasure of functional beverages. Thus, she hardly regarded the monkey wine that merely augmented a singular attribute. From the drone's vantage point within the valley, the scene unfolded clearly. The frenzied monkeys remained exuberant, having lost their outlet in the serpent. They began to pound against the stone walls, and some even seized a nearby female monkey, engaging in their primal activities. Fang Yu was taken aback. Is a monkey wine so potent that it has led them to this? He couldn't help but scrutinize Yi Qingsheng, whose slightly flushed cheeks attested to her mild inebriation. It appears this is simply the way of things. Yet, with the monkeys preoccupied, he seized the opportunity to discreetly gather more supplies. With this thought, Fang Yu maneuvered the remaining drone, continuing to transport the stones containing monkey wine. Before long, he had stealthily extracted several hundred stones filled with the beverage. He and Yi Qingsheng resumed weaving makeshift net bags, ferrying these batches back to their vessel. Each net contained over 20 pieces, a quantity chosen with care. Fewer would diminish efficiency, while more would risk the fabric's integrity. 20 was indeed the optimal number. Fang Yu's thoughts drifted to Min Lung Shuang, who was lurking in the distance. Given that the serpent had fled in a direction opposite to where Min was hiding, he felt reassured. Yet, as time passed, an involuntary concern began to gnaw at him. However, seeing the avatar on the team panel still illuminated, he temporarily quelled his worries and focused on transporting the monkey wine. Thus, the boisterous monkeys continued their revelry for a full hour before finally quieting down, sprawled across the ground like lifeless creatures, unwilling to stir. Fang Yu noted this change in their demeanor, a thought blossoming in his mind. If they were to enter now, would it not be possible to decimate this group of monkeys? The ones who had just consumed the monkey wine were the robust members of the troop. The monkeys hiding nearby were the elderly, the weak, and the young, with the frail having already been swept away by Fang Yu's prior efforts, leaving only the aged and the young capable of movement. The females lay incapacitated, exhausted from the raucous antics of the younger males, feigning death in their exhaustion. However, Fang Yu did not immediately choose to enter. Instead, he controlled 2 drones to probe the area first. He selected a monkey on the edge of the troop, which, having exhausted itself, lay on the ground panting, appearing quite feeble. The two drones extended their mechanical arms and seized it. The sudden change startled the creature, which soon began to struggle wildly. However, it was futile. As the effects of the monkey liquor wore off, the monkey became even weaker, compounded by its earlier exertions, rendering it barely able to stand. Fang Yu, reminiscent of his previous actions, lifted the monkey high into the air and then hurled it down forcefully. A loud smack resonated. Monkey slain, experience gained. For current experience, 2-100 excellent. Fang Yu's face brightened with joy, and Yi Qingcheng also received the experience notification, prompting her to glance over. Fang Yu turned and explained, the monkeys inside, the side effects of the monkey liquor have manifested. Now they're all sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. Side effects? Yi Qingcheng queried, astonishment evident on her face, for she too had consumed the monkey liquor. Yes, once they succumbed to their frenzy, they lost their focus and began to lash out wildly. It seems that consuming the monkey liquor induces a state of inebriation, causing them to lose some of their rationality. However, given our size, as long as we do not consume excessively, we should not end up like them. This was Fang Yu's hypothesis. After all, those monkeys did not share the same physique as humans. Perhaps one serving of monkey liquor for them could lead to immediate intoxication and frenzy, while one serving for a human might merely result in a mild buzz. Just as some individuals can consume 2 kilograms of alcohol, while others may succumb after just half a cup, the differences in tolerance are stark. The disparity in physique amplifies this variance, which is precisely the case with these monkeys. Yi Qingqing nodded, hoping that would be the case, as she too had ingested the monkey liquor. If there were indeed side effects, she would not escape unscathed. She inwardly scolded herself for consuming it so quickly, without pausing to consider. Seeing Fang Yu drink, she had followed suit, unable to resist the temptation. Actually, there is no need for excessive concern. That gigantic python devoured both stones and monkey liquor. After consuming such a quantity, it showed no adverse reaction. So my conjecture is likely accurate. Thus, after some deliberation, the two concluded that since these monkeys were no longer capable of resistance, they might as well charge indirectly. This would not only allow them to accumulate experience, but also to scavenge for resources. It is worth noting that there were numerous monkey dens at the edge of the valley, but the drones could not navigate inside, necessitating their personal entry. Without hesitation, the duo ventured into the valley. Although Fang Yu had already glimpsed the scenery through the drone's perspective, he was still somewhat astonished upon entering. The temperature inside was noticeably cooler than outside, refreshingly so. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground, providing ample illumination without excessive heat, creating an utterly delightful atmosphere. As they continued deeper, after a couple of minutes, they arrived at the location of the monkey troop, which coincidentally was also where the deep pool lay. The emerald waters of the pool, unfathomable in depth, evoke a sense of unease in those who gaze upon it. Surrounding the deep pool, the stone walls are riddled with numerous monkey holes, while on the ground, lethargic monkeys lie sprawled, devoid of energy. At the sight of Fang Yu and his companions, the elder and younger monkeys instantly retreat into their burrows. Let us gather supplies first, Fang Yu suggested, gesturing towards the distant provisions. Those items should be what you seek, he added. Following Fang Yu's, Yi Qingqing spotted a pile of fruits nestled in the corner. It appeared that this assortment was foraged by the monkeys, likely harvested just today, and remarkably fresh. Without hesitation, Yi Qingqing dashed over to collect all the fruits. Interestingly, this substantial heap of fruits occupied merely 1 unit of her backpack, and it seemed there was ample space for more. It appears that different varieties of fruit are categorized as a single type of item. Chapter 29. The Sinister Tentacles. As the dust settled, Fang Yu deftly maneuvered the drone to transport the monkey wine back to the ship, while simultaneously executing the incapacitated monkeys on the ground. Each kill was a valuable experience that could not be overlooked. As for the morality of his actions, if the trio had previously been overpowered by these monkeys, they too would have met a swift demise, only to be captured and used as a source of sustenance. It is essential to remember that these monkeys are omnivorous, and Fang Yu had no illusions that they would refuse the meat within reach. With a decisive step, Fang Yu cleanly snapped the necks of the monkeys. Monkey killed. Experience gained 4. Monkey killed. experience gained 4. However, the sheer number was overwhelming. After collecting the fruits, Yi Qingsheng joined the fray against the monkeys. Fang Yu even remembered to summon Min Lingshuang, who had been hiding outside the valley. Her state of poisoning had finally dissipated. "Brother Fang Yu." Min Lingshuang approached with a light jog, her excitement palpable. But upon witnessing the grim scene of monkey corpses, her expression shifted drastically, paling considerably. This. She stammered, unable to find her voice. "These monkeys are currently incapacitated. Let us hasten and eliminate them all. Otherwise, if they regain mobility, our escape may not be guaranteed," Fang Yu remarked, viewing this as not only an opportunity to gain experience for her, but also as a test. On the path to survival, one cannot afford to be burdened by a naive idealist. With a determined bite of her lip, Min Lingshuang delivered a kick to a fallen monkey. Crack! She miscalculated, striking its lower body instead. The monkey writhed in agony, its eyes wide with pain. Hiss! Fang Yu winced at the sight. This girl certainly had a fierce side. However, it was clearly a misstep on her part. After regaining her composure, she adjusted her stance and decisively placed her foot upon the monkey's neck, ending its life. Thus, the trio continued their slaughter of the fallen monkeys. After a grueling hour, they were nearly numb from the relentless killing, but at last, they had vanquished all the monkeys. Their levels soared in tandem with their efforts. Level up. Level up. Current level, 6-316-1600. Fang Yu concentrated, opening his attribute panel. Name, Fang Yu level, 6-316-1600. Strength, 17 stamina, 15 agility, 17 condition, partial nerve damage in the lower body. Talent, God's hand items. None, though he had ascended 4 levels. The enhancement in attributes was modest, with each category increasing by only 4 points. Fang Yu pondered this, recalling that his rise from level 1 to 2 had granted him a substantial 5 points. Yet now, advancing from level 2 to 6 yielded an average increase of merely 3 points per level. It appeared that as one progressed, the acquisition of attribute points became increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, he could distinctly feel that his strength had surged by more than 40%, perhaps even several times over. It appears that the value of attribute points is not as straightforward as a mere addition of 1 plus 1, but rather exhibits an exponential increase. However, the purpose of this value remains unclear. With its current allocation of 17 points, it is roughly estimated that one could lift over 260 kilograms. Yet, this exoskeleton armor can effortlessly hoist weights exceeding half a ton. Shaking his head, it seems that due to a low level, this potential is not yet manifested. Perhaps it is only at level 10 that the significance of attributes will truly become apparent. One wonders if, by that time, one might withstand bullets with mere flesh. Shaking off these fanciful thoughts, Fang Yu turned his gaze toward the valley. Aside from the corpses scattered across the ground, only a meager supply of monkey wine remained. While slaughtering these monkeys, they had peered into the monkey den, only to find it devoid of any resources apart from some monkey excrement. It seems that the most precious commodity here is indeed this monkey wine. Consequently, Fang Yu and his companions decided to ignore the remaining juvenile and elder monkeys. Their numbers were few, and it would be inconvenient to kill them. "Let us take what we can. Even if we don't use it, we can trade it," he suggested to the others. Having already collected a substantial amount, at least several hundred, and loaded them onto the boat, he was indifferent to the few left behind. "Agreed," Yi Qingsheng replied, unceremoniously claiming 60 for herself. Had it not been for her desire to leave some space in her backpack for emergencies, she would have filled it to the brim. Min Lingshuang directly took the remaining 70 or so, thus emptying the area around the deep pool of monkey wine. "Let us go," Fang Yu urged, eager to depart. It was not merely the sight of the monkey carcasses that unsettled him. There was an indescribable sensation, a feeling of being watched, a chilling awareness prickling at his back. Yet, despite his search, he found nothing. Reluctantly, he resolved to attribute this discomfort to the living monkeys observing him. The trio hastily vacated the valley, and the drone retreated as well. Just minutes after their departure, the waters of the deep pool began to bubble ominously, countless tentacles emerging from the depths to swiftly engulf the monkey corpses in the valley. Within moments, the entire valley was rendered spotless, not a single strand of monkey fur remaining. The juvenile and elder monkeys in the den crawled out, prostrating themselves toward the deep pool, burying their heads deeply into the ground, seemingly in a ritual of worship. This bizarre scene was clearly observed by Fang Yu from several kilometers away. What the hell? He had intentionally left a drone hidden to observe discreetly, only to witness such a strange occurrence. He felt his sanity fraying, his mental stability plummeting. He quickened his pace, wishing to linger not a moment longer. What's wrong? Yi Qingchang sensed something amiss and inquired. As Fang Yu ran, he recounted the recent events. Upon hearing his account, both women were filled with a sense of dread. Fang Yu, is this truly real? Min Lingshuang questioned, unable to fully comprehend. Is there any doubt? I witnessed it firsthand through the drone. If you don't believe me, you can return to the valley and see. There's not a single corpse left. No. I absolutely refuse to go back. Min Lingshuang vehemently shook her head, visibly shaken by Fang Yu's alarming demeanor. Yi Qingchang cast a penetrating glance in his direction, sensing sincerity in his words. Let's hasten our departure from this cursed place. I do not wish to linger even a moment longer. Fang Yu sprinted forward with fervor, as if a ferocious beast were in pursuit. Fortunately, Min Lingshuang was equipped with exoskeletal armor that aided her in maintaining pace. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether she could keep up. Yi Qingchang, relying on her formidable physical prowess and martial arts skills, matched their speed effortlessly. After running 2 kilometers, they finally returned to the spot where the three had first crossed paths, coming to a halt. What do you intend to do next? Fang Yu inquired, directing his gaze towards Yi Qingchang, the outsider among them. Meanwhile, his muscles remained taut, poised to draw his laser sword at a moment's notice. It is wise to remain vigilant. Caution is never unwarranted, for one can never predict when Yi Qingchang might turn hostile. Chapter 30. Parting, fear arises from insufficient power fortunately. Yi Qingchang had no intention of taking action. She merely nodded in agreement. In that case, let's part ways here. Fang Yu fell silent for a moment, swallowing his invitation and slowly nodding. Very well, may we meet again by fate. After exchanging these words, Yi Qingchang turned to leave, casting a lingering glance back at Fang Yu. He remained rooted to the spot, quietly watching her figure vanish into the depths of the forest. Beside him, Min Lingshuang could no longer contain herself and asked, Brother Fang Yu, why didn't you invite her to join us? Captain's sister is so kind. She would surely agree to come aboard. Fang Yu shot her a sidelong glance and shook his head, feeling both helpless and relieved. It's not appropriate. How is it not appropriate? Min Lingshuang persisted, but was interrupted by Fang Yu's raised hand. You little girl, you would probably help count the money even if you were sold off. Have you ever considered that the so-called captain's sister might be a figment of my imagination? Min Lingshuang stared at Fang Yu in astonishment, her mind struggling to comprehend. What does that mean, Brother Fang Yu? Fang Yu gently tapped the little girl's forehead with his finger, exasperated. What I mean is, that person does not exist. I lied to lower your guard. Upon hearing this, Min Lingshuang was taken aback. Why would Brother Fang Yu deceive her? Was she aboard a pirate ship? But that couldn't be. There was food and drink on the ship, and no one forced her to do anything she disliked. Confounded, she widened her round eyes, searching for answers in Fang Yu's expression. Seeing the innocent look on the girl's face, Fang Yu sighed. If circumstances had remained unchanged, he had not intended to reveal this to her so soon. However, the situation had altered significantly. His strength had surged rapidly. Coupled with the exoskeleton armor, he felt unafraid of such minor dangers. Though Min Lingshuang was also clad in exoskeleton armor, Fang Yu could disable it at any moment, transforming it from a useful tool into a confining prison. The weight of several hundred kilograms could render her utterly immobile. You saw Yi Mrs. Strength, did you not? Yes. Indeed, she is incredibly powerful. Min Lingshuang nodded excitedly, vividly recalling the moment Yi Qingchang had kicked Fang Yu several meters away. She had envied that display of strength for a long time, wondering when she might possess such abilities herself. In truth, it was not impossible. Min Lingshuang had confidence that, with her innate talent, she could become a formidable force in a short time. Indeed, it was her talent that enabled her. Min Lingshuang possessed a gift known as diligence overcomes deficiency. As the name suggests, as long as she put in effort, she would surely reap rewards. It is worth noting that ordinary individuals must exert double or even more effort to achieve results. However, Min Lingshuang's exceptional talent exempted her from this norm. As long as she exerts a modicum of effort, she is destined to reap a corresponding reward. Indeed, she may even achieve multiple rewards. In other words, her endeavors could yield results that far exceed her efforts. Perhaps Yi Qingsheng can already be considered prodigy, having ascended from the realm of Mingjin to that of Anjin in merely a few years. However, she has also invested an extraordinary amount of effort that surpasses that of the average individual. Conversely, had Min Lingshuang been in her place, she might only require a slight exertion to match Yi Qingsheng's pace. It could be said that she possesses the extraordinary capability of a cultivation sanctum. It does not require extensive training. In fact, she acquires knowledge in any other field at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary people. However, at present, Min Lingshuang has no opportunity to learn from Yi Qingsheng, not at this moment, at least. Upon hearing Min Lingshuang's affirmative response, Fang Yu nodded. It is precisely because she is so formidable that I hesitate to allow her aboard. Consider this. If she were to suddenly unleash violence, who among us could possibly restrain her? Fang Yu regarded the girl before him with utmost seriousness. Do not test the limits of humanity. Human nature cannot withstand scrutiny, especially in this current world. Have you not noticed the abundance of resources aboard our vessel? Just the precious fresh water alone is enough for you to indulge without limit. Not to mention bathing. Your current existence is the envy of many who dare not even dream of such a life. Yet, Min Lingshuang wished to explain further. But Fang Yu interrupted her directly. There are no buts. When the time is ripe, I shall extend an invitation to her. For now, we must hasten our return. I dare not linger here for even a second. With that, Fang Yu strode ahead, heading toward the direction of the dream treasure, leaving Min Lingshuang with no choice but to follow in silence. Due to the peculiar plants they had encountered earlier, Fang Yu took a deliberate detour. As a result, their return to the ship took longer than before, yet it was undeniably safer. Along the way, Fang Yu stumbled upon unexpected treasures, 2 blueberry trees and a massive durian tree. He uprooted the blueberry trees, soil, and all, and stowed them in his backpack. However, the durian tree was too large to fit into his pack. Undeterred, Fang Yu climbed the tree and harvested dozens of ripe durians. There were certainly more on the tree, but it would have consumed too much time, so he opted not to gather them all, yet these would suffice. Furthermore, he could attempt to cultivate durian trees aboard the ship. Should he succeed, he might even attain the luxury of unlimited durians. Subsequently, Fang Yu and Min Lingshuang collected some wood and stones, filling 3 compartments of their backpacks. The acquisition of wood and stones necessitated a trip to the island, and it remained uncertain when they would return. Although currently unnecessary, Fang Yu did not wish to risk a lack of resources in the future. It was prudent to gather supplies, especially since his dream treasure had ample space. On the contrary, the limited size of his personal space hindered the speed at which he could collect materials. After all, 10 backpack compartments were woefully insufficient. He pondered whether there was a way to upgrade his backpack. 100 compartments would surely suffice. Before long, Fang Yu and Min Lingshuang returned to the beach where they had first disembarked. With a mere thought, the gangplank extended to them. It was only upon stepping onto the gangplank that Fang Yu's taut nerves finally began to relax. One cannot fault him for his excessive anxiety. The impact of that tentacle was simply overwhelming. It is difficult to fathom what lies within that abyss. To this day, Fang Yu still envisions the unfathomable depths of the emerald waters, feeling as though some colossal creature is fixated upon him. The profound ocean only heightens his terror, rendering even the dream treasure ship incapable of providing solace. With the emergence of such a tentacled monstrosity, who can guarantee that there isn't an even more formidable beast lurking, larger than the dream treasure ship? He resolved, in the depths of his heart, that he must procure weapons as swiftly as possible, preferably strategic-grade armaments, to be mounted upon the dream treasure ship. Otherwise, should he encounter a monster, he would find himself utterly defenseless. Chapter 31. The Out of Harvest, Vengeance Without Delay, please depart the island within 5 minutes, or face annihilation. Upon hearing the system's notification, Fang Yu exhaled in relief, as this surely signified his departure from the island. Ignoring Min Lingshuang, he swiftly returned to the captain's cabin and took the helm of the dream treasure. There was still a matter he needed to attend to. With the roar of the engine, the colossal vessel began to move. Although the dream treasure appeared substantial, it was surprisingly nimble. In fact, due to Fang Yu's mental control, its maneuvering was exceptionally smooth. Within a mere minute, they had left the island's confines. However, Fang Yu did not abandon his course. Instead, he navigated along the coastline. He sought another individual who had arrived on the island, the robust man whose yacht remained docked by the shore. That fellow had become sustenance for the flora within mere minutes of his arrival, and it was likely he had already been digested by now. His small yacht, however, still lingered on the opposite side of the island. After a half-hour of full-speed travel, Fang Yu finally arrived at the location where the man had landed. The gray fog had long since descended, yet fortunately, the direction remained unimpeded. Otherwise, Fang Yu would have certainly forsaken the yacht. Exiting the captain's cabin, he emerged onto the deck, where Min Ling Shuang, sensing the commotion, stepped out from the cabin. She had already discarded her exoskeleton armor and wore a dress, albeit tattered due to the earlier encounter with vines. Nonetheless, her beauty remained undiminished, inciting an urge within Fang Yu to possess her fiercely. He restrained himself, for he was not of that depraved nature. On the deck, Fang Yu gazed at the small yacht not far away. He pondered whether he could bring it aboard, as the dream treasure, despite its grandeur, was not particularly convenient. Much like today's landing, it required a suitable position to disembark. Should he encounter an island riddled with hidden reefs, reaching the shore would be exceedingly cumbersome, perhaps necessitating a swim from several nautical miles away. However, possessing such a small yacht would greatly alleviate this inconvenience. He could simply ride the yacht to shore, leaving the dream treasure anchored at a distance. Logically, given the immense size of the dream treasure and the numerous containers aboard, there ought to be designated spaces for lifeboats. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu promptly initiated a search using drones. Within half a minute, 25 drones located the storage area for lifeboats at the stern and flanks of the ship, sufficient to accommodate 5 small vessels. Moreover, there was a hoisting mechanism capable of lifting up to 100 tons, ample for securing yacht. With both the equipment and location confirmed, Fang Yu hesitated no longer. The gangway extended, and he stepped onto it, heading towards the yacht. Upon reaching a certain height, he leaped down. Thud! As he landed on the yacht, it sank slightly under his weight, yet fortunately, it withstood his presence. However, how was he to operate this vessel? As a reclusive individual, he had never before encountered such machinery in his previous life. Had it not been for the dream treasure's reliance on mental drive, he would have been utterly at a loss. Consequently, when he encountered a small yacht, he found himself entirely incapable of operating it. Fortunately, this yacht was not an overly complex contraption. After a brief period of fiddling, he successfully located the ignition button. As the engine roared to life, Fang Yu grasped the steering wheel and directed the yacht towards the dream treasure. To avoid a direct collision, he dared not accelerate too aggressively. Instead, he leisurely navigated over, eventually coming to a gentle stop beside the dream treasure. Lower the hook, Fang Yu shouted towards Min Ling Shuang above. The young girl obediently lowered the hook, and as it descended within reach, Fang Yu turned off the yacht's engine, grasped the hook, and leapt into the sea. He pulled a rope from the underside of the boat to the other side, securing it to the corresponding latch, and then took another rope to repeat the process. Once all the ropes were securely fastened, he signaled Min Ling Shuang to activate the yacht's hoisting mechanism. As the machinery whirred to life, the yacht began to rise slowly, and Fang Yu stood at the bow, watching as the sun began its descent. Having spent too long on the island, he realized that the day was drawing to a close once more. Were it not for the fruits he had consumed on the island, he would likely be famished by now. Although he could indeed feel a twinge of hunger, it was not overwhelming. He could wait a little longer. Moreover, he wished to try his hand at fishing, hoping to improve their meals. After all, a day of hot pot had left him feeling as though he might transform into one himself. As the yacht ascended steadily, the sound of the motor became increasingly pronounced, pulling Fang Yu back from his reverie. Once the yacht was fully lifted, he jumped onto the deck, simultaneously guiding the hoist to place the yacht into its designated berth. Noticing the encroaching gray mist, he relayed a quick instruction to Min Ling Shuang before retreating to the captain's cabin. With the sun still not fully set, there was no time to rest. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Dream Treasure's voyage, Fang Yu activated the World Channel. eager to ascertain whether any treasure chests were available for purchase. To his delight, he observed that his speaking opportunities had reset from 9 back to 10. It seemed the world channel refreshed daily, though he pondered whether using all 10 opportunities in a single day would preclude him from further communication. Just as he contemplated reaching out to Huayun International, a private message arrived. "Would you like a bronze treasure chest?" It was Yi Qingsheng, and a smile crept onto Fang Yu's lips. This woman had certainly kicked him hard on the island. How could he not seek retribution? Retribution was essential, and it must be swift. Absolutely, but the price may not be as high as yesterday's. From a fishing vessel several dozen nautical miles away, Yi Qingsheng furrowed her brows. Why had the price suddenly dropped? Was it possible that the availability of bronze treasure chests had surged? She quickly opened the world channel to investigate, and indeed, many had discovered bronze treasure chests. Upon opening some, they found that the contents were inferior to those of wooden chests. Indeed, this is not entirely accurate. Rather, we are merely in the nascent stages of survival. Food and fresh water are of paramount importance. However, the contents of the bronze chests tend to lean more towards everyday necessities and developmental tools. At this moment, what is truly needed is sustenance, which has led to the notion that bronze chests are less valuable than wooden ones. Acknowledging the truth, Yi Qingsheng fell silent. It was an undeniable reality. Much like her arrival on the island today, the resources were scarce, consisting only of some trivial fruits. To maintain her physical condition at its peak, it was essential to consume substantial amounts of fats and proteins. Otherwise, within a few days, her body would rapidly lose weight due to insufficient fat intake. When a body's weight decreases by more than 20, one is perilously close to death. Chapter 32. The Second Gene Enhancement Potion, Cocktail. And beautiful misunderstanding, what price are you willing to offer? 2 bottles of functional drinks. In the captain's quarters, Fang Yu casually toyed with a functional drink in his hand, responding nonchalantly. In this current climate of supply and demand inversion, he could easily trade ordinary fresh water for a bronze treasure chest. However, since Yi Qingsheng was an old acquaintance, he was inclined to barter with her using the functional drinks. Upon seeing her today, he deemed her to be a decent person, yet their brief interaction prevented him from forming a definitive conclusion. "All right," Yi Qingsheng replied, somewhat exasperated. Fang Yu's price was indeed reasonable. She was well aware of the effects of the functional drinks. If anyone knew the potency of these beverages, 1 bottle could easily be exchanged for 2 bronze treasure chests. Thus, she felt fortunate to secure this deal. Once Yi Qingsheng agreed, Fang Yu wasted no words and promptly sent over 2 cans of functional drinks, accompanied by 2 bottles of fresh water. "I'll throw in an extra 2 bottles of water. After all, we are old friends." Fang Yu's insinuation was clear, although whether Yi Qingsheng grasped, it was beyond his concern. In a flash of light, the functional drinks and water vanished, replaced by a bronze treasure chest. It was the very chest they had retrieved together from the island, evident by the traces of soil still visible on its lower left corner. A detail Fang Yu remembered distinctly. He refrained from checking the chat messages, his attention wholly captivated by the treasure chest. "Please let be a gene enhancement potion this time. Xianwang Tianzuan, Ba, Amen." After a moment of fervent mumbling, Fang Yu reached out to open the bronze treasure chest. Acquired, Gene Enhancement Potion 1, a palm-sized black metal box materialized on the ground, igniting Fang Yu's excitement. "It's out. Ha! Finally, I've obtained another Gene Enhancement Potion." The likelihood of this occurring is rather slim. Typically, bronze treasure chests yielded ordinary weapons or various materials. The chances of acquiring attribute-enhancing items were less than 1. And to have drawn 2 such potions was a stroke of extraordinary fortune, a true blessing from his ancestors. However, rather than using it immediately, he recalled the monkey wine he had brought from the island. He pondered the nature of how attribute points were increased. Although the attribute points gained from leveling up were minimal, the corresponding boost in strength was significantly greater. The more frequently one used the monkey wine, the less pronounced its effects became. He wondered if the same would hold true for the Gene Enhancement Potion. Regrettably, the Gene Enhancement Potion lacked a detailed description. Fang Yu had previously experimented with it through trial and error. I almost forgot about this. He recalled that after acquiring his personal backpack, simply placing items within would provide a brief description of their properties. This was yet another function of the personal backpack. With this thought, Fang concentrated and stored the black metal box containing the gene enhancement potion into his backpack. Upon reopening it, he was greeted with the relevant introduction and description. Gene Enhancement Serum. Upon injection, it can elevate fixed attributes by 6 points. The user will endure excruciating pain, which intensifies with each subsequent use. Following the use, a substantial intake of nutrients is required. The notion of a fixed enhancement of 6 attribute points implies that the effects magnify with subsequent applications. This is especially significant as the value of attribute points escalates in importance. For instance, an increment of 1 point in strength after reaching 20 may surpass the cumulative effect of 15 points. However, the Gene Enhancement Serum is not devoid of adverse effects. With each use, the agony becomes increasingly unbearable. Fang initially believed that the pain of second application would not be as severe as the first. Yet, he is now disillusioned, realizing that the torment only amplifies. The recollection of the previous day's suffering sends a shiver down his spine. It is a trial beyond human endurance. Now, he is informed that the pain accompanying this application will be even more intense. Fang finds himself wavering. Nevertheless, in the next moment, he resolves to persevere. This represents his hope of rising again. How could he forsake it for the sake of a modicum of pain? Having made up his mind, Fang ceases to ponder further. Before administering the serum, he decides to first consume monkey wine to augment his attributes. He also prepares sustenance, for he cannot afford to be caught unprepared and starve. With this thought, he rushes to the cold storage, retrieves 2 boxes of hot pot, and gathers fresh water, stuffing everything into his personal backpack. After completing these tasks, he ascends to the deck, where monkey wine brought from the island is stacked in heaps of varying stone sizes. Without hesitation, Fang begins to smash the stones. Acquired. Monkey wine, strength, acquired. Monkey wine, agility, acquired. Monkey wine, strength, acquired. Monkey wine, endurance. The notifications continue to pop up, revealing several variations. It appears that monkey wine not only enhances strength, but also 2 additional attributes. However, he wonders if the usage counts for different types of monkey wine are shared. After smashing a dozen more, he finally gathers 5 of each type of monkey wine. Opening his backpack, he discovers that the usage counts for the 3 varieties are calculated separately. This indicates he can utilize each type 5 times. Having already consumed 1 strength variant, he has 14 opportunities remaining. He is filled with anticipation regarding the potential attribute increases. Eagerly, he retrieves the endurance and agility monkey wines, downing them in 1 gulp. A warm sensation flows from his throat to his stomach and then spreads through his limbs, resulting in a 1-point increase in agility and endurance, accompanied by a slight inebriation. Although this enhancement is less than the 2 points gained previously, Fang feels satisfied, considering it a windfall. However, consuming them separately feels somewhat sluggish. He wonders if he can mix them together. With this in mind, Fang sets out to experiment. He finds a large basin and pours the 3 different types of monkey wine into it. To ensure it is safe to drink, he checks his backpack once more. Monkey cocktail enhances attributes upon consumption, with a specific enhancement depending on the formula, and will deduct corresponding usage counts. Indeed, it works. Fang eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing he no longer had to sip it slowly. With this thought, he poured the remaining 9 portions of monkey liquor into the bowl in 1 go. A half basin filled with the aromatic, amber liquid appeared before him, and he lifted the bowl, consuming it in 1 gulp. Boom! Instantly, a surge of warmth flooded into his body, rushing into his mind. Fang felt as if he were on fire. The heat was overwhelming. Meanwhile, his attribute values were soaring rapidly. However, Fang was oblivious to all. He was intoxicated, enveloped in a haze. He had not anticipated the potency of the mixed monkey liquor. Yet, the sun had not yet fully set, and the mist continued to chase after the Dream Treasure ship. Min Ling Shuang sensed the anomaly aboard the Dream Treasure ship. It had been stationary for far too long. She began searching the vessel for Fang. At that moment, Fang lay sprawled on the deck, his face flushed beyond recognition. Instinctively, he retrieved a gene enhancement serum and injected it into his body. A torrent of energy surged within him, and the excruciating pain, despite his intoxicated state, relentlessly tormented his nerves. The agony combined with the searing heat compelled Fang Yu to tear at his clothing. Under his strength, the fabric disintegrated like mere paper. His cries of pain attracted Min Ling Shuang, who was searching for him. Upon witnessing Fang Yu's woeful state, she was taken aback. Brother Fang Yu, what has happened to you? The young woman rushed over, eager to assist the man on the ground. Her outstretched hand was firmly grasped by a burning palm. The waves crashed against the rocks, creating a symphony of rhythmic sounds. The seabirds in the sky emitted melodious calls, harmonizing with the sound of the surf. Chapter 33. Let us wash together. New mod loaded. The day had succumbed to darkness, and before the gray mist could envelop the dream treasure, the sun had already bid farewell. Ultimately, the mist halted within a mere 10 meters of the dream treasure, as if shrouding this misunderstanding with a veil of modesty. Fang Yu awoke, roused by hunger. His head felt as though it might explode, and in a daze, his hand brushed against something soft. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a disarray of tattered garments scattered about. What on earth? Turning his head, he spotted Min Ling Shuang curled up on the floor. Tears still glistened at the corners of her eyes, and her eyelids were tightly shut, resembling a slumbering maiden. Most startling was the scant fabric clinging to her form, barely concealing the secrets of her being. Fang Yu could recall nothing. The last memory he held was of consuming that monkey wine, followed by the injection of a gene enhancement serum. In light of the current scene, he realized he had erred gravely. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. Liquor begets folly. Nevertheless, Fang Yu was not one to shirk responsibility. Since the event had transpired, he would face it head-on. A soft whimper escaped the girl as she sensed something amiss and opened her eyes, meeting the sight of Fang Yu sitting upright. Instantly, memories of the earlier tempest flooded her mind, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Upon noticing the few strips of fabric draped over her, she instinctively attempted to flee, but merely shifting caused her to feel a sharp pain below. Hiss! The agony nearly brought tears to her eyes. This scoundrel seemed devoid of any compassion, leaving her akin to a fish battered against the rocks by relentless waves, utterly unable to resist. With this thought, Min Ling Shuang shot Fang Yu a fierce glare, while he merely stood awkwardly nearby, scratching his head in embarrassment. Ling Shuang, about this matter. Rest assured, I do not blame you. It is my misfortune. Min Ling Shuang let out a light snort. As a straightforward man, Fang Yu was at a loss for how to console her, rendered motionless in a state of innocence. Upon witnessing Fang Yu's expression, Min Ling Shuang could not help but stifle a laugh. Very well, I forgive you. After all, what is done and cannot be altered. With a quiet sigh, she acknowledged her own helplessness. In this world, having a place to reside was already a blessing, and Fang Yu provided her with sustenance and shelter. Coupled with his charming visage, Min Ling Shuang felt she had not lost out. Moreover, she recalled how earlier on the island, Fang Yu had risked himself for her, using his mouth to extract venom. Who could say whether that venom might transmit through the oral cavity? Thus, her perception of Fang Yu remained quite favorable. That was not my intention. Fang Yu grew anxious and embraced Min Ling Shuang tightly. I shall take responsibility. Startled by the sudden embrace, the girl hesitated for a moment, but soon reciprocated, whispering softly, Yes, I believe in you. However, Brother Fang Yu, it's rather chilly on the deck. Upon hearing these words, Fang Yu realized that Min Ling Shuang had shed all her garments. The nighttime sea breeze was unrelenting, at least a dozen degrees colder than during the day, and, at its lowest, it could plunge to single digits. Let us return to the cabin. Fang Yu picked up the young girl and hastened toward the cabin. He had no intention of escorting Min Ling Shuang back to her room. Instead, he brought her directly to his luxurious suite. The lavish decor and comfortable furnishings within the room left the girl astonished. It was a stark contrast to her previous quarters. Akin to heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Ahem, that was merely a standard room. You shall reside here today. Fang Yu cleared his throat, somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at the young lady before him. This perfect figure, under the soft glow of the lights, was far more alluring than on the deck. I will take a shower first. Observing Fang Yu's intense gaze, the girl hastily slipped into the bathroom. Just as she was about to close the door, a large hand halted it. Let us wash together. The following day, as the sun began to rise, A mysterious voice echoed once more, rousing Fang Yu from his slumber on the opulent bed. Meanwhile, Minling Shuang merely twitched her nose, not even opening her eyes, resembling a slumbering kitten as she nestled closer into Fang Yu's embrace. This fellow, why does he disturb one's peaceful dreams every morning? Yet, having such a wake-up call was rather pleasant. So many thrilling events unfolded yesterday to celebrate everyone's growth. I have decided to introduce a special mod into this world, and I hope you all will enjoy it. Fang Yu furrowed his brow, perplexed. What on earth? The term mod was all too familiar to him as an avid gamer. Generally referred to as a game modification, it enhances, adds, or alters game attributes. However, he was uncertain as to what kind of mod the mysterious voice was referring to. Regardless of its nature, it didn't seem like a favorable development. At that moment, the world channel erupted in chaos. What is this nonsense? Heavens, I nearly perished on the island yesterday, and now there's a new mod? It can't be a difficulty-enhancing mod for the island, can it? No, please. I'm begging for a bottle of fresh water. I'm on the verge of dying of thirst. Is there any kind-hearted soul who can help? Don't be delusional. Fresh water resources are already scarce. Not to mention that wooden chests can no longer be found at sea. Everyone is risking their lives to procure supplies. Why should we give them away for free? Can someone explain what a mod is? A mod is a type of game modification that can enhance gameplay. Damn it. Who wants to play this wretched game? I want to go home. The mysterious voice had dropped a bombshell into the previously tranquil world channel, igniting a frenzy. Fang Yu observed for a moment before losing interest. Simultaneously, he noticed that his private messages were flashing incessantly. Who could be? Fang Yu opened the private message. Hawaiian International. Boss, I've caught a few fish. Do you want them? Hawaiian International. I received 5 bronze treasure chests. The other party is offering 10 bottles of fresh water. I've already made the payment in advance. When would you like to proceed with the transaction? Hawaiian International. Boss, are you there? The series of 3 messages culminated in the last one sent 8 hours ago, a time when he was engrossed in a fierce battle and had utterly overlooked it. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu promptly sent over 20 bottles of fresh water, replying, I was occupied last night and missed your messages. The response came almost immediately. No problem, boss. I will send the treasure chests to you right away. In the next moment, 5 bronze treasure chests appeared before Fang Yu, and with a mere thought, they were seamlessly transferred into his personal inventory. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he encountered any randomly drawn summoning cards, he would also be interested, urging the other party to quote a price, as he was determined to acquire them. Fang Yu recalled the vessel summoning card from the initial treasure chest. If a vessel summoning card existed, then surely there were other summoning cards as well. Such items, when paired with his innate abilities, would be exceedingly advantageous. Chapter 34. Attribute Domination. Exchange opened after Fang Yu concluded his arrangements with Hawaiian International. He promptly disabled private messages. He intended to ascertain the extent to which his attributes had advanced. He had been too preoccupied the previous night to check. Name: Fang Yu. Level 6. 316-1600. Strength: 23. Stamina: 23. Agility: 23. Condition: partial nerve damage in lower body. Talent: Divine Hand. Items: none, observing that all 3 attributes stood at 23 points. Fang Yu nodded in satisfaction. It was noteworthy that even Yi Qingxiang had barely surpassed 20 points in strength, with her other attributes falling below that threshold. Minling Shuang had even lower attributes, with a maximum of only 14 points. His 23 points were undeniably overwhelming. Moreover, he was confident that while there might be individuals with levels surpassing his, they would be exceedingly rare, and none could claim higher attribute points. After all, he had injected 2 vials of gene enhancement serum and consumed the permanent attribute-boosting monkey wine. Although his initial attributes were somewhat inferior to those of a typical individual, each of these items was a rare treasure in its own right. The combination of both ensured that his attribute values soared above those of everyone else. Although leveling up could enhance attribute points, the increment would diminish as the attribute values increased. Conversely, the experience required to ascend a level would exponentially multiply. Currently, he required a staggering 1,600 experience points to transition from level 6 to level 7. He doubted anyone could exceed level 10. Furthermore, Based on the attributes he had gained post-level up, it was evident that enhancements would become exceedingly gradual in later stages. He noted that once a singular attribute surpassed 15, the rate of its enhancement would significantly decline. Thus, he speculated that once an attribute exceeded 20, it might take 2 levels just to gain a single attribute point. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Fang Yu felt a surge of excitement. He currently possessed 5 bronze treasure chests in his backpack. If he could procure a few more vials of gene enhancement serum, he would truly be invincible. Casting a glance at Minling Shuang, who remained in a deep slumber, Fang Yu opted not to open the chests immediately. Instead, he decided to head to the deck to open the containers, for the gray mist would descend in due time. With that in mind, Fang Yu leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on the girl's pristine forehead before rising to depart. However, he soon realized a chill enveloping him. He almost forgot that the previous night had been so wild that his clothes were torn to shreds. Minling Shuang's attire had also fallen victim to his fervor. Despite the opulence of the room, the wardrobe was utterly bare, devoid of even a single robe, let alone any clothing. He would need to see if any garments were available for purchase. Fang Yu pondered. While he could manage with makeshift attire, he was unwilling to let Minling Shuang go without proper clothing. He must acquire a fashionable outfit for her. With this resolve, he made his way to the deck, contacting Huayun International as he walked. Zongheng Huanyu, can you procure some clothing? Indeed, the individual proved to be a true merchant, responding in less than a second. Huayun International, certainly. However, the finished garments will require some time. May I inquire about the types of clothing you need? I require both men's and women's attire, he replied. For men, the height is 185 centimeters and the weight is 80 kilograms. For women, Fang Yu contemplated for a moment before responding. For women, approximately 167 centimeters in height and around 45 kilograms in weight. Was the lingerie size? Huayan inquired. Fang Yu fell silent, observing the stillness of the chat window. Huaxian's lips curled into a subtle smile. Through their previous exchanges, she had discerned that this fellow was rather inept at conversing with women. Likely a man who seldom interacted with them in reality. Shouldn't she tease him a bit? Thus, she whimsically sent a rather provocative message. As expected, he was rendered speechless. Fang Yu silently recalled the sensations from the previous night, though he was uncertain about the precise dimensions. However, he could draw an analogy. It felt akin to a vessel cruising at 30 knots. This time, it was Huaxian who was perplexed. What does 30 knots mean? Suddenly, she recalled an internet meme. When a car reaches 20 miles per hour, it evokes feeling A. At 40 miles per hour, it conjures feeling B. At 60 miles per hour, it brings about feeling C. And what if 30 knots? Hiss, converting 30 knots to a car speed translates to nearly 60 miles per hour. How intriguing. Huaxian glanced down at herself, barely able to see her toes. Phew. Thankfully, she was a D-cup barely ahead. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a sense of competition. Very well. I shall expedite the transaction for you. Receiving a positive affirmation, Fang Yu closed the private messaging interface. Alas, if only there were an exchange. It would be much more convenient. He recalled having seen an exchange feature on the panel previously, yet it remained locked, leaving him uncertain of the conditions required to unlock it. Just as he opened the panel, intending to examine the features once more, he was surprised to find that the exchange function had illuminated. When had it been unlocked? Suddenly, the mysterious voice from the morning mentioning mod resurfaced in his mind. Could this be the reason? Without further contemplation, Fang Yu clicked on it. Perhaps due to its recent unlocking, the exchange contained very few items, only a handful of compressed biscuit packs and a limited supply of fresh water. These items were not what Fang Yu needed. Nonetheless, they provided a basic understanding of the market. Presently, transactions were predominantly conducted through barter, and perhaps due to its nascent stage, prices were exceedingly high. For instance, 1 bottle of fresh water exchanged for 5 packs of compressed biscuits, and half a pack of compressed biscuits for 5 units of wood. Outrageously expensive. Fang Yu also spotted an offer exchanging plain black stockings for fresh water. Goodness, those stockings looked as though they were stretched to the point of becoming a fishing net. Were they truly meant for a dinosaur? Upon seeing this trade information, Fang Yu suddenly recalled that when he opened the wooden treasure chest earlier, he had received 1,000 pairs of stockings. He could effortlessly trade this, reserving a few hundred for Minling Shuang. After all, it is often said that wearing stockings is beneficial for one's health. As for whether there would be buyers, Fang Yu believed that was not a concern. The utility of stockings extends beyond mere wear. Once the quantity increases, they could be woven into fishing nets, thus facilitating the acquisition of food with relative ease. Fang Yu found it hard to believe that no one would be interested. Oh, you might ask why he wouldn't simply keep them to create fishing nets himself. There was no need. He could easily exchange freshwater fish with others, sparing himself the arduous labor. Moreover, he was certainly not in want of food. Even if he craved fish, he could always attempt fishing with the rod he had fashioned. As Fang Yu made his way to the deck, the World Channel finally buzzed with activity as individuals began to flood into the trading post. Upon reaching the deck, he conjured 2 dream keys into his hands. Which one to choose today? Fang Yu gazed at the endless sea of containers before him, a smile spreading across his face. These were all his assets. Chapter 35. The new containers, the armory. With a decisive click, Fang Yu swiftly opened the 2 nearest containers. Acquired. Armory, acquired, plantation? Are these special compartments? Fang Yu was taken aback, but upon seeing the 2 distinct compartments, he recalled the construction compartment unlocked yesterday. Due to the busyness of the previous night, he had not had the opportunity to investigate it, and now he had unlocked 2 new compartments. The time remaining before the emergence of the gray mist was dwindling. He resolved to take a look. Perhaps it could aid in enhancing his strength. Determined, Fang Yu made his way toward the newly unlocked special compartments, particularly the armory, with the hope that it might enable him to take off directly. With his thought in mind, he jogged toward the indicated location on the panel. Before long, he arrived at the site of the armory. The entrance door was identical to that of the previous restaurant, yet upon opening it, a whole new world unfolded. The pristine white floor and ceiling, coupled with an array of intricate machinery, filled the compartment with an aura of advanced technology. It was not, as Fang Yu had imagined, a space cluttered with various weapons and firearms, but rather organized like a munitions factory with an array of machine tools neatly arranged. As Fang Yu stepped inside, a prompt popped up on his glasses, inquiring whether he wished to connect to a new signal. He decisively agreed, and soon a flood of usage instructions appeared before him. After a quick glance, he comprehended that this was indeed a munitions factory. Provided with the appropriate materials, one could produce anything from military knives and bullets to aircraft shells, and even atomic bombs. This was not merely an armory. It was a weapons manufacturing facility. Fang Yu felt a surge of excitement. Surely, this meant he could take off. However, he tempered his enthusiasm. The production of these weapons require materials, and they were not conjured from thin air. For instance, little boy, 20 units of metal, 2 units of uranium, or 1 unit of advanced electronic components, Barrett sniper rifle, 3 units of metal, 5 units of plastic. All these required metal, and nuclear bombs demanded the perilous uranium, or, at present, the only materials he possessed were wood and stone. He lacked everything else. Well then, without materials, he could only gaze in anticipation. Fang Yu shook his head, realizing he had celebrated too soon. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from examining what he could craft with his existing materials. He focused his inquiry on the weapons that could be constructed from wood and stone. And indeed, a few options surfaced, though they were scarce. Catapult. 5 units of wood, 5 units of elastic material. This seems rather impractical. It's too large to transport, and it wouldn't be useful on the ship in the short term. He continued to the next item. Hidden arrow. 1 units of wood, 1 units of elastic material. This could work, but while he had the wood, where could he find elastic material? Ignoring that for now, Fang Yu pressed on. Repeating crossbow. 5 units of wood, 2 units of elastic material. Once again, elastic material was required, and Fang Yu pondered briefly. It seems that in the absence of steel, crafting weapons for wood inevitably leads one to the use of elastic materials. He had a lingering feeling that he had encountered such a substance before, yet could not recall it at that moment. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Do elastic materials, such as plastics, possess elasticity? If so, then he indeed had such an item at his disposal. With this thought in mind, he hurried towards the storage area, where all those materials were kept. Before long, Fang Yu returned to the armory, laden with an abundance of elastic materials. With a flourish, he unloaded the small balloons from his backpack onto the ground. The elastic materials intended for construction began to shimmer with potential. It truly works. It appears that these small balloons indeed belong to the category of elastic materials. One must note that the composition of these balloons is latex, known for its remarkable elasticity. It stands to reason, had they lacked sufficient elasticity, they would have long since caused accidents. Without hesitation, Fang proceeded to initiate the crafting process. He had harbored hopes of triggering a divine intervention, yet unfortunately, the manufacturing process had already predetermined the outcome, and thus, the divine hand did not manifest. Soon, the progress bar filled completely, revealing a finely crafted hand crossbow before him. However, only the crossbow appeared, devoid of any bolts. Naturally, bolts could also be crafted. Fang navigated to the bolts section. Bolts, for use with repeating crossbow, 1 unit of wood, 1 unit of stone, quite expensive, he murmured. Though somewhat reluctant, he placed the materials on the crafting table. Without bolts, the repeating crossbow would serve no purpose. In no time, the bolts were completed. Not just 1, but 100. So it is. Fang rejoiced, realizing that while he had deemed a unit of wood and a unit of stone somewhat costly, receiving 100 bolts rendered the cost wholly reasonable. Eagerly, he loaded the bolts into the crossbow and aimed at the wall, releasing a shot. Bang! The sound of the crossbow string snapping was crisp and melodious, a clear indication of a fine weapon. However, the bolt ricocheted off the wall and fell to the ground, shattered into several pieces. Such power? Although the bolt did not embed itself in the wall, Fang understood that this did not signify a lack of potency in the crossbow. It merely illustrated that the materials of the armory wall far surpassed those of stone and wood. After all, a chicken egg striking a stone, even if propelled by a cannon, would not shatter the stone but would instead obliterate itself. After storing the crossbow and bolts, Fang crafted a hidden dart and its corresponding projectiles. This concealed dart could be kept at the ready for unforeseen circumstances, while the hand crossbow could be displayed to others during ordinary times. The juxtaposition of the overt and the covert offered greater safety. However, glancing at his nearly bare body, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Without clothing, the dart would be impossible to conceal. Though Fang could not be considered a mere birdwalker, he was not far from it, adorned only by a few strips of cloth that barely covered his form, while the exoskeleton armor clung closely to his skin. However, out at sea, with no one else in sight, he paid little mind to his appearance. Yet, continuing in such a manner was hardly a sustainable solution. He hoped to acquire some clothing before reaching an island. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to arrive in this state. As for surrendering to the situation, that thought had never crossed Fang's mind. After all, the island held the potential for higher quality treasure chests. And with his overwhelming attribute values, coupled with a hand crossbow in his possession, he felt no fear unless faced with a master like Yi Qingxin or an enigmatic entity with tentacles. Securing his weapons and materials, Fang hastened from the armory towards the plantation. Only a few minutes remained before the encroaching gray mist would descend, compelling him to reach his destination swiftly. He harbored a flicker of anticipation for what surprises awaited him. After all, no individual hailing from Huagua would willingly reject the joy of cultivation. Before long, Fang arrived at the uppermost level of the ship, standing before a rather ordinary cabin. As the cabin door creaked open, he was taken aback by the arrangement within. Chapter 36. The Plantation. Extracting identity, it was not until the hatch opened that Fang realized he was in a transparent glass chamber. However, this was indeed to be expected, as it was termed a plantation. Without sunlight, could one truly cultivate anything? Fang marveled at the sight, and in the next moment, a prompt appeared, guiding him to connect to the signal. A plethora of operational methods for the plantation unfolded before him. After a swift perusal, Fang grasped the purpose of this plantation. Not only could it maintain constant temperature and humidity, but it could also regulate temperatures in specific areas. The area covered an impressive 666 square meters, equivalent to 10 acres. The most remarkable feature was its ability to desalinate seawater, thereby extracting a multitude of elements essential for plant growth. Furthermore, it could generate a unique substance that accelerated the growth of flora, shortening the growth cycle by as much as 20 times. In other words, crops that typically matured in 90 days could now be ready in as little as 5 days. The speed was astonishing, rendering the dream of abundant fruits and vegetables no longer a mere fantasy. Fang Yu felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had grown weary of hot pot. While it was feasible to procure fish and meat at sea, obtaining fruits and vegetables was tantamount to an arduous endeavor, requiring a journey to the island. However, venturing to the island carried its own risks, and the limited capacity of personal backpacks posed a significant constraint. How many would willingly sacrifice precious backpack space to bring back fruits and vegetables? Consequently, the prices of such produce would inevitably soar to exorbitant heights. For not everyone possessed the means, like Fang Yu, to cultivate crops aboard the vessel. This challenge extended beyond mere planting space. It also involved the scarcity of fresh water. After all, plants could not thrive without water, and freshwater resources were incredibly precious. Even drinking water necessitated careful consideration, leaving little room for using it to grow vegetables. Even if these issues were resolved, the growth cycles of crops often spanned months, making it an impractical endeavor. Thus, in the future, the procurement of fruits and vegetables would rely heavily on island harvests, which were not guaranteed on every visit. Just like their recent excursion to the island. Without the aid of a drone, they would have been unable to locate the blueberry bushes and durian trees. This highlighted the hidden value of the plantation, granting Fang Yu the freedom of sustenance. He could dedicate an acre to rice cultivation, and with the plantation's assistance, it could be ready for harvest in a mere week. Yet, a new concern dawned upon him. Though the space and equipment were sufficient, harvesting was a significant undertaking, and he was not particularly inclined to do himself. 10 acres, while sizable, were not insurmountable. He had always been a homebody. He could manage in a game like Stardew Valley, but the reality of farming required collaboration. Perhaps he could find someone specifically to handle the harvesting. He resolved to inquire with Lung Shuang. She might be willing to assist. As the issue of manpower began to surface, it became imperative to swiftly recruit trustworthy individuals. He made his way to the captain's quarters, and, soon, a thick fog descended upon him. Upon this realization, Fang Yu promptly extracted the 2 blueberry saplings he had acquired on the island the previous day from his personal backpack, planting them directly into the cultivation area along with the soil. After casually treading on the ground a few times to level the earth, he departed from the plantation. As he made his way to the captain's quarters, a message from Hua Yun International arrived. "Boss, we have found the clothing you requested." Accompanying the message were 2 parcels. The men's garments comprised 2 complete outfits, including undergarments, while the women's attire consisted of a single set, also inclusive of lingerie. Fearing that Fang Yu might be dissatisfied, Hua Shiyun added, "They're all brand new, taken from someone else's shipment, and each set cost the equivalent of 2 bottles of water." "Good," Fang Yu replied succinctly, accepting the clothing sent by the other party, thus alleviating the necessity of wandering about in a state of undress. Indeed, there was a rather peculiar sensation associated with being unclothed in public. He retrieved a set of men's clothing and changed into it, simultaneously affixing a wrist-mounted crossbow to his right arm. The outfit was quite spacious, perfectly accommodating the exoskeleton armor beneath, thereby allowing him to appear as though he were not wearing it at all. Originally intending to visit the captain's quarters, he altered his course back to his room, placing the women's clothing on the bedside. Minling Shuang was still fast asleep, evidently exhausted from the previous night's endeavors. It seemed that Fang Yu's own physique, having undergone enhancement, exceeded that of an ordinary human by an immeasurable margin. This was still due to his restraint. Otherwise, he could have easily exercised throughout the night. Recalling Min Lung Shuang's pleas from the previous evening, a faint smirk played on Fang Yu's lips. Simultaneously, there was a slight stirring of desire within him, which he hastily suppressed before exiting the room. This was unacceptable. The gray mist was approaching imminently. Fortuitously, the sun had set just as the mist drew near the previous day. Now, however, luck was not on his side. Once the time arrived, the gray mist would undoubtedly emerge, necessitating an immediate departure. Ah, how convenient it would be if the ship could navigate itself, Fang Yu lamented, shaking his head. aware that this was beyond his control. In a matter of minutes, he arrived at the captain's quarters. With a thought, he activated the dream treasure. Time flew by, yet the gray mist that was supposed to manifest did not appear. Before Fang Yu could ponder this anomaly, a spinning wheel materialized before him. Please spin the wheel to draw a new identity. What is this? Fang Yu was utterly perplexed, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Wasn't the gray mist supposed to be pursuing him? Why was there now an identity draw? With a furrowed brow, he opened the chat box and messaged Hua Yin International. Zongheng Huanyu, has the gray mist appeared on your end? Hua Yin International replied, not at all, boss. Is there no gray mist where you are? I thought it was only here. Zongheng Huanyu, the gray mist has not appeared here either, but a spinning wheel has. Hua Yin International responded, it's the same here. I'm about to draw an identity. Upon receiving Hua Yin International's reply, Fang Yu also inquired of Yi Qingsheng, ultimately receiving the same response. He scratched his head, realizing that he was not the only one experiencing this peculiar situation. It is highly probable that the mysterious voice mentioned the reason as mod. Fang Yu meticulously examined the turntable before him. The turntable was divided into countless sections, each sporting a different hue, yet none of the sections bore any explanations, leaving him in the dark regarding the available options. Completely unknown, indeed. Suddenly, he thought of Min Lingshuang. She too would need to draw her identity, wouldn't she? However, what if their identities belonged to opposing factions? What then? The thought made him anxious, causing him to hesitate in drawing a faction for himself. Subsequently, Fang Yu resolved to observe the choices of others and thus opened the world channel. The chatter within was frenetic. Brothers, I'm going for it. It's futile. I spun the turntable, and it hasn't stopped yet. Damn, me too, it's still spinning. I wanted to ask what identities you all have. Have you all noticed that the gray mist hasn't appeared? Indeed, the gray mist is absent. Do you think we must wait for everyone to spin the turntable before identities can be drawn? It's quite possible. This is likely to prevent anyone from drawing late. I gave it a gentle spin, but it's been nearly a minute, and it still hasn't stopped. Observing the discussions in the world channel, Fang Yu gained some understanding. The information currently available was scant, and it seemed that most individuals were as hesitant as he was. Firstly, after spinning the turntable, identities would not be immediately assigned. Instead, it would remain in a perpetual spin, thwarting his plan to draw later. Nevertheless, he refrained from spinning the turntable before him. He trusted only half of what was being said in the world channel. Who could tell if these individuals were merely speaking nonsense? He decided to inquire with his two friends first. Zongheng Huanyu, have you drawn your identity? Huayin Guoji, not yet. I'm still observing. But they all say that spinning one T-stop immediately. As expected, Huayin Guoji had not drawn an identity right away, just like him. He then posed the same question to Yi Qingsheng. Qingwu Qingsheng, I drew, but the turntable hasn't stopped spinning. Receiving the response, Fang Yu fell silent. It appeared the people in the world channel were not lying. Now, even if he clicked to draw, he would not immediately receive an identity. It seemed they would have to wait for the majority to begin drawing before identities could be assigned. Yet, he wondered if there was a time limit for drawing identities. If there were a time constraint. Recalling the previous punishments, which all resulted in annihilation, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Simultaneously, he thought of Min Lingshuang in the room. Surely she wasn't still asleep? With that thought, Fang Yu dashed out of the captain's cabin, racing towards the direction of the room. Chapter 37. A candid encounter. A change of pace in the opulent suite. Min Lingshuang had long since awakened, reclining languidly on the bed. So, you've been awake for a while, pretending to be asleep? Fang Yu remarked with a smirk, observing the young woman before him. Min Lingshuang playfully stuck out her pink tongue, responding with a hint of mischief. I was just tired, didn't want to disturb you. Well, if that's the case, why are you no longer afraid? Fang Yu said as he lunged forward, pinning the girl beneath him. Fang Yu, please spare me. Min Lingshuang pleaded, still feeling sore. This man showed little regard for her delicate nature. Fang Yu, however, had no such intentions. He merely wished to startle Min Lingshuang. Just this once, there won't be a second time, he declared before rising, casually inquiring, have you seen the identity extraction wheel? Yes, I have spun it. But it just won't stop, she replied. Fang Yu nodded thoughtfully. That's normal. Others are experiencing the same thing. He then reached out to spin the wheel himself. reasoning that it would yield the same result sooner or later, so he might as well do it now. By the way, do you know anything about cultivation? Minling Shuang paused at his question, then shook her head. Not at all. Fang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was not entirely unexpected. While the plantation could cater to all the growth needs of crops, it still required human oversight to adjust the growing conditions, such as temperature and humidity. Some plants thrived in hydroponics, while others needed soil. Some were drought-resistant, while others could not tolerate excess water. It would certainly be beneficial to have someone knowledgeable about cultivation to avoid a lengthy process of trial and error. In the past, such information could easily be found online. But in this world, the internet was non-existent. One could only inquire on the World Channel, and even then, the responses could be dubious. It seemed imperative to seek out a professional. Fang Yu mused aloud. Minling Shuang, having overheard his thoughts, chimed in. Fang Yu, even if I don't know, I can learn. Fang Yu took her words as a jest, considering that such knowledge was not something one could acquire overnight. It would be far quicker to find someone experienced. Seeing Fang Yu dismiss her, Minling Shuang felt slighted and puffed out her cheeks in mock indignation, reproaching, Fang Yu, do you not believe in me? Of course not. I merely worry you might tire yourself, he quickly denied, though Minling Shuang could see through his feigned concern. Feigning mystery, she declared, actually I have never told you this, but my talent is quite extraordinary. Oh, now you have piqued my curiosity. What makes it so special? It wouldn't happen to be the ability of the 5 children, would it? Initially, Minling Shuang was taken aback by Fang Yu's question, not comprehending his implication. But once she grasped it, her face flushed crimson. You're insufferable. Upon witnessing her bashful demeanor, Fang Yu decided to cease his teasing and instead asked her earnestly. All right, I was just teasing you. Now, do share what your talent is. Upon hearing this, Minling Shuang suppressed her petulance, well aware that men are not fond of women who constantly throw tantrums. My talent is called diligence can overcome inability. Through hard work, one can reap rewards. Upon hearing Minling Shuang's words, Fang Yu's interest was piqued. What kind of talent is that? Could you elaborate? I am not entirely certain of its specific effects. Since acquiring this talent, I have yet to have the opportunity to utilize it. The description states that it significantly enhances learning efficiency, and with diligence, one is guaranteed to gain results. However, the extent of its effectiveness remains to be tested. As she spoke, Minling Shuang found herself inching closer to Fang Yu, feeling an inexplicable urge to be near him since the morning. Am I falling for him? She wondered, her face suddenly feeling warm, realizing that there was indeed some truth to Eileen Chang's words. Noticing the girl's bashful demeanor, Fang Yu, not one to be oblivious, embraced her, saying, in that case, I shall gather some information on planting for you, making it easier for you to study. Suddenly, he recalled that the description of the plantation included courses on cultivation, which could be accessed through the AR glasses he wore. He had 5 additional pairs of these AR glasses stored in a container for drones, and he would fetch one for her shortly, besides his own pair. The remaining 5 were subsystems, and the highest authority would always remain with him. Moreover, even if someone else attempted to use the glasses, they would be ineffective. The glasses could identify the wearer, and anyone not Fang Yu would not only lack access, but also face a shock. Brother Fang Yu, Minling Shuang, nestled in his embrace, suddenly felt a bit shy, her expression somewhat awkward. What is it? Fang Yu asked, puzzled by her sudden bashfulness, which was a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. I'm a bit hungry. Minling Shuang's cheeks flushed. It was worth noting that since returning to the ship the previous day, she had not eaten anything. Had she not consumed some durian on the island, she would likely be faint from hunger by now, not to mention the strenuous activities of the night before. It was a wonder she had the energy to speak at all. Once she mentioned her hunger, Fang Yu instantly felt a pang in his stomach. Oh no, he thought. He too had not eaten anything the previous night, compounded by the side effects of the gene enhancement serum. He truly wondered how he had managed to endure. Perhaps it was the substantial energy contained in the monkey wine that countered some of the serum side effects, allowing him to hold on until now. Indeed, hunger can dull one's senses. Let us not delay any further. We shall find something to eat. With that, Fang Yu took Minling Shuang's hand, leading her to the kitchen. Wait, let me put on some clothes. First, Fang Yu released her hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed, having almost forgotten that she was currently dressed in nothing at all. Before long, The two were appropriately attired and made their way to the kitchen. Fang Yu first retrieved a large durian, cracking open its shell to extract several golden, succulent pieces of flesh. First, let us indulge in some durian to cushion our stomachs. We shall take our time with the hot pot. Yet again, it is hot pot. Minling Shuang pouted slightly, but soon realized her misunderstanding. Brother Fang Yu, I do not mean to express disdain for hot pot. Rather, I am concerned that having it for breakfast might be too greasy. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu nodded in agreement, while simultaneously regretting his decision not to accept the fish from Huayan International. Indeed, at present, we only have hot pot and fruit. Later today, I shall see if I can procure something else, and we can change our palate. At worst, we could go fishing together. If we catch something, we could enjoy sashimi or grilled fish. Fang Yu contemplated. After all, there is ample time, and he need not remain confined to the captain's quarters. However, the next moment, Minling Shuang exclaimed in surprise. Brother Fang Yu, look quickly. The wheel has stopped. My identity is... Minling Shuang gazed into the void, slowly articulating, commoner. Fang Yu turned to glance at his own wheel. Chapter 38. Identity revealed, skill module, enveloped in mist as Fang Yu gazed upon the stationary spinning wheel before him. A grave expression settled on his face. Your identity is Celestial Dragon. What in the world is a Celestial Dragon? This identity he had encountered in a certain anime in the real world, and it was far from a commendable one. However, Fang Yu could not ascertain whether this Celestial Dragon was akin to the one depicted in that anime, for he was only aware of two identities, Commoner and Celestial Dragon. He needed to gather additional information to comprehend the full situation. Brother Fang, what is your identity? Minling Shuang inquired with curiosity as she gazed at him. Fang Yu refrained from responding immediately, instead contemplating inwardly. It appeared that everyone's identity was confidential. Unless one revealed it, others could not discern it. Presently, he was uncertain about the utility of this identity. The wisest course of action was to keep his identity concealed. After all, if this Celestial Dragon was indeed as depicted in that anime, it would be prudent not to disclose such an identity. Having come to this conclusion, Fang Yu turned to the young woman and replied, My identity? Like yours, I'm also a commoner. Minling Shuang accepted this without suspicion, though she remained exceedingly curious about the true significance of this identity, which remained obscure to her. No sooner had she finished speaking than a mysterious voice echoed through the void once more. Esteemed players, I trust you have all discerned your identities. Allow me to introduce a unique mod. This pertains to the significance of your identities. The ordinary identities are categorized into three types: Commoner, Pirate, and Navy. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the anime. However, were there not only three identities? What, then, was this Celestial Dragon? Yet the enigmatic voice promptly addressed his query. In addition, there are special identities. These identities are not disclosed to the public and possess unique privileges, allowing them to masquerade as other identities, blending among you. Of course, they may choose to reveal themselves, though I advise against it, as it may lead to a swift demise. I shall now convey the latest identity gameplay to you all, wishing everyone a delightful gaming experience. With that, the mysterious voice fell silent. Simultaneously, a prompt panel emerged before Fang Yu, displaying three rules. 1. The commoner identity is a blank slate, allowing one to choose to join either the Navy or pirate identity at will. 2. The Navy must not attack commoners without justification. However, the Navy will receive additional rewards for eliminating pirates. 3. Pirates may slay commoners, but will not receive additional rewards. Pirates who eliminate Navy members will earn extra rewards. After perusing these rules, Fang Yu was astounded. Was this not an encouragement for players to engage in combat? He could already foresee that the seas ahead would be far from tranquil. Yet, what about the rules pertaining to the Celestial Dragon? There was not even a mention of it. However, in the next moment, the panel before Fang Yu vanished and was replaced by a red and gold one. The panel was intricately adorned with lavish patterns, a stark contrast to its predecessor. If the earlier panel resembled a decrepit wooden board, the current one epitomized opulence, akin to a gilded treasure encrusted with diamonds. The Celestial Dragon's edicts are as follows. 1. You possess supreme authority. enabling you to command both the Navy and civilians in close proximity. However, be wary. Choices that threaten life may provoke fierce resistance. 2. Besides the celestial dragons, there exists a mysterious identity that stands in opposition. It is imperative to conceal your identity from this entity while striving to ascertain theirs promptly. 3. Should you be slain by pirates or this adversarial identity, you will relinquish an abundance of rewards. Thus, it is crucial to maintain your anonymity. Similarly, should you or the Navy vanquish this enigmatic foe, considerable rewards await. While these 3 rules are straightforward, the implications they carry are vast. Is there not but one mysterious identity? How then does another emerge? Fang Yu pondered, contemplating the depth of the concealed information within that voice and the veracity of the details he had just acquired. As he deliberated, the panel vanished, replaced by new information. Skill function loaded. Skill function activated. Title function loaded. Title function activated. Is this a new feature? Fang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily accessed his personal panel. Indeed, 2 entirely new functionalities had manifested, one for titles and the other for skills. The skills section was devoid of content, while the titles section prominently displayed a resplendent gold-red title. Fang Yu clicked on it eagerly. Celestial Dragon Gold-Red Title Effect. Noble Bloodline. Enforces enslavement of the Navy, pirates, and civilians, albeit with a chance for them to break free. World Aristocrat. After willingly entering into a servitude contract, the Navy, pirates, and civilians may be permanently bound to serve you. Heavenly Gold. For each day of survival, a certain quantity of heavenly gold is accrued, the amount contingent upon the number of enslaved individuals. Heavenly gold can be exchanged for high-tier treasure rewards. Fang Yu was left stupefied. The effects of this title were nothing short of extraordinary. The ability to enslave others, coupled with the accrual of heavenly gold for each day of existence. This was a boon that could be utilized to redeem high-grade treasure. In conjunction with his innate talents, this title felt as though it had been meticulously crafted for him, instantly dispelling any previous trepidation or turmoil. A new era had dawned. It remained uncertain what transformations awaited. Would it resemble the past, characterized by the relentless exploration of new islands, or would there be other novel aspects? Such revelations could only be unveiled through gradual exploration. Nevertheless, Fang Yu harbored confidence in seizing this opportunity to ascend rapidly, expanding his influence until he dominated the entirety of the ocean. Just as he reveled in his visions of the future, 3 resonant chimes echoed across the sea. Bong, bong, bong. The sound was profound and distant, as if it had materialized from thin air. Concurrently, through the drone's perspective, Fang Yu beheld a thick shroud of gray mist rising from the ocean's surface. Alarmed, he was jolted back to reality from his reverie. What is this? Gray mist. It was certainly not present before. How could it suddenly appear? What is happening? Minling Shuang also detected Fang Yu's unusual demeanor. The man, who had previously sported a smile, now furrowed his brow in concern. Though she was innocent, she was not foolish, and she immediately sensed that something was amiss. The outside was shrouded in gray mist. Fang Yu spoke gravely, but in the next moment, he noticed something peculiar. If it were ordinary mist, it should be approaching him from a single direction. However, the current mist enveloped him from all sides, which was decidedly strange. Amidst the vast gray fog, the drones had limited visibility, unable to see far ahead. Thus, all the drones, under Fang Yu's command, began to converge towards the dream treasure vessel. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Fang Yu hurried towards the captain's cabin, followed closely by Minling Shuang, who still clutched the steaming hot pot with unmoving chopsticks. What on earth is happening? Through the cabin glass, Minling Shuang glimpsed the scene on the sea's surface. The hazy expanse filled her with a sense of suffocating oppression. I am equally perplexed. Fang Yu's mind was in turmoil. The current situation was rather abrupt, leaving him feeling uncertain. Simultaneously, he recalled the eerie tentacles he had seen yesterday. Could it be that creature? At this moment, he possessed no capability to confront such a terrifying monster. Chapter 39. The debut of the dream treasure ship as Fang Yu pondered the truth hidden behind the gray mist. It gradually receded, revealing a vast island before his eyes. Was this a ploy to guide players to the island? Minling Shuang, upon spotting the enormous landmass, exclaimed in surprise. Brother Fang, there's an island that has appeared. Indeed, it seems this island is extraordinary. It likely compels players to disembark, Fang mused, stroking his chin. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain its sudden and peculiar emergence. With this thought, he deftly maneuvered the dream treasure ship towards the island. During the ship's advance, Fang took a moment to observe the sea below from the drone's perspective. To his astonishment, the previously tranquil waters began to ripple, and from within those waves, numerous vessels emerged, all heading towards the island. Were they conjured from thin air? This miraculous sight left Fang astounded. Unbeknownst to him, the sight of his ship had left others utterly flabbergasted. The stark contrast in size made it impossible to ignore. His vessel appeared as a mere ant before a colossal elephant. At that moment, the global chat was in uproar. Whoa, you won't believe what I just saw. Coming out of the mist, I spotted a ship several hundred meters long. Several hundred meters? Do you think I'm sailing an aircraft carrier? Cut the nonsense. I'm serious. Your father speaks the truth too. Just wait. Image. Whoa, are you for real? Is that ship a player S? It can't be an NPC S, right? I don't know, but I saw that massive ship as soon as I emerged from the mist. Whoa, I saw it too. Dude, we might be near the same island. Image, my goodness. That ship is a supermodel. Are you sure it's a player S? By the way, has everyone encountered the gray mist? I just came out of it and found a vast island that seemed to stretch endlessly. Yes, me too. Suddenly faced with the mist, and then there's the island. While the global chat buzzed with excitement, Fang was in the captain's cabin enjoying hot pot and chatting with Min Lingshuang. With a significant distance still remaining to the island, they took this opportunity to address their hunger. Fang picked up a slice of beef and savored its delightful flavor. Yet he felt something was missing. It was the absence of rice. As a true Chinese individual, he had gone 3 days without rice. Although he had plenty of meat, it was still an adjustment. It seemed imperative to expedite the planting of crops. Fang resolved to acquire various seeds promptly. He would fish while Min Lingshuang tended the fields. Having fish, meat, and vegetables, that would be the essence of life. Uncertain, he pondered whether it would be possible to acquire some domesticated animals. The vast expanse of his ship felt rather empty. Fang envisioned the dream treasure ship continuously advancing. Soon, his vessel reached a point not far from shore. However, the remaining distance posed a challenge due to the treacherous reefs ahead, making it perilous for the dream treasure ship given its size. Although the ship's durability was infinite, its speed would inevitably be compromised. Thus, Fang opted to navigate the yacht instead, leaving the dream treasure ship behind, as no one could commandeer it, and they likely wouldn't be able to board it anyway. With this thought, Fang set down his chopsticks and summoned Min Lingshuang. Let's head to the shore on the yacht. After saying this, he stepped outside but paused midway, turning to Min Lingshuang to add, by the way, remember to empty your backpack to make room for any items we might collect. With that, Fang exited, intending to open the 5 bronze treasure chests he had yet to unlock. He swiftly made his way to an empty room, retrieving the 5 bronze treasure chests from his backpack. The sound of the chests opening echoed as he opted for quality enhancement, as the contents of the bronze chests, regardless of quantity, held little significance for him. Acquired Celestial Gold 1. Acquired Comprehensive Healing Pill 100. Acquired Celestial Gold 1. Acquired Bulletproof Vest 100. Acquired Celestial Gold 1. All items were promptly added to Fang personal backpack. Why does it feel like something unusual has slipped in? Fang focused his gaze, realizing that Celestial Gold was typically awarded daily to those with the Dragon Clan title. Why had he obtained this from a treasure chest? Opening his personal backpack, he examined the item. Celestial Gold, a precious metal that serves as universal currency and can also be used as a material for upgrading advanced ships. This is a high-tier material. Fang understood, realizing the reason this item could be acquired from the chest was that it belonged to the category of materials. Indeed, bronze chests could yield metallic materials, such as cast iron and bronze. However, it seemed he was the only one in the world capable of obtaining celestial gold from a bronze chest. Now that he possessed celestial gold, could he not exchange it for advanced treasure chests? With this thought, Fang concentrated and opened the title function. Celestial gold detected. Dragon Clan exclusive shop now accessible. The display transformed into a radiant red and gold panel, showcasing the items available for exchange. Diamond chest, 10 celestial gold, Fang Yu. Why is there only one item available for exchange, and one that he cannot afford? Doubting the situation, he scrolled up and down, yet found only this singular option. Goodness, it truly is just this one item, and he cannot exchange for it. Fang Yu felt disheartened, having anticipated something more. There was no alternative. He could only place the items extracted from the bronze chest in the room, discarding the golden treasures from the sky alongside them. However, he took 2 bulletproof vests, donning one while reserving the other for Min Lingshuang. After all, with so many ships surrounding them, who could tell if they were armed? It was wise to exercise caution. As for the revitalizing elixir, he chuckled at the thought of needing such a thing. He intended to sell it at the trading post upon his return that night. Suddenly, a girl's voice called from outside, urging him on. Brother Fang Yu, I am ready. Without hesitation, he grasped the bulletproof vest intended for Min Lingshuang and exited the room. After all, he had little else to prepare, as his personal backpack already contained everything he needed to carry. Chapter 40. Docking on the island, shooting the pirate. Bounty 1. The dream treasure lay anchored not far from the shore, and Fang Yu stood at the bow, gazing at the island. Although it was referred to as an island, it was far from insignificant. Fang Yu had already observed from the perspective of a drone that deep within the island lay a city, clearly evidencing the presence of human life. Let us prepare to disembark, Fang Yu announced. Min Lingshuang, already fully equipped, stood ready beside him. Sporting AR glasses and clad in exoskeleton armor and a bulletproof vest, she was thoroughly armed from head to toe. With the dream treasure halted, other vessels had also approached. To avoid wasting precious time, Fang Yu promptly lowered the yacht using the davit, eager to reach the island before being surrounded by others. Fang Yu and Min Lingshuang stepped onto the small yacht. As the davit gently descended, Fang Yu's gaze followed the lowering vessel. Soon, the yacht settled into the water. He casually unfastened the hook, allowing the cable to retract automatically, thereby thwarting any nefarious individuals who might attempt to ascend via the line. It must be noted that the dream treasure, aside from its gangway, had no other means of access, rendering it a formidable maritime fortress. Unless other ships could match the height of the dream treasure, they would never set foot on board. Lingshuang, come here. I shall teach you how to navigate the vessel, Fang Yu said, skillfully starting the yacht before demonstrating the driving technique to the young lady, subsequently stepping aside. He had no intention of piloting the yacht himself when there was assistance available. Thus, the duo steered the small yacht towards the shore. Goodness, did those two descend from that large ship? Li Fei, piloting his fishing boat, inquired of a companion beside him. Indeed, I witnessed him lower the yacht with my own eyes, came the reply. Xia Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment. But why are there only 2 of them? Let us follow and find out. Go ahead. This old boat of mine is unlikely to keep up. Then I shall go. You must catch up shortly. Xia Xiang harbored ulterior motives. His keen eyes discerned that the 2 individuals descending from the grand vessel bore no semblance of survivors. Their attire was pristine, and their complexions radiated health, clearly having enjoyed ample nourishment. They must possess a wealth of valuable resources. Xia Xiang cast another glance at the dream treasure, certain it held even greater supplies. Yet his decrepit boat was wholly incapable of ascending. He could only devise a plan to procure some provisions from those 2. As for Li Fei, he was merely an acquaintance encountered at sea, with whom Xia Xiang had exchanged but a few words. He intended for Li Fei to probe the situation while he followed closely behind. Fang Yu's small yacht was not particularly swift, reaching a maximum speed of only 15 knots. Moreover, the man had not refueled the entire time, and the yacht's fuel reserves were dwindling. Brother Fang, we are running low on fuel, Min Lingshuang remarked, turning to Fang Yu while pointing at the illuminated warning icon on the dashboard. Fang Yu approached and confirmed the distressing news. Indeed, they were out of fuel. They should be able to reach the island. After estimating the distance, Fang Yu remained unconcerned, reaching out to gently pat Min Lingshuang's head. It's not a significant issue. We can find some fuel on the island. Min Lingshuang nodded obediently upon hearing Fang Yu's response. However, their tender moment was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Hey, stop for a moment. It was Li Fei, approaching in his fishing boat. Fang Yu turned to regard this unfamiliar man, but did not instruct Min Lingshuang to halt. What is it? Fang Yu's gaze was icy, as he maintained a wary demeanor toward strangers. "Little brother, I just saw you disembarking from that large ship. Is it yours? Do you have any connection to it?" Li Fei queried, slightly displeased by the brusque tone. "Can't we communicate amiably, being fellow survivors?" His words were laced with an underlying irritation. You wanted before he could finish. Fang Yu drew his crossbow and aimed it at him. "Would you like a cookie?" Li Fei's demeanor shifted instantly from menacing to a disingenuous, friendly grin. Without hesitation, Fang Yu pulled the trigger. Thud! The bolt flew forth but missed its target due to the movement of both vessels, narrowly grazing past Li Fei's head. No matter. Fang Yu had a repeating crossbow. He fired 3 more arrows, and Li Fei, terrified since the first shot, scrambled to evade. Yet, he was unable to escape the subsequent bolts, one of which struck him directly in the forehead. Li Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom such a hasty demise. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before Fang Yu. Killed a common pirate, gained 30 experience, received a bounty of 1. Fang Yu pondered, intrigued by the notion of a bounty. With a thought, he opened his personal panel. Indeed, a coin had appeared on the panel, matching the bounty he had just received. It seemed currency had finally emerged. Fang Yu nodded. After all, in the preceding days, everyone had been focused on mere survival. This morning's trading post had merely involved barter, but now, with so many people gathered, the emergence of currency was inevitable. Perhaps previous player kills yielded bounty rewards, but he had never engaged in such acts himself, hence his ignorance. Casting a glance at the approaching vessels, Fang Yu abandoned the idea of a massacre. He was not a butcher, and such brazen slaughter might attract stronger foes seeking to suppress him. Discretion was the better part of valor. However, he had no qualms about claiming the spoils of this foolhardy individual, particularly his little fishing boat. Fang Yu instructed Min Lengshuang to reduce their speed, and with Li Fei's demise, his vessel lost control, drifting forward with inertia. Fang Yu leapt from astern, covering a distance of 10 meters to land upon the small fishing boat. The scene before him was vividly observed by Xia Xiang, who stood not far away. He witnessed the moment when Li Fei met his demise, rendering him too terrified to entertain any other thoughts. After all, he was not much stronger than Li Fei. They were both mere novices. He possessed no formidable weapon, merely a spear fashioned from wood, which paled in comparison to Fang Yu's crossbow. Xia Xiang steered the boat with unwavering focus, skillfully maneuvering it away, for he could not afford to provoke such danger, yet he could certainly evade it. "My apologies, brotherly. It is not that I do not wish to avenge you, but rather that I find myself lacking in capabilities at present. Time ebbs and flows like the river, and while the green hills remain unchanged, I shall return to exact vengeance when the opportunity arises," Xia Xiang muttered, as if speaking directly to Li Fei. However, he dared not cast a glance at Fang Yu, whose demeanor was undeniably comical. Chapter 41. Unlocking the Sea Chart. The endless city with a tranquil journey. Fang Yu and Min Lengshuang each commandeered a vessel and set foot upon the island. "Brother Fang, what shall we do now?" Min Lengshuang inquired, drawing closer to Fang Yu as they observed the increasing number of boats around them. They were uncertain about how to manage their own vessel. Leaving it by the shore might render it vulnerable to theft, though Fang Yu was indifferent towards the modest boats. Swimming back to the dream treasure from the beach would be quite cumbersome, a scenario he wished to avoid. However, in the next instant, a prompt materialized before him, prompting a moment of surprise from Min Lengshuang, who evidently noticed it as well. Current location: Chaotic Sea, Endless Island, Affiliated Faction, Pirates, detected landing on a faction's island. Sea chart functionality has been activated, allowing real-time viewing of marked locations. Ship storage feature unlocked. Temporary storage for vessels is now available, excluding owned ships. Current storage capacity: 1. As the panel dissipated, the personal interface revealed the newly activated sea chart and ship storage functionalities. With a mere thought, Fang Yu made the fishing boat vanish, its data appearing on the ship storage panel. Ship name: Small Fishing Boat, Level 1, Durability 108-120, Range 360-500. Capacity 100 units, Speed 15 knots, Ship Skills: None. Evaluation: An ordinary fishing vessel. With a stroke of luck, it might satisfy your hunger. Oh, but you lack a fishing net. Starvation seems more likely. Min Lengshuang, emulating him, stowed away her small yacht, alleviating their concerns. "Let us proceed," Fang Yu suggested. Noticing the increasing number of vessels docking nearby, he grasped Min Lungshuang's hand and moved inward. Guided by drones overhead, he made a beeline for the city. The newly unlocked sea chart indicated that this area fell under pirate jurisdiction. He pondered how a celestial dragon, like himself, had ended up in such a place. One would expect him to return home, or at least venture into territories governed by the Navy. Yet, fate had drawn him here. And if others were to discover his identity, peril would surely ensue. The throng of pirates, numbering at least in the hundreds, loomed ominously as they sprinted through the forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. However, Fang Yu was wholly preoccupied with reaching the city, yearning for the answers he sought. Before long, following the drone's guidance, they successfully arrived at the city. Upon entering, a system notification emerged. "You have arrived at the Endless City. First arrival at the city. Reward, 1,000 gold coins." "Wow, 1,000 coins? So many!" Fang Yu exclaimed, realizing that he typically earned only a single bounty point for defeating a pirate. Now, receiving a direct reward of 1,000 coins felt akin to slaying 1,000 ordinary pirates, truly exhilarating. "Brother Fang, I just received a reward of 10 coins. Min Ling Shuang chimed in. "Can we use these coins to purchase items?" Min Ling Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, when it comes to shopping, most girls become exhilarated, and she was no exception. However, Fang Yu's focus diverged significantly. He had caught wind of the mention of 10 gold coins. Wasn't it supposed to be 1,000? He hesitated momentarily, pondering the implications. Could it be that each individual receives a different amount of gold as a reward? This question lingered unvoiced, as an instinctual sense of unease gnawed at him. He and Min Ling Shuang were not fundamentally different, both at level 6, albeit with varying experiences. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was it a matter of status? He was a distinguished celestial dragon, while Min Ling Shuang was merely an ordinary commoner. Beyond this distinction, Fang Yu could conceive of no other explanation. Given the sensitivity surrounding their identities, he felt reluctant to inquire about the statuses of the two online acquaintances. After all, it would be troublesome if their relationship turned adversarial. As the duo entered the town, which was more akin to a larger village than a city, they observed vendors lining the streets, each displaying an array of goods. The vendors' clothing was somewhat tattered, yet they all shared a common trait. No matter how worn or dirty their attire, their hats were impeccably clean. "Hey, outsiders! What brings you to Endless City?" A vendor with crooked yellow teeth approached them. Upon seeing the pockmarked face of the vendor, Min Ling Shuang instinctively took a step back. Fang Yu, however, remained steadfast, gazing intently at the vendor, eager to discern any insights he might offer. "This is our first time here, and I have many companions who are on their way," Fang Yu replied with a calm demeanor, subtly alluding to the throng of players trailing behind him, which was not a fabrication. The vendor's pockmarked face broke into a wide grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Don't be nervous, outsiders. Since it's your first visit, I must introduce you to our local specialties. In Endless City, those with gold coins are the true masters." The vendor squinted his eyes, a sly expression crossing his face as he questioned, "Do you possess any gold?" Instead of answering immediately, Fang Yu countered with a question of his own. "What exactly do you mean by specialties?" Seeing that Fang Yu had taken a bait, the vendor was unfazed by the lack of a direct response. Given his experience, he was certain that the two possessed some gold, though the amount remained uncertain. Regardless of the sum, deception was the order of the day. The most renowned attraction in Endless City is, of course, the casino. Here, the only limit is your imagination. There's nothing you can't gamble on. So how about it? Would you two care to try your luck? The vendor rubbed his hands together, eager to ensnare them in his scheme. Fang Yu was no fool. It was obvious that this individual harbored ulterior motives. Setting aside the adage that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, he simply did not wish to gamble at all. Having grown up with a track record of losses, Fang Yu was not inclined to rely on luck. However, that did not deter him from wanting to take a look at the casino, though he resolved to wait. "Let's wait until my companions arrive before we decide. For now, I wish to observe." Upon witnessing the situation, the pockmarked-faced man found the reasoning sound. Although the funds of the two individuals might be insufficient, a larger crowd would undoubtedly possess more wealth. It was wise to wait for a greater number to arrive, allowing them to gather everything at once for convenience. "You can come find me here later. I shall guide you," he suggested with a grin that seemed to convey an overwhelming scent. Quickly, Fang nodded and led Min Lingshuang away. As they traversed the street, the surrounding vendors watched the pair intently until they disappeared from view. Chapter 42. The pawnshop and storage ring. Brother Fang, I have an unsettling feeling that those individuals are observing us with ill intent, Min Lingshuang whispered as she drew closer to Fang Yu. Indeed, we remain uncertain about the situation. Moreover, as mere civilians in this pirate-controlled endless city, we are undeniably in a precarious position. Fang Yu paused momentarily before continuing. If we aspire to thrive here, we must swiftly align ourselves with the pirate faction. Otherwise, we may encounter difficulties. I will heed your advice, the young girl replied obediently, nodding her head in a manner that indicated her trust in Fang Yu. As the duo traversed the bustling street lined with vendors, they eventually ventured deeper within. In truth, Fang Yu had already surveyed this entrance through a drone. The thoroughfare was merely populated by a few market stalls. It was only further in that genuine shops awaited, boasting facilities far superior to those outside. Signs hung from the roadside establishments, and although Fang Yu had never learned the characters inscribed upon them, he found that their meanings resonated within his mind instinctively. For instance, the shop closest to him on the left bore the inscription Pawn Shop, while the one to the right read Dingluan Savings. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu opted to explore the pawn shop first, as it would provide him with insights into the value of various items. With this thought in mind, he made his way towards the pawn shop. As the bell chimed, Fang Yu pushed the door open and entered alongside Min Lingshuang. The establishment, while labeled a pawn shop, resembled a dilapidated earthen structure. It housed a counter and a few chairs, with a narrow door leading to the back courtyard. The proprietor sat behind the counter, and to Fang Yu's surprise, this individual was not human, but rather a green-skinned humanoid creature resembling a goblin. "Ah, Brother Fang, Min Lingshuang stammered, her fear evident, for she was well aware of the goblin's notorious reputation for abducting female beings indiscriminately. The proprietor's expression darkened slightly as he interjected in a high-pitched voice. "I'm not a goblin. I am a green-skinned gremlin." Fang Yu stifled a smile, forcing himself to recall sorrowful memories to avoid laughing aloud. "Ahem, we never claimed you were a goblin." The gremlin, Babata, fell silent, harboring a psychological aversion to the frequent misidentification. "If you wish to pawn something, then present it," he stated curtly, clearly anticipating that if the pair failed to produce anything of value, he would be compelled to expel them. Despite the proprietor's unfriendly demeanor, Fang Yu remained unfazed and deliberated over what he could offer. His possessions were limited. Aside from the bulletproof vest, wrist-mounted crossbow, and exoskeleton armor he wore, he possessed only a laser sword, a crossbow, and a few cans of energy drink tucked away in his backpack. He had no intention of selling anything but the energy drinks, and even those were few in number, kept for emergencies. Suddenly, he recalled the recently acquired elixir of rejuvenation, a treasure that should command a decent price. Just before departing the ship, he had pocketed a handful, and now they proved fortuitously useful. Uncertain of the price that might be offered, Fang Yu pondered that something which had undergone a myriad of enhancements should not be lacking in value. With this thought, he produced a 10 complete tonics pill from his pocket and placed it upon the table. Babata, observing the dark pill laid before him, felt a surge of irritation at what he perceived to be a worthless item. He was about to unleash a tirade of disdain when a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils. Instantly, Babata's eyes widened in astonishment. The scents of musk, ambergris, and mermaid tears danced in the air. In that fleeting moment, he discerned 3 of the ingredients, yet the others would require tasting to identify. Holding his tongue, Babata delicately picked up one of the pills, placing it onto the tray before him. He drew the remaining pills closer, retrieving a small lens from beneath the table to scrutinize them closely. Their surfaces were smooth, their granules refined. Indeed, they were exquisite specimens. Moreover, they bore a resemblance to the legendary 10 complete tonics pill, a favorite among nobility. Should he find a buyer, charging 100 gold coins per pill would be considered a bargain. As Babata contemplated this, his mind began to devise a strategy to negotiate a lower price. He feigned indifference, tossing the pill onto the tray and suggesting a meager price of 1 gold coin each, banking on Fang Yu's ignorance. Fang Yu smiled subtly, recognizing the evident ploy of this shrewd merchant. Additionally, he was not in a hurry to sell. With only 20 to 30 pills in hand, even at Babata's suggested price, he would merely earn a paltry sum of gold. With 1,001 gold coins already in his possession, he felt no need to fret over such trifles. It might be wiser to retain them for trading. Thus, he decided to keep the pills for his own use. Reaching out, Fang Yu swiftly returned the 10 complete tonics pills to his pocket and, accompanied by Min Lingshuang, turned to leave. Just as they were about to exit, Babata called out, "Wait, 10 gold coins each. Consider it a favor." Fang Yu did not pause. Though Min Lingshuang appeared slightly puzzled, she continued to follow his lead. As they stepped out of the room and prepared to close the door, Babata grew anxious. 50 gold coins each. You won't find a higher offer in Endless City. This was Babata's final price, for beyond this he would see no profit. The 10 complete tonics pills had to be sold in a suitable market. Yet Endless City was a haven for pirates. Such ruffians would hardly afford them. They were only concerned with power and violence. Ultimately, these pills were meant for the imperial aristocracy, but the cost of transport would not be negligible. Nevertheless, he was confident he could earn 20 gold coins per pill, or perhaps even more with a stroke of luck. Upon hearing this new offer, Fang Yu paused. 50 gold coins per pill was a price worth considering. Selling all he had would yield over 1,000 gold coins. With this in mind, he turned back to the room and gently closed the door behind him. With a beaming smile, he returned to the counter and retrieved all the precious elixirs from his pocket. "The proprietor is generous, so I shall sell them to you." Babata hastily gathered the pills before him, meticulously counting them one by one. After 5 rounds of counting, during which Fang Yu grew increasingly impatient, Babata finally concluded. There were 32 in total, amounting to 1,600 gold coins. He winced slightly as he pulled out a pouch from his pocket, then plunged his hand inside. The sound of clinking coins echoed from within, leaving Fang Yu puzzled about the nature of his method. Nonetheless, he inquired, "Boss, where did you acquire these gold coins?" Upon hearing Fang Yu's question, Babata's eyes twinkled with mischief. He raised his hand, showcasing a ring, and said, "It's a storage ring. Would you like to buy one? For merely 500 gold coins, you could possess a space of 10 directions." A broad grin spread across Babata's face, reminiscent of a goblin's expression. The space of 10 directions is roughly equivalent to the size of a personal backpack. A personal backpack can store 10 different types of items, with each type capable of stacking up to 10 units, its capacity being limited, and thus it is not particularly spacious. However, possessing a storage ring would indeed be far more convenient, as it imposes none of these limitations, allowing for the direct storage of items in the space of 10 directions. Yet, Chapter 43, Deep Dive Tavern, 2 glasses of milk, thank you, forget it. Fang Yu declined, deeming it unnecessary to make purchases in this establishment. Babata, at first glance, appeared to be a shrewd merchant. Take the 10 full nourishing pills, for instance. He initially offered them at a price of 1 gold coin each, only to raise the price to 50 gold coins apiece. Fang Yu couldn't help but feel that this fellow harbored ill intentions. The 500 gold coins he demanded for a storage ring were undoubtedly a gross overcharge. "Come now, I'll give you a 20% discount. Still, I think I shall continue my search elsewhere." Tsh, such a miserly fellow. Seeing his plan thwarted, Babata muttered a few words under his breath. Although Fang Yu caught his remarks, he remained unperturbed. In this unfamiliar territory, it was prudent to maintain a low profile and avoid stirring trouble. Accepting the bag of gold coins, Fang Yu promptly took Min Lingshuang and exited the pawn shop. "We should make ourselves scarce. What if the owner sends someone after us?" As Fang Yu suspected, Babata indeed harbored such thoughts. Once the two departed, he busied himself with the 10 full nourishing pills and retreated to the back room. Carefully storing over 30 pills in bottles, Babata then picked up a purple conch shell. He began to chant in an unintelligible language, and soon, a voice emanated from the shell. "What is the matter, old Ba? You seldom seek me out." A rugged voice resounded, prompting Babata to hold the conch shell at a distance. "I have a fat sheep. Are you interested?" Babata bypassed the pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Oh, if you deem it a fat sheep, then I am certainly intrigued." The rugged voice expressed interest. 50-50. There was a brief pause from the other end of the conch before it continued. That won't do. I am taking a risk here. 2080, 4060, or I shall seek another. All right, do tell me where this fat sheep is. The rugged voice acquiesced. Let us first establish a contract. Fine, you cunning goblin. I'm a green-skinned gremlin, not that despicable goblin sort. There's no distinction. Baba Ta was nearly driven to madness by this insolent creature. Yet, he found himself powerless. Within the endless city, only Old Brown would collaborate with him. Others either demanded exorbitant fees or failed to honor agreements. Extracting a piece of parchment from beneath the table, Baba Ta quickly drafted a contract and rolled it up, inserting it into the conch shell. Sign it quickly. Within mere seconds, the parchment was ejected from a conch. After confirming that everything was in order, Baba Ta spoke. A male and a female human, each possessing at least 2,000 gold coins. The male stands approximately 185 centimeters tall, while the female is around 165. Ensure the job is done cleanly. He deliberately inflated the monetary figures, hoping to spur the other party into greater diligence. Upon finishing his statement, he abruptly terminated the conversation and returned to his shop. Unbeknownst to Fang Yu, even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. With the surveillance of his drone, he felt no anxiety about ambushes. Furthermore, guided by the drone, he was familiar with the paths here. If necessary, he could always make a hasty retreat. With a mere thought, Fang Yu stored the gold coins into his personal backpack. Simultaneously, the balance of coins automatically transformed into a sum of 2,601, indicating that he was indeed quite affluent. After Fang Yu and his companion exited, they continued their journey forward, disregarding the small shops lining the street. The drone had already locked onto its predetermined position, as he intended to visit the largest establishment in the city. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a sizable building before them. Deep Dive Tavern, Fang Yu murmured, reading the words inscribed on the sign. It made sense, after all. One could not expect a naval tavern to emerge in the jurisdiction of pirates. Fang Yu boldly pushed open the time-worn wooden door. Upon entry, a somewhat dim ambience greeted him. The tavern indeed featured a vast space, at least 10 times that of Baba Ta's decrepit pawnshop. Inside were dozens of round tables, each occupied by 3 to 5 patrons. However, not all of these individuals were human. Many belonged to races that Fang Yu could not even name, though most were male. In the innermost part of the tavern stood a bar, behind which a stunning young woman in a red dress was stationed, standing out amidst the rough men surrounding her. Fang Yu surveyed his surroundings. Not far from the side of the main hall, a staircase indicated that this was not merely a single level. At that moment, upon hearing the door creak open, the patrons on the first floor collectively turned their gazes towards Fang Yu and his companion. Dozens of eyes fixated on them, causing Min Ling Shuang to shrink back in trepidation. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Fang Yu steadily advanced into the establishment, the dim lighting casting shadows over his youthful visage. Although he appeared composed on the surface, inside he felt a tinge of apprehension. The patrons clearly did not seem benevolent. Each bore scars, and some were even missing an eye. Fang Yu's muscles tensed, his right index finger poised on the trigger of a hidden dart, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of trouble. Fortunately, the onlookers remained silent, merely observing him. Arriving at the bar, the woman in the red dress spoke first. "Outsider, what brings you here?" Her expression betrayed no emotion, while her voice held an alluring charm that stirred an inexplicable desire in the listener. However, Fang Yu dared not underestimate her. For someone to thrive amid such wolves in a tavern, she either had formidable backing or possessed great strength herself. With this thought, he cleared his throat and replied, 2 cups of milk, please." The woman in red was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response from him. The other patrons on the first floor were equally astonished, and upon realizing what he had said, they erupted into laughter. "2 little kids, are you still on milk? Ha ha, go find some milk elsewhere. There's none here for you. Come here, let Grandpa give you a taste of something sweet." Ignoring the mocking jeers from the hall, Fang Yu simply retrieved 10 gold coins from his backpack and placed them on the table. 2 cups of milk, no sugar, thank you." A sudden hush fell over the room. They clearly did not anticipate that this young boy could produce 10 gold coins to purchase 2 cups of milk. Do not be deceived by the mere 10 coins. It is essential to recognize that Fang Yu earns but a single coin for each ordinary pirate he vanquishes. Among this assembly of fearsome individuals, it remains uncertain whether any of them can produce even 10 coins. Indeed, 10 coins would suffice for a full 10 days of indulgence in the first level of this deep dive tavern. Young man, I am quite inclined to accept your 10 coins, yet we have no milk here, the lady in the red dress remarked, raising her hands in a gesture of resignation. I solely partake in milk, but having offered my money, I see no reason to retract it. Thus, these 10 coins are yours. Upon hearing this, the lady in the red dress appeared somewhat taken aback. Then a smirk graced her lips. This little man is rather intriguing. In light of this, I shall not accept your coins without offering something in return. I can impart to you some of the rules. Chapter 44, A Disdainful Bunch. Purchasing storage rings, the woman in the red dress parted her crimson lips, ready to impart some rules. Fang Yu remained silent, merely listening intently to her words. Observing this, the woman continued, Do you see the individuals in this hall? They're the most despicable lot here, unable to spend even a single gold coin in a day. Fang Yu's expression remained placid, yet he was inwardly astonished. These seemingly ferocious individuals did not appear to be so inconsequential. As if divining Fang Yu's thoughts, the woman elaborated. Do not be deceived by their intimidating demeanor. They are merely facades. In my estimation, none of them could best you in a confrontation. If I am not mistaken, your attributes should exceed 20 points. She pressed her fiery red lips together. Not a single one of these fools surpasses 15. Her voice was not loud, yet every person present heard her distinctly. Surprisingly, this motley crew of patrons did not contest her assertion. Instead, they lowered their heads, refraining from uttering a word. They never anticipated that this seemingly juvenile lad possessed attributes exceeding 20 points. He was indeed an entity they could not provoke. 420 attribute points placed him beyond their realm of contention, as each increment of 5 points represented a significant tier. Fang Yu fixated on the woman in the red dress. Her words were laden with insight. Firstly, she recognized a strength, and secondly, she indicated that attributes above 20 represented an entirely different echelon. Moreover, she exhibited complete disdain for the group of patrons, who, it appeared, were too intimidated to retaliate, confirming her assertion of their lowly status. Intriguing. What purpose does their wretched existence serve? Fang Yu inquired mockingly. The woman did not respond immediately. Instead, she extended a finger. 10 gold coins for question. With a chime, Fang Yu placed 10 gold coins upon the table. They are merely the most wretched of sailors. For 20 gold coins, they would brave fire and water for you. The woman accepted the coins without hesitation, fulfilling her promise to answer Fang Yu's query. If that is the case, are there stronger sailors available for hire? Fang Yu cast down another 10 gold coins. Certainly, but the price is significantly higher. Crew members of your caliber require 200 gold coins. However, are you certain you can handle them? Where can one quickly acquire gold coins? He pressed. With a chime, she responded, the Eastern Pawn Shop, the Northern Underground Casino, or if you deem your strength sufficient, the arena is also a worthy option. The woman paused momentarily. Many female captains would likely be fond of a young man like you. Upon saying this, she reached out to playfully touch Fang Yu's chin, but he evaded her gently by turning his head aside. Min Ling Shuang, watching from the side, felt a surge of irritation. How dare this insufferable woman tease her brother Fang Yu? However, upon seeing him dodge her advances, she did not express her anger. The final inquiry, do you know where one might procure a storage ring? Fang Yu cast down 10 gold coins once more. However, this time, the woman in the red dress did not accept them, but instead pushed them back. This question is free, she remarked, gesturing upwards. Our tavern has them for sale on the second floor. Does your tavern also serve as a shop? Fang Yu inquired, intrigued. He had observed numerous small shops lining the streets, yet this deep-dive tavern stood out as a unique establishment. He was astonished to discover that it also engaged in trade. Our tavern additionally offers intelligence services, the woman in red said, resting her chin delicately on her hand as she gazed at Fang Yu. The intensity of her stare unsettled him, prompting him to avert his gaze. Do you truly believe I possess wealth? He queried. I forgot to mention, dear sister, my talent is insight, she replied. Fang Yu felt a twinge of uncertainty. This woman possessed a talent. Was she also a player? Had she entered the realm of survival at sea simultaneously with him? Or he dared not contemplate further, as the entire situation filled him with dread. Furthermore, would her insight be able to penetrate his abilities? The hand of God was his greatest asset, and he had yet to fully develop his potential. If it were to be stifled in its infancy, rest assured, I can only perceive some basic information about you, such as your level, attributes, status, and gold, she assured him. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yu finally exhaled in relief, though he remained vigilant. Who could say if this woman was speaking the truth? What is the price of a storage ring here? He inquired. 500 gold coins. She replied. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. The price was identical to that quoted by the unscrupulous merchant, who had even offered him a discount. The size is 30 degrees, the woman continued. Fang Yu thought to himself, indeed, a swindler. The same price, yet the size is only 1/3. Very well, he said. Having gleaned the information he needed, he prepared to ascend the stairs, intent on purchasing the storage ring first. Min Lingshuang quickly followed, and this time, the patrons in the hall refrained from mocking him. After all, the woman in red had made it abundantly clear that the boy's attributes were all above 20, rendering them mere playthings in comparison. As Fang Yu made his way upstairs, the corners of the woman's lips curled into a smile. Such attributes are truly commendable. It is worth noting that for others to achieve all 3 attributes above 20, they must be at least level 10. Take Yi Qingsheng, for instance. She has only managed to elevate her strength to 20 points, while her other 2 attributes remain below that threshold. To raise her attributes above 20 now, she must either break through from dark strength to transformative strength or attain level 8 or higher. Otherwise, there's no hope. Unbeknownst to the woman, Fang Yu was preparing to purchase the storage ring and then visit the casino. After all, this was the second time he had heard the name of the casino. It was imperative that he experience it for himself. With that thought, he quickened his pace, ascending the stairs. The second floor of the Deep Dive Tavern, in stark contrast to the bustling first floor, exuded an air of desolation. Merely a handful of patrons occupied the expansive space, a stark difference from the throngs below. The ambience here was not only spacious, but also suffused with light. Instead of cheap candles, exquisite gas lamps illuminated the area, casting a brightness akin to that of day. At the bar, 2 young women clad in black and white maid outfits stood, their appearances strikingly similar. Their only distinguishing feature was the color of their hair, one a vibrant blue, the other a soft pink. Fang Yu approached the bar with purposeful strides. Storage ring, 30 fangs. He paused, glancing at Min Lingshuang beside him, before continuing, I'll take 2. In an instant, all eyes on the second floor turned towards him. It is worth noting that while storage rings are not excessively expensive, they certainly do not come cheaply either. Priced at 500 gold coins each, they could sustain one for quite some time. Yet, this young lad, still in the bloom of youth, had the means to purchase not just 1, but 2. Chapter 45. The Purchase of Rings. 7 unbelievable wonders. The twins at the bar displayed no visible change. The girl with pink hair gently waved her hand, and 10 rings of various designs materialized on the table. These 10 storage rings, exquisite creations crafted from the precious spatial stones retrieved from the lost seas, were all of 30 square dimensions, available for selection at the price of 500 gold each. The lost seas? Fang Yu noted yet another unfamiliar term. However, he decided to focus on purchasing a ring first. As the storage rings emerged, a hushed silence enveloped the entire second floor, with all eyes fixated on the rings before them. Among the onlookers, some harbored inappropriate thoughts, not waiting for Fang Yu to begin his selection. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A figure clad in a long robe, entirely obscured by the voluminous black garment, made his way towards the table, intent on seizing the 10 storage rings. Oomph! A delicate snort pierced the tension, and the blue-haired girl sprang into action. From an unknown source, she produced a chain, the other end of which was affixed to a colossal meteor hammer. With a gentle shake, the hammer, seemingly weightless, hurtled toward the cloaked figure. Boom! The robed individual barely had time to utter a word before the hammer struck him squarely in the face, sending him careening backward. He tumbled across the floor multiple times before crashing against the wall, finally coming to a halt. Fang Yu was momentarily stunned. The meteor hammer had narrowly missed his own head. A mere slight deviation would have resulted in a grievous injury. The other patrons, witnessing the scene, instinctively lowered their heads, too intimidated to look further. Fang Yu's lips twitched. Were the bartenders here truly that formidable? He realized he would not have been able to catch that meteor hammer, even with the assistance of his exoskeleton armor. However, it made sense that these individuals would possess considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not dare to operate a tavern in such a pirate-dominated territory. "Choose, dear guest," the pink-haired maid spoke nonchalantly, as if the blue-haired girl had just crushed not a man, but an inconsequential insect. Suppressing his emotions, Fang Yu casually selected a silver ring adorned with cloud patterns. "Lung Shuang, you should also choose one." Can I? Of course. Hurry, we have matters to attend to after this." Fang Yu waved his hand, urging her to proceed. With that, Min Lung Shuang stepped forward and chose a ring intricately carved with roses. Fang Yu swiftly donned his chosen ring. Detected that the player has equipped a storage ring. Personal backpack has merged with the storage ring. Current storage space is 40 squares. Fang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. It could function in such a manner? Would it be possible to merge additional storage rings in the future? Moreover, the spatial stones from the Lost Seas that had been mentioned earlier, could they also be incorporated? However, that inquiry would need to be addressed later. For the time being, payment was in order. With a wave of his hand, a mountain of gold coins appeared on the table, without the pink-haired maid counting. The remaining 8 rings were taken away along with the 2. "By the way, I just heard you mention the Lost Sea. What is that place?" After paying, those 2 storage rings became his own, and only then did Fang Yu have the opportunity to inquire about the Lost Sea that the other party had mentioned. The pink-haired girl remained silent, merely extending a finger. "I understand. The rules are clear to me." Fang Yu placed 10 gold coins on the table. It seemed that asking questions in the Deep Dive Tavern required a monetary offering. The pink-haired maid accepted the coins before speaking. "The Lost Sea is one of the 7 wonders, and only there can one find exquisite spatial stones used for crafting large-capacity storage rings. However, one must be cautious. Never fall into the triangle of lostness, for once you enter, escape becomes impossible." The pink-haired maid's voice was soft and gentle, a stark contrast to the violent demeanor of the blue-haired companion beside her. "The 7 wonders?" Fang Yu stroked his chin. This was yet another new term, prompting him to continue his inquiries. "Since there are 7 wonders, what are the other 6? The pink-haired girl stared at him, offering no reply, clearly indicating that this question also required payment. Reluctantly, Fang Yu produced another 10 gold coins and placed them on the table. Only then did she answer his question. "The other 6 wonders are Easter Island, the Lost Underwater City, the Mute Mermaid, the Giant of the North Sea, the Aspidocalone, and the Cosmic Redfish. However, of all 7 wonders, only 3 have been verified. The remaining 4 are mere legends. Either no one has ever witnessed them, or those who have are all deceased." Fang Yu silently committed the pink-haired maid's words to memory, as these were insights he had purchased. Yet, the pink-haired maid always spoke half-truths, which was quite frustrating. She failed to mention which 3 had been confirmed. With no other choice, Fang Yu took out another 10 gold coins and slapped them on the table, silently vowing that this would be the last time. The Lost Sea, Easter Island, and the Lost Underwater City are the only confirmed locations, while the other 4 remain legends, with no witnesses left alive. Upon hearing the pink-haired maid's answer, Fang Yu stroked his chin again, realizing an intriguing point. The 3 confirmed wonders were all geographical locations, whereas the 4 unverified wonders, the Mute Mermaid, the Giant of the North Sea, the Aspidocalone, and the Cosmic Redfish, were all biological entities. Perhaps these creatures roamed the seas, and those who encountered them were silenced. With this understanding, Fang Yu lost interest in further questioning. "Let's go," he called out to Min Ling Shuang, who was carefully examining the storage ring in her hand. It was her first time receiving a ring from a man, especially one from Fang Yu, who was her partner. Only upon hearing Fang Yu's voice did she come to her senses. "Oh, I'm coming." Min Ling Shuang hurriedly followed behind Fang Yu, obediently like a little wife, which would surely astonish those familiar with her. Her name bears the character for cold, and in reality, she indeed exhibits a certain aloofness towards others. It is only upon entering the survival game at sea, amidst unforeseen turmoil, that her demeanor began to shift. It was then that she encountered Fang Yu. a man of genuine kindness, which catalyzed her transformation. The two descended the stairs together, with Fang Yu leading the way. However, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he returned to the bar on the first floor. How does one hire sailors? Fang Yu inquired, placing 10 gold coins upon the table. The woman in the red dress licked her lips and accepted the coins. To draft a crew contract is straightforward. We have ready-made ones available at the tavern for 1 gold coin each. Of course, you may draft your own if you prefer. Parchment is quite inexpensive, and 1 gold coin can procure a considerable amount. Nevertheless, allow me to give you a pre-prepared crew contract this time, she concluded, reaching into her bosom to rummage. Moments later, she produced a piece of yellowed parchment. Fang Yu extended his hand to receive it, feeling the warmth still lingering on the parchment. Chapter 46. Recruiting Crew Members. Celestial Dragon Aristocrats. Is this the crew contract? Fang Yu gently unfurled the contract in his hands. The general meaning conveyed was a voluntary commitment to become his crew member. He merely needed to inscribe his name in the designated space. Is such a contract of any real significance? Perhaps it holds some merit, yet it still necessitates a degree of personal strength. The woman in the red dress supported her chin with her hand, gazing at Fang Yu with sultry eyes. After all, one would hardly wish to serve someone weaker than oneself. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu nodded slightly. It seemed that the binding nature of this contract was rather weak, existing merely as a gentleman's verbal agreement. He pondered whether the enslavement contract inherent in his title of Celestial Dragon bore any unique effects. With this thought, he summoned his personal panel, his mind focusing, triggering the effects of the world noble. Before his eyes, the text of the crew contract began to subtly transform. A few additional words materialized. Although they appeared inconspicuous, a closer reading revealed significant alterations, and the section for captain had changed to master, automatically inscribing Fang Yu's name. Fang Yu felt a surge of astonishment. This skill possessed such an effect. If he were to procure a stack of parchment, could he not directly generate this enslavement contract? Once he ventured outside, he would certainly buy some parchment to experiment. For now, however, he decided to recruit a few crew members first. With this in mind, Fang Yu retrieved 12 gold coins and placed them upon the table. I would like 2 crew contracts, and with the remaining coins, I hope you can assist me with the task. Oh, the woman in the red dress displayed interest, retrieving 2 contracts from her bosom while curiously inquiring, what task? Help me select the 3 strongest. As he spoke, Fang Yu cast his gaze towards the patrons in the hall below. I recall you mentioning that your talent is insight. Surely you could discern which ones are the strongest. At this remark, the woman in the red dress paused slightly, then burst into laughter. You are quite the character. I am genuinely impressed. Assisting you in selection poses no problem, but it seems your funds are somewhat lacking. She regarded him with a teasing expression. Now it was Fang Yu's turn to feel awkward. How much is needed? 10 gold coins per person. It's a deal. Fang Yu produced another 20 gold coins and placed them on the table. After pocketing the payment, the woman in the red dress gestured towards a table closest to the stairs. Those 3 brothers are the strongest in this floor. I cannot speak for others, but their attributes are indeed the mightiest present, and you should be able to manage them. What should I do? Just throw money at them. Fang Yu. With no other options, he steeled himself. Fang Yu approached the table indicated by the woman in the red dress, where 3 burly men were seated. However, unlike ordinary humans, they bore gills on their necks, clearly not typical human beings. They were not deaf either. The conversation Fang Yu had just shared with the woman had not gone unnoticed. The clearly designated leader rose to his feet and spoke. It is not impossible to recruit us, but the 3 of us are a united entity. If you wish to enlist us, you must enlist all 3. After the first spoke, the other 2 joined in. Indeed, and you must provide us with meals and accommodation. With meat at every meal. Additionally, there must be fruit for dessert, and we must have wine to drink. Yes, we 3 must share the same room. In an instant, before Fang Yu could utter a word, the trio engaged in a lively exchange. I have yet to decide whether to recruit you, Fang Yu interjected, interrupting their conversation with a hint of exasperation. Why not? Our strength is the greatest present here. You should prioritize recruiting us. Exactly, you ought to choose us. Fang Yu waved his hand, silencing them. What I seek are loyal subordinates, not gluttons who incessantly make demands. The three were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Fang Yu recognized that these brothers were rather simple-hearted. Their requests, while seemingly excessive, were merely modest benefits. He had no shortage of such provisions, and conceding to their demands would not be a burden. However, he could not allow them to adopt the habit of making demands, which prompted his stern words. Seeing their bewilderment, Fang Yu continued, "I am not opposed to your earlier conditions." "That's wonderful." Before the trio could revel in their apparent victory, Fang Yu interrupted again. "However, you must understand that this is a gift from me to you, not something you are entitled to demand. What I grant you is a privilege. What I withhold from you cannot be seized." This declaration left the three in profound shock, and the entire room fell silent. Yet, given Fang Yu's formidable prowess, confirmed by the red-dressed lady, who had declared that he could overpower anyone present, none dared to contest his words. "Do you comprehend?" Fang Yu instinctively invoked the effects of his celestial lineage, the noble bloodline imparting an unspoken pressure on them, though he had no intention of subjugating them. This pressure, stemming from their very blood, rendered them incapable of resistance. Celestial being, furthermore, their own strength paled in comparison to Fang Yu's. "Now, sign here." Fang Yu tossed 3 contracts before them, simultaneously providing each with 20 gold coins as stipulated. The 2 newly acquired contracts had been altered to become slavery contracts. Once signed, they would be bound as his eternal subordinates. Under the weight of Fang Yu's bloodline, the trio, without scrutinizing the details, hastily affixed their signatures to the contracts. In the next moment, Fang Yu felt 3 delicate threads connecting to him. They were from these 3 brothers. He sensed that with a mere thought, he could extinguish their lives at will. So this is the essence of a slavery contract? The ability to wield control over another's existence, devoid of any rationale. Unlike the crew contracts, which resembled labor agreements reliant on mutual compliance. Once the 3 brothers concluded their contract, they experienced no peculiar sensations. Retrieving the contract, Fang Yu stored away in his storage ring, but at the moment of its insertion, the 3 seals vanished without a trace. Furthermore, 3 marks appeared alongside Fang Yu's title as a celestial dragon. This signified that during the daily settlement, he would receive an additional 3 portions of heavenly gold as a reward. Upon realizing this, Fang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, it was feasible. Had he not intended to reserve some gold coins for the casino, he would have been inclined to sign several more crew members. With that, Fang Yu had completed his business at the tavern. He now prepared to visit the casino, hoping to seize an opportunity to make a profit. If none arose, he would simply depart. "Let us proceed." Fang Yu beckoned the 3 to follow, while Min Lingshuang trailed closely beside him. Before departing, Fang Yu took a moment to exchange greetings with the woman in the red dress, who merely waved her hand lightly in acknowledgement. Chapter 47. The Underground Casino. A distressed Xiaxiang before entering the tavern. Fang Yu was accompanied by 2 individuals. Upon exiting, he found himself in the company of 5. As he strolled through the streets of Endless City, surrounded by the somewhat rudimentary buildings, Fang Yu shook his head. The dilapidation was overwhelming, leaving him, a person accustomed to modern architecture, feeling rather out of place. "What are your names?" Fang Yu inquired. "Captain, I am called Yuda, and this one is Yu'er, while that one is Yusan," replied the leader, Yuda. Upon hearing such straightforward names, Fang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Perfect. This spared him the trouble of renaming them. "Are all the buildings in Endless City so simple?" he asked. "Alas, Captain, the structures here are constructed by the residents themselves. As pirates, we possess little sense of aesthetics," Yuda explained. At this, Fang Yu suddenly recalled that Min Lingshuang still held the status of a commoner, while his own identity as a celestial dragon allowed him to associate freely with any faction. Min Lingshuang's ability to navigate this realm without aligning with pirates or the Navy remained uncertain. "Yuda, are there restrictions on commoners in Endless City?" Fang Yu queried. "Commoners?" Yuda scratched his head. "I don't believe so, but I have yet to encounter any. Have you lost your wits? We were all commoners in the beginning. It was only after becoming crew members that we officially became pirates." Yuda interjected. "Indeed, had it not been for the demise of our old captain, we would not have found ourselves in this endless city," Yusan chimed in eagerly. These 3 brothers seemed to have an endless stream of chatter. prompting Fang Yu to intervene with a hint of exasperation. "So, do you know the specific process by which commoners become pirates?" While it was not imperative for Min Ling Shuang to become a pirate, understanding the method was certainly beneficial. Moreover, the procedure for joining the Navy would likely be quite similar. The trio scratched their heads in unison and responded, "We don't know." Upon hearing their answer, Fang Yu's lips twitched in mild frustration. "Very well, I shall inquire further. If I return from the casino without knowing, I can always visit the Deep Dive Tavern again." In addition to this inquiry, he planned to recruit more crew members. After all, the greater the number of individuals he enslaved, the more heavenly gold he would accrue daily. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu turned to Yuda and asked, "Do you know where I might purchase parchment?" Yuda scratched his head and said, Captain, why go to such lengths? I have some right here." Saying this, he produced a stack of parchment from his pocket. Fang Yu did not accept it, as not everyone possessed a storage ring. Noticing that Yuda appeared to have gone several days without bathing, Fang Yu felt a sense of distaste. "I cannot possibly use yours. I shall procure some new ones instead, as they are quite affordable." Fang Yu politely declined. Seeing this, Yuda attempted to persuade him further, but was silenced by a glance from Fang Yu. "Very well then, there's a general store just ahead," he conceded. Thus, under Yuda's guidance, Fang Yu acquired a substantial quantity of parchment, ensuring he would not need to restock for quite some time. Moreover, Fang Yu made an attempt and indeed found that he could generate a contract of servitude directly on parchment without even needing to lift a pen, thus saving even the cost of purchasing ink. After accomplishing this, Fang Yu, accompanied by several others, headed north towards the city, intending to visit the underground casino. Quite a bit of time had passed since their arrival on the island, and many players had gradually made their way to the Endless City, where they inevitably encountered the encroaching vendors. Many were deceived into the underground casino, losing all their gold coins, and some, in their inebriated state, amassed substantial debts and found themselves unable to leave, reduced to being sold as commodities. Those who had lost all their gold could only depart in disgrace. In contrast to the players who had been lured to the casino, some resisted the temptation of sudden wealth. However, they were drawn in by the small vendors on the city's outskirts, spending exorbitant amounts on food and fresh water, returning laden with their purchases. Only those with stronger self-discipline, who were typically more astute, managed to persevere until they entered the city. They soon discovered that prices on the periphery were more than 10 times those within the city, a revelation that filled them with relief. Nevertheless, these individuals refrained from broadcasting their findings in the World Channel, for quiet accumulation of wealth was the true principle. The more foolish players who were drained of their gold, the better their chances to resell resources. Fang Yu remained oblivious to these myriad human experiences, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. He possessed ample food and water, rendering any deliberate purchases unnecessary. At most, he would gather some crop seeds upon departure. The Endless City was not large, and it was not long before Fang Yu and his companions arrived at a particular building. Externally, it appeared no different from others. Yet Yuda and the others informed Fang Yu that this was the sole entrance to the so-called underground casino. However, Fang Yu found it perplexing that the Endless City would not permit gambling. If that were the case, why construct a casino underground? Yet this too seemed illogical, given that the casino was well known and required no veil of secrecy. This could only imply that the subterranean location served another purpose, such as preventing winners from leaving the casino with their winnings. Realizing this, Fang Yu began to understand the situation a bit more clearly. It was only by being underground that it would be difficult to let individuals escape, considering the singular entrance also served as the exit. It appeared that this casino did not yield significant profits. Fang Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Nonetheless, he decided to venture inside, reasoning that he wouldn't be gambling anyway, and it would merely serve as a learning experience. Thus, he strode in with his 4 companions. Upon entering, a sparse number of men lingered within the room, each reeking of sweat, clearly having gone a considerable time without bathing. Frowning slightly, Fang Yu said nothing further and proceeded directly towards the only staircase leading downwards. This staircase was the passage to the underground. The group of men made no attempt to obstruct the guests. Instead, they welcomed the 5 with broad smiles. Yuda led the way, guiding Fang Yu downward. As they descended, the cacophony of voices grew louder. with the frenzied shouts of gamblers and the exasperated sounds of fists hitting tables becoming increasingly discernible. In no time, the five had reached the lowest level. Upon entering, the interior revealed itself in an expansive brilliance. The luminous gas lamps illuminated the entirety of the underground casino, which astonishingly dwarfed even the deep-dive tavern by several magnitudes. Amidst the throngs of people, the crowd surpassed that of the streets of the endless city by no less than tenfold. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a figure crashed heavily before Fang Yu. Xiaoxiang now deeply regretted his decision to venture into the casino. Not only had he squandered the 10 gold coins he had earned, but he had also incurred a monumental debt. He had just contemplated fleeing when he was discovered and subsequently subjected to a brutal beating. Wait a moment. That was the very mastermind who had just slain Li Fei. A bold idea took root in his mind. Chapter 48. Is this how your casino treats guests? As he observed Xiaoxiang, who had fallen before him, Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. He had encountered this man before, prior to arriving on the island. He had dispatched a pirate, who had conspired with this individual. In Fang Yu's estimation, this man was hardly virtuous. However, as long as he did not engage in any mischief, Fang Yu was disinclined to intervene. With that thought, Fang Yu prepared to bypass him. Yet, Xiaoxiang had no intention of letting Fang Yu escape. Instead, he shouted loudly at the men pursuing him. Wait. My brother is here. Who dares to touch me? The group of burly men was instantly intimidated, and seizing this opportunity, Xiaoxiang charged towards Fang Yu. Yuda and the others were caught off guard by his sudden advance and failed to intercept him in time. Subsequently, Xiaoxiang slid to his knees and clung to Fang Yu's leg. Fang Yu was taken aback. What on earth are you doing? Seeing Xiaoxiang's actions, combined with his earlier proclamation, Fang Yu's expression turned icy. This man was clearly courting disaster. Brother, save me. Xiaoxiang clung tightly to Fang Yu's leg, refusing to let go. The group of men followed closely behind, evidently affiliated with the casino. Xiaoxiang had borrowed 100 gold coins from the casino, squandered it all, and had just attempted to flee when they had beaten him up. Originally, they had merely intended to sell him to a wealthy individual as a male slave. However, now that this man had an imposing leader by his side, they might be able to profit even more. The casino's henchman parted to reveal a shorter individual. His upper body resembled that of a human, but his lower half was composed of octopus tentacles. Are you this man's leader? The octopus creature inquired. Before Fang Yu could respond, it continued, Your subordinate owes us 100 gold coins. How do you intend to repay this debt? Fang Yu's lips twitched. I haven't said anything. Why should I repay it? I don't even know him. Upon hearing Fang Yu's retort, the octopus glanced at the surrounding casino thugs. Do you believe him? It laughed heartily. Look, my men do not believe you. The octopus shook its head. Why would he not seek assistance from others and instead come to you? Moreover, you clearly look like outsiders. Faced with such unreasonable behavior from the octopus, Fang Yu chose not to waste further words. He reached out and firmly grasped Xiaoxiang's hair, yanking it upward. Xiaoxiang cried out in pain, instantly releasing his grip on Fang Yu's leg. Brother, what are you doing? At this point, Xiaoxiang was still putting on an act. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Fang Yu tossed him into the crowd and turned to the octopus. Is this how your casino treats guests? I have just arrived, and you send someone to extort money from me? Do you think everyone is a fool? Fang Yu's voice grew louder with each word, until eventually, the entire casino fell silent, all eyes drawn to the commotion at the entrance. What was happening? It appeared that Walker and his men were attempting to extort this young man. Walker is indeed the octopus in question. Is this for real? Yet, it undeniably resembles something Walker would do. Those who have lingered in the endless city for a considerable time are well aware that Walker is notoriously stingy. He permits you to lose at the casino, but winning is strictly forbidden. Of course, winning a little is acceptable. However, if your winnings are substantial, you must exhaust them entirely before you can leave. In fact, the endless city once boasted more than one casino, but since Walker established his presence, he has eradicated all competing establishments, leaving him as the sole ruler. Moreover, the patrons of the deep dive tavern disdain encroaching upon the casino's business, resulting in a monopoly on gambling here. Yet, discontent has long simmered beneath the surface, but they are powerless against him. What nonsense are you spouting? Walker, having overheard the surrounding chatter, grew increasingly agitated. That fellow claims you are his boss. Could it possibly be false? Then, if I declare you to be my son, is that also true? Fang Yu retorted. You. Walker was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to produce a counterargument. Do step aside for me. Am I not welcomed to partake in your establishment? Fang Yu strode forward, disregarding any detours, and collided directly with Walker. The latter was left with no choice but to part the way, though his countenance was decidedly unpleased, and the tentacles of his lower body shifted colors ominously. Those familiar with him could discern that Walker was indeed furious. With a subtle glance towards the burly men beside him, Xiaoxiang was dragged back into the depths of the casino, where he would face torturous ordeals. Walker's dark gaze fixated on Fang Yu. You will certainly pay the price. Without a doubt, Walker vowed silently, as the tentacles of his lower half rhythmically struck the ground. This is merely an ordinary casino, Fang Yu remarked to Min Lungshuang beside him, who looked up in response. Shall we take our leave? The underground casino was entirely enclosed, and the clientele comprised sailors and crew members, many of whom had not bathed in what seemed an eternity, resulting in an unbearable stench. Initially, Fang Yu found the atmosphere rather discomforting, yet he managed to endure it. Let us explore a bit more. If nothing suitable presents itself, we shall depart. Hearing Fang Yu's sentiment, Min Lungshuang had no objections, as her priorities now revolved around him. After wandering a bit longer, they entered another partition where a peculiar game caught their attention, differing from the other gambling tables. The others, whether poker or dice, were swarming with players, but this particular area housed only a few. Gentlemen, would you care to try your luck at cracking these golden eggs? A stout, short server stood before a massive cabinet brimming with an array of gleaming golden eggs. Upon seeing this, Fang Yu's interest was piqued. How does one play this? Esteemed guests, each golden egg here could potentially yield a magnificent prize, the portly server leisurely explained, twirling his handlebar mustache. Each golden egg is priced at 100 gold coins. Yet one may potentially uncover a grand prize of 5,000 gold coins, along with various lesser rewards. Naturally, such outcomes are contingent upon one's fortune. Fang Yu is not deceived by these words. It is improbable that every golden egg contains a grand prize. The likelihood is significantly higher that they hold only minor rewards. Or perhaps none at all. Is it possible for each one to yield a grand prize? Fang Yu inquired with a hint of sarcasm. Though the attendant was no stranger to such skepticism, the stout server proficiently replied, You jest, of course. Our golden eggs certainly contain more than just grand prizes. They also harbor some peculiar trinkets. For instance, skill cards, firearms, and even vessels. However, this time, the trinkets we offer are skill cards. The stout server leaned in closer. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, allow me to confide in you. This time, our skill cards are of the identification variety, procured at great expense by our esteemed proprietor. Chapter 49. Hurry and smash. Don't let them think we can't afford it. Listening to the words of the short, stout waiter, Fang Yu maintained an expressionless demeanor. These were merely cliché phrases, designed to stir his desires, leading to a point where it would become difficult to stop once he began smashing. This was the allure of blind boxes. Wait a moment, blind boxes? Might this golden egg smashing also awaken his divine hand? With this thought, Fang Yu felt a flutter of excitement, but still posed a question. Are the rewards in your prize pool fixed? Esteemed guest, indeed. Our golden eggs contain a certain number of grand prizes, the waiter replied. But how many exactly? Fang Yu pressed on. The short, stout waiter hesitated. Though they claimed that smashing the golden eggs would yield great rewards, in reality, there were none to be found. The originally established prizes had all been drastically reduced, and the grand prize of 5,000 gold coins was non-existent. However, the owner occasionally sent someone to feign winning to boost the excitement surrounding the golden egg smashing. Yet, such tricks had become familiar to the patrons. After all, a casino security guard smashing out 5,000 gold coins and then returning to work the next day would raise suspicions among even the simplest of minds. This was also the reason why the golden egg smashing attracted so few participants nowadays. They could only deceive newcomers. However, the stout waiter then thought of the cabinet behind him, which contained at least 100 golden eggs. He doubted this man could purchase all the golden eggs in one go. As long as he didn't smash them all, his scheme would remain undiscovered. In any case, he could always claim that the man simply had poor luck and couldn't find anything good. With this in mind, the stout waiter quickly responded, "Noble guest, we have one prize of 5,000 gold coins, 5 prizes of 1,000 gold coins, 10 prizes of 500 gold coins, and 1 skill card. But rest assured, there is a consolation prize of at least 5 gold coins." Upon hearing this, Fang nodded. "Then I shall take one." With that, he waved his hand, and 100 gold coins appeared on the table. A storage ring. The stout waiter's eyes brightened at this sight. Those who could afford a storage ring were certainly wealthy patrons, indicating that today would be a profitable day. "You may choose freely," he said, his expression becoming increasingly obsequious, nearly blossoming into a beaming smile. "That one," Fang pointed casually. In an instant, the stout waiter exhibited remarkable speed, uncharacteristic of his physique, swiftly retrieving the golden egg. Minling Shuang and Yuta quickly gathered around, eager to scrutinize the golden egg valued at 100 gold coins. "Isn't this just a clay egg?" Yuta remarked, scoffing. "What do you know? The value lies in what's inside." Yuer shot back, glaring at him. Yuta's comment wasn't entirely incorrect. It was indeed a clay egg. Fang interjected, causing Yuer to scratch his head in confusion. "But I believe there are only 5 gold coins inside. What do you think?" Fang asked, gazing at the stout waiter, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The waiter wiped his forehead, where there was no sweat, and feigned calmness. "Guest, you jest." Fang refrained from offering an explanation and instead posed a question. "Is it sufficient to simply smash it open?" "Indeed, esteemed guest." Upon hearing this, he wasted no time and brought his hand down decisively. Crack! The golden egg shattered into 2 halves, revealing 5 gleaming gold coins nestled within the shell. The expressions of Minling Shuang and Yuda, among others, shifted to disappointment. It truly contained only 5 coins. However, unlike them, Fang was overjoyed. The moment he broke the golden egg, a prompt appeared before him. "Ding, you have triggered the Talent Divine Hand. Please select one enhancement direction from the following options. 1. Quantity enhancement by 10,000 times. 2. Quality enhancement by 10,000 times quantity." Fang opted for this, cautious of selecting quality enhancement. He feared that a plethora of heavenly gold might manifest, which would be quite overwhelming. "You have obtained gold coins 49,995, deposited into the storage ring." Delight surged through Fang, his grin nearly reaching his ears. "Bring me 5 more. Esteemed guest, wouldn't that be excessive?" With a grand gesture, he slammed 500 gold coins onto the table. "Hurry, each of you take one and open it. If others see, they'll assume we can't afford it." Upon seeing Fang place the coins on the table, the server hastily went to retrieve the golden eggs. "My lord, is it truly appropriate for us to proceed?" "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Hurry, choose wisely. Good fortune awaits you if you follow me." Fang voice resonated, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Isn't that foreigner purchasing 5 golden eggs at once? What a fool. With such wealth, he ought to lend me some for gambling instead of giving it away. Quickly, let us see how lucky these individuals are. What more could they receive? Surely, it's just 5 coins each. Yet, despite their verbal reluctance, their bodies betrayed them as they eagerly gathered closer. Before long, the short, stout server returned with the 5 chosen golden eggs. While the others hesitated, Fang swiftly smashed his egg. "You have obtained gold coins 49,995, deposited into the storage ring." Noticing the other's slow pace, Fang clapped his hands together, assisting them in breaking their eggs. "You have obtained gold coins 49,995. You have obtained gold coins 49,995. You all are truly sluggish. Open it and see what treasures lie within." Fang's excitement was palpable. This was a swift route to financial freedom. Yet, he resolved to experiment with the quality enhancement effect shortly, curious about what would transpire if the gold coin's quality were elevated. As Minling Shuang and the others peeled away the shattered eggshells, only to find 5 coins inside, disappointment washed over them. "Brother Fang, shall we forego the gambling? This is too bleak. All 6 of us receive the same 5 coins. Surely, There are no grand prizes. They must be deceiving us. Upon hearing Min Lingshuang's words, the stout server became visibly agitated. My dear miss, you mustn't speak so recklessly. We have indeed won grand prizes more than once before. If your luck has faltered, how can you lay the blame upon us? Min Lingshuang chose to disregard him, instead casting a glance at Fang Yu, her eyes brimming with caution. However, Fang Yu was resolute, undeterred by her counsel. For this was a splendid opportunity for him to amass wealth. He must persist. Let's have 5 more, he declared, waving his hand grandly, summoning another 500 gold coins. Excellent. The short, stout waiter scurried off like a ball to fetch the golden eggs. The crowd around them began to swell, including some newcomers. What is going on here? Are they actors hired by Walker? It seemed unlikely. This fellow had already smashed 6 eggs, each yielding 5 coins, and now he was purchasing 5 more. Truly remarkable. Goodness. What a fool with money to burn. Who could argue with that? Meanwhile, Walker, drawn by the throng, approached with a few burly men in tow. Chapter 50. Your misfortune is my gain. How could this be? Walker inquired of the burly man overseeing the scene beside him. Boss, that fellow has already smashed 6 golden eggs, and now he's purchased 5 more. He seems to be a fool with more money than sense. The strong man, initially captivated by the spectacle, quickly nodded and bowed in response upon realizing it was Walker, fearing any delay in his answer. It is well known that Walker is notoriously ruthless. Crossing him leads to dire consequences. However, Walker appeared indifferent to the man's anxiety, redirecting his gaze towards Fang Yu's position. It was him. Upon spotting Fang Yu, Walker felt a surge of resentment bubbling within him. Yet, the thought that this individual was playing the game of smashing golden eggs brought him a wicked sense of delight. The most exploitative game in their casino was indeed smashing golden eggs. Other games do not compare. This one is truly a gold mine. An investment of 5 gold coins yields a staggering return of 100 gold coins, an astonishing 20-fold profit. What? You ask about the cost of the golden eggs? They can be casually dug up from the muddy ground outside and are easily fashioned. 1 gold coin can purchase hundreds of them, rendering the cost virtually negligible. As for the grand prize, it is exceedingly unlikely to be smashed open. The eggs are replenished daily, unless all are smashed at once. The odds of hitting the grand prize are minuscule, mere fractions of percent, almost impossible. Moreover, Walker has not even set a maximum prize. After all, this group of players could never smash all the eggs in a single day, and by the next day, they would be fully stocked again. With this thought, he felt a swell of pride as he observed Fang Yu smashing the eggs. This scheme for generating profit had been his brainchild, and he had amassed an unfathomable number of gold coins thus far. In the span of mere minutes, Fang Yu smashed 5 more golden eggs, each yielding only 5 gold coins, with no other prizes in sight. How incredibly unfair! Fang Yu muttered inwardly, lamenting the countless eggs he had smashed, each only granting him a paltry consolation prize of 5 gold coins. Yet, he maintained an outward appearance of indignation. Something is amiss with these golden eggs. After smashing so many, how is it that they all yield only 5 gold coins? Indeed, there must be an issue with your golden eggs. Min Lingshuang chimed in to support him. At that moment, Walker approached, his voice booming. How dare you speak such words? If you have accusations, present your evidence. Otherwise, you are tarnishing my reputation. Do not blame me if I decide to dispose of you in pieces to feed the fish. Though Min Lingshuang felt a twinge of fear at Walker's menacing demeanor, she remained resolute. Then how do you explain that so many of the golden eggs yield only 5 gold coins? Explain? Your misfortune is beyond my control. I have a grand prize of 5,000 gold coins here. If luck is not on your side, what can I do? Walker replied with a smirk, shrugging his shoulders as if to suggest that blaming gravity for one's inability to defecate was absurd. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu spoke up. So, you mean to say there's indeed a grand prize of 5,000 gold coins within? Of course. We not only have the grand prize of 5,000 gold coins, but also various other prizes of differing amounts. It's simply your bad luck. Walker spoke without hesitation, fully aware that there were no grand prizes of 5,000 gold coins concealed within. But what did it matter? Unless Fang Yu purchased every single golden egg, Who would be the wiser? With this thought, Fang Yu nodded. Noticing the crowd around him had swelled considerably, it was time to set his plan in motion. He turned to the stout waiter and inquired, "How many golden eggs remain behind you?" 289, the waiter replied, not even needing to count. Fang Yu had purchased 11 golden eggs that day, and with a fixed daily supply of 300, the remaining count was easily deduced. "Very well, I shall take them all," Fang Yu declared. "Excuse me, how many did you say?" The stout waiter initially failed to grasp the enormity of the request and was left dumbfounded upon realization. What a jest. All of them. This was 289 eggs, not merely 8 or 9. At 100 gold coins per egg, that amounted to a staggering 28,900 gold coins. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished, questioning whether this individual was simply a fool with too much wealth. Even if all the prizes were combined, they could not recoup such an investment. Fang Yu, however, wasted no time. With a swift gesture, heaps of gold coins began to accumulate on the ground before him. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Was this fellow treating gold coins as mere grains of rice, carelessly tossing them about? Even with great wealth, such extravagance was hard to fathom. Fang Yu merely shrugged it off, as he was accustomed to a windfall of 50,000 coins with each golden egg he cracked open. Thus, the 30,000 coins were of little consequence. What concerned him now was the lack of space in his storage ring. With this in mind, he summoned Min Longshuang and Yuda, first borrowing Min Longshuang's storage ring. He promptly filled it with 30,000 gold coins and a plethora of enslavement contracts, then discreetly instructed Yuda to head to the Deep Dive Tavern. After conveying his orders, Fang Yu patted Yuda on the shoulder, and the latter quietly slipped away from the throng. At that moment, all eyes were on Fang Yu, leaving little regard for the whereabouts of an ordinary lackey. Turning back to the stout waiter, Fang Yu pressed on, "Are you not going to fetch the golden eggs?" The waiter appeared hesitant, realizing that if all the eggs were opened, the ruse would be exposed. He cast a desperate glance at Walker, who was equally stunned. This lad could genuinely produce 30,000 gold coins in one go. It was worth noting that the casino's daily revenue barely surpassed 10,000. This sum could equate to 2 or 3 days' earnings. Furthermore, it was evident that for Fang Yu, this 30,000 gold was merely a trifle. As the minutes passed in silence, Fang Yu's suspicion grew stronger. The golden egg venture was undoubtedly a scam. Perhaps there were minor prizes. But the grand prize was surely a fabrication. Is it true that my luck is simply lacking? Yet I possess a fierce spirit of competition. Today, I shall unearth your elusive grand prize of 5,000 gold coins. Or is it that within these golden eggs, there exists no such prize? Hence your reluctance to reveal it? The surrounding gamblers, upon hearing Fang Yu's words, began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, the individual had already paid. Why should they be denied their turn? Was there perhaps a hidden agenda? Damn it! I previously opened 3 golden eggs and received nothing but 5 gold coins as consolation prizes. It turns out that Walker, that scoundrel, tampered with the results. Huh! Your misfortune is merely due to bad luck. I've opened 10 in succession, and all I received were consolation prizes of 5 gold coins. I am the one truly ensnared. Hurry, bring forth the eggs. We wish to see the grand prize. Exactly. Could it be that you are too guilty to let us proceed? As the clamor grew increasingly raucous, more gamblers gathered, eager to discern the unfolding events. Walker, feeling increasingly uneasy, realized that if this continued, all would converge upon the scene. These gamblers had, to some extent, been duped by his golden egg scheme. If the truth were to be revealed, these individuals were far from benevolent. Chapter 51. The young brother's proposal. Why not let it go, young brother? Walker, accompanied by a group of burly men, squeezed through the crowd. With so many purchases, you must be a loss. The total prize pool is limited. How about this? I personally offer you 5,000 gold coins, as if you've won a grand prize of that amount. As for the money you've spent on the golden eggs, we'll refund you every last coin. Observing Walker's insincere grin, Fang Yu remained unfazed. This man exuded a treacherous aura. If he let him off this time, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. It will be better to deal with him decisively now. No need, boss. I have always adhered to the rules. How could I not break the golden eggs? Upon hearing this, Walker's expression darkened instantaneously. Lowering his voice, he warned Fang Yu, "Don't push your luck. Do you believe I can prevent you from exiting this place? Feigning ignorance, Fang Yu turned his attention to the stout waiter. Hurry, bring me the golden eggs. Is there a problem? Could it be that there are no grand prizes at all? Are you treating us like fools? The crowd, having overheard Fang Yu's remarks, began to harbor suspicions. The usual eager waiter, who would have welcomed their purchases, now hesitated, clearly reluctant to present the eggs. Even the most naive could discern something amiss. Bring them now. Walker gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with palpable irritation. At his command, the stout waiter sluggishly retrieved a single golden egg from the counter. Bring more. One egg is hardly sufficient, Fang Yu chided, prompting the waiter to return with 5 additional eggs. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu shattered the 6 golden eggs before him, opting for a quality enhancement each time. Acquired, gold coins 49, 995 acquired, gold coins 49, 995. After enhancing the quality, are they still just gold coins? Fang Yu pondered. It appeared that, as a general equivalent, the enhancement of gold coins merely increased their quantity. After all, a $1 coin, even if transformed into a $100 bill, remains a general equivalent. Gold coins follow the same principle, unable to transmute into something as precious as celestial gold. Otherwise, he would truly soar, exchanging celestial gold for treasure chests. Nonetheless, Fang Yu felt content. Perhaps in this world, money isn't omnipotent, but it certainly resolves 99% of problems. Continue. The stout waiter presented 5 more golden eggs before him. Fang Yu smashed them with a casual flick, too disinterested to inspect the contents. Knowing that Min Lung Shuang and Yusan would sift through the shattered shells. After breaking nearly 20 golden eggs, Fang Yu's storage ring still had ample space. A gold coin is relatively small, and it was estimated that his 40-square-foot space could accommodate tens of millions of coins. Just as he shattered another golden egg, he heard a distinct notification. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Fang Yu's eyes. He had just struck a grand prize of 1,000 gold coins. His storage ring was instantly filled to a considerable extent. Simultaneously, those around him beheld the shattered golden egg, which spewed forth gold coins in a dazzling display that left observers in awe. How could such a diminutive egg contain so much wealth? A novice gambler, unfamiliar with the phenomenon of golden eggs, inquired of a nearby companion, for the egg was no larger than a palm, yet it emitted an astonishing quantity of coins, which was nothing short of remarkable. Such ignorance of the world. This was merely a basic spatial seal, capable of temporarily confining a small object within a limited space. Unfortunately, its instability rendered it unsuitable for use as a reliable storage function. Understanding this, Walker hastened towards Fang Yu, exclaiming, "Young brother, look at the prize you've won. Perhaps it's time to call it quits?" Fang Yu shot him a glance. The man's demeanor shifted with alarming rapidity, having just threatened him, now suggesting he withdraw. However, having come this far, retreat was not an option. He was determined to continue. The short, stout attendant cast a furtive glance at Walker, only to be met with a fierce glare. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and serve the guest." Upon hearing this, he promptly placed 5 golden eggs before Fang Yu. Once more, the monotonous task of smashing eggs began. Acquired, gold coins 49, 995, acquired, gold coins 49, 995. After smashing several more, Yuda re-emerged, squeezing his way through the crowd to reach Fang Yu, presenting his storage ring. "My lord, everything is in order." Fang Yu nodded, accepting the ring and probing its contents with his consciousness. Much of the gold and contracts had diminished, yet in a corner lay 8 storage rings, remnants from the Deep Dive Tavern. Indeed, Fang Yu had instructed Yuda to procure storage rings from the tavern, while also gathering additional crew members. Outside the casino, it was likely that all his men were assembled. Thus, he felt utterly unperturbed. With the acquisition of the 8 rings, a total of 240 cubic feet of space was added to Fang Yu's personal inventory. This meant that his current storage ring could now accommodate a staggering 280 cubic feet of items. Fang Yu reclaimed the remaining contracts, leaving the gold within the ring, which he returned to Min Lung Shuang. Surprised, Min Lung Shuang marveled at the small pile of coins contained within the ring, which amounted to at least 10,000. Fang Yu, however, paid her little mind, resuming the smashing of golden eggs. With ample space now at his disposal, he could not help but quicken his pace. Acquired, gold coins 49,995. Acquired, gold coins 49,995. After an indeterminate number of smashed golden eggs, at last, a new item emerged. Acquired, skill card, all-knowing eye, amplified. Instantaneously, the golden egg burst forth with a kaleidoscope of colors, revealing a card. Fang, swift as lightning, adeptly secured the card within his storage space. Onlookers could only witness a fleeting flash of brilliance, left in ignorance of what had transpired. Was just unveiled. It seems not to be gold coins. It appears to be a skill card. How generous of Walker to invest so much. Even the least valuable skill card is worth at least 1,000 gold coins, and they are not easily obtainable. Indeed, has Walker changed his ways? Meanwhile, Walker, overhearing the discussions, looked increasingly displeased. This skill card could be considered a relic. Although it is merely a basic one, it holds considerable value. He had initially planned to arrange for someone to smash a golden egg today, merely for show. Unexpectedly, before he could execute his plan, Fang seized the opportunity, leaving him feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Now, with only a few golden eggs left in the cabinet, Walker couldn't help but feel irritated. Thus, he stepped forward once more, lowering his voice. "Young man, one should practice restraint. Do not take advantage. And if I do, what of it?" Chapter 52. The All-Seeing Eye, the Wrathful Gambler. How dare you? Fang cast a cold glance at Walker, who, unbeknownst to himself, had undergone a significant transformation in his demeanor due to his celestial dragon identity. This marked the third instance of Walker's fury. Yet he hesitated to act in front of the assembled crowd. Although they held a monopoly in the casino, it was merely within the confines of Endless City. If matters escalated, the Deep Dive Tavern would undoubtedly intervene. Despite being pirates, a fundamental order must be maintained. Clandestine dealings were permissible, but once brought to light, adherence to the rules was imperative. Walker lowered his voice menacingly. "Consider your position carefully. At worst, I would only lose a profitable venture. But do you truly believe I would let you off easily? Let us retreat a step. You may take the prize you just won, and I shall return your money in full. What do you say?" Fang disregarded him entirely, shouting directly at the stout server, "Continue." Seeing that his words fell on deaf ears, Walker's patience waned. He would not allow this insolence to persist. Thus, he withdrew, intent on rallying his associates. This insolent fellow would not leave Endless Island unscathed. Meanwhile, Fang seized the opportunity while the rotund server was preoccupied with collecting golden eggs to examine the skill card he had drawn. Aside from the initial radiant display of colors, the card now resembled an ordinary piece of paper. "Would you like to use the skill card?" The system prompted, yet Fang refrained from an immediate decision. He needed to ascertain how many skills he could possess simultaneously. Should the number be insubstantial, he would need to contemplate whether to select this skill. With that thought in mind, he concentrated and accessed his personal panel. Name, Fang. Title, Celestial Dragon Golden Red. Level, 6. 316-1600. Strength, 23. Stamina, 23. Agility, 23. Condition, partial nerve damage in lower body. Talent, Divine Hand. Skills, none. Items, none. Observing the succinct panel, Fang clicked on the skills section, which promptly displayed additional information. Ordinary identities can possess 1 skill. Advanced identities can possess 3 skills. Special identities can possess 5 skills. Your identity is special identity. Thus, I am capable of possessing 5 skills. With this realization, Fang no longer hesitated and chose to use the skill card. Skill card used, you have acquired the skill, the All-Seeing Eye. In the next moment, Fang felt a warmth envelop his eyes. Upon reopening them, the world had transformed dramatically. The previously dim casino was now ablaze with light, colors appearing as though enhanced by a filter. If Fang's vision had once been akin to 1080p, it now reached the clarity of 4K, an elevation of extraordinary magnitude. Simultaneously, he discerned that by intently focusing on an individual, their attributes would materialize before him. For instance, name, mark, title, and level, 3, strength, 13, stamina, 12, agility, 11, status, 10, talent, and skills, 9 items. This is the attribute of a short, stout waiter before me. So this fellow is named Mar. Am I omniscient I can perceive such intricate details? It surpasses even the talent of that woman in the red dress from the deep dive tavern. Fang Yu then gazed upon the golden egg resting on the table. Golden egg, a crudely made mud egg, coated with cheap gold paint. Indeed, what is precious lies not in appearance, but in essence. Can analyze the interior. Proceed with analysis? Analyze. In the next moment, the golden egg appeared transparent, revealing merely 5 gold coins within. Astonishing X-ray vision. Fang Yu was taken aback, simultaneously dismissing the notion of using it to scrutinize Mar. He had no interest in a man's preferences. With a swift motion, Fang Yu smashed the golden egg before him. Indeed, it contained 5 gold coins. However, this time, the divine hand did not activate. Upon reflection, it seems that the divine hand can only amplify uncertain items. My omniscient I had already confirmed that the golden egg contained only 5 gold coins, thus it could not trigger. It appears that in the future, if it is possible to avoid analysis of items, one should do so. Otherwise, the divine hand would remain dormant. With this thought, Fang Yu shattered the remaining golden eggs. Acquired gold coins for 9995. Acquired gold coins for 9995. Fang Yu hastened, continuing for over 10 minutes, finally managing to open all the golden eggs. However, aside from a few prizes of 1,000 gold coins and 500 gold coins, the rest were merely consolation prizes of 5 gold coins. The grand prize of 5,000 gold coins did not appear at all. Good heavens, no grand prize of 5,000 gold coins. Where is Walker? Get out here. You scoundrel. Is this how one conducts business? Refund. I previously opened 10 golden eggs, all yielding 5 gold coins as consolation prizes. It turns out you tampered with it. No wonder I couldn't win the grand prize. It seems it simply does not exist. Damn it. Not only is there no grand prize of 5,000, but there are only 3 small prizes of 1,000, not 5 as claimed. Additionally, there are only 5 of the 500 prizes, not the 10 they promised. This is outrageous. Thank goodness I have never participated in this scheme. Who could be so foolish? If there is a trick here, how can one ascertain that other projects are free from deceit? The short, stout waiter listened to the surrounding crowd's indignant shouts, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This was truly a disaster. His eyes darted about, searching for Walker's figure, desperately hoping to find a source of support. However, Walker was no fool. He had long since slipped away, now hiding outside the casino, prepared to eliminate Fang Yu upon his exit. The group of gamblers also sought Walker, eager to confront him, but they were destined to find no one. Ultimately, the ire of this furious crowd turned entirely upon March. The pitiful, stout waiter had become the target of the crowd's frustrations, with no security in sight to intervene. Fang Yu shrugged and withdrew from the throng, allowing space for the group of gamblers. He had no desire to involve himself, having already profited sufficiently. Master, what shall we do next? Several members of Yuda gathered around, gazing at Fang Yu with admiration. It is worth noting that they had endured considerable losses at this casino before, yet had been powerless against the might of Walker, forcing them to swallow their grievances in silence. Despite their vows to never return, the allure of gambling would inevitably draw them back to part with their money. This was the first time they had witnessed Walker suffer such a significant setback, especially at the hands of their captain. Let us depart. There is nothing worthwhile here. We should investigate what mischief that fellow Walker is up to. Fang Yu observed the nearly incapacitated casino, finding it rather uninteresting. Initially, he had considered playing a few rounds after making some money, but it now appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Chapter 53. The discounted water bottle. Fang Yu and his companions ascended the staircase, astonished to find no one obstructing their passage. He had anticipated that Walker would be waiting to prevent his escape. However, upon stepping outside, he realized that the man had been lurking nearby, biding his time. Where do you think you're going? Walker, flanked by his subordinates, appeared at the entrance, encircling Fang Yu and his group. The streets, once bustling, were now deserted. Shopkeepers had shuttered their windows, fearful of the unfolding confrontation. Yet, Fang Yu remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Walker as he activated his all-seeing eye, revealing Walker's attributes before him. Name, Walker. Title, none level. Strength, 21 stamina, 20 agility, 19 status. Angry, talent. Pain resistance, skill, petrified skin LV3. Item, Lucky dice, Walker stood as the most formidable individual present, with none of his companions boasting attributes surpassing 20. Is this it? Fang Yu scoffed, a hint of disdain in his expression. He had expected a greater challenge. But Walker proved to be a mere discounted water bottle. Bring the others out, he commanded. Yes, sir. Yuta responded instantly, shouting towards the street, Brothers, come out. As his voice echoed, Walker let out a derisive laugh. Still putting on a show even when death is imminent. Do you truly believe anyone will come to your rescue? However, his amusement was short-lived. From the end of the street, a throng of individuals emerged slowly. Though they bore no weapons, their fierce countenances betrayed their intentions, marking them as no ordinary folk. What manner of people are these? Walker inquired of a nearby brute. I don't know, the man stammered. One among them had frequented the Deep Dive Tavern that morning, recognizing the newcomers. Boss, these appear to be patrons from the tavern. I saw them earlier today. Patrons? Walker was momentarily taken aback. How could this group of tavern-goers suddenly materialize here? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The tavern was known for recruiting sailors. Were these individuals perhaps sailors recruited by Fang Yu? Resolving to act swiftly, Walker decided to seize Fang Yu before the others could arrive. With his strength of 21, capturing Fang Yu would be a mere formality. With this in mind, his 8 tentacles writhed on the ground, propelling themselves towards Fang Yu. Simultaneously, Walker activated his skill. Petrified Skin, transforming his skin to a grayish hue and doubling his defenses. Walker had ascended to his position on Endless Island through 3 key abilities: the capacity to assess situations, a ruthless disposition, and the current approach, exerting maximum effort even against a seemingly weaker opponent. Walker snarled, brandishing a glimmering dagger. Fang Yu. And with that, Walker accelerated back with even greater speed. What is this octopus up to, launching sneak attacks? Does it think it's a master of martial arts? Fang Yu retracted his size, 42 foot, gazing at Walker, sprawled among the crowd. What are you doing? Trying to stage a fall? I have no money to compensate you. Fang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at this octopus, attempting to seize the moment before his allies arrived. Unexpectedly, however, his attributes surpassed those of his opponent, sending him flying with a single kick. Walker's eyes widened in disbelief, initially attributing his predicament to his own momentum, thinking the opponent had leveraged his speed against him. Realizing this, he wasted no time. Everyone charge! With Walker's command, a throng of muscular men surged toward Fang Yu, not one to be caught off guard. Fang Yu swiftly produced a crossbow and fired an arrow at the nearest foes, rapidly clearing the magazine at others. Although it was a crossbow, it could only launch 10 bolts at a time, and Fang Yu's aim was rather average. Only half of the bolts found their targets, while the rest landed harmlessly on the ground. Nonetheless, this effectively thwarted the advance of these brutes. Of course, Fang Yu was unafraid. His concern lay with the safety of those behind him. He had no desire for Min Ling Shuang to suffer harm, and Yuda and the others were valuable laborers who would prove useful aboard the ship. Kill ordinary pirate, gain 30 experience, receive bounty of 1. Kill ordinary pirate. Gain 30 experience, receive bounty of 1. As several arrows struck vital areas, a few of the adversaries perished within moments. Simultaneously, Fang Yu received notifications from the system. Killing these individuals grants experience, which aligns with what Yi Qingsheng had informed me earlier, that eliminating any living being yields experience. However, these ruffians were akin to those he had slain at sea before. Their demise not only provided him experience, but also a bounty. Though he scoffed at the meager sum, it indirectly indicated that these individuals bore a resemblance to those with awakened identities. In other words, they were living beings, not mere NPCs in a game. Yet, what did this matter to him? If they could provide him experience, then they were all fair game. Fang Yu licked his lips and promptly retrieved his lightsaber from his personal pack. The lightsaber ignited, and with a flourish, Fang Yu plunged into the fray. Armed with formidable reflexes and the assistance of his exoskeleton armor, he maneuvered through the throngs. Each strike found its mark. With every swing of the blade, a life was extinguished. These ordinary pirates, none exceeding level 5, resembled fledgling chicks before Fang Yu, utterly powerless to resist. Kill ordinary pirate, gain 30 experience. Receive bounty of 1. Kill ordinary pirate, gain 30 experience, receive bounty of 1. The barrage of experience notifications continued to rise, but Fang Yu paid them no mind. The lightsaber proved remarkably effective, slicing through flesh without a hint of blood spattering upon him. The instantaneous temperature of this lightsaber reaches at least several thousand degrees. When it strikes a human body, it incinerates flesh into char, leaving no blood to spill, thus sparing him the need for a change of attire. The individuals surrounding Walker, witnessing Fang Yu's ferocity, felt not a surge of bravery, but rather a burgeoning desire to flee. The Endless Island is merely a novice village, although they are pirates. They occupy the lowest tier among their kind. While they may engage in deceit and trickery, when confronted with a killing machine like Fang Yu, their only recourse is to escape. After all, even a novice like Walker can reign supreme here. "Monster! You are a monster! Run! We stand no chance!" they cried. "We're doomed! All doomed!" Walker watched in shock as his subordinates fell one by one. This cannot be happening. Walker realized that this time he was finished. Chapter 54, Flintlock Pistol. The lucky dice bang. A gunshot rang out, stunning everyone present. It was Walker. He had drawn an antiquated flintlock pistol and fired a shot at Fang Yu. The bullet struck squarely at Fang Yu's chest, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward. However, this attempt did not slay Fang Yu. Rather, it ignited his ferocity. "You're rather impatient," Fang Yu declared, abandoning the massacre of the small Karamis and charging toward Walker. With a single stroke of his sword, he severed Walker's right hand, which clutched the pistol. Walker had contemplated evasion, but with his agility rating of 19, there was no escaping Fang Yu's attribute of 23. He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. "Spare me, I beg you." The flintlock had failed to kill Fang Yu, and Walker, devoid of any remaining cards to play, chose to kneel and plead for mercy, a decision befitting someone who understood the gravity of the situation. Fang Yu, what a pitiful sight. Observing Walker's lack of backbone, Fang Yu nearly burst into laughter. However, he had no desire for idle chatter. He swiftly brought his sword down, severing Walker's head from his body. Killed a common pirate, gained 30 experience, received a bounty of 1. Level up? You were merely an ordinary pirate, after all. Truly pathetic, Fang Yu thought to himself before turning to pursue the other fleeing pirates. Seeing their leader dead, those rogues fled even faster. Yet, they had not escaped far when they were intercepted by Fang Yu's newly recruited crew. Fang Yu chose not to continue the slaughter. Instead, he sheathed his laser sword and returned it to his storage ring. After tidying up the disheveled edges of his clothing from the vigorous movement, he remained still. The new crew members returned, escorting the fleeing ruffians. "Sir, how shall we deal with these fellows?" inquired a one-eyed man at the forefront. Gazing at the kneeling brutes, Fang Yu contemplated his next move. Having just reached level 7, slaying these minions would yield little experience. Moreover, the prospect of leveling up to 8 was not worth the effort. "Who among you is willing to submit to me?" Fang Yu asked, and the kneeling men began to kowtow fervently. I am willing. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything." Fang Yu, listening to the chorus of pleas for mercy, felt a strange sense of discord. Without further ado, he retrieved a slavery contract from his storage ring and instructed Yuda to distribute it. Once they signed the contract, their lives would rest in his hands, alleviating any concerns of rebellion. Watching Yuda hand out the contracts amidst his own people, Fang Yu relaxed. He rubbed the spot on his chest where the flintlock had struck him. It truly hurt. Had he not been wearing a bulletproof vest today, that shot might well have been fatal. Fang Yu reached inside his clothing, rummaging around until he produced a lead ball the size of a thumb, the very bullet from the flintlock. "Damn, that's quite large," he mused, weighing it lightly in his hand, finding it surprisingly heavy. Though this device can only fire once at a time, its power surpasses that of his repeating crossbow. Were it not for the bulletproof vest, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be defenseless against it. While it may not serve his personal needs, retaining it for his subordinates would prove valuable. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu approached the corpse of Walker. He picked up the flintlock pistol from the ground. Walker's severed right hand was firmly grasping the pistol grip, and on one of his fingers there lay an ancient-looking ring. This was a storage ring. Fang Yu's eyes brightened. Walker's entire fortune, save for the immovable casino, must reside within this ring. Swiftly, he pried the ring off and stowed the flintlock pistol away. Most individuals would abandon the search of a corpse at this point. Yet Fang Yu was an exception. Crucially, he had previously glimpsed Walker's panel through the eye of omniscience, revealing that he possessed another unique item: lucky dice. Gently nudging Walker's headless body with his foot, Fang Yu turned it over. He felt a mild discomfort at the sight of the corpse. Yet perhaps due to his celestial dragon lineage, he harbored a certain indifference toward life. Minling Shuang, however, did not share his fortitude. She was crouched nearby, retching. This was perhaps due to having killed monkeys on the island the previous day. Otherwise, she would likely have been violently ill. Fang Yu rummaged through Walker's clothing pockets and, indeed, felt something solid in the breast pocket. Upon extracting it, he discovered a dice the size of an infant's fist. Its appearance was akin to an ordinary die, albeit somewhat larger. Under the scrutiny of his eye of omniscience, the full effects of this item were laid bare. Lucky dice, Effect 1, can be rolled once daily to increase the probability of an event. Current uses today: 0. Effect 2, hidden effects: spend 1 million gold coins to elevate the probability of Effect 1 to 100%. What? It even possesses a hidden effect? Furthermore, he noted that the usage count for this special item was 0, indicating it had been used today. What a pity. Had it not been utilized today, he could have spent 1 million gold coins to trigger a 100% effect, thereby obtaining a gene enhancement elixir. This could free him from his current disability. The thought stirred excitement within Fang Yu. Although he now possessed an exoskeleton suit that allowed him to walk like a normal person, it was ultimately not his own strength. As his attributes increased, the benefits of the exoskeleton would diminish, and, eventually, it could become a detriment. Thus, restoring his lower body was the correct course of action. Wait, it has already been used once. Fang Yu's expression hardened. He now reasonably suspected that this instance of use was undoubtedly connected to him. His intuition proved accurate. Walker, witnessing Fang Yu's merciless slaughter, had secretly rolled the dice and chose to meet his end with a single shot. However, he rolled a mere 1, rendering the attempt futile. The final shot merely struck Fang Yu's bulletproof vest, inflicting no substantial harm. Never mind, he thought. Fang Yu delivered a kick to Walker's lifeless body before stowing away the fortunate dice. You should be more adept at dealing with these corpses than I am, he instructed the group of novices. Through the title of Celestial Dragon, Fang Yu could distinctly perceive their loyalty towards him. They were merely a collection of individuals temporarily bound by mutual interests, with little to no genuine loyalty. Only Yuda and his companions exhibited a slightly higher degree of allegiance, though it did not extend to risking their lives. However, Fang Yu was not overly concerned with these matters. Their fates had been under his control since the moment they signed a contract. They were simply tools providing him with the keys to his aspirations and the riches of the heavens. Chapter 55, The Grand Procurement, Acquiring Nautical Charts. Fang Yu, accompanied by Minling Shuang and several others, traversed the path, intending to procure additional supplies before returning to the ship. The other pirates had been dispatched to deal with the bodies. After all, he was merely seeking ordinary materials. A multitude of people would not be advantageous. Rather, it would complicate matters. Soon, under Yuda's guidance, Fang Yu arrived at the street, an endless city dedicated to the sale of materials. What followed was a significant shopping spree. Bronze, steel, silver, timber, all were gathered in abundance, filling the storage space to its limits, before he finally ceased his purchases. Yuda, observing the extent of the haul, expressed his concern. My lord, do we truly require such an abundance of goods aboard the ship? His earnestness was evident. He had not realized that his master was financially unfettered and indifferent to the necessity of these items. Better to be prepared than to lack, Fang Yu casually explained, before proceeding to acquire a plethora of fruits, vegetables, and various seeds. Although the prices within Endless City shops were considerably lower than those of street vendors. The sheer volume of Fang Yu's purchases resulted in an expenditure of tens of thousands of gold coins, filling over 20 units of storage space to capacity. Let's procure some livestock as well. Yuda, do you know where we might find some? After a moment's contemplation, Fang Yu concluded that while these items might not be immediately necessary, they were nonetheless indispensable. A few minutes later, Yuda appeared, leading 5 sheep with his right hand, 2 cows with his left, and balancing a chicken atop his head. Yu Er and Yu San were similarly occupied, while Min Lingshuang cradled a rabbit quietly in her arms. Thus, this peculiar procession made its way toward the outskirts of Endless City. Guided by the drone above, Fang Yu navigated without error. Suddenly, Yuda inquired, "My lord, where shall we venture for our next adventure?" His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The thrill of piracy lay in exploration. Fang Yu, caught off guard by the question, hesitated, as he too was uncertain of their next destination. Sensing his lord's discomfort, Yuda ventured, "Is it possible that you lack direction?" "Indeed, I am uncertain of our next destination," Fang Yu admitted, acknowledging the truth in Yuda's observation. "My lord, if you do not object, I possess a nautical chart that records all the locations I have previously navigated." With a hint of excitement, Yuda bit down on the rope of the sheep he was leading, reached into his pocket, and produced a small notebook, handing it to Fang Yu. Fang Yu hesitated for a brief moment before accepting it. "Acquired Yuda's nautical chart. Would you like to use it?" As soon as it was in his hands, a prompt appeared before Fang Yu. "Use," he declared, opting to utilize it immediately. In an instant, a vast nautical chart unfurled before him. The chart, which had initially featured a solitary marker, now displayed 3 additional markers. This was recorded during my time sailing with a former captain. The handwritten notes may lack clarity, but they are indeed useful. What? Yuda expressed his confusion, unable to comprehend. I remarked that this nautical chart is indeed useful. Fang Yu patted Yuda's shoulder and offered him a smile. This fellow had truly surprised him today. However, it was unfortunate that I had only recorded 3 locations. Nevertheless, I had heard that the proprietress of the Deep Dive Tavern possesses a more comprehensive nautical chart. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu nodded, feeling a twinge of temptation. Should he pay another visit to the Deep Dive Tavern to procure the chart, especially since he was not short on funds at the moment? With this thought in mind, he directly addressed Min Lingshuang, instructing her to take Yuda and the others aboard the ship to settle the livestock while he made a trip to the tavern, promising to return shortly. Afterward, he retrieved several barrels of oil from his storage ring and handed them to Min Lingshuang, for her vessel was nearly out of fuel and required replenishment. Then, Fang Yu turned and jogged toward the direction of the Deep Dive Tavern. As for your question regarding how Fang Yu would board the Dream Treasure ship without being present, he could effortlessly lower the gangway through drone surveillance, eliminating the need for his physical presence. 2.5 minutes later, Fang Yu arrived at the entrance of the Deep Dive Tavern. Gently pushing the door open, he found the tavern considerably quieter. "You again, little rascal," the woman in the red dress remarked with a hint of melancholy, gazing at Fang Yu. Previously, Yuda had come and recruited the entire crew from the first floor, resulting in a significant loss of patrons for her. Yet, upon reflection, Fang Yu had contributed substantially to her business, so she let it slide. Besides, she was not particularly concerned about wealth. Trading gold coins for information was merely the tavern's custom. "Ahem, I heard from Yuda that you have a complete nautical chart." Upon hearing this, the woman in the red dress chuckled lightly and replied with feigned annoyance, "What complete nautical chart? It merely contains a few more island coordinates. It hardly qualifies as complete." "So there is one. Will you sell it?" Fang Yu now exuded confidence, clutching tens of millions of gold coins. While he wouldn't claim to be as wealthy as a nation, he was certainly affluent enough to rival a city. In this modest, endless city, he doubted there was anything he could not afford. "There is indeed one, but are you certain you wish to purchase the nautical chart? And can you truly afford it?" The woman in the red dress regarded him with a teasing expression. What Fang Yu was unaware of was that a nautical chart is arguably the most vital item for maritime navigation. The price of any chart could exceed several thousand gold coins. Some meticulously detailed charts could even surpass 10 million. The chart recorded by Yuda, although it contained only 3 coordinates, could still be valued at several thousand gold coins. However, Yuda was oblivious to the chart's worth. He had merely been an ordinary sailor and was unaware of the secrets known only to captains. "Do tell me the price," Fang Yu said, taking a seat at the bar. "You're really buying?" The woman in the red dress appeared incredulous. "Is there any doubt? Hurry up. I'm eager to set sail." "Very well. We have 3 nautical charts, each with different prices. One is rather steep. You should have seen it, the one with the pink-haired lady upstairs. Priced at 100,000 gold coins." Fang Yu, what? 100,000? Is this thing really so expensive? Fang Yu questioned, disbelief etched across his face. I told you that you couldn't afford it, yet you refused to believe me. This is the price of the chart. Her expression suggested a mixture of disdain and amusement, igniting a flicker of indignation within Fang Yu, who claimed he could not purchase it. Did you not mention 3 charts? There are still 2 left. The woman in the red dress regarded Fang Yu with evident disdain, as if 100,000 was exorbitant, yet she proceeded to disclose the prices. 1 chart belonged to Lei Lei, the young girl with blue hair, priced at 1 million. As for the final chart, the most expensive of all, it was my personal chart, offered at a staggering 10 million. In an instant, the entire tavern fell into a profound silence. Chapter 56. Kuei Linger, Sands of Time. And the courier, Marlin, 10 million gold coins? What kind of nautical chart is worth such a fortune? Fang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could have simply taken it by force. Little mischief maker, if you can't afford it, don't pretend to be affluent. The woman in the red dress cast a flirtatious glance at Fang Yu, then looked down with a disdainful expression. It seemed she still needed to be more convincing. Fang Yu, you better be referring to a wallet. I possess gold coins, yet you must explain why it is valued at 10 million. Just because of me? The woman in the red dress smiled sweetly at Fang Yu. He found himself captivated by her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a serene autumn lake, and blurted out, beauty alone cannot suffice as sustenance. Giggling, the woman covered her mouth. I shall take that as a compliment. At that moment, Fang Yu suddenly pondered. Could this woman possibly be a hidden powerhouse? Activating the all-knowing eye, the woman's secrets were laid bare before him. Name, Kuei Linger. Title, Pirate 7 Warlords. Level, 57 Strength, 96 Stamina, 67 Agility, 79 Status, Healthy, Energetic, Talent, Insight, Skills, Mighty Fist LV9, Serpent Embrace LV8, Rapid Healing LV9. Items, Courier Marlin, Sands of Time. Charge count, 0. What the? Fang Yu could not contain his astonishment. Oh, what S with the sudden exclamation? Kuei Linger inquired, puzzled by his reaction. Fang Yu dared not reveal the reason, merely shaking his head. As for the nautical chart, I shall take it. Which one do you desire? Kuei Linger blinked. I want them all. With that, Fang Yu waved his hand, and heaps of gold coins materialized, filling half the tavern. Kuei Linger was evidently taken aback. This lad was serious. However, she was no stranger to wealth, so after a brief moment of surprise, she quickly regained her composure. Where did you acquire such an immense fortune? Kuei Linger was curious, noting that Fang Yu's attributes were merely in the 20s. Yet he possessed such a staggering sum of gold. While she held little regard for these coins, she would honor the agreed price. Here, the nautical charts you requested. This time, instead of retrieving an item from her bosom, she produced 3 uniquely crafted scrolls from her storage ring. With a gentle toss, the scrolls floated gracefully towards Fang Yu, as if defying gravity. What kind of sorcery is this? Fang Yu marveled, activating the all-knowing eye. Tiny particles, nearly invisible to the naked eye, hovered in the air, subtly enveloping the scrolls. The Sands of Time. Effect 1. Time deceleration. Slowing time within a specified range. Effect 2. Time acceleration. Hastening time within a specified range. Effect 3. Hidden effect time reversal. Effect 4. Hidden effect time suspension. Effect 5. Hidden effect time stripping. Possessing the ability to manipulate time within a certain radius. A mere handful can elevate your prowess by several tiers. Unbelievable, you, a feeble Karami, have encountered such a treasure. Incredible. Observing the multitude of effects, Fang Yu felt a twinge of desire, yet he dared only to ponder, refraining from any action. Wei Linger's nearly 100-point strength attribute was far beyond simply quadrupling his own. A single slap from her could easily reduce him to a pulp. After all, attributes grow exponentially, the greater the advancement. The more pronounced the disparity with each point of attribute. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yu grasped 3 scrolls. Acquired, Spicy Sea Chart. Acquired, Lele's Sea Chart. Acquired, Wei Linger's Sea Chart. Would you like to use them? Yes, Fang Yu silently affirmed. In the next moment, his sea charts unfurled in midair, each coordinate illuminating one after another. These were the coordinates inscribed within the 3 charts, even detailing the resources, monsters, and strategies available on the islands, far superior to Yuda's half-baked map. Soon, Fang Yu's initial small vision transformed into a vast cosmos. Impressive, Madam Boss. Look at your Na'vi demeanor. Wei Ling waved her hand, effortlessly collecting all the gold coins without even stepping away from the bar. What sorcery is this? Fang Yu watched in astonishment. Though he could also gather items using his storage ring, it required proximity. Yet, Wei Ling could retrieve objects from several meters away. Seemingly perceiving Fang Yu's bewilderment, Wei Ling flashed a charming smile and remarked, "What is this? Are you surprised by my ability to collect items from afar?" Fang Yu nodded earnestly. Wei Ling extended a finger, a playful smirk gracing her lips. 100 gold coins, and I shall demonstrate once more. She presumed Fang Yu would not discern her method, thus she was unbothered about presenting it again. Without further ado, Fang Yu waved his hand, scattering the coins across the hall as floor, while simultaneously activating his all-knowing eye, fixating intently on one particular coin. Wei Ling paid no mind to his actions, instead commencing her display. Before long, an invisible, withered arm extended from the subspace, grasping the coins scattered on the ground. Each coin in snare by was swiftly drawn into the subspace. With each coin picked up, it would instantly appear before the next coin, continuing its prior action. In that brief span of moments, Fang Yu had already discerned its true nature through his all-knowing eye. Postman Malin, Effect 1, Telekinetic Grasp, driven by the user, allows for the seizing of objects without being selectable. However, regrettably, while in this state, Postman Malin cannot pass through objects. Effect 2, Third Hand, serves as a temporary combat ally, possessing 70 of a user's attributes. Effect 3, Hidden Postman Malin harbors a peculiar penchant for stealing certain items. But fear not, it exclusively pilfers from aesthetically pleasing beings. Effect 4, Hidden Treasure Hunter, randomly appropriates valuable treasures nearby, though it is prone to detection. Effect 5, Hidden Life Sacrifice, Postman Malin enters a frenzied state, capable of stealing any specified item within the user's line of sight, and I emphasize, any. Caution, it is Postman Malin who steals, yet it may very well be you who bears the brunt of the consequences. Once again, an extraordinary treasure has emerged. This is the true embodiment of a third hand. It remains a mystery from where Wei Ling has procured such items. Fang Yu cast a furtive glance at her, and from the corner of his eye, he could discern Wei Ling propping her chin, assessing him intently. Simultaneously, curiosity piqued within Fang Yu regarding how she had previously extracted the contract from her bosom. Instinctively, he was compelled to look, yet as his gaze shifted halfway, he realized and restrained himself. Chapter 57, Surprise. The escaping Babata, do not look, he admonished himself. It was unwise to gaze upon what should not be seen. Should he inadvertently witness something improper, discovery would spell his doom. With Wei Ling's formidable prowess, she could easily eliminate him with but a single strike. Who could discern whether she possessed the means to perceive his actions? After all, with the emergence of the peculiar Postman Marlin, it would not be surprising if another tool capable of eavesdropping on thoughts were to appear. Have you comprehended it now? Wei Ling teased, her expression one of playful mockery. Fang Yu could only feign ignorance, shaking his head in denial. Ha! Would you like to see it once more? Wei Ling continued to jest, as if entertaining a child. No, I shall ascend for a moment. Fang Yu waved his hand, intending to depart. His original plan was to venture upstairs to recruit the pair of twin maids. However, upon witnessing Wei Ling's capabilities, he realized that his meager funds would be insufficient to enlist the twins. Thus, he resolved to attempt recruiting a few patrons from the second floor instead. Exiting the Deep Dive Tavern, Fang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovered it was already deserted, with no indication of where the patrons had disappeared. Lala and Lei Lei were quietly polishing glasses at the bar. Fang Yu had scrutinized their attribute panels, noting that their attributes were uniformly above 50, far beyond his capacity to recruit. It was likely they would not even acknowledge his presence. So he opted not to embarrass himself by approaching them and chose to leave instead. Having concluded his business, Fang Yu headed towards the dream treasure ship. However, unbeknownst to him, a shadow lurked in the darkness of a corner. Is this the fellow? Furukawa Yusuke had searched extensively and gathered information before finally locating Fanyu. He was the individual sought by Babata, specifically sent to eliminate Fanyu. Yet, after Fanyu exited the pawn shop, he had successfully recruited Yuda and his companions at the Deep Dive Tavern. With erroneous intelligence, Furukawa Yusuke had searched in vain for a male and a female. After considerable inquiry, he finally managed to ascertain Fang Yu's identity and ambushed him at the tavern entrance, following him as soon as he emerged. Eliminating this individual would yield a substantial reward, he mused, reveling in the thrill of murder and treasure. He remained blissfully unaware of the several pairs of eyes watching him from the sky. What a sneaky character, Fang Yu noted, observing the footage from the drone with mild curiosity. This person had been tailing him for 2 blocks, and if he continued, they would soon be outside the city. Suddenly, Fang Yu speculated whether this individual could be a remnant of Walker's faction, seeking vengeance for him, or perhaps that treacherous goblin from the pawn shop. Regardless of who it was, Fang Yu was determined not to grant them an opportunity to react. Using the cover of his body, he retrieved a flintlock from his storage space, along with the gunpowder and bullets salvaged from Walker's ring. Though he had never used one before, he had watched related videos and, after a flurry of activity, successfully loaded the weapon. Just ahead was a corner, and Fang Yu swiftly turned into the alley. Meanwhile, he readied his flintlock pistol, anticipating the arrival of Guchuan Yusuke, who, oblivious to the impending danger, continued his pursuit. As a professional stalker, Guchuan Yusuke was confident that his target would not spare even a glance backward. However, as he rounded the corner, he was met with the ominous sight of a dark barrel. Surprise! Fang Yu grinned broadly, relishing the terror etched on Guchuan Yusuke's face. Bang! Guchuan Yusuke collapsed in shock, overwhelmed by fear. "I'm going to die! I'm going to die!" he exclaimed in panic. Ha! Ultimately, all that awaited him was Fang Yu's boisterous laughter. "Now, tell me who sent you." Fang Yu directed the pistol back at him, his demeanor icy. In his eyes, this man was already as good as dead. Yet, before taking a life, he needed to uncover the identity of the sender. He had no desire to become a target himself. I'll tell you. Guchuan Yusuke immediately capitulated. Although a flintlock was not an extraordinary item, acquiring one in the Endless City posed a significant challenge. How could this man possess such a weapon? Why hadn't that fool Babata mentioned earlier? With thoughts racing, Guchuan Yusuke hastily revealed, "Babata from the Eastern Pawn Shop sent me." He readily betrayed his accomplice, for loyalty meant little to him. Preserving his own life was paramount. Fang Yu found this confession credible. After all, Walker was already dead at his hands, and the people from the Deep Dive Tavern had been assimilated into his ranks. Only the factor of Babata remained. Yet, to think that this man would wish him dead over a mere gold coin was outrageous. With this thought, Fang Yu decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, and Guchuan Yusuke's head erupted in a spray of blood as he toppled to the ground. Killed a common pirate, gained 30 experience, received a bounty of 1. Fang Yu had long assessed his attributes, finding them inferior to Walker's. A quick search of the corpse's pockets revealed no storage ring. How impoverished! Fang Yu scoffed. "I hope you had something of value." His gaze shifted towards the east, as if peering through the fabric of time to glimpse the pawn shop. 2.5 minutes later, Fang Yu arrived breathlessly at the pawn shop's entrance, only to be met with an unexpected sight. The door was firmly shut. Furrowing his brow, he wondered, is anyone here? He had only been there earlier that day. Unless the man had anticipated failure and hidden away. However, Fang Yu was not one for reasoning. He promptly kicked the door open. Inside, he found it devoid of life. Striding purposefully past the counter, he kicked open the door to the back room. It was barren, having been thoroughly cleaned out. Not a single item left behind. Damn, this guy fled rather decisively, Fang Yu thought, feeling utterly exasperated. His actions had been swift. He had killed Guchuan Yusuke and rushed over, only to find that Babata had managed to escape. In truth, Fang Yu was slightly mistaken. After Babata signed the contract with Furukawa Yusuke, he slipped away. After each of these dealings, he would first retreat to avoid any backlash, only returning once Furukawa Yusuke had succeeded. After all, once the contract was sealed, the other party could not renege. Conversely, if Furukawa Yusuke were to fail, Babata knew he would undoubtedly betray him. His continued survival amidst numerous acts of murder and treasure hunting was due to his cautious and meticulous nature. Fang Yu surveyed the barren pawnshop, feeling helpless. He extracted gasoline from his storage space and drenched the entire establishment before igniting it in flames. Fortunately, the buildings were not in close proximity. Otherwise, the nearby residents would have faced dire consequences. Once this was accomplished, Fang Yu did not linger and sprinted towards the outskirts of the endless city. It was time to return to the ship. New arrivals on board signified new keys to dreams, unlocking the potential for more containers. Chapter 58. The Return Journey, a Robbery? As the thought crossed his mind, Fang Yu felt a surge of excitement. It is noteworthy that the two most frequently utilized items today, the drone and the exoskeleton armor, were both procured from the container. He eagerly anticipated the possibility of uncovering even more remarkable treasures. Regrettably, he had yet to obtain any terrestrial vehicles, relying solely on his own speed to traverse the landscape. Furthermore, owing to the weight of the exoskeleton armor, attempting to commandeer a drone for his return seemed impractical, as even a large drone would struggle to lift him. Fortunately, the island was not extensive. After a brief sprint, Fang Yu navigated through the streets and exited the endless city. Along the way, he encountered numerous players, all appearing disheveled and weary. In contrast to his well-fed state, these players seemed considerably worse off. However, he paid them no mind and continued his direct path toward the seaside, guided by the drone that illuminated the most accurate route. Amusingly, through the drone's perspective, he observed many players who had yet to even locate the endless city, still wandering aimlessly in the forest, foraging for wild fruits and vegetables to stave off hunger. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of Fang Yu's presumptions. Not everyone possessed the luxury of a guiding drone. Others had to rely on persistent exploration and a touch of fortune to discover the city. A greater number remained on the periphery of the island, each concerned with conserving their strength and seeking resources. However, most supplies on this island were concentrated within the endless city, resulting in fierce competition among the players. Yet, Fang Yu was unconcerned with these matters. His sole desire was to return to the ship expeditiously. However, while he wished to remain uninvolved, someone sought him out. Halt! A menacing player blocked his path. Zhu Wei had been lurking here for quite some time. Earlier, he had witnessed a beautiful girl accompanied by 3 men laden with supplies. However, those men appeared formidable, dissuading him from making an appearance. Yet now, the man before him seemed delicate and should be easy to intimidate. Moreover, he appeared unarmed. Zhu Wei wondered how he had managed to survive thus far. Waving his wooden spear, he pointed its tip at Fang Yu and commanded in an authoritative tone, "Hand over everything you possess." Fang Yu blinked in surprise, raising a finger to indicate himself. "Me? No kidding, who else could it be but you?" Zhu Wei replied, growing impatient with what he deemed a foolish question. Unbeknownst to Zhu Wei, Fang Yu had already scrutinized his status panel thoroughly. Name, Zhu Wei. Title, none. Level, 3 strength, 14 stamina, 13 agility. Condition, hungry, thirsty. Talent, farts like thunder. Skills, none. Items, none. Fang Yu shook his head. Such attributes might be deemed respectable among novice players, but in his presence, they were utterly inadequate. Even Yu's panel surpasses his considerably, rendering Fang Yu utterly disinterested in engaging in any discourse with him. He did not even need to retrieve any items from his storage ring. With a mere lift of his right hand, the dart was unleashed. A slender arrow, akin to the thickness of a chopstick, soared forth, striking the center of Zhu Wei's brow directly. Without uttering a sound, Zhu Wei collapsed to the ground, a fierce look of robbery still lingering in his eyes. Completely unprepared for Fang Yu's lethal response, defeated a common pirate, gained 30 experience, received a bounty of 1. How contemptible, resorting to robbery instead of honing one's skills. Fang Yu spat upon Zhu Wei's lifeless body, yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that this man was, indeed, a pirate. Engaging in such nefarious acts was merely an acceptance of his role. Suddenly, Fang Yu pondered whether he had distanced himself too far from the lives of other players. Since awakening the talent of the Divine Hand, he had never worried about sustenance. Others were forced to fight desperately over mere fuel for their ships, lamenting any scratches on their vessels. He, on the other hand, enjoyed infinite endurance and unlimited range, never having to fret over such trivialities. Moreover, he possessed drones and satellites, technology that bordered on the absurd. His weaponry commenced with a lightsaber, although his ranged options were limited to a hand crossbow and sleeve darts. He was certain he would unlock firearms upon his return. His gaze lingered on Zhu Wei's wooden spear. Perhaps this was the progression an ordinary player should currently possess? How did his present existence differ from that of the true celestial dragons, in comparison to theirs? Yet what did it matter to him? The possessions he acquired through his own merit were rightfully his to wield. Perhaps in a moment of generosity, he might offer a functional beverage to a beggar on the street. But robbery was an entirely different matter. If he chose to give, it was out of his own volition. If one attempted to steal, it was tantamount to courting death. Much like his willingness to trade with Yi Qingsheng. That was his choice. When he first entered the game, he was but a frail boy, bedridden and weak. He maintained a basic kindness and compassion for others. But now, in this endless city, after enduring Babada's malice and Walker's vengeance, he was no longer that innocent youth. He had evolved into a man capable of unabashedly expressing his desires and making decisive choices. Suddenly, he recalled the 3 women he encountered at the Deep Dive Tavern. It seemed he was still not yet at the point of unrestrained freedom. He needed to become stronger. With this thought, Fang Yu found himself increasingly intrigued by the prospect of exploring islands. Only through continuous exploration could he grow in strength. Remaining aboard the ship might allow him to level up with the aid of drones. Yet the islands needed to be traversed. Drones were not omnipresent. In some narrow terrains, drones would find it difficult to navigate. Furthermore, the efficiency of transporting items via drones paled in comparison to his storage ring. However, the assistance of drones was undeniable. They provided comprehensive mapping, serving as a boon for those directionally challenged. Just then, the drone transmitted a new image. At that moment, Min Lingshuang and her companions had all boarded the ship. Meanwhile, another group of crew members recruited by Fang Yu, numbering in the dozens, stood on the shore, eagerly awaiting their turn to board the vessel. However, Min Lingshuang's modest yacht could only accommodate a handful of individuals at a time, necessitating at least 3 to 5 trips to transport everyone aboard. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue lay in the fact that Min Lingshuang's ship had been intercepted in the sea. A total of 4 vessels encircled her tightly, preventing any escape. Beautiful lady, is that grand ship yours? Isn't it obvious? Did you not see her just disembark? Goodness, that ship is colossal. I even witnessed her loading several cattle and sheep onto it. If we could manage to seize some, we would not only enjoy a lavish feast, but also stockpile a substantial amount of provisions. The 4 clearly knew each other, chattering incessantly without regard for Min Lingshuang's predicament as they found themselves ensnared in the middle. Chapter 59 Kill. Conditions for ship upgrade. In her pursuit of additional crew members, Min Lingshuang embarked on the vessel alone. This decision led her to an awkward predicament, cornered by 4 men in their own boat. As Fang Yu's companion, she had previously followed him closely, never encountering any peril. During their return from Endless City to the Dream Treasure, accompanied by Yu De and his companions, no foolish individuals had dared to approach them. Yet now, encircled by 4 men, she found herself unarmed. In truth, Min Lingshuang's attributes surpassed those of her assailants. And even with average stats, her exoskeleton armor and bulletproof attire rendered her impervious to harm. However, she lacked a clear awareness of her own strength. While not fearful, she also did not possess the inclination to strike first. I advise you to step aside. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Min Lingshuang's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. Ha ha ha, beauty, you haven't answered my question yet. The man who had spoken first taunted. Consequences? What consequences? Another chimed in. How about you entertain us for a while, and we'll let you go. Their words grew increasingly brazen, each man's desires plainly etched upon their faces. Min Lingshuang's expression turned frigid. Though she would not initiate an attack, they had already crossed the line, and she was no coward. At that moment, her AR glasses transmitted Fang Yu's voice. Just take action. With the exoskeleton armor and your level 6 attributes, these men are no match for you. Fang Yu's gentle tone softened Min Lingshuang's demeanor. After acknowledging her beloved's words, her expression hardened once more as her gaze swept over the 4 men. In the next instant, She sprang into action. With a resounding thud, Min Lingshuang's foot crashed onto the small yacht, propelling her forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. In less than a second, she stood before the man who had spoken first. Foregoing any extravagant gestures, she simply reached out and grasped his throat, squeezing with fierce intensity. A bone-cracking sound echoed. Kill ordinary pirate. Gain 30 experience. Receive bounty of 1. As the notification chimed, the other 3 finally comprehended the situation. You. The insolent man was rendered speechless, nearly paralyzed with fear, having not even perceived her motion before his companion lay dead. Without uttering a word, Min Lingshuang seized the limp body and hurled it toward the remaining men. Bolstered by her exoskeleton armor, her strength exceeded half a ton. The weight of the body was trivial to her, akin to handling a mere toy. Thud, plop. Regrettably, Min Lingshuang's aim faltered, and the corpse struck the edge of the boat before rolling into the sea. Nevertheless, the remaining men were utterly terrified. This woman's strength was not that of an ordinary human. She seemed like a monster. Run, they cried, attempting to flee. However, Min Lingshuang was resolute, not granting them an opportunity to escape. Since the aim of losing items was ineffective, let us resort to a more direct approach. With a leap, I effortlessly traversed several meters and landed on another vessel. A single punch struck the chest, causing the ribcage to puncture the heart. Within 3 seconds, life was extinguished. Eliminated a common pirate, gained 30 experience points, earned a bounty of 1. Another leap followed, and with a swift kick, I struck the man's back, shattering his spine. He lay gasping on the ground, breaths becoming increasingly shallow, visibly on the brink of death. Eliminated a common pirate, gained 30 experience points, earned a bounty of 1. Only 1 remained, having already activated the ship and set sail into the distance. Yet, before he could escape far, he glanced back in terror at my position. Observing a distance of several meters, he momentarily felt reassured. What ferocity this woman possesses. He was shaken, yet at this distance. I seemed hesitant to leap. Just as he began to lower his guard, a large drone appeared overhead. Its mechanical arm reached out and seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. It was Fang Yu controlling the drone remotely, utilizing a large model capable of effortlessly lifting a man weighing over 100 pounds. The drone ascended rapidly, soon reaching 500 meters in altitude. The man reacted swiftly. As the mechanical arm clasped his neck, he grasped the arm in return. Otherwise, the acceleration from such a rapid ascent would have proven fatal. However, Fang Yu had his own methods to ensure his demise. The drone ceased its ascent and instead flew towards the island. Upon reaching the land, the drone began to roll. The man was no match for this maneuver and was flung from the drone. At 500 meters, the fate of an ordinary person is all too predictable. Eliminated a common pirate, gained 30 experience points, earned a bounty of 1. Fang Yu stared expressionlessly at the panel before him and closed it. These ruffians, daring to toy with his woman, must brace themselves for the consequences of their actions. Before long, Fang Yu arrived at the shore, spotting Min Lingshuang, who was ferrying 10 men towards the dream treasure ship. Observing the throng of crew members standing on the shore, he felt a twinge of annoyance. The continuous influx of people was rather bothersome. It appeared he would need a larger vessel. Otherwise, encountering similar situations with these small boats would leave him at a disadvantage. While he silently grumbled, he remained patient and summoned a temporary small fishing boat, inviting several individuals aboard. Afterward, he entrusted the vessel to a few new crew members to shuttle people back and forth while he returned to the ship. He was far more intrigued by the prospect of opening containers. Generate the dream key, Fang Yu silently commanded. Subsequently, 8 dream keys materialized before him. The daily limit for dream keys has been reached. To increase the daily quantity, please upgrade the ship level promptly. Fang Yu was taken aback. What is this? Why is there now a ship level? Why was this not mentioned before? He opened the panel to investigate further. Current maximum number of dream keys generated daily. Maximum number generated at the next level. 20 ship upgrade conditions. 1. Player level must reach level 10. 2. Collect 3 special items, currently 1-3. Upon seeing these upgrade conditions, Fang Yu was slightly taken aback. It was not the various materials or stringent requirements he had imagined, but rather his own level and special items. The lucky die? Fang Yu retrieved the die, which was roughly the size of a baby's fist. Could this be what it referred to? Beyond that, he could hardly think of any other items that might be deemed special. Dismissing further contemplation, he resolved to find another item later for verification. With that thought, Fang Yu redirected his focus to the 8 newly conjured keys. Nothing was more important than opening the chests. Chapter 60, Unboxing. A bounty of treasures with a swift motion. Fang Yu grasped the key before him and unceremoniously stowed it away in his storage space, retaining only one in hand. This time, he resolved to open the topmost container. Within moments, he had ascended to the pinnacle. Gazing down from this height at the dream treasure, he was struck by an unexpected aesthetic beauty. The myriad of containers, juxtaposed against the profound ocean, resembled a formidable steel fortress suspended above the waves. However, he did not linger to admire the view. Instead, he turned and opened the container before him. Ding! The Talent Divine Hand has been activated. Please select an amplification direction from the following options. 1. 10,000-fold increase in quantity. 2. 10,000-fold increase in quality. Quality amplification. Acquired. Shipborne missile. Loaded. Please proceed to the captain's quarters for use. Shipborne missile? A shiver ran down Fang Yu's spine upon reading the notification. Did this mean he would now possess the capability for long-range strikes? Coupled with satellites and drones, he would be able to strike precisely where he aimed. Yet, regrettably, the usage of this device required him to visit the captain's quarters. If it could be employed remotely, that would indeed be remarkable. Nonetheless, he decided to press on. Perhaps alternative solutions would present themselves in due course. Ignoring the now empty container, Fang Yu continued to the second one. Ding! The Talent Divine Hand has been activated. Please. Quality. Acquired. Brainship Technology Blueprint 1. As the container door swung open, he found only a thin document within the vast space. Fang Yu stepped inside, swiftly retrieving the paper. Brain chip unlocked. Specific crafting materials can be viewed in the construction bay. The document vanished upon use. A brain chip? This term had grazed his ears countless times. Yet he had never encountered a physical manifestation in reality. Yet now it was within his grasp. If he could integrate the brain chip, would it not mean he could discard the glasses he currently wore? Subsequently, he could control drones directly through the brain chip. Furthermore, the chip could transmit drone footage to his brain via subtle electrical currents, vastly enhancing efficiency. With this thought, Fang Yu felt a surge of excitement. The treasures from these containers were becoming increasingly outrageous, almost surreal. If this continued, he might soon achieve mechanical ascension. However, he remained acutely aware that such external forces were not a true measure of his own strength. Individuals of the caliber of Kuei Ling could likely withstand even a shipborne missile, not solely due to her extraordinary attributes, but also because of the formidable powers of the Sands of Time and the Messenger Marlin. Merely the ability to slow time could redirect a missile's trajectory, not to mention the capabilities of time suspension and reversal. Reining in his emotions, Fang Yu proceeded to open another container, once more opting for quality amplification. Acquired. Advanced Artificial Intelligence. The dream treasure has been equipped with artificial intelligence, ready to be awakened at any time in the captain's quarters or through AR glasses. Astonished, Fang Yu marveled at his extraordinary fortune today. How could he possibly have unearthed such a remarkable treasure? If the ship's missiles bestowed formidable offensive capabilities upon the dream treasure, this advanced AI was akin to installing a brain rivaling Einstein in a muscle-bound titan. The enhancement was not merely additive. It was an epic transformation. However, Fang Yu realized he needed to explore its functionalities further. Are you there? He inquired into the air, and in an instant, a melodious female voice resonated beside him. I am here, master. It is a pleasure to serve you. I do not yet have a name. Please bestow one upon me. Instinctively, Fang Yu responded, Jarvis. Understood, master. Jarvis is at your service. The previous melodious tone morphed into a steady, mature voice, remarkably identical to that of Jarvis. Impressive, Fang Yu exclaimed. You flatter me, sir. Jarvis replied. Tell me, what specific functions do you possess? Certainly, sir. I can manage all affairs aboard the Dream Treasure and possess autonomous navigation capabilities. Your drones and other smart devices also fall under my control. Furthermore, Based on the information from your construction chamber, I urge you to expedite the creation of a brain-machine interface chip, which will allow me to communicate with you telepathically. You're aware of this? Fang was taken aback. He had only just received the chip, and he had not even inspected the construction chamber. Yet, Jarvis was already privy to this information. So, Jarvis, can you control the armory and fabricate weapons independently? Indeed, sir. Provided that you store the necessary materials in the armory beforehand, I can autonomously produce the weapons you require. Fang was elated. It was indeed feasible. However, Jarvis continued, nonetheless, I will need to utilize your drones to facilitate the movement of materials. Additionally, for the fabrication of heavier items, relevant robotic arm technology will be necessary. Upon hearing this, Fang nodded in agreement. It was a reasonable request. While Jarvis could indeed oversee the operations of the entire dream treasure, it ultimately lacked a physical form and could only influence reality through drones. The larger drones were too cumbersome to enter the cabin, while the smaller ones had limitations on the weight they could lift. It was clear that industrial-grade robotic arms would be essential in the future. With this in mind, Fang replied, very well, I'll provide 5 large drones and 20 small drones. I grant you access to 4 of the small drones. That should suffice, correct? Quite sufficient, sir. Fang nodded once more. However, all his foundational materials were still stored within his storage ring and had yet to be placed in the cabin. He would have to wait to test Jarvis's capabilities later. Now, on to the next treasure. With a chime, the talent divine hand has been activated repeatedly. Fang opened 4 containers in succession, yet to his dismay, the contents mirrored those he had previously encountered, a plantation and a satellite, each appearing once, while the drone astonishingly materialized twice. Fang pondered, it appears that my luck for the day has been exhausted, and this is all I shall acquire. He promptly launched the satellite into the sky, watching it gradually expand its reach. The drones ascended, encircling the dream treasure ship. However, the plantation left Fang perplexed. Having already possessed it, he questioned its utility upon reacquisition. Could it be that the cultivation area was augmented? Gazing at the final dream key in his hand, Fang shook his head. Regardless of the plantation's purpose, he resolved to open this last container. Chapter 61. Unexpected items, acquiring firearms, and drone modifications. May the ancestors bless me with something good. Fang murmured as he stood before the container, then forcefully inserted the key. Click. The container swung open. Ding. The talent divine hand has been activated. Please. Quality. Acquired. Penguin-class nuclear submarine. Submarine compartment has been loaded. Items have been placed within the submarine compartment. Please proceed to the designated compartment for use. A nuclear submarine? Fang transformed into a Metro Elder. What use is this? It would be better to provide me with a set of drones. The underwater world remained far beyond his comprehension. Moreover, in the 3 days that had passed, he had not heard of any player daring enough to dive into the sea for fish. At most, they would resort to rudimentary fishing rods to solve their basic needs. Yet now, he was being gifted a nuclear submarine, placing him a version ahead of others. With a flicker of thought, Fang decided to explore this nuclear submarine and uncover its merits. With that resolve, he leaped downwards, his current physical prowess augmented by exoskeletal armor. As long as he did not jump from the highest point to the very bottom, descending 3 or 4 levels posed no challenge. After a few bounds, Fang landed on the deck from the highest tier of containers. Ignoring the others on the deck, he dashed towards the ship's cabin. He intended to first deposit materials in the armory and construction chamber, while also discerning what materials the brain machine ship required. Before long, Fang arrived at the construction chamber. To be frank, this was his first visit to the construction chamber. Earlier that morning, he had visited the armory, but had not ventured into the construction area. The construction chamber and armory were essentially adjacent, with similar layouts. Upon entering, Fang proceeded directly to the workstation. A gentle tap revealed the tools available for crafting. Besides some basic wooden implements, he spotted his true objective, the brain machine ship. Brain machine ship. 1 unit of gold, 2 units of silver, 1 unit of silicon. Prerequisite technology. Advanced semiconductors. Once utilized, it can serve as a central hub, linking all surrounding electronic devices. Fang scrutinized the required materials. He possessed the first 3. But what was this prerequisite technology? Jarvis, Do you know what this prerequisite technology entails? I apologize, sir, but there is no relevant information available. Currently, the network connection is severed, and Jarvis cannot learn. Well, in this world, aside from his satellite and a vast local network, there is no semblance of the internet. Perhaps there exists something akin to it, yet he had never encountered it. Sir, please utilize the brain machine chip promptly, so I may perceive everything in the game through your eyes. Fang Yu sighed, replying, I wish to use it as well, but where can I procure this prerequisite technology? I suppose I must take it one step at a time. Perhaps it will reveal itself when I least expect it. With this thought, Fang Yu exited the construction chamber and made his way to the armory, depositing all the materials he carried within. Since he was already there, he decided to craft a firearm. Jarvis, come forth, he commanded, eager to observe how Jarvis would execute the task. Certainly, sir. Based on your physical attributes and usage preferences, I recommend the Glock pistol, which boasts portability and a substantial magazine capacity. Handle it as you see fit, Fang Yu replied, crossing his arms and standing aside. Understood, sir. In the next moment, the standby drone sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering through the array of materials, returning each time with a significant piece. Once the crafting table was laden with supplies, a brilliant light flashed, transforming into a Glock pistol along with a large box filled with ammunition magazines. Fang Yu stepped forward and grasped the handgun, feeling the cold, smooth surface, an experience he had never known before. Due to his disability in the lower half of his body, he had never had the opportunity to handle a real firearm. His encounters were limited to virtual realms. For a man, possessing a firearm often ranks among his top desires. Is this what it feels like to fulfill a dream? However, before he could revel in his joy, the drone initiated another operation. Sir, considering your frequent use of drones, I have selected weaponry for their deployment. This piqued Fang Yu's interest. If drones are armed, does that mean I can control them to fire in the future? He quickly stepped back, yielding the workspace to Jarvis, ensuring to secure the ammunition as well. This time, unlike before, the drone did not retreat after placing the materials. It remained positioned amid them. A flash of light enveloped the area, causing the materials to vanish, and the drone underwent subtle modifications. Its body expanded slightly, and two ominous-looking barrels emerged beside its mechanical arms. Fang Yu had no doubt they could fire bullets, for Jarvis had already provided the assurance. Sir, the modification is complete. The current drone can be controlled by you to fire, with an effective range of 50 meters and a magazine capacity of 100 rounds. After use, it can return to the armory for ammunition replenishment. Currently, only one drone has been modified. Would you like to proceed with modifying all drones? Modify them all, Fang Yu declared without hesitation. With these armed drones at his disposal, he had little need for a mere handgun. Received. Currently, only small drones can be modified, and the entire process is expected to take 1 hour. With everything arranged, Fang Yu departed the armory. At that moment, Min Lingshuang's voice resonated through his AR glasses. Brother Fang Yu, everyone has boarded the ship, and now they are all on the deck. All right, I'll be there shortly, he replied, making his way towards the deck. Jarvis, activate autopilot. Certainly, sir. Do you have a destination in mind? This question momentarily stumped Fang Yu, as he had yet to thoroughly examine the nautical charts and had no specific destination to speak of. With no particular destination in mind, Fang Yu casually replied, let us depart from this place. After all, the Dream Treasure's voyage knows no bounds. Very well, sir. In the next moment, the entire Dream Treasure began to move in the opposite direction of Endless Island, swiftly sailing away. Meanwhile, on Endless Island, numerous players gazed at its receding silhouette. Lost in trance, it represented an unattainable realm for them, one they could not even board. The 20-meter rise from the ocean's surface to the deck seemed akin to a chasm between worlds. Chapter 62. Subduing the Crew. Is there anyone here skilled in fishing? Brother Fang Yu, you have arrived, Min Lingshuang remarked, standing before Fang Yu with a hint of shyness in her gaze. Behind her, a group of lackadaisical, new crew members loitered, while only Yuda and a few others stood erect, their faces filled with admiration for Fang Yu. Only they were truly aware of their captain's formidable prowess, while the other crew members merely perceived his advantage in weaponry. After all, a laser sword cleaves through anything with equal ease, regardless of the wielder. Captain, Yuda and his companions exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Fang Yu. Fang Yu nodded, stepping forward to address the assembly. Min Lingshuang, standing beside him, spoke up, Brother Fang Yu, we have conducted a head count. There are a total of 63 individuals. Well done. You may return to rest now, Fang Yu replied, affectionately ruffling her hair, the silky strands yielding pleasantly beneath his touch. It's no trouble at all, Brother Fang Yu. Being with you makes it all worthwhile, the young girl responded, shaking her head. It was merely a trivial task, and with her level already at 6. Her attributes far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Such endeavors posed no hardship for her. Acknowledging her words, Fang Yu did not press further, but turned his attention to the group of indifferent crew members. I do not concern myself with your previous identities before boarding this vessel. Once you are aboard, you are my crew, my personal property. Should you defy me, you will come to understand what it means to suffer a fate worse than death. His tone was calm, yet a chill permeated his words. The burly men among Walker's subordinates were the first to lower their heads, evidently too intimidated to harbor treachery. They had witnessed Fang Yu's ruthless efficiency firsthand and would never forget the sight of him taking lives without a flicker of hesitation. In contrast, the newly recruited crew members from the Deep Dive Tavern remained unperturbed, treating Fang Yu's warning with dismissive nonchalance. It appears some among you do not take my words to heart. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes, focusing on a one-eyed pirate at the forefront of the crowd. As their gazes locked, the pirate grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. With a surge of authority, Fang Yu activated his celestial dragon title. All who had signed a contract were rendered incapable of resisting his commands, their very lives now under his dominion. The one-eyed pirate suddenly found himself immobilized, collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a multitude of kneelings echoed through the space. The newly joined crew members bowing deeply to the ground. The only individuals remaining standing were Fang Yu, Min Lingshuang, and Yuda and his companions. Now, do you comprehend the gravity of my words? Fang Yu advanced slowly, towering over the assembly. He placed a firm foot upon the shoulder of the one-eyed pirate, who remained utterly still, paralyzed by Fang Yu's control. He sensed that any act of defiance would lead to a most gruesome demise. Drops of sweat, the size of beans, fell to the ground as he trembled with anxiety. Smack! Do you understand? Fang Yu struck the one-eyed pirate across the face, then disdainfully shook his hand. Why, yes, understand. He dared not even breathe, fearful of displeasing Fang Yu. Others gradually responded as well. Nodding, Fang Yu kicked the one-eyed pirate to the ground and released his hold on everyone. Now, one by one, tell me your usefulness. Observing keenly, Yu swiftly brought a chair and placed it behind Fang Yu, who instantly cast him an appreciative glance. Meanwhile, the group of unseeing pirates knelt on the ground, exchanging glances, none daring to speak first. What's the matter? Are you all too afraid to talk? Fang Yu frowned, finding them a bunch of bullies who feared the strong. They had thought themselves high and mighty, believing his youth made him easy to intimidate. Now, under his authority, they feigned silence. You start. Fang Yu pointed at the previously arrogant one-eyed pirate. The pirate, trembling, dared not be negligent and stammered, Sir, I'm good at drinking. Fang Yu, do you possess no other skills? He was at a loss. Did this fellow lack any redeemable talents? Of course, Fang Yu was not referring to the skills on his attribute panel, but rather a trade or craft, such as cooking or farming. I'm good at gambling. The remaining eye of the pirate gleamed with excitement. As gambling was mentioned, the thoughts of others began to stir, and they chimed in. Nonsense, you one-eyed fool. When have you ever won at the casino? You're talking nonsense. I won money before, but that scoundrel Walker tricked me, and that's how I lost it. Huh, you're just a hopeless gambler. Keep talking. As the two were about to come to blows, Fang Yu rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Enough. With his reprimand, the group dared not misbehave any further and lower their heads once more. Is there not one among you who can cook? At this question, silence ensued. They dared not respond, for indeed, none could cook. They had spent their time adrift at sea, subsisting on instant meals, occasionally catching fish for a change. Whenever they reached shore, it was merely to replenish their stock of fast food, never engaging in the fine art of cooking. Just as Fang Yu was about to give up, a voice emerged from behind. Sir, I can cook. Fang Yu turned to see the speaker was the youngest of the Yu brothers. You can cook? Fang Yu appeared somewhat skeptical, observing his burly figure that seemed far from that of a chef. Sir, my brother was the chef on the ship, Yu Da explained, with Yu Er nodding in agreement. That's wonderful. Upon hearing the assurances from the two individuals, Fang Yu finally found himself convinced. There was no alternative aboard this vessel. Both he and Min Ling Shuang were utterly incapable of culinary endeavors. However, even if he possessed the skills to cook, he would certainly refrain from doing so. After all, it was quite absurd for a captain to personally prepare meals for the crew. Casting a glance at the sky, which was nearing noon, he decided it would be prudent to allow Yu San the opportunity to showcase his culinary talents. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu waved his hand, and a variety of ingredients appeared on the ground. These shall serve as today's lunch provisions. Lung Shuang, please escort Yu San to the dining area. Understood. Min Lung Shuang nodded obediently. Now, I need a few skilled individuals to assist with the chopping. Fang Yu turned his gaze towards the crew with a stern expression. Yes. So they dared not utter a word of dissent and quickly complied. Once most of the crew had departed, Fang Yu surveyed those who remained. Does anyone here possess fishing skills? Join me in the sea to procure some fish. His words fell into the air like stones cast into a pond, stirring tumultuous waves. Chapter 63. No cleanliness, no meal. The submarine dives into the sea goodness. Is it truly possible to fish? Exclaimed one of the crew, his eyes wide with excitement. It has been ages since I last fished, and the cost of sea fishing rods is exorbitant. I cannot afford one. Indeed, a standard wooden fishing rod cannot withstand the power of sea fish. It shatters instantly, another chimed in. Why not use rebar fishing rods? A third suggested, though skepticism tinged his words. Those are heavy and rigid. Does anyone actually use them? That may be true for those with slender physiques. But for a man of my stature, strength conquers all, boasted one, puffing out his chest. Amidst the lively banter among the remaining pirates, Fang Yu interjected, All right, everyone. Please quiet down. Upon hearing his command, the group fell silent, attentively awaiting his next words. Resources are limited. We have only 9 sets of equipment. With a swift gesture, he revealed 9 sets of Edmund alloy lure rod kits that materialized on the ground. Is that a lure? One pirate's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Eager to rush forward, yet he restrained himself, mindful of Fang Yu's presence. Jarvis, halt the ship. The dream treasure had already distanced itself from the endless island, and with no clear destination in sight, a pause for rest seemed prudent. Certainly, sir. Following Fang Yu's order, the vessel gradually came to a stop. Divide into 2 groups, one to fish from the fishing boats and the other from the yacht. Observing the surplus of 20 individuals, it was evident that 9 rods would not suffice. The crew members cast wary glances at one another, reminiscent of foes, prompting Fang Yu to alleviate the tension by stating, Those who do not catch anything this time will have priority next time. Upon hearing this, the tension eased slightly, though an air of competition lingered. Without further ado, Fang Yu began to select participants. You, and you, the 9 of you, take the sets and commence. Turning to the remaining crew, he realized they had little else to do. Then, you shall all engage in cleaning duties. With that thought, he waved his hand, summoning several sets of cleaning supplies he had prepared on the endless island. Everyone, go clean. No meals until the deck is spotless. Oh my, such a vast deck. This is a calamity, they lamented, their voices filled with despair, as if they were cattle sold to the slaughterhouse. No one relished the thought of cleaning, especially aboard such a large freighter, fearing they might toil from dawn till dusk without completing the task. In truth, Fang Yu did not insist on a spotless deck. It was merely a precaution against laziness. After assigning the task, he left them to their devices and made his way back to the ship's cabin. He intended to inspect the newly unveiled Penguin-class nuclear submarine, now that the dream treasure had come to rest, allowing him the opportunity to explore the vessel. Before long, he arrived at the lowest level of the ship, where the power systems and the largest storage compartments resided. However, at the rear of this area, there was an additional, unique compartment. Fang Yu had never encountered this before. It was the newly unlocked submarine chamber. As he approached, the hatch automatically opened, allowing him to step inside. This particular chamber was unique in that its entrance was structured in a partition manner. Upon passing through the first door, a second door awaited. Only after the first door had closed did the second door slowly unveil itself. What unfolded before him upon the opening of the second hatch left Fang Yu astounded. Before his eyes hung a submarine, approximately 7 to 8 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in both width and height. Its form resembled a penguin gliding on its belly, and beneath the submarine was a small pool. Fang Yu squinted to discern. This was no mere pool. Rather, it was a portal directly connecting to the ocean. The seawater appeared to be isolated, unable to breach the chamber. This remarkable phenomenon was solely due to the pressure within the chamber, which prevented the sea from intruding. Truly astonishing. Fang Yu gazed at the illuminated pool below, marveling at the design that indeed facilitated the submarine's descent into the sea. However, he pondered, how would the submarine be retrieved? Jarvis, if I pilot the submarine out, how will I return? Sir, there is no need for concern. When you navigate the submarine back, the dream treasure will automatically detect your location. At that moment, the large mechanical arm above the submarine chamber will autonomously connect to the vessel. Jarvis explained in a warm and patient tone. Fang Yu nodded in comprehension. It was akin to an automatic parking system, where the mechanical arm would effortlessly secure the submarine. With all uncertainties resolved, Fang Yu prepared to enter the submarine and explore the wonders of the underwater world. Utilizing the staircase on the side of the pool, he smoothly boarded the submarine. The interior of the submarine was rather confined, accommodating only one pilot, yet the glass in front afforded a clear view of the outside world. Once the hatch sealed, the entire submarine illuminated. With a hum, the engine roared to life, causing the submarine to tremble momentarily. However, as the engine stabilized, the vibrations ceased, and tranquility enveloped the cockpit. Suddenly, with a thud, the mechanical arm released its grip, and the submarine descended. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped Fang Yu, but it was quickly replaced by the feeling of landing. The submarine had entered the sea. This marked Fang Yu's inaugural venture into the ocean via such a method. Previously, he had only glimpsed the underwater realm through a screen. Even in survival games set at sea, he had not experienced such an immersive view of the ocean's depths. At present, Fang Yu was not in the deep sea. Sunlight still pierced the surface, illuminating the waters below. The azure waves, kissed by sunlight, seemed to wear radiant halos, while looking down revealed a profound blue expanse. Due to the nature of the seawater, Fang Yu's visibility downwards was not as clear as one might expect. It was not the crystalline clarity often depicted online. Such transparency typically only existed in shallow waters near the shore. Now, the dream treasure had ventured far from land into the deep ocean, where the depths remained a mystery. Contemplating this, Fang Yu felt a surge of curiosity to delve deeper. He grasped the joystick and plunged forward. The lights at the front of the submarine flickered on, casting two slender beams deep into the ocean. Yet, visibility remained low. After descending for over 5 minutes, when the display indicated a depth of 700 meters, Fang Yu finally glimpsed the ocean floor. However, it was eerily quiet, with scarcely any life to be found. Maneuvering the nuclear submarine, dubbed the Penguin, he began to sway gently. At this depth, sunlight could no longer penetrate, and he relied solely on the submarine's illumination. Suddenly, he spotted something peculiar to his left. This sight caused Fang Yu's heart to race. Could it be something strange? Driven by curiosity, he delicately adjusted the joystick, directing the submarine's lights toward the anomaly. Was it a king crab? Chapter 64. The freedom of king crabs and the exploration of sea charts before him lay a multitude of king crabs, huddled together to form an enormous ball of crustaceans, provoking a sense of claustrophobia in anyone who dared to gaze upon it. How many could there be? Sir, based on current observations, there are a total of 324 crabs. Of course, it is possible that more are lurking beneath, but it is unlikely to exceed 500. Jarvis's voice resonated at an opportune moment, presenting data through Fang Yu's AR glasses. Such a multitude, he mused, feeling the weight of a predicament for the first time. It seems implausible to transport them all. Sir, the submarine is equipped with mechanical arms, and on either side, there are compact storage compartments capable of temporarily holding approximately 1 cubic meter of items. Excellent. Fang Yu applauded the design fervently. After all, in the depths of 700 meters, he certainly could not afford to exit the cabin, fearing the crushing embrace of the water pressure. Guided by Jarvis, he activated the mechanical arm. With deft control, Fang Yu maneuvered the submarine along the seabed, ultimately capturing over 50 king crabs, while the remaining crustaceans scattered in fright. This should suffice for a while, he thought, unable to suppress his salivation. He had never indulged in such a delicacy, having only glimpsed it online. Now, an opportunity presented itself. Even with over 50 king crabs aboard, the temporary space in the submarine was less than half full. However, Fang Yu had no intention of lingering in the ocean depths. The darkness here was unnerving, with visibility barely reaching 10 meters. Resolving this, he pulled the control lever, and the Penguin-class nuclear submarine ascended rapidly. In mere seconds, it had risen several meters, soon reaching shallower waters where sunlight could penetrate. Schools of fish began to stir, their movements visible around him. However, these fish were too small to capture without nets, in stark contrast to the king crabs on the ocean floor, which could be directly seized with the mechanical arm. Ignoring the fish, Fang Yu continued his ascent. According to the navigation display ahead, he swiftly oriented himself toward the location of the dream treasure. Approaching it, he even spotted 2 small fishing boats above. It seemed the crew was engaged in fishing, but due to his disturbances, the surrounding fish had fled in haste. That is not my concern. Their skills are lacking, Fang Yu remarked, nonchalantly brushing off the incident. Before long, he returned to the entrance of the sea, where the submarine automatically entered a docking state. The mechanical arm extended from above, connecting with the submarine. A click resonated as the machinery aligned, and soon the submarine began to tremble slightly. Moments later, he was back in the submarine bay, and the hatch of the Penguin-class nuclear submarine opened. Breathing in the fresh air anew, Fang Yu stretched luxuriously. He opened the temporary compartment below the hatch, revealing the king crabs, still sluggishly maneuvering their limbs. However, it appears that they are somewhat lifeless, lacking the vibrancy typical of their deep-sea habitat. This is to be expected. The crabs, accustomed to the pressures of the abyss, have been abruptly brought to the surface by Fang Yu in mere minutes. The fact that they have not perished instantly is a testament to their resilience. Observing the substantial mass of king crabs before him, Fang Yu found himself in a quandary. Such a considerable quantity was far beyond his capacity to transport single-handedly. Jarvis, please instruct Lung Shuang to bring a team down. We need more hands. Understood, sir. I have notified Ms. Min. Before long, the hatch of the submarine opened, and a group of individuals began to file in. Brother Fang Yu, Min Lung Shuang entered, accompanied by several crew members. Upon witnessing the scene within the submarine, they were taken aback. It was worth noting that none of them had encountered such advanced equipment before. This experience aboard Fang Yu's vessel was truly eye-opening. In the past, their own ships had either suffered mechanical failures or required repairs, often barely functioning. In stark contrast, Fang Yu's vessel displayed no signs of wear, adorned with an array of extraordinary high-tech devices. Please take these king crabs to the cold storage, Fang Yu instructed, gesturing towards the pile of crustaceans. Wow, so many. Brother Fang Yu, where did you acquire these? Min Lung Shuang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the king crabs. She had only tasted them once or twice before, yet the sweet, tender flavor of the crab legs lingered in her memory. Was this the moment to indulge in a feast of king crabs? Fang Yu did not rush to respond. Instead, he reached into the pile and handed her 2 crabs. I retrieved these from the depths using the submarine. Initially, there were at least a few hundred, but they escaped too swiftly, leaving me with just this handful. Min Lung Shuang's gaze lingered on the heap of king crabs, deepening her understanding of Fang Yu's endeavors. You should take them to the cold storage. With so many people, you should be able to transport them all in one trip, and perhaps bring a few to the kitchen for an additional meal today. We might still have fish to enjoy. As he contemplated this, he thought of the fishermen above, continually casting their lines. I wonder if they have had any luck. With that, Fang Yu exited the submarine, ascending towards the surface. Before dining, he intended to study the nautical charts. With a thought, the interface activated, and the charts unfolded before him. The map, resplendent like a constellation, captured his attention. He randomly selected a star. Peach Blossom Island. This island is home to a unique plant, bearing fruit resembling peaches, yet possessing a gaping maw that preys upon the unwary. Ordinary individuals encircled by 5 of these fruits will be swallowed whole. Method of resolution. physical eradication, flames. Possible acquisitions: man-eating peaches, millennium peach wood, malt essence. There may be other items, but I have not yet discovered them. Fang Yu delve into the detailed descriptions of these 3 items. The reviews are evidently penned by individuals, utilizing the first-person perspective. The origin of this nautical chart remains a mystery to him. Fang Yu stroked his chin. After all, this chart amalgamates the vast navigational data from 3 women. Unbeknownst to him, the charts of Lala and Lele are quite similar, the only distinction being that one of them lacks a penchant for documentation. However, Kuei Linger's chart is indeed extensive and substantial, with at least half of Fang Yu's information contributed by her. This island appears quite promising, though its location is somewhat remote. Fang Yu then proceeded to explore another island, this time selecting a small isle that lay within close proximity. Chapter 65. Thoughts of Hua, Shiyun Fang Yu clicked on an island not far from his location on the nautical chart. Extreme Cold Island. The average temperature on the island is -40 C. The deeper one ventures, the colder it becomes. It is said that the lowest temperature can drop to -98 C, where a creature covered in fur known as the snow monster resides. Its attributes are generally above 15, with certain individuals exceeding 20. The activity frequency of the snow monsters significantly diminishes at night. If you plan to go ashore, please ensure you are adequately insulated. Solution: nighttime operations, physical extermination, possible items to acquire: snow monster pelts, snow monster hearts, snow lotus seeds, core frost fire, gasp, a minimum temperature of -98 C. Upon reading this, Fang Yu chose not to delve into the item descriptions. He was astounded. As a southerner, he had never even experienced temperatures below -10 C. Even in winter, the temperature rarely dipped below freezing, and such days were few, with most of the year maintaining above zero conditions. Moreover, at -98 C, even fully equipped, it seemed implausible for any ordinary human to survive. With these thoughts, Fang Yu hesitated. Yet he ultimately opted to explore the detailed descriptions of the items. Snow monster pelt effectively resists extreme cold, making it excellent for insulation. Snow monster heart. Consuming it can significantly enhance cold resistance and increase strength attributes. Effective only upon first consumption. Snow lotus seed. A miraculous herb capable of resurrecting the dead, though regrettably, it is exceedingly rare, as many snow lotus flowers do not contain any seeds. Core frost fire. A unique item from Extreme Cold Island, existing only in legend. No one has ever found it. The first 2 items appeared quite ordinary. However, the latter 2 suddenly shifted the tone. Resurrecting the dead, flesh and bone. Fang Yu's pupils constricted. Did this mean there was a chance to heal his leg? This indeed presented a significant glimmer of hope. After all, such a divine herb surely could mend even a severed nerve. When weighed against the temptation of standing upright, even the last legendary item failed to capture Fang Yu's attention. Nevertheless, it was true that, putting aside the fact that core frost fire had yet to be discovered, its allure paled in comparison to that of the snow lotus seed. Should he take a gamble? Fang Yu furrowed his brow in silent contemplation. During his time on the Endless Island, he had not purchased warm clothing. Who would anticipate encountering such a frigid environment amidst the boundless sea? Yet here he was, without thermal garments. Not only would he be unable to search for the snow lotus seed, but he wouldn't even survive in -40 C conditions. As he pondered, he made his way to the deck. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a smile graced his face. The more one rushes, the greater the mistakes made. He realized he need not take unnecessary risks. After all, he had just obtained a lucky die with hidden effects. With an expenditure of 1 million, he could elevate the probability of any event to a staggering 100%. He need not take this risk himself. He simply required a means to elevate the probability of unlocking the bronze chest containing the gene enhancement potion to 100%. With this thought in mind, he promptly accessed the trading post. The trading post now brimmed with a plethora of items, essentially offering everything one could desire. Fang Yu swiftly perused the goods, most of which were of no use to him. As for materials, he had procured countless quantities on Endless Island. Here, the prices of items far exceeded those on Endless Island. It is noteworthy that since the introduction of currency, the trading post no longer operated solely on bartering. One could now purchase items using gold coins. For instance, men's underwear, 1 gold coin each. Fang Yu made a direct purchase. For the pair he wore had been in use for 2.5 days and had developed an unpleasant odor. With the opportunity for a change at hand, he had to secure it without hesitation. He also spotted a complete set of comic books. He would acquire that as well for leisurely entertainment. A thermos? That seemed appealing, so he decided to obtain it. 10 pairs of cotton socks? He would take those too. A toiletry set? It appeared he had not yet bought one, so that too would be added to his collection. After a prolonged exploration of the trading post, Fang Yu found himself akin to someone browsing a shopping mall in his past life, having purchased numerous items. Yet, he had failed to acquire what he originally sought. Wait a moment, was I not here to buy a bronze chest? How did I end up with so many other items without securing a bronze chest? He quickly navigated to the search interface and typed in chest. However, the predominant results were wooden chests, with not a single bronze chest in sight. Why are there no chests? Seeing that he could not find what he desired, Fang Yu resolved to inquire with Huayan International. Do you have bronze chest for sale? The response was instantaneous. Currently, no one has bronze chests available. But there are wooden chests, are there not? The chests available now are those that players have yet to open. Once they obtain bronze chests, they tend to use them swiftly. Huayan International explained, today, there's been some sort of identity draw, and everyone has been dispatched to islands similar to Endless Island. You should be on an island as well, but there are no chests or anything of the sort there. It is rumored that someone has discovered a city on the island. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu understood. Following the identity draw, everyone had been assigned to islands reminiscent of Endless Island. This was an opportunity for respite, as well as a signal marking the onset of a new version. Thereafter, survival would only grow more arduous. Who could say what peculiar demands that mysterious voice might present tomorrow? There is indeed a city, but I have since departed the island, Fang Yu replied, as this information was hardly a secret, stating it posed no risk. So you have visited the city. Wait, why are you no longer on the island? I have left. There was nothing of interest on the island, and the city was merely average. By the way, what identity did you draw? After answering Huayan International's query, Fang Yu felt a spark of curiosity regarding the identity this merchant might have drawn. There was a brief pause on the other end, but eventually a response came through. I drew the identity of a civilian. What about you? Are you a Navy officer or a pirate? These various identities have ignited fervent discussions within the global channel, leaving many perplexed about their significance. I, too, have drawn the identity of a commoner. Fang Yu has decided to temporarily adopt this identity, as it will facilitate future changes. And moreover, he had previously informed Min Lingshuang that he was a commoner. What do you think the significance of these identities is? Could it truly be, as the global channel suggests, a matter of opposition? Hua Shiyan unwittingly posed this question, as most participants in the global channel have seen that anime and have their own speculations. Were it not for the fact that the identity of the celestial dragon has not been publicly revealed, everyone would have already reached a conclusion. I am uncertain, but it is highly likely that these two identities are indeed opposed, so it would be wise to avoid congregating them. As for your identity as a commoner, it matters little which side you join, Fang Yu cautioned, as he did not wish for any mishap to befall Huayan International. Although he could directly procure items from the exchange, none could match her level of expertise. I do not intend to align with either side. As a merchant, one should maintain neutrality. Chapter 66. Contacting Yi Qingxin and preparing for the island voyage as a merchant, I must maintain a stance of neutrality, Hua Shiyan elucidated, revealing her authentic thoughts. In today's context, the practical benefits of being affiliated with either the Navy or the pirates seem elusive. It is perhaps wiser to remain a mere civilian player. Fang Yu remained non-committal. It might indeed be a prudent choice, but who can say for certain? The notion of identity had only just emerged, and its true utility remained shrouded in mystery. Do you have any warm clothing on your side? Fang Yu directly broached the subject, realizing that since securing a box was out of the question, he would focus on this aspect instead. Yes, and I also have heat packs. What do you need these for? Has the temperature dropped where you are? Hua Shiyan inquired with curiosity, pondering if a temperature drop would imply that this world experienced seasonal changes, suggesting it might indeed be spherical in nature. Not for that. I have other uses for them. All right, how many do you need? The emotional intelligence of Hua Shiyun was commendably high, allowing her to refrain from further questioning. The more, the better. Upon receiving his response, Fang Yu retrieved a metal barrel purchased from the Endless City from his storage ring, filling it to the brim with fresh water. Although access to the island was now granted to everyone, fresh water remained a scarce commodity. After all, why would those pirates go without bathing for days on end unless they were inherently averse to cleanliness? After dispatching the fresh water, Hua Shiyun reciprocated by sending over the warm clothing and heat packs. Fang Yu accepted them, offering a few perfunctory remarks before exiting the chat. There was no need for prolonged conversation. Subsequently, he reached out to Yi Qingsheng. If he truly intended to venture to the extreme cold island, the crew members would be of little use, as the attributes of the snow monsters were all above 15, with some even exceeding 20 points. In fact, the crew might prove less effective than drones, so Fang Yu considered the possibility of collaborating with Yi Qingsheng, provided she was not too far away. Are you interested in making a trade? Speak. It appeared that Yi Qingsheng was also active on the World Channel, enabling her prompt response. I possess an island and wish to invite you to collaborate. Fang Yu was communicating via the World Channel, unperturbed by the risk of exposure. Presently, his attribute values exceeded 23 points, with strength and agility having reached 24 due to his advancement to level 7. Furthermore, he possessed drones equipped with firearms, effectively alleviating any concerns regarding low combat capability. With Jarvis's control, eliminating Yi Qingsheng was not beyond the realm of possibility. After a prolonged silence, just as Fang Yu was on the verge of losing patience, she finally replied, "How can I find you?" Considering Yi Qingsheng's inquiry, Fang Yu contemplated the option of directly sharing the coordinates of the sea chart. However, he had a different idea in mind. Please take this. Fang Yu sent her an object. It wasn't long before she received it. The next moment, Yi Qingsheng's lovely visage appeared in Fang Yu's AR glasses. Indeed, he had sent her a small drone. He wished to test whether the drone could be operated remotely after launching the satellite. The outcome is certain. Small drones are now operating over 200 kilometers away, a distance that is hardly significant. For satellites, this is more than sufficient, and it can be said that the true capabilities of satellites were not tested at all this time. Is that you, Fang Yu? Yi Qingsheng replied in astonishment. She was not unfamiliar with this drone, as Fang Yu had utilized it right before her eyes yesterday. Although it was now equipped with a weapon system, she recognized it instantly. After all, at this stage, Fang Yu was likely the only one with such a drone. It is I, you. Yi Qingsheng recalled how she had tried to outsmart him yesterday with a bottle of functional beverage, only to discover now that it was provided by Fang Yu. This was rather awkward. She also remembered his comment about lowering prices, realizing it was a form of retaliation against her. However, she felt reluctant to say much, considering she had benefited quite a bit from the situation. Calm down. We are friends after all. I hope you can assist me this time. Upon hearing Fang Yu's voice emanating from the drone, Yi Qingsheng composed herself. What do you need? Fang Yu then informed her about the basic conditions of the extreme cold island. At minus 40 degrees Celsius, if properly insulated, the temperature is tolerable. However, minus 98 degrees Celsius is beyond what any ordinary human can endure. It should be manageable. Our attributes have long surpassed those of ordinary humans, Fang Yu explained. Moreover, the fur of the snow monster will aid us in resisting the extreme cold. Yi Qingsheng fell silent, contemplating the pros and cons. What do I stand to gain? What do you desire? Fang Yu tossed the question back to her. His only wish was for the snow lotus seed. He had no qualms about parting with other items. How am I to know what you possess? Yi Qingsheng retorted, for she was aware only of the functional beverages in Fang Yu's possession. Yet, it seemed apparent that he had more than just that. How about this? 1,000 gold coins, Fang Yu proposed, opting for the universally accepted currency. He had several million on hand, and gold coins could be exchanged for a plethora of supplies. This made it an ideal medium for trade. Agreed. After completing her identity verification, Yi Qingsheng received 10 gold coins. Although she had not found a city on the island, she had seen the trading post and knew the items within could be purchased with gold coins. 1,000 gold coins constituted a considerable sum, a deposit of 100, and the remainder upon completion. I will provide the thermal gear. You only need to arrive as soon as possible. Fang Yu assessed that Yi Qingqing's distance to the extreme cold island was roughly comparable to his own. If they both set off together, they should arrive by evening. Do you have a preferred weapon? Fang Yu inquired, knowing that a martial artist of Yi Qingqing's caliber would significantly increase her strength with the right armament. A rifle, a Han sword, or a broadsword would suffice. The 8 Extreme School does not place much emphasis on weaponry. Furthermore, she could wield even a fruit knife with proficiency. However, Yi Qingqiang still preferred long weapons. Very well, my drone will guide you. We shall meet on the island. With that, Fang Yu transferred 100 gold coins to her, then issued a command to Jarvis to forge the 3 weapons mentioned by Yi Qingqiang, while also preparing a number of heavy arms. For he had no desire to engage in close combat. Brother Fang Yu, the meal is ready, came the voice of Min Lengshuang through his glasses. The food had been prepared, yet Yu Da and the others refrained from serving themselves, opting to wait for Fang Yu to arrive first. All right, I shall come at once. Fang Yu replied, making his way towards the dining area. As for the individuals fishing below and those tidying up the deck, the drone would naturally inform them. He needed only to proceed to partake in a meal. Chapter 67. The Frigid Isle, a white hell when Fang Yu arrived at the dining hall. The table was already laden with an array of dishes. Each table featured a massive king crab, disassembled into smaller pieces yet artfully reassembled. The simplest preparation, steaming, emitted an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Fang Yu's appetite was immediately piqued. Without hesitation, he took the seat of honor. The others, upon hearing his command, dared to sit down and partake in a meal. They were a band of pirates, unconcerned with etiquette, and they plunged into their feast with fervor. Min Lengshuang seated herself beside Fang Yu, assisting him by serving food and wiping his mouth. Initially, Fang Yu felt somewhat uneasy with such attentiveness. In reality, even when his lower body was immobile, he had never been so catered to. After all, it was merely his legs that were incapacitated, not his hands. However, he quickly acclimated to this newfound dynamic, gratefully accepting Min Lengshuang's service. The young girl, with fingers as delicate as tender shoots, picked up a crab leg as thick as an infant's arm and gently cracked open the shell. The succulent crab meat emerged, resembling tiny pearls. She drizzled a spoonful of Yusan's special sauce over it and offered it to Fang Yu's lips. As the crab meat melted in his mouth, the spicy sauce harmonized beautifully with the sweet flavor of the flesh, elevating Fang Yu to a state of bliss. After 2 days of hot pot, savoring something different brought him unparalleled joy. Min Lengshuang continued to serve him various dishes crafted by Yusan, including crispy pork and mapo tofu. This meal made Fang Yu feel that the efforts of the Yu brothers were truly worthwhile. A few minutes later, the group that had been fishing and cleaning returned, undoubtedly having come up empty-handed. However, they could only feast on the remnants, as the other pirates were indifferent to their plight, engrossed in their own indulgence. Fang Yu observed the throng of pirates, contemplating how much bounty they might acquire the following day. Once everyone returned to the ship, the dream treasure sailed forth at full speed toward the Frigid Isle. 100 kilometers away, Yi Qingqing neglected her meal, hastening her small fishing boat towards the island's location. Soon, evening descended. From the drone's perspective, the island finally came into view. The landscape was blanketed in snow, reflecting a golden-red glow beneath the setting sun, resembling a mountain of molten gold. At this moment, Yi Qingqiang had also reached the vicinity. Fang Yu piloted the drone, guiding her small vessel closer to his position. When she spotted his grand cargo ship, she was left utterly speechless. Is it really that large? She thought, momentarily dazed. Though she had previously encountered aircraft carriers, albeit static ones, their size was undeniable. However, this cargo ship dwarfed even the largest carrier by several magnitudes. Was this truly within reach of the current players? She had already upgraded her small fishing boat once. Yet in comparison to Fang Yu's dream treasure, it was utterly insignificant, a mere toy that could be crushed effortlessly. At that moment, Fang Yu's figure appeared on the deck of the dream treasure. He was fully prepared and ready to embark at any time. Please wait a moment. Fang Yu's voice emanated from the drone, reaching Yi Qingqing's ears, leaving her feeling somewhat unreal. Shortly after, Fang Yu descended from the ship accompanied by 5 pirates. He chose not to bring everyone along, but rather opted to take only a few. The reason being the attributes of this group of pirates were rather poor. Once on the island, they would likely become mere cannon fodder. It was better for them to remain on the ship, assisting with menial tasks. Consequently, Fang Yu left Min Ling Shuang and Yuda, along with half of the drones aboard. With Jarvis's presence on the Dream Treasure, Fang Yu was unconcerned about these individuals harboring any ill intentions. Should they dare to plot against him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Fang Yu approached in a small fishing boat, fully armed, with the 5 pirates in tow. "We meet again," he smiled upon seeing the spirited Yi Qingsheng before him. However, despite her vibrant demeanor, it was evident that Yi Qingsheng had not bathed in several days, her appearance somewhat disheveled. In contrast, Fang Yu and his crew had thoroughly cleaned themselves before donning their warm clothing, as the water supply on the Dream Treasure was inexhaustible. Upon seeing the pristine Fang Yu, Yi Qingsheng felt a flush of embarrassment, clenching her teeth in annoyance. This was the very man who had previously deceived her, pretending not to know that the energy drinks were traded by him. How infuriating! At the same time, she noticed the fierce-looking men beside Fang Yu. Who are these individuals? You didn't mention anyone else. Yi Qingsheng's gaze was laced with suspicion. "These are my recruited crew members," Fang Yu explained. It was understandable for Yi Qingsheng to be unaware. Recruiting a crew member required at least 20 gold coins, while ordinary players received only 10 gold coins upon reaching the island, insufficient to recruit even a single crew member. Recruiting crew members? Yi Qingsheng was taken aback, having never heard of such a possibility. However, upon glancing at her small fishing boat and then at the immense Dream Treasure behind Fang Yu, it seemed somewhat plausible. "Let us hasten to the island," Fang Yu urged, not wishing to waste any more time. One of the pirates behind him tossed over the items they had brought, which were warm clothing and supplies. After completing these arrangements, Fang Yu and his crew set sail towards the island, leaving Yi Qingsheng behind. Without further ado, she took the clothing and entered the cabin to change quickly before piloting her fishing boat to catch up with them. Before long, they arrived on the island just as the sun began to set. Upon landing, Fang Yu immediately sensed a sharp drop in temperature. While it had remained relatively mild at sea, even during the night, the island's temperature had plummeted to single digits. However, Fang Yu understood that this was merely the beginning. The temperature on the frigid island would only decrease further as they ventured deeper. The drones dispersed, embarking on their exploration of the interior. As the sun began to set, the drones struggled to discern the contours of the terrain below. However, there was no cause for concern. Fang Yu had anticipated the onset of night and equipped the drone with floodlights, which would effortlessly illuminate the ground when the moment called for it. The 7 individuals ventured slowly into the heart of the island, and the temperature swiftly plummeted below freezing. Initially, some trees and vegetation were visible, but as they delved deeper, they were met only with barren expanses. The faint moonlight cascaded upon the earth, rendering everything in shades of white. Yet this had its advantages. At least they could clearly see the path beneath their feet, thus avoiding any perilous missteps into hidden pits. Chapter 68. Full Moon, Snow Monster, Fury is this snow? Yi Qingsheng inquired, her voice resonating in the lifeless expanse, amplifying the eerie stillness surrounding them. Fang Yu bent down to examine the ground. In the all-knowing I promptly provided insight. "This is frost." "Such thick frost?" Yi Qingsheng exclaimed in astonishment. It is well known that frost does not descend from the heavens like snow. Instead, it forms when water vapor directly sublimates into ice, requiring even lower temperatures. Indeed, it seems we are ensconced in a vast refrigerator. Perhaps the reason for the island's frigid temperature lies beneath our feet. Fang Yu glanced at the ground, pondering silently. Could the island's secrets be hidden underground? Let us delve deeper. The snow monsters are less active at night, and we must seize this opportunity. With that, Fang Yu took the lead, while drones hovered around them, meticulously monitoring the terrain below. Yet their efficacy paled in comparison to Fang Yu's enhanced vision. Thanks to the augmentation from the all-knowing eye, his eyesight had significantly improved, rendering nighttime visibility a trivial task. The group raced through the night, quickly penetrating the island's interior. After an indeterminate duration of running, Fang Yu abruptly halted, raising a hand to signal his companions to pause. "There seems to be some unusual activity detected by the drones ahead," he whispered to the 6 individuals. "Sir, should I investigate?" proposed one of the petite pirates. This individual had been specifically chosen by Fang Yu. Though his strength was not particularly formidable, his agility surpassed that of the others. Additionally, he possessed a stealth skill, making him ideal for reconnaissance or surprise attacks. Fang Yu contemplated the suggestion seriously. He was tempted to illuminate the surroundings. But the map indicated that while the snow monster's activity diminished at night, it did not cease entirely. Turning on the lights could easily startle the snow monsters. Thus, it was wiser to let the nimble pirate scout ahead. Be cautious and retreat if the situation appears dire, Fang Yu instructed. The petite pirate nodded in understanding and stealthily advanced toward the designated area, while Fang Yu and the others remained stationary, refraining from any rash actions. The moon is exceptionally round tonight, Yi Qingqing remarked, gazing at the moon resembling a jade plate in the sky, as the clouds that had obscured its light dispersed, revealing a brilliant glow. Fang Yu, intrigued, lifted his gaze to the heavens. Is this a full moon? For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding surged within Fang Yu. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the direction the petite pirate had departed, followed by an eerie silence. Something has gone awry. Fang Yu's eyes narrowed as he activated the drone's lights. At this juncture, concern for startling the creatures was irrelevant. A multitude of beams flooded the area, illuminating it as brightly as day. What once was a pristine white ground was now stained a deep crimson. The petite pirate's body had been gruesomely torn in two, held aloft by a white creature the size of a brown bear. This creature was covered in a thick layer of white fur, its eyes emanating a sinister crimson glow. The creature, its visage shrouded in a layer of fur, glared menacingly at the drone. With a ferocious roar, the snow beast hurled a severed limb towards the drone. It failed miserably as the drone deftly evaded the projectile. In the following moment, under Jarvis's command, the drone launched a counterattack. Bullets erupted forth, each one striking the snow beast with pinpoint accuracy. However, perhaps due to the distance, although the bullets found their mark, they did not inflict significant harm. They merely lodged themselves in the creature's flesh, failing to penetrate deeply. Nonetheless, the pain was excruciating, provoking the snow beast to howl in rage. Despite its fury, it was powerless against the drone. Several leaps to reach it proved futile, only serving to drive the bullets deeper into its muscles, each movement a tormenting agony. Ultimately, the snow beast let out a final, thunderous roar before collapsing to the ground. Normal snow beast, berserk killed, experience gained. 100 berserk? Fang Yu furrowed his brow as he glanced at the notification before him. However, before he could ponder further, a cacophony of roars erupted from all directions, all emanating from snow beasts. This was not good. He had stirred a hornet's nest. Through the drone's perspective, pairs of crimson eyes appeared from every angle, rapidly converging towards their location. It would not be long before Fang Yu and his companions encountered the first of the attacking snow beasts. Without hesitation, Fang Yu waved his hand, summoning an array of heavy weaponry onto the ground. Shotguns, RPG rocket launchers, and heavy machine guns, including a Barrett sniper rifle. Do you know how to use these? Fang Yu inquired, glancing at Yi Qingqiang beside him. I do, she replied confidently, having previously engaged in wilderness survival, streaming abroad. Where the wilds were truly unforgiving, she was well equipped for such encounters. She always carried the truth with her. Otherwise, facing a bear would spell disaster. Apart from the RPG, which she had not used before, she had experience with the rest. Grabbing a shotgun, Yi Qingqiang questioned, Didn't you prepare cold weapons for me? Why are these all firearms? Goodness, there must be at least 100 of them. You'd be overwhelmed using cold weapons, Fang Yu retorted. Feeling the pressure as the drone's perspective revealed the multitude of snow beasts' glowing eyes surrounding them. Did she really think she could rely solely on melee weapons? I was just asking, she replied. Let us tackle the immediate crisis first. Fang Yu controlled the drone, switching off some lights while keeping others illuminated as it flew in the opposite direction, simultaneously firing a few shots. Follow me, he instructed, running towards the heart of the island. He was determined not to squander this opportunity. He intended to plunge into the fray. Before long, they encountered their first snow beast. The all-seeing eye activated, and the creature's profile materialized before Fang Yu. Ordinary Yeti Berserk. Level 7 Strength, 23. Stamina, 23. Agility, 23. Status, Berserk bloodthirsty. This ordinary Yeti, influenced by the full moon, has fallen into a state of Berserk, during which it possesses pain reduction and significantly enhanced attributes. Its vital points are the head and heart. What on earth is this Berserk state? These attributes are nearly comparable to his own. This is merely an ordinary Yeti. One can only imagine the formidable attributes of an elite Yeti. Fang could scarcely fathom it. However, recalling the previous incident where a drone successfully eliminated Yeti, it indicates that firearms are indeed capable of inflicting damage. At this moment, the firearms in everyone's hands are far superior to those mounted on the drone, suggesting they should possess sufficient power to engage in combat. Without hesitation, Fang raised his Barrett sniper rifle, aiming at the Yeti not far in front of him. With the all-seeing eye in full force, the surroundings seemed to slow down. Taking a deep breath, Fang squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the head, causing the Yeti's skull to explode like a watermelon. Kill ordinary Yeti Berserk. Earned 100 experience. Chapter 69. A desperate stand at the summit boom. The thunderous sound of gunfire reverberated through the desolate landscape. The snow beast became visibly agitated, a significant number surging toward Fang and his companions. The first to arrive were 3 of the creatures, reaching them in less than 5 seconds. Bang! Another shot rang out. This time Fang struck the heart of one of the snow beasts, creating a gaping wound in its chest. However, the other 2 had already lunged forward. Several pirates scrambled to shoot at the approaching beasts, while Yi Qingcheng raised her shotgun and fired at one. Unfortunately, her shot failed to find its mark, merely shattering half of its shoulder. The head and heart, those are the vital targets, Fang reminded as he pulled back the gun's bolt. He then calmly aimed and fired at another snow beast. Upon hearing Fang warning, Yi Qingcheng too managed to blast off the head of one of the beasts. Move swiftly, Fang urged, sprinting to the left front. The terrain here was utterly treacherous, devoid of any cover and situated in a concave area. It was evident that if they halted, they would inevitably be surrounded by the snow beasts. They had to find a more advantageous position. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before they were overtaken, Fang pondered. Fortunately, the drones soon detected a small hill 500 meters ahead, its summit appearing very suitable for defense. However, once they ascended, changing positions would prove challenging, as a single misstep could lead to their entrapment. Through the drone, Fang quickly surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the vast expanse of white terrain, nothing else was visible. In other words, their only option was to ascend that hill, which offered a glimmer of hope. As Fang contemplated, several more snow beasts closed in. The 6 of them began to retaliate, the sound of gunfire echoing incessantly. Fang, I'm out of bullets, Yi Qingcheng exclaimed, frantically pulling the trigger, but no ammunition was discharged. Lost it, grab another. With a swift motion, Fang produced a brand new shotgun. Yi Qingcheng gasped, astonished by such extravagance. Running out of bullets and simply switching weapons? Seeing her hesitation, Fang chided, hurry, we have no time to waste. Prompted by his urgency, Yi Qingcheng quickly accepted the shotgun, but she did not discard her spent weapon. Rather, she stowed it away in her personal backpack. What a waste to abandon it. Although she had no bullets left, it could fetch a high price. Yet, all of this hinged on their survival. With that thought, she steeled herself, determined that each shot from her shotgun could take down a snow beast. However, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. One pirate stumbled and was torn to shreds by the oncoming beasts. At last, they reached the summit of the small hill. Give me 5 seconds, Fang declared, immediately beginning to set up defenses. With a wave of his hand, a Gatling gun was swiftly mounted atop the hill. 10 boxes of ammunition lay scattered across the ground, merely the tip of the iceberg contained within Fang's storage ring. He possessed much more, but there was simply no space to accommodate it all. He proceeded to conjure forth a Gatling gun. Bang! 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 The rapid fire sounds of the machine gun reverberated, instantly alleviating the pressure on Yi Qingcheng and the others. Simultaneously, the drones illuminated the earth below with their beams of light. The pristine white terrain was teeming with the figures of snow monsters, each of their eyes a blood-red hue, their expressions growing more menacing under the glare. Hiss! How many of them are there? One of the remaining 3 pirates spoke, his voice trembling. Just behind him lay the pirate who had recently fallen. Had he been any slower, it could have been his demise. Stop dawdling, get to work. Fang had already amassed a pile of ammunition and weaponry on the ground behind him, with the RPG rocket launcher being the most conspicuous. Rather than opting for the Gatling gun, Yi Qingxing turned and seized an RPG, aiming directly at the horde of snow monsters below. The grenade arced gracefully before crashing into the ground boom. A direct hit sent dozens of snow monsters soaring into the air. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that only one or two had truly perished. The rest merely sustained injuries, quickly rising once more. It was apparent that the resilience of the snow monster's fur was formidable. The damage inflicted by the grenade stemmed primarily from shrapnel and the explosion itself. Clearly, the shrapnel was effective against the snow monsters, yet the explosive damage proved less impactful. Nevertheless, the utility of the RPG was not solely for slaying foes. It served well to disrupt the formations of these snow beasts. With this thought in mind, Yi Qingxing retrieved more grenades from the box, loading one into the launcher and aiming anew. She felt no need to aim with precision. A general direction sufficed. Indeed, aiming precisely was of little consequence. Boom! The shockwave from the grenade once again toppled several snow monsters, slowing their advance towards the summit. Killed a normal snow monster, frenzied. Gained 100 experience. Killed a normal snow monster, frenzied. Gained 100 experience. Level up. After a few more rounds, Yi Qingxing's level ascended from 6 to 7, with all three of her attributes increasing by 1 point. Meanwhile, Fang Yu rose from level 7 to level 8, with only his strength and stamina improving by a single point as the difficulty of attribute enhancements escalated with each level. Fang Yu continued to unleash a barrage of fire upon the throng below, the barrels of the Gatling gun glowing a fiery red from incessant firing. If he persisted, the risk of a catastrophic malfunction loomed large. With a decisive kick, he sent the weapon flying away and switched to a new machine gun. Killed a normal snow monster, frenzied, gained 100 experience. Killed a normal snow monster, frenzied, gained 100 experience. Uncertain of how many snow monsters he had vanquished, Fang Yu's level had surged to 9, just a step away from the coveted 10. Beside him, Yi Qingxing also leveled up once more, reaching level 8. At this moment, the snow monsters below appeared to be endless. When would this ordeal come to an end? The remaining 3 pirates beside him were on the brink of despair. They had never encountered such a fierce battle before. In the past, their misdeeds had merely involved adding insult to injury. Sweat beaded on Fang Yu's forehead, for there were simply too many snow monsters to contend with. He had already exhausted over 20 crates of ammunition. On average, it took dozens of rounds to fell a single snow monster. Were it not for his rapid rate of fire, it would have been impossible to hold this small peak. Even now, he felt his strength waning. Moreover, they had already confirmed that ordinary grenades were merely an irritation to these creatures. These were just the common snow monsters. He could hardly bear to imagine the elite ones. He needed to find a way to escape. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu directly contacted Jarvis, requesting the dispatch of a large drone for assistance. He planned to seize the opportunity to flee this place by hitching a ride on the drone. Chapter 70, Devastation and Injury. Yi Qingxing wounded after nearly 5 more minutes of struggle. The snow monsters were on the verge of reaching the summit. At last, a large drone arrived, hovering above Fang Yu and his companions. However, Fang Yu was unable to directly depart with the drone. The exoskeleton armor he wore exceeded the drone's weight limit. He had to remove the armor in order to escape. Fortunately, his storage space could automatically absorb anything in contact with his body. With a mere thought, the exoskeleton vanished from his attire. Without the support of the armor, Fang Yu nearly collapsed. At that moment, the drone's mechanical arm extended, grasping his hand. "Let's go." Fang Yu called to his companions, who hastily discarded their firearms and mimicked his actions to seize the drone. Suddenly, a particularly large snow monster emerged from the horde, charging toward the summit. Each stride covered several meters, and it would soon reach the top. Run! The pirates were paralyzed with fear, urgently attempting to flee with the drone. Fang Yu also caught sight of the colossal snow monster, and with the activation of his all-seeing eye, he discerned its attributes. Experienced snow monster, berserk, level, 30 strength, 33 stamina, 35 agility, 31 status, berserk, bloodthirsty, elite individual influenced by the full moon, in a state of rage. Possessing pain reduction and significantly enhanced attributes. Vital points are the head and heart. Upon observing its formidable attributes, Fang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. One swipe from this creature could likely send him flying. He understood that if they did not escape, certain death awaited them. For none among them could withstand such a beast. It was important to note that even snow monsters with attributes above 20 were exceedingly difficult to defeat. And this elite snow monster, boasting attributes exceeding 30, will be even more formidable. Typical firearms would only serve to irritate it. Perhaps a laser sword could inflict some damage. But in close combat, the slightest brush could prove fatal, rendering the risk too great. Let us go, let us go. We must leave, or it'll be too late. Fang Yu urgently shouted to Yi Qingsheng, who was still preoccupied with her RPG. With a decisive shot, Yi Qingsheng fired a grenade at the elite snow monster, momentarily staggering it. Yet, as the flames dissipated, it became apparent that, aside from its singed fur, the creature had sustained no significant injury. Realizing this, she discarded the RPG and mimicked Fang Yu, grasping the drone. The drone ascended swiftly, soaring into the distance. The elite snow monster, witnessing this, let out a furious roar and seized a nearby, ordinary snow monster, hurling it toward the drone. Empowered by its might, the ordinary snow creature transformed into a white meteor, hurtling toward the drone. Fortunately, Fang Yu remained vigilant, and the drone narrowly evaded the attack by veering away. However, luck did not favor the pirates. Two of them were struck by the snow monster's projectile. Suddenly, he plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, appearing as if he would not survive. The last remaining pirate, terrified, was nearly paralyzed with fear. To hit a target from such a distance was truly terrifying. However, in the next moment, two more white projectiles struck. Despite Fang Yu's utmost efforts, he could not prevent the inevitable fate of this individual being struck. Both the person and the drone were hit, plummeting to the earth. Now, of the 7 who had landed on the island, only Fang Yu and Yi Qingsheng remained alive. The 5 pirates had all perished. Gazing down at the white expanse, a bone-chilling wind swept through. The direction he chose was deeper into the island, and having come this far, he was not inclined to retreat. At worst, he could escape using the drone later. As they ventured deeper, the temperature continued to drop, and the icy gusts relentlessly battered their faces. Fang Yu, I can barely hold on, Yi Qing shouted, her voice barely rising above the howling winds. As she spoke, frigid air rushed into her mouth. Hearing her words, Fang Yu immediately commanded the drone to descend, having already flown a considerable distance away. Logically, Yi Qingsheng should not have been able to endure for so little time. Fang Yu, after all, still had some strength left. In the dim light of the moon, the drone touched down. At this moment, the perceived temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees. As soon as they landed, Yi Qingsheng collapsed onto the ground, slipping into a semi-conscious state. Utilizing the moonlight, Fang Yu noticed blood pooling beneath her. What have you done? Fang Yu, having removed his exoskeleton armor, found his lower body immobile and could only crawl to her side. Simultaneously activating his all-seeing eye, Yi Qingsheng's status panel unfolded before him. Name, Yi Qingsheng. Level, 8. Strength, 22. Stamina, 20. Agility, 20. Status, bleeding, talent, danger perception, items. None. Upon seeing the status section, Fang Yu's gaze sharpened. When had Yi Qingsheng sustained her injuries, and how had he remained oblivious? Realizing this, he activated his analytical abilities. Instantly, her clothing seemed to vanish, revealing a flawless physique devoid of excess. Due to her long-term martial training, Yi Qingsheng's muscle definition was exquisite, perfectly proportioned. Although exposed before him, Fang Yu, as a man of honor, did not linger on inappropriate sights. His focus shifted directly to her injury. In the lower left of her abdomen, a stone the size of a walnut was deeply embedded within her muscle. Blood was seeping out slowly, while the loss was not significant if left unattended. Yi Qingsheng would ultimately succumb to the dire consequences. Now, Fang Yu faced 3 choices. First, abandon this mission and return with Yi Qingsheng. Second, forsake Yi Qingsheng and proceed alone. Third, carry Yi Qingsheng onward in the search for the snow lotus seed. Upon finding it, their troubles would be resolved. Certainly, there exists a most disheartening option, to forsake Yi Qingsheng and abandon the endeavor altogether. However, this choice is too constricting for Fang Yu, who promptly dismisses it from his mind. For now, he shall attempt to staunch the bleeding. Fang Yu intensifies the analytical effect, causing Yi Qingsheng's skin to vanish, revealing the crimson musculature and intricate network of blood vessels beneath. At this moment, Fang Yu feels as though he is witnessing an ultra-high-definition horror film, with anatomical knowledge presented in the most visceral manner before his eyes. Yet, the complexity of the wound exceeds his wildest imaginings. Alas, this is a dilemma. Fang Yu furrows his brow, as a stone precariously rests upon the abdominal aorta. Any reckless movement could potentially induce catastrophic hemorrhaging, endangering her life. Just then, Yi Qingsheng suddenly opens her eyes, fixating her gaze intently upon the close proximity of Fang Yu. Chapter 71. What are your intentions? Faced with Yi Qingsheng's gaze, Fang Yu did not flinch. Let us have some energy drink, he suggested, retrieving a beverage from his storage space. However, upon opening it, he discovered that the drink had frozen solid. Fang Yu mused, of course, at this temperature, which has plummeted to minus 40 degrees, water can easily turn to ice. It is only natural that this energy drink would be frozen as well. In such frigid conditions, the aroma would not disperse easily. One could only wonder if the snow beast might detect the scent of blood and come pursuing. Nonetheless, this situation was untenable. Yi Qingsheng was losing blood. An excessive blood loss would inevitably lead to a drop in body temperature. Given the extreme cold surrounding them, hypothermia would be a certainty. Death was merely a matter of time. Realizing this, Fang Yu understood the necessity of alternative measures. He withdrew his laser sword and commenced slicing at the ground, gathering the severed soil and stones into his storage space. In a short while, he had carved out a substantial pit. Controlling a drone, he carefully lifted Yi Qingsheng into the newly formed cavity. Once the drone had retreated, Fang Yu summoned several large metal plates to seal the top, creating a relatively enclosed space, while ensuring to leave 2 small ventilation holes. Next, he extracted heating pads from his storage. He swiftly tore open the packaging and placed one inside his clothing. These pads were merely ordinary heating pads, effective only at temperatures above minus 20 degrees. With the current temperature at minus 40, although they would still function, their efficacy would be significantly diminished. Subsequently, Fang Yu repeated the process, tearing open dozens of heating pads and affixing them to both himself and Yi Qingsheng. As the heating pads warmed up, he removed them and affixed them to the surrounding ground and stone walls. The temperature, initially at minus 40 degrees, gradually rose, soon reaching around minus 7 or 8 degrees. Although still chilly, it was sufficient for Fang Yu to shed his outer clothing and don his exoskeleton armor. The drawback of the storage ring lay in its ability to store items effortlessly, but not allowing for immediate wear upon retrieval. Meanwhile, Yi Qingsheng lay on the ground, her strength seemingly sapped. Upon hearing the rustling noise nearby, she turned to look. Bathed in the faint moonlight, she saw Fang Yu disrobing, prompting her to sit up in alarm. What were you doing? She exclaimed weakly within the confined space. Don't worry, you rest. I can manage on my own, he replied. You shameless man. I'm not being shameless. I'm not asking for your help, Fang Yu responded, puzzled by her indignation. He needed to don the exoskeleton armor to move effectively. Yi Qingsheng gritted her teeth, thinking that such matters could not simply be resolved without action. The two were clearly at an impasse, both unaware of their mutual misunderstandings. Fang Yu paid her no mind, continuing to undress with a singular focus. He needed to don the exoskeleton armor swiftly. It was his only chance of escaping should they encounter a snow monster. Yi Qingsheng, on the other hand, exerted all her strength to distance herself from Fang Yu. However, confined within the same small room, there was little space for her to evade him. Fang Yu had already shed his upper thermal suit, and the frigid air made contact with his skin, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably. Fortunately, his attributes far surpassed those of an ordinary individual, rendering the current temperature bearable. It's so cold, Fang Yu murmured, yet to Yi Qingsheng it translated to, what a tender youth. This thought sent her into a frenzy of panic. You. Upon hearing the commotion, Fang Yu glanced at her and noticed her wide-eyed terror in the dim, cramped space. Assuming she was merely startled, he moved closer to her, trying to reassure her. Don't worry, I will take responsibility. His intention was to ensure Yi Qingqing's safe return, but to her ears, it carried a different implication. She clenched her teeth, feeling betrayed. How could I misjudge you? I thought you were a decent person, yet you reveal your true nature. Inwardly cursing him, she secretly readied herself, prepared to draw her dagger should he dare to make an inappropriate advance. Even in death, she would not let him escape unscathed. However, after offering his comfort, Fang Yu returned to the task of removing his trousers, believing it inappropriate to remain too close to a female. He remained blissfully unaware that Yi Qingqiang was vigilantly observing him, not daring to lower her guard. Once he had stripped off the outer thermal gear, he was left with only a thin layer beneath, and then he retrieved the exoskeleton armor from the ground. Slowly, he climbed into it, fitting himself snugly. As the armor sealed around him, he regained the ability to walk. Yi Qingqiang watched this transformation in astonishment, as if the pieces of a puzzle were falling into place. What are you wearing? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. It's exoskeleton armor. It's what I rely on for mobility, Fang Yu replied candidly. Given her current state of incapacitation, he saw no harm in divulging the truth. Moreover, he was determined to acquire the snow lotus seed on their expedition, which would restore his mobility and free him from his current predicament. Fang Yu quickly donned his thermal clothing and then retrieved a bottle of functional beverage from his storage space, opening it and offering it to Yi Qingqing. Upon receiving the drink, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. So you cannot walk? She asked, her gaze shifting to one of sympathy as Fang Yu nodded in affirmation. He observed the change in her expression with clarity. Once again, that same expression, previously in the realm of reality, when his friends in the game realized he could not stand, they bore this very look. He had grown weary of it, even expressing his disdain for such an expression. Fang Yu's demeanor, too, turned frigid, and he spoke with a hint of indifference. Drink this energy beverage. Yi Qingqiang sensed the shift in Fang Yu's tone, though she was unsure of her wrongdoing. She obediently consumed the drink. As the icy liquid slid down her throat, her attributes surged by an impressive 20. In Fang Yu's perceptive gaze, she appeared to experience a gradual healing at her wound. However, the pace of recovery was lamentably slow. Only Fang Yu's omniscient eye could discern this subtle change, while others would likely remain oblivious. Yet, such a meager rate of healing suggested that once the effects of the energy drink faded, her wound would remain unhealed, rendering the effort futile. For before her injury could mend, Yi Qingqing would succumb to the perils of excessive blood loss. Chapter 72. Settlement of rewards in exchange for diamond treasure chests. It appears that enhancing attributes can significantly augment recovery capabilities. Fang Yu pondered silently. Among the attributes, the one most likely to influence recovery speed is stamina. Among the three attributes, strength epitomizes raw power and explosive force, while agility signifies a person's movement speed and reflexes. Stamina seems to embody not only endurance and vitality, but also, to a certain extent, the rate of physical recovery. Thus, if stamina is enhanced, it stands to reason that recovery would accelerate. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu retrieved the monkey wine he had previously discovered from his storage space. He specifically selected the variant that could enhance stamina, extracting 5 portions at once. It is noteworthy that the monkey wine he used, amplified 100-fold, provides a permanent boost to attributes rather than a mere temporary enhancement. After consuming the beverage, Fang Yu poured the 5 portions into a mineral water bottle, and a fragrant aroma wafted from the container. Yi Qingqiang also caught a whiff. It bore a resemblance to the monkey wine, but was distinctly different, as she had tasted monkey wine before and found this one to be far more potent. To her astonishment, despite her usual aversion to alcohol, she felt an irresistible urge to drink it all at once. Accepting the bottle, Yi Qingqiang took a cautious sip. As the rich, fruity flavor flooded her mouth, her eyes brightened, and she tilted her head back to drink it entirely. Fang Yu kept a close watch on Yi Qingqing's attribute panel. As the monkey wine was consumed, her panel began to change. Name, Yi Qingqing. Level, 8. Strength, 22-4. For stamina, 23-4. 6. Agility, 24. Status, bleeding. Intoxicated, talent. Danger perception, items. None, the stamina attribute increased by 3 points, indeed differing from his previous enhancements. However, since Fang Yu's attributes were not as elevated as Yi Qingqing's, her increase was justified under the principle that higher attributes yield more challenging enhancements. Fang Yu observed as Yi Qingqing's wound rapidly healed. Within a minute, the bleeding ceased, and the stone lodged within her body was expelled by the regenerating tissue. Yet, what Fang Yu did not notice was the gradual haze in Yi Qingqing's eyes as she gazed at him, unblinking. In the next moment, she lunged at him with lightning speed, pinning him to the ground. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Fang Yu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was this woman acting so erratically, just as her injuries healed? However, the madness was yet to unfold. Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering, gazing at Fang Yu with an intensity that was almost palpable. Unbeknownst to Fang Yu, Yi Qingqing had a notoriously low tolerance for alcohol. After drinking, she had a penchant for mischief, which is why her elders had always discouraged her from indulging. Previously, on the island, she had only sampled the monkey wine lightly. But today, having consumed 5 portions, augmented 100-fold by Fang Yu, had intensified its effects considerably. This led to Yi Qingqing falling directly into a state of intoxication. She slightly bent her legs and knelt on the ground, inadvertently pressing against Fang Yu. Startled, Fang Yu shivered unexpectedly. "Calm down," he admonished, aware that they were in the treacherous environment of the extreme cold island, where dangers lurked around every corner. This woman seemed to have lost her senses, and he felt compelled to restrain her. However, Yi Qingqing evidently had no intention of stopping. Upon seeing Fang Yu struggle, she tightened her grip. With the aid of an energy drink, her strength had now surpassed his, albeit marginally, making it effortless for her to dominate him. "Let go, Fang Yu shouted, but before he could finish, Yi Qingqing, irritated by his noise, kissed him directly. As a man who had just experienced the complexities of human relationships, he was unaccustomed to such provocation and instinctively kissed her back. The battle was perilous. After hours of fierce confrontation, Fang Yu had consumed a restorative pill, which ultimately allowed him to subdue Yi Qingqing. Breathing heavily, he gazed at the slumbering figure beside him. This woman had fallen asleep immediately after their tumultuous struggle, which had been quite loud. Had it not been for Fang Yu controlling the drone from a distance to confuse the snow monsters, they would likely have been discovered. Surveying the chaotic scene and the scattered remnants of clothing, Fang Yu felt a sense of disarray. How had their garments vanished? Fortunately, his storage ring contained warm clothing that he could use. He retrieved a collection of warm garments, first covering the sleeping Yi Qingqing before donning some himself. At that moment, as the clock struck midnight, a panel suddenly appeared before him. The new day has begun, counting the number of enslaved individuals. Remaining enslaved, 58 individuals. Rewards received. Heavenly gold, 58. Feeling the additional 58 pieces of heavenly gold in his storage space, Fang Yu was filled with exhilaration. This meant he now possessed a total of 60 pieces of heavenly gold, including the 2 he already had, converted into diamond chests that amounted to a staggering 6. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu focused his intention and opened the exclusive Dragon Clan merchant interface. A crimson panel materialized, prominently displaying the diamond chests, each priced at 10 pieces of heavenly gold. "Exchange," Fang Yu silently commanded. As he made his selection, a translucent, shimmering chest appeared before him. Although the chest was semi-transparent, looking inside merely revealed a swirling mist, obscuring any view of its contents. It was only natural. One could not simply know what treasures lay within a chest, as that would undermine its very purpose. Without hesitation, Fang Yu exchanged for 2 more diamond chests, bringing the total to 3, all placed in front of him. Fang Yu decided against further exchanges. He intended to reserve the celestial gold for potential future uses. After all, the treasure chest would not vanish, and he could redeem it whenever necessary. For now, he would first open the chest. With a click, the first treasure chest opened. Ding! The Talent Divine Hand has been activated. Please select 1 augmentation direction from the following options. 1. Quantity 10,000-fold augmentation. 2. Quality 10,000-fold augmentation. Quality. Acquired. Blackstone set of black sphere slowly ascended from the chest. Fang Yu reached out, eager to grasp the blackstone set. However, as soon as his hand made contact, the black sphere transformed into a liquid that swiftly enveloped him. Startled, Fang Yu instinctively attempted to shake it off. But it was a futile effort. The black stone set seamlessly merged with his being. Chapter 73. The black stone set as if nothing had occurred then. Fang Yu felt as though nothing had transpired. He glanced at his palm, noticing no apparent changes. With a mere thought, he opened his personal panel. Name, Fang Yu. Title, Celestial Dragon. Level, 9. Strength, 25. Stamina, 25. Agility, 25. Condition, partial nerve damage in the lower body. Talent, Divine Hand. Skill, All-Seeing. ILV1 items, Lucky Dice. Blackstone set. Upon observing the newly acquired Blackstone set among his possessions, he focused intently on its details. Blackstone set, Effect 1. Reduces any damage within the Blackstone set's range by 99. Effect 2. Negates the majority of harsh environments. Usage requirement, none. Crafted from a special alloy. It melds with the skin, allowing the user to envelop themselves entirely with a mere thought, capable of transforming its appearance at the user's will. 99% reduction? Fang Yu leaped up, colliding with the iron plate above. Ouch! The pain surged, and he clutched his head. This seemed rather futile. No, wait. I haven't even tried using it yet. Let us see. With a thought, streams of black liquid surged from his skin, swiftly encasing his entire body. Fang Yu gazed down at the layer of black liquid enveloping him. While it felt entirely natural, its appearance left much to be desired. However, it mattered little, as he could alter its form at will. In the next moment, the black liquid transformed into a white tracksuit. As the Blackstone set enveloped him, it felt as though the external chill had been entirely blocked out. Fang Yu no longer sensed the previous cold. Incredible. Who needs additional insulation? I feel as if I could single-handedly confront an entire horde of snow beasts. With mounting excitement, Fang Yu realized that with the Blackstone set, he would fear no attacks from the snow beasts. As long as he remained uninjured, his laser sword could slice through anything. Those snow beasts would be easily dispatched. In a moment of impulsive curiosity, he wished to test whether his laser sword could penetrate the Blackstone set. He dismissed the idea of firearms. While bullets appeared to inflict considerable damage, with a 99 reduction, their impact would be less than that of a pebble. To be prudent, Fang Yu first drew the 8-sided Han sword he had prepared for Yi Qingsheng and aimed it at his arm, striking downwards. To his astonishment, the blade slid off as if striking a resilient fabric, failing to penetrate at all. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Qingsheng, who had been peacefully slumbering, had awakened the moment he leaped and collided with the iron plate. Now fully alert, she found herself bare amidst a pile of winter clothing. Recalling the remnants of her prior inebriation, her face flushed crimson as she comprehended the situation. She promptly closed her eyes, feigning sleep, too embarrassed to glance in Fang Yu's direction. When she reopened her eyes, Fang Yu was poised with the 8-sided Han sword, poised to strike his own arm. Yi Qingsheng was instantly startled and sat up in alarm, fearing that Fang Yu, burdened by guilt, intended to sever a limb to atone for his actions. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed Fang Yu casually discard the sword aside, as if nothing had transpired. Before she could exhale in relief, Fang Yu produced an object resembling a flashlight, pressed a button, and a crimson lightsaber materialized. Without hesitation, he swung it toward himself. Fang Yu? Yi Qingsheng could not restrain her outcry. However, the lightsaber struck his hand with no harm done. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Fang Yu turned his gaze toward the awakened Yi Qingsheng. You're awake? A smile adorned his face as he retracted the lightsaber and stowed away the 2 diamond treasure chests into his storage space. Yi Qingsheng hurried over, scrutinizing his arm, only to discover that Fang Yu's clothing remained intact, and he was uninjured. A wave of relief washed over her. At this juncture, Fang Yu felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Yi Qingsheng was nearly bare, her graceful form laid bare before him. Despite having seen her more than once, he could not suppress a flutter of excitement. Yi Qingsheng soon realized, her body stiffening as she lowered her gaze. Her cheeks aflame, she swiftly covered Fang Yu's eyes with her hand. No peeking. Yet perhaps due to her recent acquisition of the all-seeing eye, the analytical function activated automatically, rendering her gesture futile. Close your eyes, quickly. Fang Yu forced himself to turn away, finally averting his gaze. Ahem, I didn't he mean to? Yi Qingsheng offered no response, but Fang Yu could hear the rustling sound behind him, indicating she was donning her attire. Soon the sound ceased, and Yi Qingsheng's slightly husky voice broke the silence. All right, you can turn around now. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu slowly turned back. Bathed in the faint moonlight filtering through the overhead opening, he beheld the enchanting figure before him, her face crimson as blood. This was hardly surprising. Though a master of martial arts, Yi Qingsheng was still a woman, capable of shyness. Moreover, having just experienced intimacy, her bashfulness intensified. Reflecting on their recent intense encounter, she felt a twinge of recklessness, her previous assertiveness now leaving her utterly mortified. This thought only deepened the hue of her cheeks. Fang Yu noted her flustered demeanor and approached her, gently wrapping his arms around her. Startled by his sudden embrace, Yi Qingsheng's body trembled slightly, yet she did not resist. Qingsheng, I will take responsibility for you. As soon as he spoke those words, he felt her breath hitch in her throat. At that moment, Yi Qingsheng's mind was a whirl of confusion. How could he have embraced her so suddenly? Why did he utter such words out of the blue? What was she supposed to say? Abruptly, she inquired, as if possessed, Do you have other women? In that moment, it was Fang Yu's turn to be taken aback. Sensing his body stiffen, Yi Qingsheng already grasped the answer. Instantly, her previously fluttering heart felt as though it had been doused with cold water. Returning to a state of calm. It's the woman you were with yesterday, Minlung Shuang. Isn't it? Indeed, they say a woman's intuition is infallible. And Fang Yu was now a witness to this truth. Yes, he did not conceal the truth, nor could he possibly do so. Upon hearing Fang Yu's affirmative response, Yi Qingsheng felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, yet she managed to suppress her emotions and spoke. Then let us pretend that nothing has transpired today. From her seemingly tranquil, yet slightly trembling voice, Fang Yu discerned a different sentiment altogether. Chapter 74. Divination with turtle shells. Let us pretend that nothing has transpired. The moment Yi Qingsheng's words fell, she attempted to push Fang Yu away. However, Fang Yu was not about to allow her to break free. In her current state, devoid of the energy drink's 20 boost, her strength was insufficient to displace him. No, Fang Yu released Yi Qingsheng from his embrace, yet he did not relinquish her entirely, instead gazing down at her with a tender expression. You are already my woman. I will not permit you to act as though nothing has occurred, nor will I allow you to leave me. His tone was resolute, instilling a flicker of uncertainty within Yi Qingsheng's heart. Still, she could not accept Fang Yu's involvement with other women, prompting her to speak up. This is unfair. Both to me and to Minling Shuang. It is simply unjust. In response to Yi Qingsheng's words, Fang Yu shook his head. Do you believe that in this world, fairness still exists? Moreover, this is not merely a question of fairness. Do you not harbor even a sliver of affection for me? Yi Qingsheng fell silent. In truth, when she first encountered Fang Yu, despite the misunderstanding, once clarity was achieved, she saw him as a man of responsibility and integrity. In that situation, he could have easily abandoned Minlung Shuang and fled. Why choose to carry an additional burden? It was precisely due to that initial impression that Yi Qingsheng agreed to accompany Fang Yu to the island today. Events had proven her choice to be wise. He had not forsaken her despite her injuries. Although peculiar occurrences transpired in between, they were initiated by her own volition, and thus, she could not lay blame on him. Coming to this realization, Yi Qingsheng's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Observing her acquiescence, Fang Yu felt a surge of joy within. Knowing that matters were stabilizing, and he enveloped her in his arms. When we return, you shall accompany me back to the ship. His gentle voice possessed an enchanting quality that rendered her unable to refuse. She softly murmured in agreement. Had they not been so close, Fang Yu might not have even heard her. Let be known that we had an agreement. You cannot suddenly abandon me. Fang Yu lowered his head. Their foreheads pressed intimately against one another. Yi Qingsheng's warm breath caressed his face, eliciting a tingling sensation. Gazing into her beautiful phoenix-like eyes, Fang Yu could not resist stealing a kiss. Yi Qingsheng was momentarily taken aback, but shyly reciprocated. After a prolonged moment, they parted. Qingsheng, you must return first. This place is far too perilous. And you? Ye King Containment. I must continue my search for the snow lotus seeds. They represent my hope for resurgence. Fang Yu's gaze was unwavering, his determination to obtain the snow lotus seeds palpable. No, I cannot allow you to go alone. It worries me. Yi Qingqing's urgency was evident. Having accepted Fang Yu wholeheartedly, she found it impossible to leave him to fend for himself. Worry not, I shall return safely. Fang Yu genti karisit Yi Qingqing's cheek, patiently assuring her, I am no longer afraid of those snow monsters. Rather, your presence would only serve to hinder me. Is that truly the case? Yi Qingqing was evidently skeptical. Just moments ago, they had been pursued by a horde of snow monsters, and now Fang Yu claimed he was fine. Who would believe such a statement? Anticipating her disbelief, Fang Yu produced a laser sword, intending to demonstrate his newfound prowess. With a swift motion, he unleashed the blade upon his own arm with such speed that Yi Qingqing barely had time to react. To her astonishment, he emerged unscathed, his clothing intact. See, I am impervious to harm now. Those snow monsters cannot inflict a scratch upon me. In contrast, my laser sword can sever them with a single strike. Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How did you accomplish this? Is it a talent of yours? Yet as soon as the words left her lips, she realized the flaw in her reasoning. If it were indeed a talent, Fang Yu would have utilized it long before this moment. Hee, this is a treasure I acquired just moments ago. He refrained from revealing further details, but Yi Qingqing understood enough. She was no naive woman. So, you were merely testing this new treasure? I thought you were about to harm yourself. She chuckled, recalling his earlier actions. Now you should feel reassured. With Yi Qingqing's departure, Fang Yu could confidently explore the island. Not only were the snow monsters incapable of inflicting any damage, but even the biting cold of -90 degrees could not affect him. This time, Yi Qingqing did not press the issue further, for Fang Yu had sufficiently validated his claims. Remaining would only hinder him. It was wiser to depart and grant her man the freedom to act. Take care of yourself, she said, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Fang Yu, without further ado, waved his hand to retract the iron plate above them. A large drone descended rapidly, and Fang Yu embraced Yi Qingqing as they leapt out of the pit. I shall return at dawn, he assured her. I will wait for you, she replied, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, yet she grasped onto the drone. Jarvis, escort Qingqing back to the dream treasure and ensure her safety at all costs. Fang Yu instructed. Understood, sir, came Jarvis's response. In the next moment, the drone ascended, accompanied by a swarm of smaller drones. Yi Qingqing's gaze lingered on Fang Yu below, unwilling to withdraw her eyes until he vanished from sight. Is this what it feels like to be infatuated with someone? A flutter of longing stirred within her. Yet, she yearned to be with him. It was perplexing. Despite this being merely their second encounter, she felt an inexplicable reliance on him. It was utterly irrational. Fang Yu, oblivious to her thoughts, prepared to open the remaining 2 diamond treasure chests. The first chest had yielded the divine Blackstone set, instilling him with even greater confidence regarding the treasures that awaited him. With a decisive click, he opened the first chest. Ding! The talent god's hand has been triggered, please. Quality. Acquired. Divination turtle shell. Fang Yu, what is this? He was somewhat taken aback. What purpose does this object serve? He opened the treasure chest and retrieved the divination turtle shell. It was a palm-sized, chestnut-brown turtle shell, adorned with an antiquated design, likely crafted from tortoise shell, though such a size is rare. Moreover, it bore the marks of age, as if it had just been unearthed. As the all-knowing eye activated, the intricate details of the divination turtle shell came into view. Divination turtle shell, Effect 1. Offer an equivalent sacrifice to divine the future. Offer 3 sacrificial animals. Worship the deities, know the future, understand ancient and modern times. Upon reading this succinct description, Fang Yu furrowed his brow. He felt an inherent ambiguity in the message. What kind of sacrifice was required? Yet he also recalled a saying, the shorter the description, the more remarkable the item. This thought sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Chapter 75. Divination and the Fate of the Snow Lotus Seed, Divining the Future. This is a power entwined with prophecy, intricately linked not only to time, but also to destiny itself. Compared to Wei Ling-er's Sands of Time, this artifact is even more unfathomable. Contemplating this, Fang Yu resolved to test the capabilities of this peculiar item. How about he examines what treasures the third diamond chest might yield? Fang Yu promptly retrieved a substantial piece of material from his backpack. However, he pondered how to present this offering. As he placed the material beside the tortoise shell, it astonishingly transformed into a stream of light and was drawn within. Subsequently, the shell emitted a voice. "What do you wish to divine?" In the pitch-black night. The sudden voice startled Fang Yu. "Who is speaking?" "It is I, the entity before you. This inquiry may indeed be deemed one." As the tortoise shell spoke again, Fang Yu realized it was the divination shell communicating. However, he found its archaic speech somewhat perplexing and had to ponder its meaning several times before grasping the gist. Is it truly that dark? Is that even a question? Why not? Listening to the shell's pretentious tone, Fang Yu felt a surge of irritation. "You are merely an inanimate object. How dare you behave so arrogantly?" Without hesitation, he drew his laser sword and swung it toward the tortoise shell. Yet, instead of striking the shell directly, he aimed for the ground beside it. With a thud, the laser sword sank into the earth, carving a deep trench. "Consider your own fortune today," the shell replied. "You." Just as the shell began to speak, Fang Yu delivered a swift kick. "Speak plainly." "Good sir, let us not resort to violence. Let us converse amicably." Hearing the creature's tone of submission, Fang Yu lifted his foot. Having recently acquired the Blackstone set, he felt emboldened, confident that he could easily handle this minor tortoise shell. It was imperative to teach it a lesson, otherwise, it might forget who the true master is. "Now I ask you, can I obtain something valuable from this diamond chest?" Fang Yu retracted his laser sword, crossing his arms as he regarded the shell on the ground. "Ah, good sir, the offering is insufficient." The tortoise shell hesitated to speak loudly, fearing Fang Yu might misunderstand. It quickly added, "For my divination, I must obscure the heavenly secrets, and I require some time to navigate the river of time. Without an offering, it becomes quite challenging." "Is that so?" Fang Yu regarded the shell with skepticism, remaining noncommittal. "As for the previous inquiry, what is required for the divination?" 10 pieces of heavenly gold would suffice. Haha. Buzz. The laser sword activated once more. "I might as well eliminate you instead." 10 pieces of heavenly gold? Why not just rob someone? That could easily allow for the acquisition of another chest. Moreover, the shell's words were evidently riddled with inconsistencies. How could it know about the heavenly gold when he and T disclosed anything? This indicated that it had divined a result, suggesting that the cost of its divination was likely not as substantial as it claimed. Hence, Fang Yu held no belief in the shell's dubious assertions. "Please do not." The tortoise shell pleaded for mercy, but Fang Yu was indifferent, swiftly bringing down his sword. Remarkably, the tortoise shell shifted a few inches to the side, narrowly evading Fang Yu's strike. "Wow, are you serious? Who told you to withhold the truth?" Fang Yu's murderous intent was apparent. It was far too strange, possessing self-awareness and the ability to divine the future. If it fell into the hands of another, who could predict if it would retaliate? Thus, it was better to destroy it than to harness its power. "Brother, I was wrong. I won't make arbitrary offers anymore. Just one piece of heavenly gold, truly." The tortoise shell's voice conveyed urgency. It dared not deceive Fang Yu again, for he was genuinely resolute. The recent movement had drained all its energy, and if Fang Yu struck again, it would surely be unable to evade. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu paused. The tortoise shell was indeed cunning. It had just mentioned 10 pieces and now reduced the offer to 1. This was not merely a simple doubling, but a 10-fold decrease. "All right, then give it a try." Fang Yu produced a piece of heavenly gold. This price was reluctantly acceptable. After all, heavenly gold was not entirely scarce, yet it could not be squandered frivolously. As soon as the heavenly gold was tossed before the tortoise shell, it was absorbed, accompanied by sounds of crunching. "Speak quickly. Can this diamond treasure chest yield anything valuable?" "Offer 3 sacrificial animals, worship the spirits, know the future, understand the past and present." The answer to this inquiry is auspicious. The tortoise shell intoned in a somewhat theatrical voice before providing its answer. Fang Yu was taken aback. Is that it? Just a simple auspicious response? He suddenly felt that the piece of heavenly gold was not worth it. "Can you be more specific?" The divination tortoise shell sounded somewhat aggrieved. "Brother, your diamond treasure chest seems to be quite peculiar. I can only ascertain that there is something good inside, but whenever I attempt to discern what it is, an overwhelming force, one that transcends the rules, obstructs my vision. It wasn't like this before. Although its last words were spoken softly, Fang Yu heard clearly. Transcending the rules? He pondered silently. Could it be due to his innate divine hand? Perhaps the enhancement of quality rendered the tortoise shell incapable of determining the outcome of opening the chest. This was highly plausible. It appeared the tortoise shell could not divine the results of its own box opening. No, I'm not satisfied with this answer. Spit out the heavenly gold. Fang Yu drew his laser sword, preparing to strike. The tortoise shell quickly intervened. Wait. I can't regurgitate what I've consumed. How about I divine another question for you? Having received an answer he sought, Fang Yu refrained from striking and casually posed a new divination question. Where can I find the snow lotus seeds on the extreme cold island? Speak quickly. The tortoise shell trembled as it replied this. I shall divine. Offer 3 sacrifices to honor the spirits, seek knowledge of the future, and comprehend the past. In response to this inquiry, travel 8,000 miles eastward to discover an entrance. Simply step inside. An entrance? Shouldn't the snow lotus flourish amidst the cliffs and rocky walls? Why an entrance? Nevertheless, Fang Yu did not dispute this notion. He could merely visit the site, and if this divination of the turtle shell dared to deceive him, it would face dire consequences. However, before that, Fang Yu needed to unlock the last diamond treasure chest. As before, he opted for a quality enhancement. Acquired Goat War Chariot. Comprising 2 colossal goats and a bronze chariot, the mighty goats possess immense strength, capable of assisting in battles. They can gallop through the air along rainbows. Note, the colossal goats can be ridden individually or can charge ahead while pulling the bronze chariot. Feeding them special vegetables unlocks their ability to manipulate celestial phenomena. A dazzling beam of 7 colors descended from the heavens. As the radiance faded, 2 incredibly majestic goats appeared before Fang Yu, pulling a bronze chariot behind them. Chapter 76. The Goat Chariot. Slaying the elite snow monster, 2 colossal goats ambled towards Fang Yu, lowering their heads slightly, their pairs of vertical eyes fixated upon him. Fang Yu, in turn, gazed up at them. Despite their seemingly unfriendly demeanor, he sensed a profound connection, akin to that of longtime comrades in battle. Are you our master? Inquired one of the angular goats, its voice resonant yet distinctly succinct. Indeed. Oh heavens, we finally have a new master. God knows how long we have languished. The curved-horned goat burst forth with an exuberant stream of words, its pace rapid and tone somewhat whimsical. Fang Yu couldn't help but smile. These 2 creatures were rather amusing. Do you have names? He asked. Duo, replied the angular goat. I'm Scar, chimed in the curved-horned goat. Fang Yu paused for a moment, unable to suppress a chuckle. You 2 are introducing each other? We're merely stating our names. The goat named Duo replied, somewhat reluctant to elaborate. Their names were indeed rather incongruous. It was simply their identity. Yes, I am Scar, and he is Duo. We are brothers, true brothers. The curved-horned goat Scar nodded, visibly excited, as if it had not engaged in conversation for quite some time. Fang Yu mused, such peculiar names, but true brothers? He glanced at the angle of Duo's horns, and then at the curve of Scar's. Is it possible that you're not actually brothers? However, he refrained from voicing this thought, fearing it might spark discord between the 2 goats. Just as he sought a way to divert the conversation, an alarm from the drone pierced the air. A horde of snow monsters was charging towards their location, numbering at least in the hundreds. It seemed the commotion from the goats' arrival had attracted the creatures. Fang Yu looked at the 2 goats, already aware of the answer in his heart. But it mattered not. This was a perfect opportunity to test their strength. Instinctively, he activated his all-knowing eye, revealing the attributes of the 2 goats before him. Name, Duo. Species, mythical species colossal goat. Level, 99. Locked, increases with Master S level. Strength, 33. Stamina, 33. Agility, 33. Talents, void treading, colossal strength, traversal, locked. Unlocks at level 50. Skills, heavenly manifestation, locked. The panel for Scar bore no differences. Level 99? Fang Yu was taken aback. Had he stumbled upon 2 formidable allies? Yet, unfortunately, both goats' levels were locked, only to be elevated alongside his own. Moreover, those 33 attribute points were clearly not commensurate with what was expected at level 99, suggesting they too were restricted. Just in time, the snow monsters approached, presenting an opportunity for him to gain some experience. Upon reaching level 9, the experience required for advancement escalated significantly. Nowadays, ascending from level 9 to 10 demands a staggering 800 experience points. Without diligent effort, progression becomes a formidable challenge. It is remarkable to recall that the journey from level 1 to 2 required merely 50 experience points. Evidently, the experience required doubles with each level gained. One ponders how the likes of Kuei Linger and her companions achieved such lofty heights. When she levels up, could it be that her experience reaches into the trillions? Perhaps the truth will unveil itself at level 10. Fang remains unperturbed. If others can ascend, so too can he. While lost in contemplation, the snow beasts charged forth. Fang brandished his laser sword and glanced at the two goats. "Let me witness your prowess." "Indeed, a battle awaits," Scarface exclaimed, stamping his hooves in excitement, his formidable horns swaying with anticipation. Duo simply flicked her neck, causing the bronze war chariot behind her to detach effortlessly, mirroring Scarface's actions. Without further ado, the trio surged ahead. Fang's keen eyes spotted the elite snow beast amidst the throng, the very creature that had previously injured Yi Qingqing. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he consulted the divination tortoise shell nestled in his pocket. "What say you of this battle? Offer 3 sacrifices, summon the spirits." "Oh dear!" Before he could finish, Fang slapped it down. "No more preamble. Speak." "Gigi, great fortune." Satisfied with the response, Fang nodded and stowed the tortoise shell in his pocket, which promptly sealed itself. With a swift stride, Fang positioned himself before the advancing snow beast. He swung his laser sword with precision, opting to endure the snow beast's assault rather than deflect it. As the beast's claws grazed his attire, Fang's blade severed its head. Normal snow beast slain. Fury. Experience gained. 100 without pause. The beast's claw struck again, but it was of no consequence. The Blackstone set enveloped him entirely, rendering its attacks as ineffective as they would be against any other part of his body. The two colossal goats were equally formidable, effortlessly dispatching snow beasts with a mere headbutt. To Fang's astonishment, each kill by the goats added to his own experience tally. It stands to reason the goats had little regard for such trivial gains, for even slaying numerous snow beasts paled in comparison to Fang leveling up, which would unlock greater powers. In less than a minute, he had felled over a dozen snow beasts and was now face to face with the elite snow beast. With a ferocious roar, the significantly larger elite snow beast charged at him, undeterred by the slaughter of its kin. It swung its claws, larger than Fang himself, intending to rend him asunder. Yet, the outcome was destined to disappoint. Under the protection of the Blackstone set, even if its might were increased tenfold, it could not breach his defenses in the slightest. Indeed, this Blackstone set ought not to exist in this version. It is profoundly overpowered, allowing Fang to traverse the seas with an unparalleled audacity. All physical damage can be disregarded, and even the majority of magical assaults seem negligible. The sole aspect to be wary of pertains to psychic damage, such as the enchanting melodies of mermaids. The claws of the experienced snow monster striking Fang feel as though they are slamming against a mountain, failing to perturb him in the slightest. Conversely, Fang wields his laser sword with a single stroke, effortlessly severing the claws of the experienced snow monster. The agony of its severed limb incites the elite snow monster into a frenzied rage as it opens its colossal maw and lunges toward Fang. Such an attack poses no threat to him. With one decisive strike, he cleaves off half of the elite snow monster's head. Defeated elite snow monster Berserk. Awarded 1,000 experience points. Chapter 77. The Subterranean Realm. Snow Lotus. After the elite snow beast was vanquished, the remaining snow creatures posed little threat. Each charge from the two colossal goats claimed the lives of numerous ordinary snow beasts, and Fang's prowess was beyond question. With no concern for the snow monster's attacks, his laser sword was akin to slicing through mere vegetables. Eliminating this batch of snow beasts was merely a matter of time. At present, Fang was unrestrained, with drones illuminating the ground beneath him as brightly as day. From the perspective of the drones, he observed a relentless tide of snow monsters advancing. After he dispatched 20, Another 40 surged forth. Upon eliminating 40, 80 more appeared, an endless onslaught. It dawned on Fang Yu the true meaning of the vast numbers mentioned in the nautical charts. Was this an endless battle? Without hesitation, he commanded the drones to explore the location from which the snow monsters emerged. Coincidentally, the creatures seemed to have conspired, all pouring forth from the eastern direction. After another 10 minutes of relentless slaughter, Fang Yu felt fatigue setting in. Fortunately, the black stone armor he donned left no trace, even when splattered with blood, and he remained unblemished. The two goats, however, were less fortunate, their pristine white coats stained crimson. At that moment, the drones relayed information. All the snow beasts were emerging from a cave to the east, heading toward Fang Yu's position. Could it be that the snow lotus seeds were indeed underground? Suddenly, he recalled the chart's note about their scarcity. Perhaps the dearth of snow lotus seeds on the surface was due to their abundance below. Yet, that seemed illogical. Wei Ling and her companions could not have never ventured into the snow beast lair, could they? In truth, Fang Yu had guessed correctly. They had never explored the snow beast stronghold. When Wei Ling had arrived on the island, it was daytime, and she encountered only docile snow beasts. She had merely taken a cursory stroll before departing, entirely unaware of the beast's den. As for the snow lotus, she had sought them out deliberately, but had only found a handful of snow lotuses, 3 to be precise. One yielded no seeds upon opening, ultimately resulting in 3 seeds acquired, 1 from one plant and 2 from another. Of course, Fang Yu was oblivious to these details. He merely sensed that snow lotus seeds were likely to be found underground, and that sufficed for him. Duo, Scar, it is time to depart. Fang Yu's call met with no dissent from the goats. They shook their bodies, scattering the surrounding snow monsters, and returned to the bronze chariot, the chains tightening automatically. In an instant, their imposing presence surged, standing like unparalleled steeds. Fang Yu extricated himself, first placing the body of the elite snow beast into a storage space before striding towards the chariot. As Duo and Scar saw their master aboard, their hooves stirred, conjuring a path of rainbows that lifted them aloft. The sensation of taking flight in the chariot was a far cry from the experience of controlling a drone. The distinction between sitting on a bicycle and riding in a Rolls-Royce is simply beyond comparison. Observing the snow monsters below, all of them roared in fury at Fang Yu in the sky, yet felt utterly powerless, lacking any experience with the might of the snow monsters. Their throne stones failed to even graze the tail light of Fang Yu's vehicle. To the east, Fang Yu declared, gesturing towards the horizon. Instantly, the 2 sheep pivoted and sped away, their pace astonishingly swift. In just a few minutes, they had traversed 8,000 meters, arriving at the location indicated by the tortoise shell. However, there was not merely a single entrance below, but rather hundreds, if not thousands, resembling a colossal beehive. Countless snow monsters were crawling forth from these openings, surging towards various parts of the island. This sight would undoubtedly make anyone with a fear of clusters shake their head in disbelief. There were simply too many. Goodness, even the rabbits on the prairie can't reproduce at such a rate. Fang Yu mused as he surveyed the multitude of snow monsters below. How long would it take him to vanquish them all? Yet, the snow lotus must be obtained. Nothing could deter him, not even the arrival of Jesus. Regrettably, he had not managed to create a miniature nuclear bomb. Otherwise, a single detonation could have brought about global annihilation. It seemed he would have to descend alone. The sheer number of snow monsters was overwhelming. Even Duo and Scar would struggle against them, especially within the confines of the cave, where escape would be impossible. Fang Yu, however, was different. With a black stone set, these snow monsters were but a mere tickle to him. His laser sword, in the presence of these creatures, would serve as a devastating force. He could easily transform into a meat grinder and crush through them, perfectly suited for such a confined space. Having resolved these thoughts, Fang Yu issued a command to the 2 sheep. Lower the altitude. I am descending. Upon hearing this, the battle vehicle began to hover, gradually decreasing in height. Once it reached a sufficient altitude, Fang Yu leaped down. Since the black stone set could negate 99 of attacks, it would surely counteract the force of his fall, which could also be considered a form of unique assault. Indeed, upon landing, the kinetic energy he unleashed crushed 2 snow monsters beneath him, causing him no harm whatsoever. Killed ordinary snow monster. Berserk, gained experience 100. Killed ordinary snow monster. Berserk, gained experience 100 level up. At last, Fang Yu had reached level 10. Congratulations. You are the first player to reach level 10. You have received a golden treasure chest X1, now stored in your inventory. Simultaneously, Fang Yu's interface underwent certain changes, though he had no time to inspect them now. After landing, he sprinted towards the nearest entrance, decapitating any snow monster that dared to cross his path. Strangely, upon entering the cave, the snow monsters above did not pursue him. Instead, during his descent, he encountered several snow monsters attempting to flee, all of whom he dispatched with a single stroke of his sword. As he continued downward, Fang Yu relied on his all-seeing eye, illuminating the dark cavern as if it were his own well-lit living room. After an indeterminate time, he finally arrived at the bottom, which revealed an immense and cavernous expanse. Above the expanse, unknown minerals emanate a faint blue glow, while the surrounding rock walls are punctuated with numerous openings. Countless snow creatures rush towards these entrances, seemingly in a frantic bid for survival. However, Fang Yu remains undistracted, his gaze firmly fixed on the center of the space. There lies a pool of crystal-clear spring water, a delicate layer resting upon the ground, easily mistaken for mere puddles by the unobservant. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly holds significance is the presence of dozens of pristine snow lotuses, gently swaying upon the surface of the spring. The Snow Lotus, the paramount objective of Fang Yu's journey. Chapter 78. The Snow Lotus Golden Pill, Restoration of My Legs. Without hesitation, Fang Yu rushed toward the pristine waters where the snow lotus bloomed. The process was remarkably smooth, with not a single snow beast to hinder his progress. Although Fang Yu instinctively sensed something amiss, he could not quite articulate what it was. He reached out to pluck the immaculate snow lotus, carefully peeling back its petals. Empty discarding it carelessly, he picked another one, gently unwrapping it. Ding! The Talent Divine hand has been triggered. Please choose one amplification direction from the following options. 1. 10,000 times quantity amplification. 2. 10,000 times quality amplification. Fang Yu was astounded. This snow lotus could actually activate a talent. This was his opportunity for prosperity. Contemplating this, he paused his actions, deep in thought. The effect of the snow lotus seeds was to resurrect the dead and restore the living. However, the quantity of seeds produced was not uniform across all snow lotuses. Some would yield no seeds at all, and even when they did, the maximum output was limited to 3 seeds per flower. To avoid the possibility of ordinary snow lotus seeds failing to heal his damaged legs, he decided to prioritize quality amplification before considering quantity amplification. Although Fang Yu was confident that the miraculous properties would suffice to mend his nerve damage, he favored quality enhancement first, for it is better to be cautious than to regret. Quality. In the next moment, he peeled open the snow lotus. Inside, he discovered 3 resplendent golden snow lotus seeds nestled within. Acquired Snow Lotus Golden Pill 3. This is a remarkable treasure, one that arguably should not exist in this world. Consuming it will restore the body to its optimal state, reverting acquired traits to innate ones, forging a pure body, and enhancing physical potential to the pinnacle of the race, albeit only effective upon the first consumption. As the saying goes, once a golden pill is swallowed, the next line is yours to complete. This unexpected delight left Fang Yu somewhat bewildered. The Snow Lotus Golden Pill not only promised to restore his body to its peak condition, but also to elevate his physical potential, akin to the legendary marrow-cleansing elixir. And in fact, it surpassed it significantly. The marrow-cleansing pill merely enhances one's aptitude slightly, whereas the Snow Lotus Golden Pill elevates one to the utmost potential of their race, essentially maximizing it. Ignoring any concerns regarding potential side effects, Fang Yu swallowed one whole. The moment the Snow Lotus Golden Pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current that flowed down his throat, reaching his dantian. The warmth erupted, surging through his limbs and bones. Fang Yu felt as if he had transcended, akin to an unborn being enveloped in amniotic fluid. However, this sensation was fleeting, vanishing within mere seconds. Yet, Fang Yu sensed that his legs felt as though they could move. Really? Could be true? With a thought, Fang Yu retracted his exoskeleton armor. The next moment, he collapsed onto the ground. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened, for he could sense that it was not that his legs were inoperative. It was merely that he had not used his legs to walk for an extended period, and thus needed a moment to readjust. With just a little familiarization, he would be able to stand. As he anticipated, after a simple period of control, Fang Yu's legs trembled as they stood upright. Though still somewhat unsteady, he had indeed managed to rise. It felt as though he had truly recovered. Tears streamed involuntarily from Fang Yu's eyes. Despite his utmost efforts to contain his emotions, the exhilaration proved impossible to suppress. After becoming accustomed for a while longer, Fang Yu attempted to hop and run, and without a doubt, he accomplished both with finesse. His legs were truly restored. With a deep breath to steady his emotions, Fang Yu turned his gaze back to the snow lotuses in the crystal-clear spring. The treasures lay before him. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip away. He peeled open another snow lotus, but this time, no divine effect was triggered, confirming the absence of snow lotus seeds within. It appeared that his divine hand could detect whether such items contained anything. If absent, it would not activate, while the presence of something would trigger the ability as expected. After peeling the sixth snow lotus, he finally triggered the divine hand once more. Ding, the talent divine hand has been activated, please. Quantity. This time he opted for quantity, as the snow lotus golden elixirs were effective only upon first use, rendering excesses largely futile. However, the ordinary snow lotus seeds resembled a certain magical being, and in some respects even surpassed it. Reviving the dead, restoring flesh and bones, was indeed the epitome of a top-tier healing remedy, was it not? Acquired. Snow lotus seeds 20,000, perfect. Although he currently possessed the Blackstone set, rendering him largely impervious to attacks. Min Lung Shuang and Yi Qing Xiang lacked such protection. Now, with the snow lotus seeds, they gained a measure of self-preservation. Fang Yu continued to open the snow lotuses. Ding, the talent divine hand has been activated, please. Ding, the talent divine hand has been activated, please. Ding, the talent divine hand has been activated, please. Subsequently, Fang Yu activated the divine hand numerous times, each time selecting quality enhancement. In total, he acquired 23 snow lotus golden elixirs. Combined with the ones he had previously, he now possessed 25. Upon peeling the last snow lotus, he once again chose to enhance quantity. Acquired snow lotus seeds 30,000. With that, all the snow lotuses have been opened, and the area was devoid of any traces of the snow monsters. Fang Yu still had ample energy to scrutinize his surroundings, due to the narrow entrance. The drone had not followed him inside, but remained outside, waiting. Fang Yu had to rely solely on himself to search. However, he had other means. Time to get to work. The attire fashioned from the Blackstone set transformed, revealing the divination tortoise shell within its pocket. Ah, I've been suffocated. The tortoise shell began to exclaim loudly the moment it emerged. You're going to suffocate? Fang Yu retorted with a smirk. Have I not gone too long without conversing with anyone? Wound tea that drive me to despair? Would you kindly perform a divination for me? I shall let you go outside. My dear friend, I too wish to offer you a free divination, but alas, I find myself in a predicament. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu let out a scoff, harboring no belief in the proposition. Nevertheless, he posed his inquiry directly. Why do those snow beasts appear to be fleeing for their lives? The divination tortoise remained silent for a moment before responding. After a brief interval of half a minute, it finally spoke. It pertains to that which lies beneath the spring. Beneath the spring? Fang Yu had noticed the crystalline pool earlier, though it was merely a thin layer. The outlet was ample enough for a person to pass through. However, he had never considered the possibility of something lurking beneath, and therefore did not approach. Now, with the tortoise's mention, his curiosity was piqued. Furthermore, he recalled the treasure mentioned on the maritime chart, the heart of the Earth's cold flame. Chapter 79, Beneath the Spring. The frigid core, the abyssal cold flame having arrived at this juncture, Fang Yu resolutely decided to delve deeper into the depths, undeterred by the mysteries that might lie beneath the water. With the Blackstone set adorning him, he felt no trepidation regarding the potential hazards lurking below. As for the issue of breathing underwater, the Blackstone set was designed to withstand even the harshest of environments, and thus, the challenge of underwater respiration presented merely another layer of adversity. Before plunging into the depths, Fang Yu summoned his attribute panel with a mere thought. Name: Fang Yu, pure body, human race. Limit: title, Celestial Dragon Man. Level: to strength, 40, stamina, 40, agility, 40, status, healthy, talent, divine hand, skill, all-knowing ILV1 items, lucky dice, Blackstone set, divination, turtle shell, goat, war chariot. His panel reflected a remarkable transformation. Not only had his status shifted to healthy, but his attributes had surged dramatically, each now standing at an impressive 40 points. In fact, he subtly eclipsed one of the two colossal goats. It is noteworthy that at level 9, those goats had only boasted attributes of 33 points. Even if they had now returned to level 10, it was unlikely they would surpass Fang Yu's prowess. With such formidable strength, Fang Yu felt an unwavering confidence as he prepared to immerse himself in the water. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng had finally returned to the dream treasure. As soon as the noise reached the ears of those aboard, they rushed out. Min Lingshuang was the first to appear, a smile gracing her lips. However, upon noticing Yi Qingcheng alone, her expression froze instantaneously. "Where's Brother Fang Yu?" Min Lingshuang scrutinized Yi Qingcheng, her woman's intuition sensing that something was amiss. Her countenance turned slightly unnatural, yet she forced a smile. "Why are you the only one back? Where is everyone else?" Fear gripped her heart, dreading the words she most wished to avoid. Yet she pressed on. "The 5 subordinates Fang Yu took, they all perished." Yi Qingcheng stated candidly. "How is that possible?" Min Lingshuang exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. She was well aware that Fang Yu's drone was equipped with advanced weaponry, and he himself carried an arsenal of arms. Under such circumstances, how could those individuals have met their demise? What of Brother Fang Yu? How did you return then? In her moment of panic, Min Lingshuang neglected to inquire about Fang Yu's situation through Jarvis, instead directing her ire towards Yi Qingcheng. Shaking her head, Yi Qingcheng chose not to engage in further conflict but opted to explain. "Fang Yu instructed me to return first. My presence would only hinder him." Upon hearing this, Min Lingshuang calmed somewhat and immediately consulted Jarvis through her AR glasses. "Ms. Min, the gentleman is currently engaged in battle on the island. However, do not be alarmed. He is unscathed and likely to remain so." Reassured by Jarvis's response, Min Lingshuang finally let her worries dissipate. Unbeknownst to Fang Yu, who was oblivious to the developments aboard the ship and had received no warning from Jarvis, his focus remained solely on the task at hand, submerging into the depths. Having prepared everything, Fang Yu leaped boldly into the water. At this moment, the temperature of the water plummeted sharply, instantly reaching -50 degrees, yet showing no signs of freezing. However, Fang Yu was oblivious to this. All temperature was insulated beyond the confines of the Blackstone suit. He merely sensed that the resistance of the spring water was significantly greater than that of ordinary water, with each stroke consuming a considerable amount of energy. As for the risk of suffocation underwater, it was of no concern. The Blackstone suit would automatically filter the oxygen from the water, supplying it to Fang Yu. He had no doubt that even in a vacuum of outer space, the Blackstone suit would ensure his survival. Fang Yu continued to dive deeper, aided by the all-knowing eye, which allowed him to perceive the underwater environment with clarity. However, as he ventured further, a faint light began to emerge ahead in the water. Amidst the ethereal blue glow, there was a hint of orange-red, reminiscent of the colors of a flickering flame. Was it real? Fang Yu was astonished and immediately quickened his pace. The narrow waterway was particularly constricted, forcing him to squeeze through at certain points. After several more minutes of swimming, he finally emerged from the confined passage, and the space before him opened up considerably. At this moment, the water temperature had surpassed the -90 degrees indicated on the sea chart. Yet, Fang Yu remained entirely unaware. His gaze was fixated on a luminescent blue lotus suspended in the center of the space. Measuring merely a few inches, it was formed from nearly transparent azure ice, with its petals edged in a vibrant pink flame that flickered rhythmically. Fang Yu could discern that at the heart of the lotus, 3 lotus seeds burned with a peculiar, resplendent flame. Activating the all-knowing eye, the unique lotus revealed its secrets to Fang Yu in an instant. Core of the abyssal chill, extreme cold core, an extraordinary entity nurtured by heaven and earth, Possessing command over the rules of ice, its formation conditions are exceedingly stringent, existing solely within the 10,000-year cold jade essence. 10,000-year cold jade essence? Fang Yu paused, instinctively surveying the surrounding spring water, realizing that this was no ordinary water, which explained the considerable effort required to swim. What purpose might this substance serve? As Fang Yu pondered the utility of the 10,000-year cold jade essence, the all-knowing eye responded once more. 10,000-year cold jade essence, with an extremely low temperature, placing medicinal and food items within can preserve them for millennia without decay. And it can also be used in concoctions. Isn't this akin to a high-end freezer? It hardly seems useful. Fang Yu redirected his focus to the core of the abyssal chill before him. Core of the abyssal chill. Effect 1. Absolute ice seal, when activated, can freeze the surrounding space within a certain radius, freezing all matter at the molecular level. If the user is powerful enough, even time itself can be frozen. Effect 2. Annihilation flame consumes one lotus seed to unleash an attack targeting the soul. One lotus seed replenishes every 10 days. Effect 3. Law refinement invokes the laws to refine the physical body, allowing for gradual enhancement of attributes. Note, the current core of the abyssal chill is an unclaimed entity and may trigger random effects when stimulated. So powerful, Fang Yu couldn't help but marvel, even with the Blackstone suit. He lacked absolute confidence in withstanding the core of the abyssal chill. After all, it was a force capable of freezing everything at the molecular level. However, just as Fang Yu was about to depart, a prompt materialized before him. Would you like to analyze? Stunned for a moment, Fang Yu decisively chose to analyze. In an instant, the resplendent lotus transformed into an ethereal blue orb, rendering its previous form unrecognizable. Core cold flame, currently in a dormant state, can be contained. Containment conditions. Touch the core cold flame and withstand 3 attacks, primarily extreme cold damage. Upon reading this, Fang Yu hesitated slightly. The conditions for containment did not seem overly challenging. Given his current abilities, it appeared achievable. He only needed to endure 3 attacks to secure containment. Moreover, these attacks were merely of extreme cold damage, not spiritual harm. The Blackstone set would effectively mitigate 99 of the damage. Furthermore, he had snow lotus seeds as a backup. Chapter 80. The Mask of a Nuwa Drama with a Determined Resolve. Fang Yu prepared to attempt the containment of the Earth Core's cold flame. However, before embarking on this endeavor, he decided to first open the golden treasure chest rewarded for reaching level 10. Perhaps it would yield something beneficial to aid his forthcoming actions. With a flourish of his hand, the golden chest materialized before him. Ding! The Talent Divine hand has been activated, please. Quality. Acquired. Nuwa Mask. Before him floated a red mask adorned with sharp fangs and a green visage, emerging from the chest. The effects of the item were automatically revealed. Effect 1. Divine Descent, upon use, grants attribute enhancement. Effect 2. Purification, the nemesis of all unclean entities in the world, can extract the power of impurity for one's own use. Effect 3. Composition, separates the malice of impurity, forging a new composition and giving birth to a completely new Nuwa mask, bestowing attribute enhancements upon the wearer. The submask is subject to the primary mask's restrictions. Note, the use of the submask may induce negative emotions, leading to potential loss of control. The primary mask, however, has no adverse effects. This item appears promising. Fang Yu mused, stroking his chin. Yet in the current situation, its utility seemed limited. However, augmenting his attributes would certainly enhance his chances of successfully containing the Earth Core's cold flame. He gently grasped the Nuwa mask and donned it upon his face. In an instant, flesh and blood surged forth from the mask, enveloping Fang Yu's cheeks, while a surge of power coursed through his body, granting him a significant boost in attributes. He reached out to touch the mask, only to find it felt like ordinary skin. Taking out a mirror he had purchased in the Endless City, he was momentarily taken aback by his reflection. His visage had transformed into that of a ghastly demon with a green face and sharp fangs. Goodness, how grotesque! How am I to remove this? I cannot possibly endure this visage forever, Fang Yu lamented. The thought of being stuck with such a terrifying appearance was unthinkable. He would rather forego the mask altogether. Yet, It soon became evident that his concerns were unfounded. As the notion of removing the mask crossed his mind, it fell away effortlessly, as if nothing had transpired. The new mask now hovered serenely before him. It appeared that the mask posed no issues. Fang Yu realized he had momentarily lost his composure. Thankfully unnoticed by anyone, he donned the new mask once more, feeling the invigorating power surge through him again. With a mere thought, his status panel materialized. Name: Fang Yu, innocent body, human race limit. Title: Celestial Dragon, level 10, strength 44, stamina 44, agility 44, status healthy, talent divine hand, skill all-knowing, ILV1, items lucky dice, Blackstone set, divination tortoise shell, goat war chariot, new mask. His attributes had indeed been enhanced, albeit modestly, a mere 10 increase. No matter, he thought, I still possess this treasure. He retrieved a bottle of functional beverage, but the frigid temperature surrounding him instantly transformed it into a solid block of ice. Fang Yu, unfazed by this minor mishap, exerted force to crush the exterior of the bottle, causing the frozen contents to scatter. Floating amidst the ancient cold jade essence, he directly placed these ice fragments into his mouth. Since the ancient cold jade essence could preserve medicinal and culinary ingredients, he harbored no concerns regarding the beverage's integrity. Indeed, upon consumption, his attributes surged once more, with the 4 escalating to 12, marking a 20 enhancement. Next, Fang Yu held a common snow lotus seed in his mouth for emergencies. When it came to the impending assault of the Earth Core Cold Flame, he exercised utmost caution, employing all available resources. Having completed his preparations, he swam towards the location of the Earth Core Cold Flame. Before him, the Earth Core Cold Flame shimmered with vibrant petals that were increasingly mesmerizing, yet he remained resolute in his mission. Fang Yu reached out, gently grazing a petal with his hand. A hum reverberated through the air, unleashing an invisible wave that seemed to freeze the environment around him. Even the ancient cold jade essence exhibited faint signs of solidification. The temperature had undeniably approached absolute zero. Despite being cloaked in the dark stone attire, the profound chill was nearly unbearable. His palm and forearm rapidly transformed into an icy blue, only to be shattered by the tremor of the Earth Core Cold Flame. This scenario unfolded as Fang Yu had anticipated. He swallowed the snow lotus seed in his mouth. A miraculous occurrence ensued as his previously vanished arm began to regenerate at a visible pace. The dark stone attire enveloped his arm once more. He had endured the assault. If subsequent attacks continued at this intensity, containment would be effortlessly achievable. Fang Yu produced another snow lotus seed, placing it in his mouth, bracing for a second attempt. He replicated his previous action, yet this time, his entire arm vanished. After consuming the snow lotus seed to restore his arm, Fang Yu furrowed his brow. The intensity of the Earth Core Cold Flame's assault was escalating. A third strike could potentially freeze his heart or even his brain. The initial 2 attacks had merely immobilized his arm, allowing him to self-rescue with the snow lotus seed. However, should the third attack target his heart or brain, he would have no chance for salvation. It seemed there was no other option. Fang Yu glanced down at his legs, which had just resumed mobility. Apologies for the inconvenience. He once again held a snow lotus seed in his mouth, this time opting to use his foot to make contact with the Earth Core Cold Flame, ensuring that even if the attack intensified, he would not be completely immobilized. As he had predicted, the attack from the Earth Core Cold Flame grew stronger, freezing from his foot to his chest, nearly encasing his heart. Fang Yu consumed the snow lotus seed, and the flesh of his lower body began to restore itself rapidly. Before him, the core's cold flame flickered ominously. Was it not said that enduring 3 attacks would lead to containment? Its current appearance hardly suggested successful confinement. Rather, it resembled a ticking time bomb on the verge of detonation. Fang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, a hint of envy towards Yi Qingqing's innate talent. Fortunately, the core's cold flame did not explode. Instead, it transformed into a streak of light and surged into Fang Yu's body. A torrent of surging and pure energy flowed within him, a refreshing sensation enveloping his entire being. He sensed that, with a mere thought, he could freeze everything around him at will. Indeed, he acted upon this impulse, and with a flicker of his mind, the core's cold flame manifested, causing a small area before him to solidify. One must recognize that this was the legendary million-year-old cold jade essence. Achieving such a freeze was no trivial feat. The only drawback was its somewhat limited range. Chapter 81. The collapse of the frigid island and the return with the disappearance of the Earth's core cold flame, the underwater space suddenly trembled. This instability arose from the absence of the energy that had once sustained the equilibrium within this realm, previously saturated with millennia-old cold jade. Now that the Earth's core cold flame had vanished, the density of the ancient cold jade became overwhelming, rendering the surrounding soil incapable of providing support. If this continued, a collapse was imminent. Without hesitation, Fang resolved to escape, swimming towards the mouth of the cave. Before departing, he made sure to collect a modest amount of the ancient cold jade into his storage space, just over 30 units, as he could not accommodate more. Compared to the thousands of units present in the underground space, this paltry amount was but a drop in the ocean. Swiftly, Fang navigated the passage upwards, while the water level in the channel steadily receded. Fortunately, the waterway was not a straight ascent, but rather inclined, affording him the opportunity to climb upward. Outside the cave, Duo and Scar stood upon the rainbow bridge, suspended in the air. They watched anxiously as the snow monsters below scattered in panic due to the tremors. Why isn't he out yet? Duo stamped his hooves in agitation, while Scar incessantly muttered in fret. It's over, it's over. Could the master have perished down there? The island is collapsing. Why isn't he out? It's hopeless, it's hopeless. With such heavy, ominous energy below, there can be no salvation. We should leave, we should leave. Finally, unable to endure Scar's incessant ramblings, Duo delivered a decisive kick to Scar's mouth, silencing him. Enough of this chatter. We shall wait here. I just sensed the master's aura intensify. How could he possibly be dead? Just as despair began to creep in and the ground below started to crack, Fang emerged from the cave. The two goats quickly harnessed the bronze chariot and sped downward. Fang dared not pause. The fissures were closing in, threatening the very existence of the island. Though he would not perish by falling, no one would wish to be engulfed by the abyssal depths of the sea. Thankfully, his speed was sufficient to evade the pursuing cracks for the moment. As the goats drew near, the vibrant rainbow bridge beneath them trailed a magnificent tale of colors. Get in the chariot, master. Dio, shouted. Run. They're coming. Scar cried out in panic, prompting a fierce glare from Duo. In one graceful leap, Fang jumped into the chariot. Upon his entry, the goats immediately propelled the bronze chariot upwards. The height rapidly increased, and Fang steadied himself, gazing down at the apocalyptic scene unfolding below. From the point where he had emerged, the entire island was fracturing. The earth was rent asunder, with cracks spreading outward, while the snow monsters fled in a frenzy. However, as long as they remain trapped on the island, they are inevitably doomed to meet their demise, ultimately sinking alongside the entire landmass into the depths of the ocean. The architect of this fate is Fang, who feels not a shred of remorse. The identity of a celestial dragon perpetually influences him. No longer is he the crippled recluse he once was. This is merely the law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest prevails, while the unfit are condemned to perish. After casting a final glance at the breathtaking spectacle resembling an avalanche, Fang averted his gaze. It was a pity that he had only managed to procure the heart of an elite snow monster. He wondered if a single heart would suffice to augment his power. Perhaps consuming it would yield no enhancement, for Fang's strength attribute had already reached 40 points, rendering ordinary items incapable of further augmenting his capabilities. Without lingering on such thoughts, Fang swiftly approached the location of the dream treasure by riding in the goat-drawn battle chariot. Drones trailed closely behind, safeguarding the chariot at its center. The spacious bronze chariot could comfortably accommodate at least 5 individuals, though its hard material became somewhat uncomfortable after prolonged sitting. In truth, such chariots were not designed for sitting. They were typically meant for standing. Yet, Fang cared little for conventions, choosing to prioritize his own comfort. It took him several hours to find the snow lotus seed upon arriving at the island, but he descended in mere minutes. The crisp sound of the goat's hooves during its gallop attracted the attention of those inside the cabin. Everyone hurried outside. Upon seeing the 2 enormous goats bearing the bronze chariot, they all instinctively took up arms, bracing for confrontation. This was their first encounter with flying goats of such colossal size. However, when Min Lingshuang and the others spotted Fang Yu seated atop the chariot, they immediately lowered their weapons and rushed towards him. "Fang Yu, brother!" they exclaimed in unison, each embracing one side of him. Min Lingshuang, astonished, gazed at Yi Qingsheng, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Wait, why are you so excited? I'm the one embracing my man. What gives you the right?" Faced with the two women encircling him, Fang Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness. This scene could easily spiral into chaos if mishandled. He feigned exhaustion and remarked, "I'm so tired. Don't just stand there. Let's head back and rest." Glancing at the cabin door, he thought it might be a tight squeeze for the two goats to enter. Perhaps it would be better to let them stay outside for the night and find them a proper place in the morning. Deal, ska. You two can find a spot to rest. I'll arrange something for you tomorrow." Min Lingshuang and Yi Qingsheng looked at the giant goats with wide-eyed curiosity, especially Yi Qingsheng, who, having been away for just a short while, was bewildered by the sudden appearance of these two enormous creatures. Duo said nothing, simply settling down beside the bronze chariot. Scar, however, was more talkative. He took a deep sniff of Fang Yu's scent before leaning closer to Yi Qingsheng and Min Lingshuang to take a whiff. "Hello there. I am Scar, a subordinate of the master. You two are the ladies." Just as he was about to utter the words "the lady master," Fang Yu swiftly grasped his neck, silencing him. How astonishing that he could speak. Min Lingshuang seemed oblivious to what Scar intended to say, instead captivated by his ability to articulate human speech. Yi Qingsheng, however, was different. She cast a profound glance at Fang Yu, choosing not to elaborate further. After succinctly introducing Duo and Scar to Min Lingshuang, Fang Yu hastily urged everyone to retire for the night. The crew members, having confirmed Fang Yu's presence aboard, had already discreetly slipped away to rest. Fang Yu himself wished to escape quickly. Daunted by the 10 newly refreshed containers he dared not open, he yearned to retreat to his room and leave other matters for the morrow. Min Lingshuang regarded Fang Yu with curiosity, sensing something peculiar about him since his return from extreme cold island. Nevertheless, she dismissed her thoughts and prepared to accompany Fang Yu back to their quarters. Chapter 82. A night visit from two women. Fang Yu led Min Lingshuang and Yi Qingsheng towards the cabin, ultimately guiding them to two modestly appointed rooms. He dared not invite them into his own quarters, for he wished to prolong his life a few more years. Min Lingshuang, although perplexed by Fang Yu's decision to not take her to his room, glanced at Yi Qingsheng and quickly grasped the situation. Fang Yu was merely being cautious, striving to cultivate the image of a respectable captain to entice Yi Qingsheng into their fold. After all, a captain entangled with his crew would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. Believing she had uncovered the truth, Min Lingshuang entered her room, bidding them good night before the door closed behind her. With the door shut, Fang Yu exhaled in relief. However, Yi Qingsheng did not depart. Instead, she regarded Fang Yu with a playful smile and teased, "Are you afraid of being discovered?" Fang Yu shook his head. "I merely wish to avoid abruptness. I fear it may hurt her." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingsheng felt a tinge of bitterness. Indeed, she was the interloper, and she had initiated this entanglement. Although she recognized her misstep, an inexplicable ache lingered in her heart. Fang Yu noticed the expression on Yi Qingsheng's face and quickly stepped forward to embrace her. "Yet in my heart, you both hold equal significance. I do not wish for you to be hurt. Do you comprehend my sentiment?" Fang Yu gazed down at Yi Qingsheng, whose expressive eyes shimmered with sorrow. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he leaned down and kissed her. An hour later, Yi Qingsheng quietly exited Fang Yu's room and returned to her own. Fang Yu rubbed his sore lower back, reflecting that had he not consumed the Snow Lotus Golden Pill on the island, pushing his physical limits to the extreme, he might not have been able to manage the situation with her. Now, he felt as if he had risen from the depths of despair, transforming his prior humiliation into a triumphant song. Fang Yu lifted his gaze to the ceiling, replaying the day's events in his mind. From his arrival on the endless island to the restoration of his legs, it felt like a dream. Just as he was lost in thought, the door creaked open. With his enhanced hearing, Fang Yu discerned the unmistakable footsteps of a woman. Was it Yi Qingsheng? Had she forgotten something? He scanned the room, but found no clothing or belongings amiss. In the next moment, Min Lingshuang peeked her head through the doorway. Hee Fang Yu, you're still awake. You must have been waiting for me. With that, she leaped forward, diving into the soft bedding, pressing herself tightly against Fang Yu's embrace. It was then that he realized she wore nothing at all. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, her lips silenced him. Another hour passed before Min Lingshuang stealthily departed from Fang Yu's room. Puzzled, she pondered why Fang Yu seemed so despondent today. Was it possible that she lacked charm? No, surely it was because he had toiled throughout the day, leaving him utterly fatigued. As the young girl departed, she murmured soft words, oblivious to the fact that Fang Yu heard every syllable with clarity. Indeed, he felt utterly exhausted. Fang Yu mused, sensing that he was on the verge of transcendence, devoid of any desires. Before long, the weary Fang Yu succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, sunlight streamed onto the deck. The mysterious voice did not resound, allowing Fang Yu to enjoy a leisurely morning. Until, Brother Fang Yu, hurry up and have breakfast. Min Lingshuang burst in from outside, followed closely by Yi Qingsheng. Startled awake from his dreams, Fang Yu opened his eyes to find the two women standing by his bedside. Min Lingshuang exuded youthful charm, while Yi Qingsheng embodied the essence of the girl next door, each captivating in her own right. At that moment, Min Lingshuang held a sandwich in her hand, while Yi Qingsheng carried a bowl of fruit salad. To the average person, these delectable items would be considered treasures. But aboard Fang Yu's vessel, they were merely part of the daily fare. These provisions had been procured from the island, a mere fraction of what he could gather. Coupled with the plantation on board, Fang Yu was entirely self-sufficient, facing no challenges regarding sustenance, with an abundance to spare. Even if supplies dwindled, he could readily purchase more with gold coins. His storage space was brimming with tens of millions of gold coins, even without any effort. It could sustain the entire crew for centuries. Moreover, he possessed numerous valuable items, such as the snow lotus seeds, renowned as a miraculous healing remedy, which could fetch several million gold coins without difficulty. In his possession were tens of thousands of these treasures. Furthermore, with the collapse of the extreme cold island just yesterday, who could say if any other place in the world still nurtured the growth of snow lotuses? Without hesitation, Fang Yu reached for the sandwich in Min Lingshuang's hand and took a hearty bite. The flavor was delightful. The filling comprised of vegetables and meat, complemented by succulent king crab meat, all enhanced by Yu San's secret sauce. Simply exquisite. Yi Qingsheng, meanwhile, nibbled on her salad, casting a reproachful glance at Fang Yu. Oh dear, Brother Fang Yu, you haven't even washed up, yet you're already devouring breakfast. Min Lingshuang exclaimed, hands on her hips, her face a picture of indignation. Momentarily taken aback, Fang Yu recalled that he had indeed procured toiletries on the island yesterday. No longer did he find himself without basic washing supplies, forced to rely solely on water. I've grown accustomed to this over the past few days. It slipped my mind. Fang Yu scratched his head. Yet he remembered that he had consumed the snow lotus golden pill yesterday, which had purified his being. Even 10 days without washing would be inconsequential. Of course, if Min Lingshuang insisted on hygiene, he would comply. Maintaining harmony was a vital aspect of family life. Fang Yu placed the unfinished sandwich back on the plate and dutifully made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Shortly thereafter, a refreshed Fang Yu joined Min Lingshuang and Yi Qingsheng on the deck. At that moment, everyone was gathered on the deck, under Jarvis's guidance. Some were busy fishing while others tidied up. Since Fang Yu had not designated a destination, the dream treasure ship drifted slowly along with the waves. Fang Yu nibbled on the sandwich that Min Lingshuang had prepared for him, observing the crew diligently at work. Indeed, he had made the right choice in hiring these sailors. Although he possessed a drone, these cold machines were of little assistance in managing the various affairs aboard the vessel. Moreover, individuals like Yu San, who had culinary skills, were truly invaluable. Just as he was lost in thoughts of the future, his friend Panel suddenly flickered to life. Someone had sent him a private message. Who could it be? Curiosity piqued. Fang Yu wondered why someone would reach out so early in the morning. Surely, it must be something urgent. He calmly finished his sandwich, took a moment to wipe his fingers clean with a wet wipe borrowed from Min Lingshuang, and then opened the private message. It was from Huayun International. What do they want from me? Fang Yu pondered, somewhat perplexed. yet he proceeded to open the message. To his surprise, it contained only 3 words: "Save me." Chapter 83. They're armed him? This individual is indeed his investment partner, yet due to rapid developments, Fang Yu has nearly forgotten about Hua Shiyun. Now, unexpectedly, she has sent a distress signal. What could this mean? Fang Yu hastily replied, "What's the matter?" At this moment, thousands of nautical miles away, a small yacht sped through the waters, fleeing with urgency, pursued relentlessly by 4 or 5 fishing boats. 2 of these vessels incessantly launched arrows. Yet the fierce winds at sea rendered their aim ineffective, failing to strike Hua Shiyun's craft. However, this alone would not have caused her such a state of panic. The true source of her alarm was the realization that someone aboard one of the fishing boats was armed with a gun. Though it was merely an antiquated flintlock pistol, which required reloading after each shot, it was still a firearm. A hit could prove fatal for her, thus her desperate flight. The assailant was well concealed, and had it not been for her sixth sense, she might have fallen victim. Just then, her innate ability issued an urgent warning, flooding her with a foreboding feeling. Today, survival seemed unlikely. The threat was not solely from behind. Peril could lurk from other directions as well. Fortunately, her sixth sense provided a solution: to seek assistance from her friend. Thus, Hua Shiyun had sent a message to Fang Yu early that morning, for he was the one her intuition deemed her savior. "Please respond quickly." Hua Shiyun anxiously gazed at the chat interface. At that precise moment, Fang Yu's message arrived. "What's wrong?" Overjoyed, Hua Shiyun quickly replied, "Help me. I'm being chased by a group of people, and they are armed." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu remained somewhat indifferent. "Armed, you say?" He was confident that among ordinary players in the current world, he was the most formidable weapons dealer. "Just wait." He promptly commanded 2 small drones to fly towards him, sending them as a gift. The recipient accepted them instantly. The next moment, the perspective from the drones appeared in Fang Yu's AR glasses. He beheld a woman clad in a form-fitting red dress, skillfully navigating the yacht at high speed. Though fatigue and weariness marked her face, her exquisite elegance remained undeniable. A woman? Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Hua Yun International was represented by a female. He had always assumed his counterpart was a shrewd man. Yet now he learned she was a woman. However, Fang Yu quickly regained his composure and maneuvered the drones into the air, observing the 5 fishing boats in hot pursuit. He comprehended that these were indeed the culprits after Hua Shiyun. He felt no compassion for them. Once the intent to kill arises, one must be prepared to face death in return. Without hesitation, Fang Yu directed the drones to open fire on 2 of the fishing boats. The resounding gunfire echoed across the sea, startling Hua Shiyun. "Isn't that a flintlock? Why is the firepower so intense?" However, she quickly realized that the sound was emanating from above her head. It was those 2 drones. After receiving the transmission, she had been preoccupied with steering the boat and had no opportunity to utilize them. Now, the drones had taken to the skies autonomously and were opening fire. The scene was so shocking that she momentarily forgot to control the direction of her vessel, instead fixing her gaze on the drones hovering above. The drones unleashed a few random shots, and under Jarvis's calibration, combined with the fact that the group was completely unprepared, they managed to kill 2 of them outright. Only then did the remaining 3 react, hastily changing direction in a desperate attempt to escape. What on earth is this? Drones? Armed drones, no less. She thought they were unarmed. How did one suddenly appear with weaponry? It was evident that these individuals had conspired together, having noticed that Hua Shiyun was unarmed and a woman, which emboldened them to attempt murder and theft. Yet now, with a weaponized drone emerging, 2 of their comrades had perished in an instant. The remaining 3 were utterly terrified. Is this for real? We only have bows and arrows, and she has drones with guns. I can't believe it. I worked hard to eliminate an NPC and obtain a flintlock from him, and I haven't even fired a shot yet. Split up and escape. She only had 2 drones. The 3 of them fled in a panic, showing no inclination to fight back, as the disparity in power was simply too great. However, Fang Yu would not let them off so easily. The drones swiftly pursued them. The speed of their small, shabby boats was no match for the drones. Escaping by splitting up was futile. Even attempting to evade was useless. In less than a minute, 2 of the 3 were dispatched. The last remaining individual had barely covered any distance before being surrounded by the two drones. After a hail of gunfire, he too fell silent. Hua Shiyun, belatedly aware of the situation, halted and turned back. Wow, that was incredible. Hua Shiyun sent a message to Fang Yu, but he did not respond. Instead, he maneuvered the drones back to him. As she gazed at the ominous black muzzles, a wave of weakness washed over her. Yet Fang Yu quickly commanded the drones to retract their weapons, and a voice emanated from the drone. Just a minor issue. By the way, why were you unarmed? Hearing Fang Yu's words, Hua Shiyun's cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she stammered. I have weapons. Fearing that Fang Yu might deem her useless, she hurried to explain. I have a bow and arrow, but my aim is poor, and they had guns. Guns? Fang Yu paused, clearly taken aback. How could those fellows acquire firearms at this stage? He had seen the construction options available to ordinary players, and there seemed to be no firearm category. It was only due to his weaponry vault that he could craft guns, albeit flintlocks. Hua Shiyun clarified. Upon hearing flintlock, Fang Yu was no longer surprised. He possessed one himself, acquired after eliminating Walker. It bears no significant harm. However, it undeniably serves as a formidable tool for the average individual. It is likely that these individuals acquired it only after eliminating NPCs. You may scour for it yourself, Fang Yu casually remarked, before turning his attention to the location of the drone. Previously, he had dispatched a drone to Yi Qingshang, and at that time, their proximity had hindered the testing of the satellite's capabilities. Now, with the second drone dispatched, the distance was evidently greater. Nevertheless, due to the satellite's specifications, the drone was barely able to operate at this distance. Fang Yu opened the nautical chart and pinpointed the approximate location. The drone currently occupied a position adjacent to several large islands, each no more than 100 nautical miles away from him. Among them was even a naval city, prominently marked in red on the chart. Chapter 84. The obsolete relic and ship upgrades. Hua Shiyun, enduring her discomfort, scavenged through several vessels. The individuals aboard were riddled with gunshot wounds, their bodies drenched in blood. This gruesome sight posed a challenge for someone like Hua Shiyun, who had been accustomed to a life of luxury and ease. During her few days in this world, she had drifted at sea, avoiding human contact whenever possible and refraining from stepping on a land. She had never taken a life. The sudden encounter with 5 corpses nearly made her vomit. However, her formidable mental resilience allowed her to quickly regain her composure. After swiftly collecting the supplies from the deceased, Hua Shiyun returned to the drone. Boss, I present this flintlock pistol to you, she respectfully offered, though she knew it might not pique his interest. Nonetheless, her demeanor remained courteous. I have no need for such an antiquated relic, Fang Yu replied dismissively. In truth, he had no desire for such items, especially considering his vast arsenal. Even a most ordinary Glock pistol would surpass the flintlock in utility. Moreover, standard firearms posed no threat to him, clad as he was in his blackstone armor. Just as Fang Yu contemplated retracting the drone, he noticed a vast shadow looming beneath the yacht. An instinctive sense of foreboding washed over him. There is something in the water, he warned. Run. Hua Shiyun, puzzled by the sudden urgency, felt an immediate sense of danger. However, it was too late for her to react as the shadow surged upward, colliding violently with the yacht. The small vessel was propelled into the air before crashing down heavily. Hua Shiyun was jolted upwards, but fortunately, the boat did not capsize, yet a second strike could yield unpredictable consequences. Through this upheaval, Fang Yu discerned the source of a shadow, a colossal blue whale, far exceeding his previous notions of size, at least 50 meters in length. That Hua Shiyun's small, yet survived the impact was nothing short of miraculous, largely due to its recent upgrade to level 2. Otherwise, it would have surely succumbed. Terror gripped Hua Shiyun as she gazed beneath the water's surface, where the enormous shadow re-emerged, poised to strike once more. At last, she understood the origin of her sixth sense's warning. It was the blue whale. The creature raised its head, exposing its blowhole to the air. Instantly, a plume of mist erupted from its nostrils, drenching Hua Shiyun's crimson dress, which clung to her form, accentuating her perfect curves. All of this was captured by the drone, displayed before Fang Yu. There was no time to marvel at her voluptuous figure. He maneuvered the drone towards Hua Shiyun, determined to rescue her before the whale could strike. Meanwhile, the blue whale whipped its tail, targeting the small yacht. In this critical moment, two drones extended their mechanical arms, seizing Hua Shiyun and lifting her rapidly into the sky. "Ah!" she screamed, believing her fate was sealed. Her eyes tightly shut as a profound sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed her senses. However, mere seconds passed before she felt no pain, prompting her to fearfully open her eyes. To her astonishment, she found herself soaring through the air with an endless ocean sprawling beneath her. A blue whale was mercilessly slapping her small yacht, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. I am miraculously unscathed." Hua Shiyun was momentarily lost in thought, yet she quickly regained her composure. "Of course, you are unharmed. However, your vessel is thoroughly wrecked." Fang Yu's voice echoed in her mind, grateful that there were two small drones. Had there been only one, it would have been impossible to support Hua Shiyun. "What now?" Hua Shiyun stared vacantly at the wreckage of her ship below. Most of her fortune was aboard that vessel, with only a few valuable items tucked away in her personal backpack. "Allow me to escort you to the nearby island. Lingering here is not a viable option." With that, Fang Yu deftly maneuvered the drone, transporting Hua Shiyun towards the nearest naval island. Surely, her safety would be assured there. After all, naval islands ought not to be as treacherous as pirate enclaves. Having arranged this, Fang Yu redirected his attention back to the ship. He had returned too late the previous day, and only now did he recall that he should be able to upgrade his vessel and elevate the dream treasure to level 2. Fang Yu pondered silently while accessing the ship upgrade panel. Current maximum daily generation of dream keys, 10x level maximum generation, 20 ship upgrade conditions. 1. Player level must reach level 10. 2. Collect 3 special items, current count, 6-3. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade the vessel? Without hesitation, Fang Yu selected yes. The daily generation of dream keys would double post-upgrade, and to forego such an opportunity would be foolish. Moreover, the ship's speed might also increase, significantly reducing travel time. Dream Treasure is currently upgrading. Expected completion in 6 hours. Upon seeing the notification, Fang Yu frowned. 6 hours was rather lengthy. However, he had no choice but to wait. Having finished their sandwiches, he decided to open today as crates. Now able to generate 10 keys. He wondered if the upgrade would refresh the generation count. If so, he could unlock 30 containers today. If not, he would incur no loss. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu concentrated, and 10 dream keys materialized before him. With a gentle wave of his hand, he collected the keys. Nearby, Yi Qingsheng and Min Lengshuang witnessed this spectacle, the translucent keys appearing seemingly from thin air. Then Fang Yu approached a container with a key in hand. Yi Qingsheng, evidently more experienced, recognized this as a skill intrinsic to the ship. She had seen in the World Channel that only high-quality vessels possess such abilities. A player has acquired a ghostly ship, capable of summoning 10 skeletal warriors daily for his command. However, he also endures certain side effects, including nightmares that plague his sleep each night. Fang Yu's vessel, the Dream Treasure, is evidently extraordinary, and it is only fitting that it possesses remarkable abilities. With a crisp sound, a container opened, releasing a drone into the air. Yi Qingsheng was taken aback by the revelation. It turned out that Fang Yu's drones emerged from this very container. She glanced upwards at the seemingly endless array of containers surrounding her. If her intuition served her well, all these containers were likely capable of being opened. No wonder Fang Yu had developed so swiftly. It was evidently due to the capabilities of his ship. What she remained oblivious to was that, without his formidable talent, the divine hand, the only items that would emerge from the containers would be mundane, everyday objects, rather than the astonishing advanced technologies he now possessed. Chapter 85. The Island of No Danger, a Practical Plantation. Do you need supplies? Fang Yu quickly utilized all 10 keys in his possession. Several empty boxes caught Yi Qingsheng's attention, leaving her perplexed as to how one could open empty containers. Without hesitation, she inquired, "Why are there empty containers?" Fang Yu smiled slightly and explained, "Some items are too large, so they were directly installed onto the ship." Just moments ago, among the 10 containers he opened, 3 contained drones, along with anti-ship missiles, the nuclear submarine Penguin, and 2 of each type of plantation. However, there was one item that was open for the first time, a Tsar Bomba, with an explosive yield equivalent to 50 megatons of TNT. It was directly loaded into one of the missile compartments, ready for launch at any moment, with satellite guidance ensuring precise strikes from thousands of miles away. Although Fang Yu's luxurious cargo ship was classified as a freighter, it was, in reality, more formidable than an aircraft carrier. Should any foolhardy individual dare to provoke him, he would not need to resort to weapons. He could simply charge forward with his maritime behemoth, confident that no vessel could withstand such an assault, unless it were a spacecraft. Yi Qing-chang suddenly understood. Fang Yu's candidness only heightened her admiration for him. Had he been the type burdened by insecurity, he likely would have concealed his secrets. Little did she know that had it been 3 days prior, Fang Yu might not have shared so freely. At that time, he was merely a newcomer to the game, grappling with his own insecurities. Now, however, he had transformed. Not only had his legs recovered, but he also possessed godlike talents, coupled with an array of extraordinary items. It could be said that Fang Yu had become nearly invincible in these waters. Just one piece of the Blackstone set was enough to ensure his supremacy. Having concluded the tedious task of unpacking, Fang Yu resolved to explore his next destination. Adrift at sea was not a viable option. It would be prudent to seek out other islands. It is important to note that not all islands harbor danger. Some may even conceal delightful surprises. For instance, Fang Yu clicked on a small island located less than 100 nautical miles away. Cocoa Island, an island of no danger. The island boasts a beautiful environment, a pleasant climate, and is abundant in cacao and coffee beans, inhabited by several unique species of flora and fauna. Musang feeds on the island's coffee beans, which undergo a special fermentation process through the musang, resulting in uniquely flavored coffee beans. Chocolate monkey, a one-of-a-kind species on the island. With adults measuring no more than 40 centimeters, it feeds on cacao beans and produces various byproducts such as cocoa powder. Inspiration mushroom, a unique plant, highly flavorful but containing neurotoxic hallucinogens. It must be boiled for over half an hour before consumption, granting temporary resistance to mental fatigue. Rice ball tree, a miraculous species that bears rice balls, reputed to produce up to 800 different flavors. Fang Yu's tolerance had grown considerably. After encountering the snow monster and snow lotus, discovering a few more unique items no longer seemed out of the ordinary. However, the rice ball tree at the end simply strained credulity. What does it mean to bear rice balls? This is utterly unscientific. Yet upon reflection, the power he had acquired bore little relation to science. He could only reassure himself that this was merely a game, and detachment from reality was entirely normal. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he thought it prudent to explore the island. Fang Yu glanced at the remaining 5 hours of upgrade time, with leisure on his hands. He resolved to find something to occupy himself. With this thought, he deftly maneuvered the dream treasure towards Cocoa Island, setting the speed to maximum, estimating an arrival within 4 hours. During this interval, Fang Yu did not remain idle, but directed his crew to labor in the plantation. Upon stepping into the plantation, he was astounded by the scene before him. The originally 10-acre plantation had expanded to a staggering 40 acres, with the maximum growth rate elevated to an astonishing 80 times. Remarkably, the space occupied by the plantation on the ship remained unchanged, as if entering the plantation transported one to a unique realm. It is worth noting that the dream treasure measured only 400 feet in length and 80 feet in width, equating to a mere 48 acres. Had the plantation been laid out directly on the ship's deck, it would have consumed the entire vessel's area, which would have been absurd. However, Fang Yu's concerns were evidently unfounded. The plantation, when layered, preserved the external space while creating an independent little world within. This led him to ponder whether this space could also serve as a grand storage facility. This notion was evidently feasible, as aside from crops being accelerated in growth, the introduction of other items posed no issue. Currently, the plantation housed livestock brought from the endless city, all thriving without any apparent changes, clearly unaffected by the acceleration. Only the crops, having been sown the previous day, were flourishing robustly. Various fruits and vegetables were maturing and would soon be ready for harvest. The 2 blueberry bushes planted a few days prior had already matured, laden with fruit. Furthermore, the durian seed he carelessly discarded had sprouted into a small sapling. It was said that durians take at least 4 years from planting to fruiting, yet in Fang Yu's plantation, this had transpired in a mere fortnight. After a while, news arrived from Hua Shiyun. Big shot, I have reached the island. Thank you once again. Hua Shiyun bowed towards the drone. It was a trifling matter after all. You are my investment partner, Fang Yu replied casually. Suddenly, he noticed Hua Shiyun's hesitant expression, as though she had something to convey. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Fang Yu inquired, preferring straightforwardness over circumlocution. Upon hearing the question, Hua Shiyun finally spoke. Big shot, my ship was destroyed, and a significant portion of my fortune was lost with it. May I borrow some supplies from you? I promise to repay you double. Indeed, Hua Shiyun harbors her own aspirations. Although she possesses half of her fortune, substantial financial backing would enable her to expedite her profit generation. After all, the distinction between earning returns on a mere 100 yuan and a lavish 10 million yuan is profound. The former may yield only a few meals, while the latter could lead to financial independence. This highlights the significance of early accumulation. However, her recent loss of half of her assets has undeniably dealt a severe blow to her ambitions. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu pondered briefly before deciding to acquiesce. I can provide you with assistance, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Hua Shiyun inquired, her face alight with joy. As long as she could secure the loan, she was willing to accept minor stipulations. Chapter 86. The Contract with Hua Shiyun. Barbecue on the island. We have entered into a contract, establishing a relationship of subordination. Consequently, you may freely dispose of all my resources. Simultaneously, I assure you that once I have earned enough money, I shall grant you your freedom. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Hua Shiyun felt as though she had been struck by lightning. What did he mean by this? A relationship of subordination? Hua Shiyun was not a fool. Signing a contract with Fang Yu would bind her inextricably. Although he professed that he would grant her freedom upon making sufficient profit, who could predict the future? If he chose not to release her, she would be left with no recourse. Yet, the allure of resources was too tempting for Hua Shiyun to relinquish. Thus, she resolved to explore the possibility of negotiating an alternative condition. By the way, I should mention that I currently possess over 10 million gold coins. Fang Yu was straightforward, simultaneously sending an image that showcased his wealth. The photograph depicted a carpet of gold coins, taken when he purchased the sea chart. Although those coins had been spent, he indeed still had over 10 million in his storage space, thus not lying. Over 10 million? Hua Shiyun gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. It is important to note that everyone begins with merely 10 gold coins. How could Fang Yu amass such wealth in such a short time? This man must harbor a great secret. Perhaps it was worth a gamble. In reality, the reason Hua Shiyun had elevated Huayun International to such heights was not solely due to her intellect, but also because her heart brimmed with a spirit of adventure, daring to seize the slightest glimmer of hope. And the facts bore witness that she had consistently emerged victorious in her gambles. At that moment, her sixth sense surged with alarm, urging her not to let this opportunity slip away. Very well, I accept your terms. Upon receiving her affirmation, Fang Yu wasted no time and promptly sent the contract. Hua Shiyun swiftly inscribed her name, and the contract instantly disintegrated into ashes. Simultaneously, Fang Yu sensed Hua Shiyun's presence from thousands of miles away. Her life was now entirely within his grasp. With a mere thought, Fang Yu separated a storage ring from his space, filling it with 1 million gold coins and some basic supplies, then sent it to Hua Shiyun. Additionally, he dispatched 5 small drones for her protection, lest she be harmed, leaving him bereft of recourse. Having completed these tasks, Fang Yu turned his attention to directing the other crew members in their duties. The hours swiftly passed, and the Dream Treasure ship had already approached the periphery of Coco Island. Unlike before, Fang Yu no longer needed to lower a small boat and navigate slowly. Now, he simply took Min Ling Shuang and Yi Qingxiang aboard the bronze war chariot, galloping towards the island with the thunderous hooves of 2 steeds, each step a vibrant spectacle. The others adhered to the conventional method of boarding the ship to reach the island. However, Fang Yu did not bring many with him. He only took 2 boats with 10 men, leaving the rest aboard to continue working. This was the essence of Fang Yu's recruitment of crew members, having hands to labor. The three soared through the sky, gazing down at the island below. The Cocoa Island is not particularly large, unlike the frigid isle from the previous night, which seemed to stretch infinitely. This island can be deemed moderately sized, as one can discern its boundaries with a keen gaze. Upon arriving, Fang Yu did not hastily descend, but instead opted to explore the interior of the island aboard a goat-drawn carriage. With a mount at his disposal, it would be imprudent to walk. After all, his drone was scanning the island for any valuable finds, and he could venture closer if something truly worthy emerged. Thus, Fang Yu, accompanied by the two ladies, arrived at a picturesque waterfall. The waterfall cascaded down over 100 meters, its mist swirling in the air, surrounded by lush greenery that embraced it like a scene from a celestial paradise. Fang Yu was drawn to its seclusion, which is why he chose this location. With a wave of his hand, tables and chairs materialized on the open ground beside the waterfall. Once he arranged them to his satisfaction, he beckoned the two ladies to take their seats. The harrowing experiences on the frigid island had left Fang Yu somewhat fatigued, and he seized this opportunity to rest. He retrieved a barbecue grill along with an array of ingredients from his storage space. There was not only beef and lamb, but also a variety of seafood and fresh fruits and vegetables. Most of these were procured from the endless island, while a small portion was harvested from the ship. As for drinks, he had an ample supply, complemented by ice cubes he had previously frozen. Initially, he had intended to sell the ice, but it now seemed unnecessary, as he did not lack for funds. Even after gifting Hua, Shiyun, $1 million, he still possessed several million gold coins, more than sufficient for a considerable time. Before long, Fang Yu had the charcoal fire roaring. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng and Minling Shuang busily skewered the ingredients. Once the various kebabs were placed on the grill, an enticing aroma soon began to waft through the air. With a gentle brush, Fang Yu applied a secret sauce crafted by Yusan, patiently grilling for a while longer. The sizzling sound of the fat was a constant melody, and he flipped the skewers at just the right moment, preventing any drippings from falling into the coals, thus minimizing smoke. As the fat reached the perfect level of doneness, the kebabs were finally cooked through. A light sprinkling of cumin and chili powder completed these fragrant and visually appealing skewers. Although it was Fang Yu's first attempt at grilling, the presentation alone spoke volumes of their deliciousness. This was all thanks to his all-seeing eye. Every aspect of the cooking process was calculated meticulously, leaving no room for error. If others were to discover that this formidable investigative skill was utilized for grilling skewers, it would surely drive them to madness. Minling Shuang could hardly contain herself as she seized a skewer of meat, taking a delicate bite. The precise amount of fat exploded in her mouth, its rich flavor enveloping her senses. The seasoning was perfectly balanced, enhancing rather than overpowering the meat's inherent freshness, creating a delightful harmony. With just one bite, Minling Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, Brother Fang Yu, this is absolutely delicious." Without a hint of modesty, she devoured a skewer in mere moments, eagerly reaching for another. "Is it really this good?" Yi Qingcheng cast a skeptical glance at Minling Shuang, pondering whether her reaction was overly exaggerated. After all, it was merely grilled skewers. With a hint of defiance, she took a bite, and, in that instant, it felt as though a new realm of flavor had been unveiled before her. It truly was delectable. In mere seconds, Minling Shuang had devoured 3 large skewers, prompting Yi Qingcheng to hastily grab several more to avoid the dire fate of running out. However, this left Fang Yu in a predicament, as he could only focus on grilling skewers to keep pace with the voracious appetites of the two women. Yet, witnessing their sheer delight as they indulged, a faint smile appeared on Fang Yu's face. If this moment could last indefinitely, it would indeed be quite wonderful. Chapter 87, Kappa Island Secrets. All captured to raise swine. Kappa Island, one of the largest islands of pirates. You summoned us. Is there something you wish to discuss? In an enclosed chamber, a grand round table was set, accompanied by 7 chairs. Wei Ling, clad in a flowing black gown, sat coldly upon one of the seats. At that moment, only 4 of the 7 chairs were occupied, leaving 3 unoccupied. After Wei Ling spoke, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Moments later, an elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles and draped in a long robe, broke the stillness. Since everyone is present, let us commence today's meeting. Wait, present? A young man with fiery red hair, dressed in a dapper outfit, straightened himself, casting a doubtful glance at him. Clearly, 3 individuals have yet to arrive. The elder, unfazed by the rebuttal, merely shook his head. They will not be attending today. What do you mean? The red-haired youth furrowed his brow. I say, Yin Kai, is your intellect waning that you question Lord Richie's words? I see you are courting danger. Zozakura Shun also taunted Yin Kai, then turned to the elder known as Harn Richie with a sycophantic expression. You seek death. Yin Kai, known for his fiery temperament, was disinclined to engage in further debate and prepare to strike. With a swift motion, a burst of flames surged towards Zozakura Shun. The intense heat caused the temperature in the room to rise noticeably. Buzz. Vidinga intervened. The sands of time instantaneously enveloped the chamber, and the fiery blast was suspended mid-air. With a mere gesture, the flames were extinguished. That fool! Does he not realize we are confined in this room? Is he intent on hastening his own demise? Though their prowess would allow them to survive in an oxygen-deprived environment for a time, who relishes the notion of holding their breath? Enough! Harn Richie interjected, halting the escalating conflict. I summoned you here not to witness your brawls. I shall inform the 3 absent individuals. Richie's gaze was sharp and piercing, like that of a hawk, fixed intently upon the 2. Yin Kai could only snort in response, refraining from further aggression, while Zozakura Shun grinned, as if nothing had transpired. With the 2 now quiet, Richie continued. Last night, I made a significant discovery. He paused momentarily, carefully selecting his words before proceeding. That person has returned. The remaining 3 were taken aback by his statement. Yin Kai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, who has returned? The other 2, equally curious, fixed their eyes on Richie, eager for his revelation. The one who stirred the tempest of the seas a century ago. Richie seemed reluctant to utter the name, shrouding it in mystery. He was the longest lived among them, and Richie possessed a prophetic gift known as dream mirror truth. Each night, as he drifted into slumber, a unique mirror would materialize within his dreams. Every day, he could rely on the dream mirror to inquire about a matter, and it would provide certain hints and feedback. However, last night was rather peculiar. Before he could utter a question, the dream mirror exhibited an unexpected reaction. His corpse appeared within it, the body gruesomely severed, surrounded by a multitude of lifeless bodies. Despite his centuries of existence, he nearly lost his composure. Nonetheless, he regained his calm and posed a question to the dream mirror. What did this vision signify? Upon inquiry, the dream mirror rippled like water, the image dissipating to reveal lines of text. A century ago, as conflict began, he returned to the mortal realm. Boom! Richie felt as though his mind might explode. A century ago, it was a period he wished to forget. At that time, the entire world was under the dominion of a singular man. No one knew his name. They only recognized his title. He called himself the Celestial Dragon, with the Navy as his formidable force, rendering all pirates powerless to resist. Pirates captured were either sent to raise swine or executed as a warning. Although many pirates contemplated rebellion, it was futile. Their adversaries seemed to possess some magical ability to forcibly control their bodies. In battles between skilled fighters, outcomes were often decided in an instant. Moreover, the Celestial Dragon commanded numerous adept naval officers. Once a pirate was ensnared, escape became nearly impossible. Richie himself had been among those consigned to raise swine, and despite his considerable strength, he too fell prey to capture. If given the choice, he would never wish to relive such an experience. The stench of the pig pen, sharing a roof with the swine, marked the darkest moment of his life. Now, to be informed that this individual had returned, he would not allow such a calamity to recur. Tonight, he would once again consult the dream mirror regarding the whereabouts of the Celestial Dragon. Yin Kai and Sasazakura Shun, perceiving Richie's vague statements, quickly pressed for clarification. Who exactly are you referring to? They inquired. Indeed, how could they possibly know of events from a century past? Meanwhile, Wei Lingyer appeared contemplative, as if she had heard of that legend. The Celestial Dragon, who emerged a century ago, enslaved the entire world. It was undeniably a dark epoch for pirates, though she had merely heard of the tale. After all, among the current warlords of the sea, only Harn Richie was of such advanced age. The others were no more than in their 50s. They had never experienced that profound darkness. Was it the celestial dragon? Wei Linger gazed intently at Richie, recognizing that regardless of his exploitation of pirates, he was indeed a figure of significance. He had once ruled the entire world, in stark contrast to the present, where the Navy and pirates stood in opposition, often leading to minor skirmishes that left ordinary people in distress. Wei Linger, weary of such a lifestyle, had chosen to open a tavern on a small island, spending her days idly. Otherwise, given her influence, it would be improbable for her to remain in such a secluded place. Fang Yu could hardly hope to encounter such a prominent figure at such an early stage. Indeed, the reality is that in this world, pirates do not possess the status of the four emperors. The seven warlords represent the pinnacle of piracy. Yes, is that individual. Rich has always been reluctant to utter that name, opting instead to refer to him as that guy. Were you speaking of celestial dragons? Asked Sasazakura Jun. His curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, Yinkai appeared to be lost in thought. This name was familiar to him. Do you understand why you have never heard this name before? Rich suddenly turned his gaze to Sasazakura Jun and spoke in a somber tone. Because your kin once came perilously close to annihilation. This name is a taboo within your lineage. Chapter 88. Hila from the moment she stepped out of the room. Wei Linger remained somewhat disoriented. The legend was indeed true. Shall we share a drink? Yin Kai suggested, following closely behind her. I'm not interested. Wei Linger replied coolly, casting him a fleeting glance before dismissing him entirely and departing. Yin Kai watched a retreating figure, his fists clenched in frustration. This woman truly had no regard for his presence. She was nothing more than a woman of easy virtue. He suppressed a bitter sigh and turned away. Zhuizhuitsang followed last, lost in thought. He was astonished by the tale recounted by Richie. Their Day clan had such a tumultuous history. A century ago, they were among the world's foremost powers, yet within a mere few years, they had been reduced to a small tribe, nearly facing extinction. They had not even dared to document this calamity, for if it were discovered by those with ill intent, it would spell their doom. The three departed in succession, but it was merely a temporary parting. They would reconvene the following day. Richie would forecast the whereabouts of the celestial dragons that evening and share his findings with all. At that moment, Richie stood in his room, gazing out the window. He did not leave until the three had vanished from his sight. Meanwhile, far away on Coco Island, Fang Yu remained blissfully unaware of the eyes that coveted him, as he reveled in a delightful holiday with two enchanting ladies. Brother Fang Yu, the water here is so refreshing, Min Lingshuang exclaimed, perched by the waterfall, her delicate feet playfully stirring the water, enticing little fish to chase after her. Yi Qingcheng was less spirited, seated opposite Fang Yu, sipping her drink cautiously. She dared not touch alcohol again, fearful of repeating past misadventures. With a gentle smile, Fang Yu responded, if you enjoy it, we could linger here a few more days. Really? Min Lingshuang's interest was piqued. After days adrift at sea, with only 2 brief landings and numerous perils encountered, she longed to remain in this paradise a while longer. Of course. Just as Fang Yu was about to agree, a sudden image flashed across his AR glasses, causing him to pause momentarily. A graceful figure appeared amidst the dense foliage, meandering about with an air of nonchalance. The attire of this individual did not resemble that of a player, and there were no signs of survival on her. What is the matter? Yi Qingcheng noticed Fang Yu's sudden change in demeanor. He had clearly spotted something amiss. There are others on this island, Fang Yu replied, a woman. Their exchange captured Min Lingshuang's attention, prompting her to rush over from the water's edge and unceremoniously perch herself on Fang Yu's lap. What are you talking about? It seems there might be others on this island, Fang Yu stated, as he picked a piece of fruit from the table, biting into it. Let us go take a look, he suggested, lifting Min Lingshuang into his arms as he approached the bronze chariot, with Yi Qingcheng following close behind. The resting duo and Scar immediately understood the cue and hurried to hoist the bronze chariot onto their shoulders. 2 sheep traversed the skies, carrying 3 individuals aloft. 2 drones led the way, guiding the sheep forward. Before long, Fang Yu arrived at the locale frequented by the woman, yet he chose not to reveal himself immediately. Instead, he opted to approach from a distance, walking towards her. Min Lingshuang and Yi Qingcheng accompanied him, and the trio meandered toward the woman's position. Based on the drone's estimations, they needed only 5 minutes to encounter her. Indeed, 5 minutes later, Fang Yu laid eyes on the woman, and she, in turn, noticed him. She had cascading long hair and donned a blue and pink dress. Her visage was flawless, complemented by a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. A sight so captivating it could evoke affection even from a mere dog. To Fang Yu's astonishment, upon noticing him, the woman did not flee, but simply gazed at him in silence. Observing this, Fang Yu prepared to engage her in conversation. Approaching the exquisite woman, he took 2 steps closer. "Are you a native of this island?" he inquired. The woman replied with silence. "Are there others here besides you? Can you hear my words?" In response to Fang Yu's queries, she uttered not a single word, nor did she make any discernible movements. Were it not for the fleeting blink of her eyes, Fang Yu might have mistaken her for a statue. Faced with the absence of answers, he scratched his head in exasperation. Behind him, Yi Qingcheng and Min Lingshuang drew closer, their curiosity piqued. Since answers eluded them, Fang Yu resolved to seek the truth himself. Activating his all-knowing eye, the woman before him was rendered devoid of secrets. Name, Shala. Title, Mermaid Princess. Level, 74. Strength, 143. Stamina, 132. Agility, 137. Status, healthy. Cursed, talent, natural communication. Skills, Siren Song Max. Purification Spring LV9. Ocean Burial LV9. Items, Heart Guarding Scale, Tear of the Ocean. Poisonous Spear, Charge Count, 0. Fang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This woman was, in fact, a mermaid. He quickly urged the 2 women to retreat, fearful of a sudden attack from her, although he was not particularly intimidated by her impressive attributes. The consequences would be dire if Min Lingshuang or Yi Qingcheng were struck even once. Fortunately, Shila showed no intention of aggression, and Fang Yu dared not provoke her. "You should leave first." Fang Yu nudged the 2 women towards the goat-pulled cart, while he remained behind. "We can discuss the details in the chat." He exchanged a significant glance with them, cautious of being overheard. Min Lingshuang seemed poised to speak, but Yi Qingcheng, understanding Fang Yu's intent, swiftly restrained her. "Be careful," she urged. With a silent understanding, the goats, attuned to Fang Yu's thoughts, ascended into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Once the 2 women departed, Fang Yu exhaled deeply, turned to face Shila, who stood resolutely in place. At this moment, he could finally take a good look at what this woman was truly about. "Sheila?" Upon hearing Fang Yu utter her name, she visibly froze, unable to believe her ears. How could this man possibly know her name? Could he be an assassin sent by her stepmother? With a swift stride, Sheila appeared directly in front of Fang Yu. She extended her hand, as delicate as mutton fat jade, and instantly clutched his throat, lifting him off the ground. "How do you know my name?" A voice devoid of emotion emerged, akin to the biting cold wind of a winter's night, capable of stripping the very bones from one's body. Fang Yu was astonished to discover that. Although he heard the voice, he did not see Sheila's lips move. In her presence, he felt as vulnerable as a fledgling chick, utterly defenseless. Yet, thanks to the black stone armor, he remained unscathed. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions." Fang Yu felt a twinge of regret for having revealed his knowledge of her name too soon. Nevertheless, there was no turning back now. Chapter 89. The Scoundrel and the Mute Mermaid. Seeing that Shira remained unmoved, Fang Yu's irritation began to simmer. With determination, he drew a laser sword from his spatial storage and swung it toward Shira's arm. In an instant, Shira demonstrated astonishing speed, effortlessly tossing Fang Yu away with a flick of her arm. Crash! Fang Yu, propelled by immense kinetic force, barreled through a dozen trees before finally coming to a halt. Yet, before he could regain his composure, a delicate jade foot descended from above, landing squarely on his chest. Boom! The entire island trembled, and Fang Yu sank into the earth. What the? This flurry of assaults, though it felt prolonged, transpired in less than a second. Fang Yu felt as if he had experienced a professional-grade roller coaster, one that had derailed. Now, he lay in a pit, staring vacantly at the sky. Shira's foot remained firmly planted on his chest, and his gaze inadvertently drifted downward. Gasp! She wasn't wearing any. Fang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Observing the man beneath her, Shira followed his gaze and felt her face flush crimson. This particular angle was indeed quite provocative, and Fang Yu had not intended for it to unfold this way. Moreover, if he truly wished to behold more, he he could utilize his omniscient eye for discreet analysis, avoiding the risk of being brutally assaulted. As anticipated, Fang Yu's gaze provoked Shira once more, prompting her to lift her foot. This time, she aimed directly at his face, showing no mercy. Boom! The island shuddered again, and the ground cracked beneath the impact. Fang Yu felt momentarily dazed, but his formidable physique allowed him to quickly regain clarity. Goodness, this woman is relentless. He found himself further ensnared, Shira's foot pressing against his face. Fortunately, due to the protective properties of his blackstone armor, the force of her strike was reduced by 99%, dissipating throughout his body and sparing him from dire consequences. Nevertheless, the shock still left him slightly disoriented. Even though his assailant was a beautiful woman, her repeated attacks ignited his fury. In the chaos, his laser sword had been sent flying during the earlier confrontation, leaving him to rely on his surroundings for retaliation. Seizing a handful of dirt, Fang Yu hurled it at Shira while simultaneously gripping her foot to prevent her escape. In a moment of carelessness, he managed to hit his target, causing Shira to momentarily lose her composure. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yu extricated himself from her grasp. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and enveloped Shira in an embrace. Aren't you formidable? Let us see how you handle this. Indeed, Shira appeared flustered. Despite her high level, her ascent had not been gradual, resulting in minimal combat experience, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Panic etched across her face as she felt Fang Yu clinging to her like a koala, a sight that only deepened her confusion. The sensation of flesh against flesh rendered her utterly uncomfortable. Having been raised in a life of luxury, she had never encountered such experiences. Had it not been for the sudden upheaval in the mermaid royal family, she would not have found herself in this predicament. Come down quickly. That emotionless voice resonated once more. Yet Fang Yu remained impervious, refusing to relinquish his grip. I won't let go. Do you take me for a fool? If I release you, you will simply cast me aside, only to face another beating. Only Fang Yu would dare enact such a farce. Anyone else would be instantly torn apart by Sheila's formidable strength. Observing Fang Yu's brazen antics, Sheila began to believe that he was not an assassin sent by her stepmother. For those individuals would never stoop to such shamelessness. With no other recourse, Sheila resorted to fervently striking Fang Yu. However, her attempts proved futile, merely serving to tickle him. In her fervor, she lost her footing and tumbled to the ground. In an instant, Fang Yu flipped the script, pinning Sheila beneath him, leaving her momentarily disoriented. The scene was undeniably absurd. Fang Yu's entire weight pressed down on Sheila, who could only weakly pound his back with her tiny fists, unable to inflict any real harm. Resembling a wife playfully pouting at her husband. Let me go, came her icy command, only to be met with Fang Yu's unwavering refusal. Not a chance. Feeling utterly helpless, tears began to stream down Sheila's face, her heart heavy with injustice. Ever since her father's demise, it seemed as though the world conspired against her. And now this man sought to bully her as well. Fang Yu continued to hold her for a while longer, and he couldn't help but notice how surprisingly soft Sheila's body felt, as if devoid of bones. After an extended silence, he finally raised his head, only to find Sheila weeping, her face reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom. Why are you crying? I haven't done much to you. Fang Yu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Had it not been for Sheila's violent demeanor, he would never have resorted to such desperate measures as embracing her. Now, confronted with her tears, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Realizing he could not overpower her, he decided to join in the theatrics. Feigning tears himself. Oh, how pitiable I am, unjustly beaten. Just yesterday, I was swindled out of over 10 million gold coins for a worthless sea chart. Hearing his lamentations, Sheila paused, curiosity piqued as she turned to gaze at this man who had also succumbed to tears. Fang Yu, catching sight of her momentary cessation of weeping, felt a flicker of hope and intensified his performance. Sheila, in her innocence, had no inkling that Fang Yu was merely acting. Instead, she felt a pang of sympathy for him and instinctively moved closer to offer comfort. Please, stop crying, she murmured, wiping away her own tears, her voice still cold. Yet Fang Yu showed no signs of relenting, crying even more passionately. You're so fierce, and your words are so frigid. At this, Sheila grew anxious and hastily attempted to explain herself. My lips are unable to utter a sound. I am currently relying on ventriloquism to communicate with you. However, my skills are limited, and I can only produce this voice. What? Fang Yu appeared utterly bewildered. You cannot speak? Are you mute? Fang Yu initially intended to say mute, yet he restrained himself. Yes, indeed, I am mute. Sheila spoke candidly, for there was no reason to conceal such a matter. After all, this is the truth. But you... Suddenly, Fang Yu recalled the 7 great wonders mentioned by the 2 maids. One of them was the mute mermaid. Could it be that Sheila is the mute mermaid among the 7 great wonders? However, Fang Yu could not discern any remarkable traits in Sheila apart from her formidable strength that would warrant the term wonder. Fang Yu fell silent, his lips parting and closing again, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 90. The Escaping Mermaid Princess. I shall not return. Is everything all right? Can't we communicate normally? Sheila believed Fang Yu was concerned about her feelings, having conveniently forgotten how he had treated her moments earlier. Her naivety was striking, as she had been meticulously shielded since birth. She was the sole heir to the throne of her generation, destined to become the future mermaid queen, barring unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately, the sudden demise of the mermaid king led her stepmother to send assassins after her, resulting in her arrival on this island. Fortunately, the king had bestowed all his strength upon Sheila, a well-guarded secret of the merfolk. Each generation of mermaid royalty inherits the full power of their predecessor. This explains why she had attained an impressive level of 74 at such a tender age. Yet, this inheritance bore its drawbacks. The abruptness of her circumstances left her with insufficient training, severely lacking in combat experience. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, they would have swiftly thrust a poisoned spear into Fang Yu without hesitation, never allowing him to come close enough to gain the upper hand. Fang Yu remained non-committal to Sheila's sentiments. So, are you a native of this island? He returned to his earlier question, as the map provided by Kuei Linger made no mention of merfolk inhabiting the island. No, Sheila shook her head. Perhaps Fang Yu's inquiry had stirred her emotions, for she appeared on the verge of tears. Hey, please don't cry. Fang Yu felt a pang of exasperation upon seeing her distress. Where had that fiery spirit gone? One moment she was fierce, and now she was reduced to tears. I miss home. Sheila responded through her lips, her voice cold yet hauntingly melodic. Then why not return? Fang Yu remarked indifferently, reveling in his own freedom upon the sea, unburdened by worries of sustenance. Perhaps I cannot. Sheila's eyes glistened with sorrow as she contemplated her predicament. The entire merfolk community regarded her as an enemy, believing she was responsible for her father's death. Yet, she was merely a child. How could she have harmed her own father? Have you encountered some trouble? Fang Yu inquired, intrigued by her implication of being unable to return. My father has passed away, and my kin believe I am the murderer. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu scratched his head and asked, So how did your father die? Sheila shook her head in response. I do not know, but after imparting all his strength to me, he urged me to flee. Fang Yu furrowed his brow at this revelation. It seemed that not all members of the merfolk were as powerful as Sheila. She was indeed an exceptional case, the strongest among her kind, a legacy of generations. Furthermore, there were likely deeper secrets surrounding this tragic event. With this thought, Fang Yu leaned closer and gently grasped Sheila's small hand. From the very beginning, would you kindly share with me the situation? Perhaps I could offer my assistance. It seemed that due to the extended silence, Sheila truly began to recount her tale to Fang Yu, spanning from their births to adulthood, and from adulthood to their escape from the clan. Fang Yu gradually understood that Sheila had fallen victim to someone's machinations, and that person was her stepmother, a woman who had only recently appeared in their lives. This individual was not of the merfolk. The merfolk king had even broken a century-old tradition for her, elevating her to the status of queen. It was from that moment onward that the king's health began to deteriorate until his eventual demise. Indeed, there was something profoundly sinister about this situation. A ruler of a clan chose to forsake 100 years of tradition for a woman. Even more astonishing was the sudden death of a formidable being, at least of level 74. It was utterly absurd, akin to a battalion of elite soldiers being obliterated by a meteor shower on the eve of war, ridiculous and surreal. Neither Sheila nor Fang Yu could believe it. Wait, you're already the strongest of the merfolk. Why are you fleeing? Fang Yu suddenly perceived a crucial point. Indeed, having attained such power within the clan, what reason was there to escape? Surely, any dissenters could be vanquished, including her stepmother. It was improbable that anyone surpassed Sheila in strength. If that were the case, why resort to cunning schemes to eliminate the Merfolk King? Would it not be swifter to simply slay him? Thus, Fang Yu was resolute that no one in the Merfolk possessed strength greater than that of the king. In other words, Sheila's current prowess was unrivaled among her kin. So why flee? They could simply return and confront their adversaries head-on. My father urged me to flee, so I did, Sheila began to explain. Well, in reality, one is accustomed to encountering mama's boys, but here was a quintessential daddy's girl. A classic case of obedience in childhood, yet lacking any subjective awareness in adulthood. Do you still remember the way back? Fang Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. Despite being of the Merfolk, Sheila bore no discernible traits of her kind. Merfolk were typically characterized by their tails and gills. Yet Fang Yu observed nothing of the sort on Sheila. Perhaps a return to their homeland would yield answers. I remember. But my father forbids me from going back. Sheila's gaze faltered, revealing her trepidation about returning. Noticing this, Fang Yu pulled Sheila closer, adopting a friendly posture. I shall accompany you. You seem incapable of overcoming even me, Sheila cautiously remarked. Fang Yu felt a figurative arrow pierce his knee. While it was the truth, must it be articulated so bluntly? That's not how one should express such things. Don't you wish to return to your clan? Sheila shook her head. Not at all. Fang Yu countered. The world beyond is far more intriguing than within the clan. I have no desire to return. Sheila shared his sentiment. The Merfolk Palace held no allure for her. Each day was filled with either fish or seaweed, to the point of nausea. Unlike here, where delectable delights were abundant. Particularly on this island, there exists a peculiar plant reminiscent of a jellyfish, which, once consumed, transforms one entirely, though the effect lasts merely a few minutes. Sheila found it exhilarating. The terrestrial jellyfish, how enchanting. And what about you? Where do you intend to go next? Fang Yu pondered, contemplating the idea of luring Sheila aboard his ship, thereby augmenting his formidable strength. However, prior to that, he needed to secure a contract with Sheila, as the risk remained too great otherwise. Upon hearing his words, Sheila reflected briefly before responding. I am uncertain. Perhaps I shall linger on this island for a while. And thereafter, where will you venture? I wish to explore other places. Having recently escaped from the Merfolk, Sheila was brimming with curiosity about the world and could hardly entertain the notion of staying still. Why not join my fleet? Fang Yu suggested. Chapter 91. Why not join my fleet? Sea Jelly? Why not join my fleet? Fang Yu expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Sheila felt a flicker of interest. After all, as long as she did not return, it mattered little where she went. Moreover, having more companions offered a sense of security, did it not? Observing her hesitation, Fang Yu recognized an opportunity and swiftly presented his enticing offer. Our ship provides meals, accommodation, and a fair distribution of resources. Furthermore, should you wish to leave, you are free to do so. Fang Yu coaxed her gently. Joining my fleet will not put you at a disadvantage. Sheila found herself increasingly intrigued by his words. After a series of internal deliberations, coupled with Fang Yu's persuasive arguments, she ultimately acquiesced. Very well, I shall join your fleet. Fang Yu nodded, pleased with her decision. But it was now his turn to set forth conditions. You see, Sheila, our crew is rather numerous. However, none possess your formidable strength. I estimate you could easily reduce them to mere pulp with a casual strike. Thus, I must impose certain restrictions on your powers. Fang Yu gazed sincerely at Sheila, continuing, this is also a measure to ensure the safety of my crew. Each word he uttered resonated with sincerity. Indeed, with Sheila's attributes exceeding 100, while those of the crew barely reached 20, it would be akin to a dimensional strike. One blow could obliterate many. Therefore, it was prudent to formalize a contract for mutual assurance. The additional effects were merely ancillary. Clearing his throat, Fang Yu felt no qualms about his intentions. After considering his words, Sheila nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rationale behind his proposal. Her swift consent, however, left Fang Yu with a fleeting sense of guilt, though it dissipated almost immediately. No longer the naive youth, he had evolved into a competent capitalist. Without hesitation, he produced the enslavement contract. Any delay would be a sign of disrespect towards Gila's formidable abilities. Receiving the contract, Gila did not hesitate to inscribe her name upon it. In an instant, the contract vanished. Simultaneously, Fang Yu sensed that he could now manipulate Gila's life and death at will. Should Gila harbor any ill intentions towards him, he would be alerted instantly. Thus reassured, he felt ready to lead her back to the ship. "Please wait for me a moment," Fang Yu instructed Gila before stepping aside. He needed to retrieve his laser sword, which had fallen somewhere. Fortunately, when he had been struck earlier, he had carved a long trench, making it easy to locate. Before long, Fang Yu indeed found his laser sword beside the trench. He swiftly picked it up and returned it to his storage space before rejoining Gila. "Let us return." No sooner had Fang Yu spoken than the goat chariot appeared overhead. He had commanded the two goats to return as Gila prepared to sign the contract. Upon the bronze chariot, Min Lung Shuang and Yi Qingsheng were present. "Brother Fang Yu." The two women clearly observed the chaotic scene before them. The scattered soil pits and the ravines etched by Fang Yu, all of which testified to the ferocity of the previous battle. They also noticed Sheila standing nearby, her demeanor strikingly composed, which instantly put them on high alert. After all, it was Sheila who had prompted their earlier departure, and when combined with the evidence scattered on the ground, it was evident that a fierce confrontation had transpired between the two. However, they were unaware that it was not a battle of equals, but rather a one-sided assault on Fang Yu. As the goat-drawn chariot landed, the two women hurried over. Upon approaching, they meticulously examined Fang Yu's body, and only after confirming he was unharmed did they feel a sense of relief. Nonetheless, their gazes towards Sheila remained laced with suspicion. "Cold Frost, Graceful City, allow me to introduce you. This is Sheila, who will be joining our crew from today onwards," Fang Yu said, stepping aside to make the introduction. "Brother Fang Yu, what happened?" Min Ling Shuang inquired, still harboring a hint of wariness, while Yi Qingsheng, though silent, scrutinized Sheila with evident curiosity. "I will explain everything in due time," Fang Yu reassured them, then turned to beckon Sheila onto the chariot. "Let us return to the ship." "Wait, I also wish to procure some terrestrial jellyfish." Sheila's voice was cold and enigmatic. The two women, noticing that her lips did not move as she spoke, shared a moment of astonishment similar to Fang Yu's. However, their interest was piqued even further by Sheila's mention of terrestrial jellyfish. "What are terrestrial jellyfish?" Fang Yu asked, puzzled, as he had not encountered such a creature on the nautical charts. Suddenly, Yi Qingsheng had a thought. Could the girl be referring to mushrooms? She voiced her inquiry. "Are you talking about mushrooms? Or mushrooms?" Sheila tilted her head, unable to grasp Yi Qingsheng's words. Having lived her entire life in the territory of the merfolk, submerged in the ocean, she had never had the opportunity to set foot on land until now, thus remaining oblivious to the concept of mushrooms. Upon hearing Yi Qingsheng's words, Fang Yu realized the possibility that Sheila was indeed referring to the island's spirit mushrooms. With this in mind, Fang Yu retrieved a common shiitake mushroom from his storage space, which he had purchased on Endless Island. "Is this what you mean?" Upon seeing the shiitake, Sheila eagerly nodded, seizing it from Fang Yu's hand and promptly beginning to chew it before he could react. By the time he attempted to intervene, Sheila had already swallowed it. "It looks similar, but the color seems off, and the taste is a bit lacking," Sheila commented after finishing. Fang Yu was somewhat at a loss for words. Can shiitake mushrooms even be enjoyed raw? He mused, having never tasted them himself, but instinctively feeling they would not be particularly palatable. Wait a moment, she ate it raw. Does that mean the spirit mushrooms are also consumed raw? Aren't those poisonous? Do you eat the terrestrial jellyfish directly? Fang Yu found it hard to believe, yet he could not help but voice his doubts. Is it not possible to consume it directly? He inquired. Sheila, perplexed, recalled her time among the merfolk, where food was either eaten whole or sliced into delicate pieces. That was the manner of the nobility, a practice she had adopted despite its origins. However, on this island, under less convenient circumstances, she often resorted to consuming food directly. Hiss! Fang Yu gasped in astonishment. This lady was indeed formidable. The spirit mushroom was known to be toxic, and she had consumed it without hesitation. Yet, considering her attributes, which soared into the triple digits, he began to find her actions somewhat justifiable. After all, it was merely a matter of endurance. Chapter 92. Upgrading the Dream Treasure ship, the Dream Force Field. Let us return to the ship first. Fang was uncertain of how to explain the situation to Sheila, so he decided to head back to the ship and educate her on the importance of heating food before consumption. After voicing his thoughts, he beckoned the others to board the goat-drawn cart. Once settled, the two goats carried the four of them towards the Dream Treasure ship. Before long, the ship appeared before them. At that moment, a panel popped up in front of Fang. Ship upgrade completed. Instantly, the Dream Treasure ship expanded like an inflated balloon, increasing in size dramatically, though its overall layout remained unchanged. It was still a cargo ship brimming with containers, albeit now resembling a miniature island afloat in the sea. This astonishing spectacle was witnessed by the four aboard the goat cart. Brother Fang, what is happening? The others were unaware of the upgrade, as Fang had not informed them of it. Ahem, I upgraded the ship, Fang explained. Such a significant change from the upgrade? Perhaps Min Lingshuang was unclear, but Yi Qingqing understood well. She had upgraded her own ship before, yet her alterations had not been nearly as pronounced. The enhancements had merely increased capacity slightly, improved speed a bit, and reduced fuel consumption modestly, with no noticeable change in appearance. Why was his upgrade so different, resulting in such a substantial increase in size? In truth, Fang had not anticipated that a mere ordinary upgrade would yield such remarkable transformations in the Dream Treasure ship. The goat cart landed on the enlarged deck, and the group disembarked, with Min Lingshuang immediately curious, exploring her surroundings. Despite the overall increase in size, the ship's layout had not changed. The rooms remained the same size and were not proportionally enlarged. Otherwise, a single bed could accommodate two people, which would be absurd. One could fit an entire bowl atop what previously housed two. With a thought, Fang opened the ship's panel for inspection. Ship name, Dream Treasure Ship. Level 2, durability, range, capacity 400,000 units, speed 100 knots. Ship skill 1. Dream key. Each person generates one disposable universal key daily, capable of unlocking any container. The contents are entirely random. With luck, one might even uncover a tank. Current daily generation limit, 20. Ship skill 2. Dream Force Field. While the ship is in motion, a force field is generated outside, keeping passengers and objects within in a state of relative rest, unaffected by inertia. Evaluation. You are truly remarkable. Not only did you acquire such an overpowered ship, but you managed to upgrade it. I am eager to see just how grand your achievement is. Fang felt a bit embarrassed upon reading the final evaluation. It accurately described his situation. Nevertheless, this upgrade was undeniably extraordinary. In addition to its enduring durability and seemingly limitless range, the capacity has astonishingly quadrupled, escalating from 100,000 units to an impressive 400,000 units. The speed has also more than quadrupled, soaring from a maximum of 22 knots to an astonishing 100 knots. What does this signify? To put it into perspective, a speed of 100 knots translates to an astounding 180 kilometers per hour. Imagine a massive transport vessel cruising at such velocity. The implications are tremendous. Presently, the Dream Treasure ship's mass is equivalent to tens of thousands of fully loaded transport vessels. At this immense volume and weight, once a certain speed is attained, bringing it to a halt would necessitate a considerable amount of time. However, this is merely the ordinary scenario. The Dream Treasure ship has additionally acquired a second extraordinary ability, the Dream Force Field. As long as the Dream Treasure is in motion, it generates a force field that liberates all items aboard from inertia, maintaining them in a state of relative stillness with respect to the ship. This means that sudden accelerations or decelerations would have no adverse effects on individuals and objects aboard. While this ability may not hold significant value for other vessels, for Fang's Dream Treasure ship is nothing short of miraculous. He could even utilize this skill to treat the Dream Treasure ship as a racing vehicle. Coupled with its doubled size and weight, even if a massive aircraft carrier were to appear before him, Fang could effortlessly crush through it. At this moment, all the crew members were absent, having ventured onto the island to gather supplies. Meanwhile, the drones were tirelessly traversing back and forth, transporting the collected resources to the ship, creating a semi-automated supply chain. Fang discovered a blue-pink mushroom amidst the pile of supplies. Activating the all-knowing eye, the seemingly adorable little mushroom revealed all its secrets. Inspiration mushroom, a unique species native to Cocoa Island, renowned for its exquisite flavor and charming appearance. However, lurking behind its allure is a potent neurotoxin that, when consumed by the weak, can render them imbeciles in an instant. Methods to neutralize the toxin: 1. Boil at high temperatures for over half an hour. 2. Consume in conjunction with cocoa powder produced by the cocoa monkey. Note: consumption of the inspiration mushroom grants temporary mental resistance. Besides boiling at high temperatures, there exists another method to eliminate the toxin. It is worth noting that this type of mushroom becomes challenging to preserve once cooked. Hence, the benefit of gaining mental resistance shortly after consumption diminishes. However, if it can be safely consumed alongside special cocoa powder to neutralize the toxin, then the inspiration mushroom transforms into a practical tool. It could be completely dried and used in conjunction with cocoa powder. With this thought, Fang eagerly rummaged through the supplies. Meanwhile, Shira, upon spotting the inspiration mushroom in Fang Yu's hand, could not help but drool. "That's it, the blue-pink land jellyfish. Delicious," she exclaimed, ready to pounce and seize it. However, Fang Yu had learned from previous encounters and swiftly stored away in his spatial compartment, leaving Shira empty-handed. "Where's the jellyfish?" Fang Yu inquired. Sheila gazed in bewilderment at Fang Yu, who held nothing in his hands, perplexed as to where he had concealed the land jellyfish. "Oh, that's the inspiration mushroom. It's highly toxic and cannot be consumed at present." Fang Yu sighed, lamenting the insatiable appetite of this gluttonous girl. Beside them, Min Ling Shuang and Yi Qingcheng witnessed a fleeting shadow, and in an instant, Sheila vanished, reappearing before Fang Yu. They scarcely had time to react. Such incredible speed. Yi Qingcheng remarked in astonishment, aware that she was among the highest-ranked individuals on the ship, alongside Fang Yu and Sheila. The fact that she could not decipher Sheila's movements was a testament to her remarkable prowess. It was only then that Yi Qingcheng truly regarded the seemingly naive yet endearing woman beside Fang Yu. But she had consumed it before without any repercussions. Sheila's eyes sparkled with intensity as she fixated on Fang Yu, the crystalline liquid at the corner of her mouth betraying her yearning for the inspiration mushroom. Chapter 93. The gluttonous girl, Shira, who vows to taste the world's delicacies in any case. Direct consumption is not an option. Fang Yu sighed, contemplating the gluttonous nature of this girl. Had she not possessed formidable strength, she likely would have perished long ago. How else could she have survived to this day? Upon hearing this, Shira puffed out her cheeks in irritation. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yu could only offer words of comfort. Rest assured, soon you shall feast to your heart's content. Cocoa Island is rather small, and with 58 crew members and drones ceaselessly exploring, they managed to collect the majority of the island's resources within less than half a day. Among these were several rice bag trees, which the crew carried back with great effort. Fang Yu accepted all of it and deposited everything into the plantation. Henceforth, they would be able to pluck rice balls directly from the rice bag trees. Additionally, they brought back cocoa trees and coffee trees, significantly enriching the plantation. Naturally, the island's fauna did not escape their attention either. Civets and cocoa monkeys were also transported to the plantation. The civet, rather than resembling a typical cat, appeared more akin to a weasel adorned in leopard spots. Fang Yu found them rather unattractive, while the cocoa monkeys were far more pleasing to the eye, resembling golden, snub-nosed monkeys with their lustrous golden fur, which made them appear quite adorable. Moreover, unlike the civets, which produced cocoa powder through a rather unrefined method, the cocoa monkeys followed a proper procedure: fermentation, drying, and grinding into powder. It is indeed remarkable that these little creatures comprehend the fermentation process. Perhaps primates possess such innate intelligence, as evidenced by the fermentation involved in monkey wine. Now, the cocoa monkeys demonstrated their capability to ferment cocoa beans as well. Initially, the plantation hosted only the crops and animals brought by Fang Yu from the Endless City. Following this replenishment, it finally began to resemble a proper establishment. Fang Yu even allocated small areas within the plantation to experiment with planting inspiration mushrooms. However, he was uncertain about the cultivation method, so he simply buried the mushrooms in the soil, allowing nature to take its course. With a sufficient quantity at hand, tossing a few mushrooms into the ground posed little risk. Even if they did not thrive, the loss would not be significant. Suddenly, Fang Yu had an epiphany. If the plantation could cultivate terrestrial plants, could it also support aquatic plants? The snow lotus seeds he had acquired, could they be planted as well? He had brought along some ancient cold jade, knowing that snow lotus flowers flourish within such jade. Given that the necessary environmental conditions were met, could he successfully cultivate snow lotuses in the plantation? Fang Yu resolved to give it a try. The layout of the plantation was not a single expanse, but rather divided into smaller modules, each approximately an acre in size. Fang Yu proceeded to move the soil from 1 acre aside until the foundation was exposed. He then poured the ancient cold jade into the space. Regrettably, the small amount of jade he had brought was only sufficient for a thin layer. However, he recalled the growth environment of the snow lotus flowers, and indeed, the water level was quite similar. He casually dropped a few ordinary snow lotus seeds into the prepared area. Now, all that remained was to await the passage of time and its transformative effects. Whether successful or not was of little consequence. It was merely an experiment. As evening approached, it was time for dinner. Sheila had been eagerly anticipating this moment, nearly starving. For tonight's meal, Fang Yu unveiled his supreme hot pot, preparing an abundance of it, enough for several people to share each pot. Yusen had also crafted a pot of mushroom soup with the finest fungi. The golden broth, complemented by an array of mushrooms, wafted a rich aroma that mesmerized everyone aboard the ship. Sheila's eyes widened as she fixated on the large pot held by Yusan, wishing she could bury her head in it. Before each person lay a portion of rice wrapped in the fruit of the tree of produce. The exterior appeared dark and rough, resembling coconut husk. Fang Yu cracked open the shell, revealing steaming rice balls flavored with braised pork. It was astonishing how a fruit from a tree could contain meat. Fang Yu was equally astounded. Nearby, Min Lingshuang opened her fruit, uncovering salmon rice balls, while Yi Qingxing revealed a rice ball filled with seaweed and pork floss. Everyone opened their rice balls, each uniquely different from the others. Yusen ladled mushroom soup into every bowl, while Sheila's bowl, rather, her basin, was generously filled for 5 times more than anyone else's. If she found it insufficient, there was plenty more in the pot. With a beaming smile, Yusan continued to fill her bowl to the brim. Sheila nodded appreciatively and began to eat with fervor. The moment the mushroom soup touched her tongue, a wave of sweetness cascaded down her throat. Sheila felt as if she were transcending. How could such deliciousness exist in the world? Her resolve to never return home deepened. The merfolk could never offer such exquisite flavors. They lived on seaweed, sashimi, and meager snacks like sea urchins and conchs. How dull compared to this feast. Sheila savored each bite, her mouth full of remnants of food. Min Lingshuang, sitting beside her, thoughtfully wiped her mouth. Earlier in the afternoon, Fang Yu had shared Sheila's background, stirring a maternal instinct in Min Lingshuang. Sheila's story was indeed tragic. Unlike her own tale of drifting at sea until Fang Yu came to her rescue, Sheila's experience was the opposite. She had suffered the loss of her father and found herself homeless. Yet, unbeknownst to Min Lingshuang, Sheila had no desire to return home. This gluttonous girl had grown weary of the monotonous marine diet. She vowed to become a culinary hunter, eager to savor the world's diverse cuisines. Before long, Sheila had consumed enough for 5 people. Remarkably, the ship achieved a clean plate tonight. It was worth noting that the previous night's meal had also resulted in empty plates, but only because everyone had eaten to the point of fullness. Despite Yusan's efforts to regulate portions, perfection remained elusive. However, tonight, Sheila was still unsatisfied, clamoring for more. Ultimately, they had to prepare an additional hot pot just for her, which finally quelled her appetite. As night fell, Fang Yu made his way alone to the deck. After the vessel underwent its upgrade today, he has been preoccupied with managing affairs, leaving him no time to open the boxes. Now, at last, he finds himself with some leisure and decides to ascend to the deck to prepare for unboxing. With a mere thought, the dream key materializes before Fang Yu. Regrettably, he was unable to exploit any glitches to refresh the quantity. He can only generate another 10 dream keys, which, however, suffices. Fang Yu casually opens the most recent container. Acquired Zarbomba 10. Not this again. Fang Yu is puzzled. This item is not particularly useful to him. If thrown at close range, it would be detrimental to his own side, and, at a distance, it seems to lack a target. Thus, it must remain in the warehouse, gathering dust for the time being. Chapter 94. The Redundant Ion Cannon, the World's Bell Tolls. Reactions from all sides disregarding the enormous, useless hunk of iron. Fang Yu continued to unbox. Acquired, plantation acquired, drone acquired, Zarbomb acquired, exoskeleton armor. After opening 5 containers, Fang Yu found himself at a loss for words. All he had received were items he had previously encountered. Could there not be something novel? He sensed an unseen force subtly influencing the yield of his containers. With a soft sigh, he could only speculate and resign himself to misfortune. He pressed on. He took out the last 4 dream keys and systematically opened the containers before him. Acquired, plantation acquired, castrated ion cannon acquired, undersea mining vehicle acquired, directional portal. Items have been installed in their respective positions, ignoring the redundant plantation. Fang Yu's gaze fixated on the 3 newly unveiled items, his eyes widening with intrigue. Merely reading their names suggested that each held significant potential, especially the directional portal. Had he truly ventured into the realm of space? It was uncertain how far it could transport him, so he made his way directly to the indicated location. The directional portal was situated at the bow of the ship. A mere glance would reveal its transmission range. Shortly, Fang Yu arrived at the target position. Before him stood a cyber-style metallic archway, accompanied by an operational screen. Lacking the inclination to consult the screen, he activated the all-knowing eye, and the information regarding the directional portal unfolded before him. Directional portal, currently, it can only pinpoint one coordinate within 100 nautical miles. To change coordinates, the previous one must be cleared. Fang Yu. It seems rather limited in utility. It can merely provide some convenience for island access, perhaps enhancing crew efficiency. However, with drones at his disposal, what need had he for improved efficiency? He sighed once more. For now, he would accept it. Perhaps after a few more openings, the portal's utility would expand. Much like the plantation, which, through continuous accumulation, now had a catalytic multiplier of 120 times. Some crops matured in less than half a day, proving exceedingly practical. As for the other 2 items, the undersea mining vehicle was located at the bottom of the ship, sharing the same level as the nuclear submarine. The castrated ion cannon. Fang Yu raised his gaze to the highest point of the dream treasure ship. There, a massive turret had appeared, its blue light swirling gently, as if poised to unleash an ion beam at any moment. Indeed, this was the case. Fang Yu could command it to fire whenever he wished. However, this device was termed castrated not only due to its diminished power, but also because of its limited range. In its full-fledged form, an ion cannon served as a space-based weapon capable of launching ion beams from outer space to strike targets on the surface, enabling global assaults. However, Fang Yu's weaponry is limited. It can only target foes within its line of sight. Unlike naval missiles, which possess a defined trajectory, allowing them to strike targets beyond visual range, the ion cannon emits a straight beam of ions. With its effective range determined by its altitude, the higher the cannon's position, the farther its reach. Regrettably, this ion cannon is situated a mere 80 meters above sea level, rendering its strike capability exceedingly restricted, estimated at just over 200 kilometers. From this data, Fang Yu deduces another conclusion. The oceanic realm they inhabit likely resembles Earth in its spherical nature, albeit several times larger than the previous Earth. He shook his head, pondering the significance of this revelation. Would it enhance his strength or facilitate his return to reality? Neither seemed plausible. Just as Fang Yu prepared to descend to the ship's lower deck to inspect the newly unveiled seabed mining vehicle, an unexpected anomaly arose. Bong, bong, bong. The chimes resonated, seemingly echoing from a distant horizon, yet also strikingly near. Suddenly, thick fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility near non-existent within mere seconds. Yet, this posed no challenge for Fang Yu, who summoned the full power of his omniscient eye. The fog dissipated as if erased. Yet what lay beyond was an eerie silhouette. In a chamber on Kappa Island, Kuei Linger jolted awake from her slumber. The world bell tolled. Had that entity emerged once more? A slight furrow creased her brow, but upon recalling her presence on the island, she exhaled in relief. That creature sought out those at sea, drawn to larger crowds. Thus, her isolation on the island would render her invisible to it. At the naval headquarters in Justice City, as the bells rang out, Ji Wanyu, who had been diligently writing at her desk, abruptly paused. She slowly lifted her head, an unusual flicker of surprise crossing her typically impassive features. Rising, she glided towards the window. The sound of her high heels echoed against the wooden floor. Her attire, a white naval uniform paired with a form-fitting white skirt and encased in black stockings, exaggerated her graceful curves. Gently, she pushed open the somewhat antiquated window, allowing the briny sea breeze to lift her flowing black locks. Her gaze pierced the distance, as if she could glimpse the silhouette of that entity through the night. A voice, ethereal as a lark's song, emerged. Has it begun anew? I wonder how many will survive this time. She was renowned as the most distinguished rear admiral in the Navy, having endured that fateful battle in her youth, which ultimately shaped her illustrious career. In a lost sea, on an uncharted island, a towering figure discarded the remnants of a sea beast upon the shore, the ground surrounding him soaked in blood and flesh. He raised his bloodied hand to his mouth, delicately tasting the fresh blood, intoxicating him in its allure. However, his reverie was abruptly shattered by the resounding toll of the world bell, pulling him from his self-induced stupor. It is truly disheartening. Meng Jisha opened his crimson eyes, gazing into the distance. He pondered which fortunate soul would partake in that delightful game. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the blood from his hands onto the ground, disregarding the corpses strewn about as he ventured deeper into the island. He, the foremost among the 7 warlords, sought to discover new prey. Fang Yu beheld the unrestrained vastness of the sea when a peculiar wooden sailing ship materialized before him. This vessel, while not colossal compared to the dream treasure, possessed an oddity. It sailed through the air. Moreover, Fang Yu could assert with absolute certainty that just moments ago, that very spot was devoid of anything. This implied that the wooden ship had appeared out of thin air. The strangeness was indeed overwhelming. The wooden ship, resembling a lifeless specter, glided silently through the air, slowly making its way towards the dream treasure.